As Lin Zhe lay in a deep slumber, he was suddenly jolted awake by an icy chill, only to find the suction cup doll standing beside him, brandishing a frozen fist. Having dozed off, he had inexplicably crossed into a realm where the world of Pokémon intertwined with reality, where every individual could aspire to become a trainer, determined to embark on the path of greatness with his Vulpix. The novice trainer Lin Zhe set forth to encounter legendary Pokémon from across the globe. Years later, standing before numerous legendary creatures, Lin Zhe smiled confidently, turning to gaze at his Ninetales. Come forth, our bond shall evolve. Chapter 1. The Pokémon World. Suction Cup Doll, please bring the dishes to the table. Don't forget to wake Xiao Zhe. Today is the day he receives his first Pokémon. Make sure he doesn't oversleep. Lin's mother skillfully plated the food while instructing the Suction Cup Doll, Bali. The Suction Cup Doll adeptly placed the meal on the dining table before turning and waddling upstairs. Bali, knocking on the door and receiving no reply. The Suction Cup Doll pushed the door open. Lin Zhe remained cocooned under his covers, deep in sleep. With a sigh, the Suction Cup Doll approached and gently shook Lin Zhe. Bali, time to rise. Don't wake me. Just a little longer, I don't have work today. Lin Zhe mumbled, turning over to continue his slumber. Bali, observing Lin Zhe's peculiar contorted position, the Suction Cup Doll grinned. It extended a finger, emanating a chilling aura, and then poked him. 2 seconds later, the restroom. Lin Zhe shot upright. What on earth? It's freezing to as he rubbed his neck and glanced to the side. He was instantly rendered speechless. Sue, Bali, Suction Cup Doll, Bali. A Pokemon from the anime stood before him surely. He was still dreaming. Lin Zhe felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Just as he contemplated sinking back into slumber, a bone-chilling cold radiated from beside him. Following the source of the chill, he noticed the blue glow emanating from the Suction Cup Doll's hand, the very source of the icy air. Frozen fist? Lin Zhe swallowed hard. Bali, the Suction Cup Doll beamed with pride. This is my signature move. I've mastered it to rouse you from sleep. Lin Zhe, Suction Cup Doll, hurry down for breakfast. Just as Lin Zhe reached out to pet the Suction Cup Doll, a thunderous roar reverberated from downstairs. He flinched, a deep-seated fear compelling him to hastily dress, while the Suction Cup Doll gazed on in astonishment as he dashed down the stairs. Oblivious to his mother's watchful gaze, Lin Zhe's attention was entirely captivated by a small yellow creature on the table, oh tiny, with a vibrant yellow hue and pointy ears. Indeed, it was a Piku. Lin Zhe rubbed his eyes and turned to the Suction Cup Doll descending the stairs. In a way, this wasn't a dream. He had truly transcended into another world. It hurts. Before Lin Zhe could ponder the situation in depth, his mother yanked his ear. Still lazing about, are you? Hurry up and eat your breakfast. Piku. Ignoring the Piku beside him, which was clutching its belly and laughing, Lin Zhe bit into a piece of bread and swiftly operated his phone. The appearance of Piku and the Suction Cup Doll confirmed beyond any doubt that he had traversed into another realm. Yet, to comprehend the specifics of this new reality, it was prudent to consult the internet. He opened a certain site, only to find a barrage of videos showcasing Pokémon battles and absurd antics. Taking another bite of his bread, he randomly selected a video to watch. Charizard, unleash flamethrower. Gyarados, use hydro pump. The searing flames and powerful water jets collided violently, instantly enveloping the arena in steam. Watching the Pokémon duel, Lin Zhe's confusion only deepened. It was evident that his family was not the only one with Pokémon. However, he decided to exit and opened a browser to search for the history of Pokémon. A moment later, Lin Zhe raised his head, his expression a mixture of complexity as he gazed at the Piku beside him, who was enjoying its meal that a millennium ago. Pokémon suddenly appeared upon this earth, causing widespread panic among humanity due to the emergence of these peculiar species. Through several confrontations with Pokémon across various nations, it was discovered that while ordinary Pokémon posed little threat, the formidable leaders and individuals of Pokémon species were far beyond human capability to withstand, not to mention the numerous first and second-tier deities above them. It was not until several biologists, disregarding their safety, ventured deep into Pokémon habitats that a friendly coexistence pact was established. Continuing the conflict would lead to an unknown fate for Pokémon, but humanity was sure to face annihilation first. Subsequently, a scientist abroad developed the first Pokeball. After discussions with other divine Pokémon, nations formed a contract and established the Pokémon Alliance. Thus, Pokémon entered countless homes, gradually transforming lifestyles. Consequently, Pokémon trainers became the primary focus of cultivation in various nations. Schools underwent reforms, simultaneously conducting research on Pokémon while training aspiring trainers. Lin Zhe had thus traversed into a world where humans coexisted with Pokémon, and today marked the day he would receive his first Pokémon. He let out a long breath, his emotions somewhat ambivalent. He had always fantasized about the emergence of a two-dimensional world into reality, yet now that it had suddenly manifested, Lin Zhe found it difficult to accept. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, a series of notifications vibrated through it. The class group chat. Right, his mother had mentioned that today was the day to receive his first Pokémon. Surely, the members of the group were restless. Indeed, even Ash, who had grown up in the Pokémon world, was unable to sleep from excitement upon learning he would receive his first Pokémon. Opening the group chat, a shocking image nearly caused Lin Zhe to drop his phone. A meme featuring Mother Ma Camp. Where's the group leader? Get this person kicked out. The lurking members were all drawn out by the explosive image. Anonymous Arceus. I seriously suspect this is the group leader themselves. Anonymous Ralts. I concur. Anonymous Groudon. I second that. 1-1. Anonymous Charmander. By the way, have you all decided which Pokémon to choose? If possible, I would like to select Charmander. Anonymous Blastoise. The person above must be daydreaming. I suggest heading straight to the junkyard to find some Grimer. Anonymous Gyarados. I have made my decision. My first choice will be Magikarp. Anonymous. Hee, what a bunch of jokers. The group remains as theatrical as ever. However, at least some things have not changed. Family, home, school, they all remain the same. Except now there are a few more Pokémon. After organizing his backpack, Lin Zhe stepped out, waving goodbye to his suction cup Pokémon and Piku. As he gazed at the various Pokémon lining the roadside, Lin Zhe's heart began to race. These were authentic Pokémon. Alive, moving. There was a Pidgey adorned with a yellow and blue hat, clutching a box or a piece of mail with its feet. A flock of Mareep waiting in line for a haircut. A police officer accompanied by a patrolling herdier, and a Mario watering plants. A row of Dojuos stood neatly, each wearing a QR code around their necks. Could it be shared bicycles? Lin Zhe mused internally, glancing to the side and spotting a singing Jigglypuff at the entrance. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Zhe discreetly quickened his pace. As for his first Pokémon, Lin Zhe's anticipation grew ever stronger. The starter trio? They are easy to care for in the early stages and quite powerful later on. As for acquiring a pseudo-legendary, such Pokémon are not typically within the reach of an ordinary household. They require an immense investment of resources in the early stages. With that thought, Lin Zhe shook his head, discarding the unrealistic notion. Before long, he arrived at school and came to a halt in front of an egg-shaped building. Experimental Center 1. Pokémon Breeding Center. Chapter 2. Am I the legend of the school? Though I had long prepared myself, the sudden appearance of the building still took me by surprise. Just as I was about to enter, a shout echoed from a distance. A breathless young man halted beside Lin Zhe, exclaiming, "You move so swiftly. Is there really a need to rush for selecting a Pokémon? You nearly exhausted me." Wu Jie leaned against Lin Zhe's shoulder, panting heavily. It's been ages. Gazing at the perspiring, panting youth, Lin Zhe felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. They had been inseparable since childhood, but due to work and a previous illness, their meetings had become infrequent. What a lunatic. You just logged on last night. It hasn't been that long. Wu Jie jested. What is up? Have you traversed realms? Lin Zhe stiffened at the comment. A prophet, are we? Have you decided on which Pokémon to choose? Wu Jie took the lead into the breeding building, completely oblivious to Lin Zhe's odd demeanor. Sighing, Lin Zhe thought, asking you this question is akin to asking it into the void. He was somewhat perplexed. But before he could voice his thoughts, Wu Jie had already stepped into a room. Upon noticing the fire-type sign hung on the door, Lin Zhe mused. That fits Wu Jie's personality quite well. Hello, fellow student. Have you found a Pokémon to your liking? After confirming their identities, a staff member approached them. Overwhelmed by the multitude of Pokémon scurrying about, they both felt a bit lost. Suddenly, several Pokémon seemed to notice something, turning to gaze in Lin Zhe's direction. Their eyes lighting up as they raced towards him, as though they had discovered a hidden treasure. Look, fire-type Pokémon are so lively. The staff member crouched down, arms wide open, anticipating a Pokémon to leap into their embrace. To their surprise, the Pokémon dashed past without pausing even for a moment. Lin Zhe watched as they twirled around his feet, leaving the staff member bewildered. Lin Zhe himself felt somewhat dazed. Wu Jie, however, appeared envious, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle before him. Don't look so lost in thought. This guy is the top of our class, first in theory, first in practical lessons. Especially when it comes to nurturing Pokémon and massage techniques. Even some teachers cannot compare. During battle classes, he always picks first, and after each battle, He meticulously massages the Pokémon to relieve their fatigue. Over time, all the Pokémon in the school have come to know him. Those who have experienced his care rave about it, while those who haven't are eager to try. Wu Jie explained, a hint of pride in his tone. Look at my brother. Isn't he impressive? Under the influence of his brother's long-standing excellence, Wu Jie's own grades had steadily improved. And his bond with Pokémon was also on the rise, though not to the extent of being revered as Lin Zhe was. Listening to Wu Jie's continuous explanations, Lin Zhe felt a bit bewildered. Is my former self truly that remarkable? Could I be the chosen one? The pressure was immense. Have you decided which Pokémon to take with you? The staff member interjected. This lad is indeed the legend. Having recently arrived, the staff were still unfamiliar with their surroundings, relying solely on hearsay regarding a certain individual. Before me stood an array of Pokémon. The little Chimchar, Vulpix, Cyndaquil, and Fennekin. The Fennekin seemed eager to approach for a friendly nuzzle. Two of the Pokémon began to tussle playfully, while Cyndaquil chuckled from the sidelines. Vulpix remained quietly poised, its brown eyes fixed intently on Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe crouched down, causing the two rascals to pause their antics and obediently resume their place in front of him. Indeed, among the students, only Lin Zhe could command the fire-type Pokémon to sit so obediently. During routine health checks or interactive sessions, these creatures were typically quite mischievous, Wu Jie mused inwardly. What Pokémon have you taken a liking to? Wu Jie inquired, crouching beside Lin Zhe and extending his hand toward the Chimchar. The little creature, seemingly unimpressed, rolled its eyes and made a silly face at Wu Jie. Unfazed, Wu Jie reciprocated with a playful grimace. Ignoring the antics of the two, Lin Zhe delicately placed a hand on Vulpix, gently stroking its fur. At the moment of contact, a panel materialized beside him. Pokémon, Vulpix type, fire gender, female nature, calm ability, hidden ability, drought moves, glare, tail whip, growl, ember, shadow clone. As expected, he had indeed acquired a special advantage. Lin Zhe silently expressed gratitude to the deity that had facilitated his transmigration, acknowledging that he had not brought shame to the predecessors of his kind. However, he was taken aback to discover that this seemingly tranquil Vulpix possessed a hidden ability. He placed his other hand on Cyndaquil and Fennekin, both of whom turned to nuzzle his hand, reveling in the attention. Pokémon, Cyndaquil type, fire gender, male nature, cheerful ability, blaze moves, scratch, tackle, glare. Pokémon, Fennekin type, fire gender, female nature, impulsive ability, blaze moves, scratch, tail whip, ember, tackle. All were well cultivated, yet none seemed to match the prowess of Vulpix. Casting a peculiar glance at Vulpix, Lin Zhe contemplated. This one must either be a prodigy or a genius. Perhaps I should select this Vulpix, he thought, feeling a surge of excitement. Though he had yet to explore other breeding rooms, this Vulpix already aligned perfectly with his expectations, strength and beauty combined. With 5 existing moves, it suggested that Vulpix could train itself. As he gazed at the Vulpix relishing his gentle touch, Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although he had not envisioned how far he would journey as a Pokémon trainer, who could resist the notion of nurturing their Pokémon to grow stronger? Vulpix, would you like to be my Pokémon? Lin Zhe softly inquired. Upon hearing this, the two nearby companions froze, their mechanical heads turning to Vulpix as if they had perceived some shattering revelation. A flicker of excitement shone in the eyes of the Vulpix, its tail swaying restlessly behind it. It nodded eagerly, fearful that Lin Zhe might change his mind. The two small creatures beside it cast envious glances at the Vulpix. The fire fox, in particular, appeared quite displeased, its face clouded with irritation, and sparks seemed to flicker at the corners of its mouth, as if ready to unleash a fiery attack on the Vulpix at any moment. Noticing the fire fox's subtle movements, the Vulpix exhibited a hint of human-like mockery in its gaze. Rising to its feet, it approached the fire fox, and the two small creatures seemed to be engaged in some form of silent communication, occasionally glancing back at Lin Zhe. What is this? Before Lin Zhe could step forward, the two creatures finished their exchange, distancing themselves from one another and leaving a significant space between them, with a small flame monkey perched on one shoulder. It seemed as though they were determining my allegiance. Lin Zhe pondered for a moment before uncertainly stating, "It's settled then. You shall be my Vulpix." What? Wu Jie stared, momentarily taken aback. The commotion nearby had also attracted the attention of numerous onlookers and Pokémon, who began to gather in a small circle. "Oh, it seems to be a battle between Pokémon," one remarked. "Indeed, I heard it was to vie for the attention of a trainer." "What? 2 girls competing for a man," whispered the bystanders, and the gossip quickly spread like wildfire. Ignoring the chatter, Lin Zhe focused intently on the Vulpix's battle. Its skills were executed with finesse, and its movements were remarkably agile. Soon, with a final clash of sparks, the fire fox was sent tumbling away, while the Vulpix remained vibrant and spirited, as though nothing had transpired. With graceful steps, it trotted over to Lin Zhe's side, affectionately nudging against his leg. Lin Zhe scooped up the Vulpix, burying his face in its fluffy body. High energy, charming looks, and adorably fluffy. It's decided. You are the one, Vulpix. Reluctantly, He lifted his head, pulling away from the Vulpix's soft fur. And you? He mused, observing the flame monkey on Wu Jie's shoulder. Making silly faces while tugging at his messy hair, seemed to have had quite the success as well. I don't even know. We were just making faces at each other. And when I saw you had some excitement going on, I came over. The flame monkey seized the opportunity and climbed up my leg as I turned, Wu Jie replied. Bewildered, he turned to look at the flame monkey, which promptly made another silly face in response. But it doesn't matter. The little guy wants to stick with me, and that's all that counts. Wu Jie grinned broadly, reveling in the joy of having captured a Pokémon he adored. The two friends continued their conversation as they made their way toward the registration desk, where a young lady in white, who had been idly watching a popular show, quickly straightened up upon their arrival, determined to conceal her secret indulgence. Dominant Shinado falls for me. Greetings. Are you here to register your initial Pokémon? The young woman in a white coat donned a professional smile as she addressed the two individuals. Indeed, we have a Chimchar and a Vulpix. After stating this, they placed their Pokémon on the adjacent table. Another staff member promptly began to examine the condition of the Pokémon, ensuring that there was no coercion involved. The Chimchar appeared to be in fine shape. However, the Vulpix. This little one has just participated in a battle, so her fur is rather disheveled. Observing the staff member's puzzled expression, Lin Zhe offered an explanation. Yet, the staff member paid no heed and meticulously inspected the Vulpix's body, ultimately confirming that the Vulpix willingly chose to accompany Lin Zhe, which alleviated her concerns. Do not take offense, this is part of our duty. These little ones were entrusted to our care from birth, and they certainly deserve a trainer who shares a mutual affection with them, the staff member elucidated. Understood. From now on, we shall be a family. Here are your Pokeballs. The staff member opened a drawer and retrieved 2 Pokeballs, handing them to the pair. With a flash of red light, the Vulpix was drawn into the Pokeball. Lin Zhe excitedly grasped the Pokeball. This marked his first Pokémon. The ball trembled slightly, and the Vulpix emerged in a burst of red light. Compared to being inside the ball, she much preferred the embrace of her trainer. Vulpix, I look forward to our journey together. Let us proceed. Laoban has messaged in the group. We must gather in class. There is likely something to discuss. Wu Jie also released his Chimchar, which immediately scurried up his clothing, perching regally on his head and gazing ahead with an air of authority. What a formidable senior brother. As Lin Zhe beheld the familiar classroom and its sign, he was momentarily overwhelmed with nostalgia. What are you dawdling for? Hurry inside. Wu Jie impatiently nudged Lin Zhe forward. Gazing at the place where they usually studied, now transformed into a lively interaction between humans and Pokémon, Lin Zhe found it somewhat difficult to accept. He feared it might all be a dream, one that could end with the slightest awakening. Oh, excuse me, my Rattata has escaped. A purple mouse darted between Lin Zhe's legs, prompting a nearby classmate to chase after it. Raleigh and the Squirtle were playfully spraying water at one another, while a Sandshrew curled up on the table, soundly asleep. Armory stood to the side, lifting a bucket in exercise. The classroom buzzed with excitement and chatter. This scene was something he would never have dared to envision in his wildest dreams. Cradling the Vulpix, he arrived at the king's homeland. As soon as he sat down, several individuals gathered around him. I knew it. If Lin Zhe were to choose a fire type, it would undoubtedly be Vulpix, declared a bespectacled boy with a sense of pride. Initially, he too had considered selecting Vulpix as his first Pokémon, purchasing various Pokémon cubes and engaging in daily interactions. Yet, the Vulpix had scarcely acknowledged him, leading him to realize she was not meant for him, and he ceased his attempts. So fierce. No need to be fierce. Apologies, she may be a bit shy, Lin Zhe said, feeling a touch embarrassed. However, the freckled girl paid no mind. The entire school was well aware of how standoffish this Vulpix could be. Only Lin Zhe seemed capable of winning her over. The wolf has arrived. A moment later, a middle-aged man wearing brown glasses hurriedly ascended the podium, followed closely by a grubbin pushing a cart laden with Pokeballs. All right, everyone, quiet down, Zhong Yingkai instructed, tapping the blackboard. Otherwise, you can no longer call me your teacher. Shortly, the grubbin would distribute the spare Pokeballs to you. From now on, each time you capture a Pokémon, you may apply for the next Pokeball at the Pokémon League. Starting tomorrow, the mornings will be devoted to theory, while the afternoons will consist of practical lessons. The class monitor will distribute the textbooks. The grubbin diligently handed out the Pokeballs one by one. Thank you. So nice. Students casually flipped through the pages, which were filled with various Pokémon knowledge. Suddenly, Lin Zhe appeared to have an epiphany, his fingers swiftly flicking through the textbook. There's nothing here. He sighed. Hey, Wu Jie, do you know about evolution? What? What is evolution? What does that even mean? Wu Jie looked utterly perplexed by the unexpected question. Never mind. It seems evolution has yet to be researched. Having read numerous stories about Pokémon traversals, Lin Zhe had long since developed an immunity to such inquiries. After listening to the teacher's ramblings for an hour, he began to feel drowsy. However, the Vulpix beside him remained alert, nodding occasionally. To enhance your bond with Pokémon, those of a suitable size may be released. This last statement jolted Lin Zhe awake. Pokémon could attend class alongside them. Teacher, what does suitable size mean? As long as you can hold your Pokémon and perform 100 squats, it's fine. Moreover, Li Ran, your Rattata is prohibited from appearing in the classroom. Teacher Zhong declared, pulling out a pink mouse from beneath the podium. Chapter 4. The Challenge of the Perpetual Runner-Up. Ha ha. Both Wu Jie and his Chimchar stifled enormous yawns and stretched lazily. Let us go, school us out. Lin Zhe picked up the Vulpix and headed towards the door. As for the textbooks on the desk, Lin Zhe glanced through them briefly, as he was already well acquainted with their contents. In his previous life, he often captured Pokémon in the Sword and Shield games, diligently following each episode of the anime. He could not claim to have memorized all Pokémon knowledge, but was quite proficient in it, which explained his carefree slumber. First, he needed to create a Pokémon square for the Vulpix. His little darling deserved the finest. The recipe was etched in his memory. Lin Zhe, let us battle. A loud shout echoed from the other end of the corridor, catching the attention of those nearby and interrupting Lin Zhe's thoughts. A boy clad in black with a neat haircut approached him briskly, followed by a Charmander. Let us battle. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Lin Zhe stared blankly at the boy. Who are you? You don't know who I am? Liang Yu replied incredulously. You really don't remember? Liang Yu raised his voice, repeating the question. Who is he? Lin Zhe wondered aloud, puzzled. Have you truly forgotten? Wu Jie echoed, equally astonished. Should I remember him? You are the top student in the grade. He is the second. You two have consistently held the top 2 positions. And so what? Lin Zhe queried, feeling bemused. All right, Lin Zhe, you really are something. Listening to the two conversing, Liang Yu found himself both amused and infuriated. How could one forget so readily and still manage to humiliate another? Lin Zhe, I advise you to engage him in battle. Wu Jie whispered urgently in Lin Zhe's ear. If you refuse him, it might escalate into another scandal like last time. Observing Wu Jie's anxious expression, Lin Zhe glanced at Liang Yu. Surely not. Seeking guidance from the second ranked by the first. What a splendid tale of mutual advancement. All right, when shall we commence? Lin Zhe readily acquiesced. Now, immediately. With that, he turned and led his Charmander toward the battle arena, while Lin Zhe followed closely with his Vulpix. Breaking news. The rivalry between the first and second in the grade re-emerges after a brief interlude. Liang Yu took the initiative, vowing to compel Lin Zhe to concede. The surrounding crowd, eager for spectacle, summoned their classmates and friends, some even calling upon teachers. By the time the two reached the battleground, the audience was already brimming with spectators. The speed at which the news had spread left both boys momentarily stunned. Come forth, that Vulpix must be your starter Pokémon, Liang Yu remarked. Acknowledging his rival's keen insight. What a cliché declaration, Lin Zhe silently scoffed. Allow me to officiate this match. Wu Jie excitedly bounded to the elevated platform. Only one Pokémon may be used. If either side's Pokémon loses consciousness or surrenders, they are defeated. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Charmander, use Ember. With the commencement of the contest, Liang Yu issued his command. The fiery blaze of Charmander's tail indicated its impressive training. The flames blazed brilliantly, indeed showcasing a commendable Charmander. Vulpix, evade and use Double Team. Under Lin Zhe's direction, Vulpix swiftly darted to the left, simultaneously conjuring another illusion of itself. Can starter Pokémon truly utilize Double Team? Liang Yu's expression turned serious. He understood this battle would not be easy. Pokémon raised in breeding facilities seldom possessed powerful moves, as the staff refrained from actively teaching techniques. This was to foster a bond with their trainers and ensure the Pokémon's well-being. Thus, the staff merely cared for and nurtured the Pokémon without further involvement. Consequently, a Pokémon's abilities were primarily inherited or developed through secret training. Lin Zhe's Charmander already exhibiting Ember was remarkable, but the fact that the Vulpix could use Double Team posed a significant challenge. Vulpix, approach and use Leer. Liang Yu struggled to discern which Vulpix was the real one. He could only instruct Charmander to continuously disrupt Vulpix's movements with Ember. However, the effect was less than stellar. While they ultimately succeeded in striking the illusion, the Real Vulpix managed to dart in front of Charmander. With its brown eyes narrowed, Vulpix startled Charmander into retreat. Charmander had already gathered energy for Ember. Boom. In a cloud of smoke, Charmander was violently propelled away, lying motionless. Charmander, Liang Yu exclaimed in alarm. However, the little Charizard merely stirred its limbs and could no longer rise, clearly indicating that the sudden burst of flames had inflicted significant damage upon it. Impressive Vulpix, Lin Zhe exclaimed, enthusiastically embracing his Vulpix. The genuine experience of commanding Pokémon and battling alongside them was a stark contrast to his previous encounters with anime and video games. Liang Yu approached Lin Zhe. Observing Vulpix's joyful antics, a twinge of dissatisfaction swelling within him. He had initially intended to defeat Lin Zhe and revel in his triumph, only to find himself bested. It appears my skills are lacking. Your Vulpix is indeed exceptional. However, next time, I shall emerge victorious. Your Charizard is formidable as well. I welcome you to engage in further exchanges and training anytime. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement danced in Liang Yu's eyes as he turned to leave, needing to attend to Charizard's recovery. Yet, Unbeknownst to anyone, Lin Zhe would come to regret his words in the days that followed. As they walked home, Lin Zhe and Wu Jie strolled side by side. Your Vulpix is truly remarkable. It left Liang Yu with no chance to retaliate, Wu Jie remarked, playfully interacting with the small fire monkey. Luck played a part, but primarily it was Vulpix mastering Shadow Clone. It is rare for a starter Pokémon to possess such a technique, Lin Zhe replied modestly. Both the fire monkey and Charizard are potent Pokémon. Nurture them well. This statement held truth. Being part of the initial trio, as long as they were raised properly, their evolutions would undoubtedly make them formidable forces. Not to mention, their evolution would significantly enhance their power. Just like the vibrant Charizard in the anime, capable of defeating even Mewtwo, a powerful presence among legendary Pokémon. Nevertheless, my Vulpix will certainly hold its own. I merely wonder who would prevail between it and a fully evolved Charizard. Suddenly, a ringtone disrupted their conversation. Your ringtone displays quite the taste. Hello? Who is this? Wu Jie answered the call with his usual nonchalance. Lin Zhe subtly slowed his pace, allowing a distance to form. Even though they were close friends, he deemed it prudent to avoid intruding on such personal matters. I must take my leave. Matters at home require my attention. Let us connect later, he concluded hurriedly before departing. Lin Zhe chose not to pry. It was clearly a personal issue, and if his brother did not speak up, it would be inappropriate for him to intervene. Let us go, Vulpix, and see what we can buy for you, Lin Zhe said, gently stroking Vulpix's fur as he headed towards the supermarket. Chapter 5. The Suckerfish Doll Weeps. He placed 3 bags of berries into the shopping cart and picked up a blender. Lin Zhe wished to experiment with crafting Pokémon treats. Earlier in the supermarket, he had perused various methods of creating Pokémon food, noting the rough texture of the surface, which evidently did not meet the standards depicted in the anime. The treats in the anime resembled large, smooth candies rather than the coarse compressed biscuits he had encountered. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe decided to take a small bag of Pokémon food. Comparison would foster improvement, and he did not expect to succeed on his first attempt. After all, in the realm of animation, fruits are simply tossed into a mixer, and under the whirling motion of the machine, they transform into cube-shaped delights, which, after being segmented and packaged, become what is known as pixie cubes. These pixie cubes not only offer convenience for transport, but also maximize the preservation of nutrients found in the fruits, with an array of flavors to choose from. However, Lin Zhe glanced at the inexpensive blender in his possession. The reality lacks such a fruit mixer. It would be absurd to purchase a centrifuge. And he could only wonder what the outcome would be. Let us go, Ninetales. Pack everything up, and let us prepare to leave. He noticed Ninetales was engrossed in the television screen. To allow Pokémon a moment of respite, the shopping mall had thoughtfully positioned televisions at 3 different heights, providing entertainment for the creatures. Shauna. The screen was currently showcasing an idol drama, where Shinado, cradling a male trainer in a princess carry, deftly dodged projectiles with her psychic abilities, captivating countless nearby Pokémon with her graceful movements. Ninetales' eyes sparkled with excitement. She tugged at Lin Zhe's pant leg. Coach, I want to learn that. Thank you. Coach wants to learn too. Lin Zhe found himself at a loss for words. What kind of shows were they airing in the mall? Nevertheless, seeing Ninetales so enamored, he refrained from rushing her and sat cross-legged to watch alongside her. Surprisingly, although the plot was kitsch, with the characters being Pokémon, Lin Zhe found himself thoroughly engrossed until his mother called, urging him to leave. Ninetales, if you wish to become as strong as you are in the video, you must train diligently. Mew. Ninetales nodded vigorously, her mind filled with images of Shinado embracing her trainer. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lin Zhe carried a large bag while Ninetales bore a smaller one. Their silhouettes stretched far along the street. Ninetales, try this. At the dinner table, Lin's mother continuously served Ninetales with food, her enthusiasm causing the little Pokémon to blush. Mom, Ninetales doesn't eat meat. Dad, Ninetales is still a child. Oh, don't say that. When I was young, I often snuck drinks from your grandfather's stash. Lin's father boasted proudly. And then he got a good beating for it. I heard he cried for an entire afternoon. Lin's mother interjected, dousing the conversation with cold water. Can we not have a decent chat? Ninetales' presence brought harmony to the household, and everyone welcomed her warmly. However, as long as no Pokémon the size of an Onyx was involved, there would be no issues at all. For Ninetales, from this day forth, Lin's parents were now her parents too, and the Sucker Punch Doll and Piku were her siblings. Nothing brought greater joy than being accepted by family. The only possible source of annoyance was Lin Zhe. With Ninetales' arrival, his standing within the family diminished once more. The last time it had happened was when Piku was born. After dinner, Lin Zhe assisted with clearing the table. The others paid no mind to Ninetales as she curiously fiddled with a red vegetable in the kitchen. Earlier at the table, Lin's parents had been serving her food, but had overlooked this particular item. Ninetales, intrigued, thought, I'll give it a try. By the time Lin Zhe noticed, it was already too late. Ninetales opened her small brown mouth and took a bite. In an instant, a sharp tang surged into the throat of the six-tailed creature. How shocking. Yet, despite the overwhelming stimulus, the six-tailed being refrained from leaping about, steadfastly suppressing its discomfort as it landed on the ground, its mouth tightly shut. Six-tailed! Lin Zhe exclaimed, rushing forward. However, the creature retreated a step, struggling to contain the sparks of fire within. The spiciness and irritation compelled Six-tailed to sneeze, and the nearby suction puppet seemed to sense something amiss. With a swift motion, one hand grasped Lin Zhe while the other emanated a blue glow. Frozen fist. The suction puppet indicated that Six-tailed could now open its mouth. Seeing its trainer pulled back, Six-tailed could no longer hold back. It opened its mouth, unleashing fiery sparks imbued with the essence of chili. The flame struck the suction puppet's frozen fist directly, prompting Six-tailed to unleash a series of sneezes, culminating in a burst of flames. Yet, the frozen fist stood resilient. The chili-infused fire, however, stung the suction puppet's eyes, drawing tears uncontrollably. Lin Zhe, observing from behind, was taken aback. Had the chili enabled Six-tailed to learn to breathe fire? And had it brought the suction puppet to tears? My dear Six-tailed, you possess the grace of a sovereign. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Lin's parents hurried over, their expressions filled with confusion. In mere seconds, the events had unfolded. Six-tailed made the suction puppet cry? They pondered. Surely, it couldn't he have shed such copious tears. The suction puppet dashed into the restroom, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Why is it shy now? Lin's mother mused, perplexed. As she tidied the kitchen, she began to explain the recent happenings. Upon hearing the account, Lin's mother felt relieved, albeit slightly bemused. Six-tailed, somewhat anxious, nestled closely beside Lin Zhe, remaining still. Lin Zhe softly reassured the creature. While both Lin's parents expressed that it was merely a trivial matter, they reminisced about the mischievous antics of the suction puppet in its youth. Leaning closer to Six-tailed's ear, Lin's mother recounted the puppet's embarrassing moments, causing Six-tailed's ears to twitch in amusement. Under the comforting words of the trio, Six-tailed finally eased its worries. Lin Zhe then carried Six-tailed into the room, eager to expedite the creation of the Pokémon cube. Six-tailed, have you learned to breathe fire? He inquired as they entered. The rapid change in tone left Six-tailed momentarily stunned. It nodded, releasing a small burst of flame from its mouth. Excellent, Six-tailed. But how does the chili taste? Lin Zhe inquired, curious as he had never dared to taste chili himself. You are truly brave, Six-tailed. Six-tailed licked its lips, finding the spice somewhat fiery and stimulating, yet exhilarating. Moreover, consuming chili had enabled it to learn how to breathe fire. Observing Six-tailed deep in thought, Lin Zhe didn't dwell on it further. Perhaps this little creature wouldn't indulge in chili again. It was conceivable that it might develop a lingering aversion. Chapter 6. Is my mother calling the cops on me? The suction puppet was summoned once more. Upon their initial encounter, a myriad of skills appeared on the suction puppet's display, including not only Frozen Fist, but also an ice-type skill, Ice Wind. It is said that this is not merely to awaken me from my studies. Lin Zhe shook his head, dispelling the peculiar thoughts. He informed the suction cup puppet of the tasks ahead and the timing for utilizing the freezing wind. Bali. The suction cup puppet patted its chest, signaling its understanding. Lin Zhe sliced the tree fruit in half and tossed it into the blender, cranking the speed to maximum. The fruit was swiftly pulverized, with the pulp and juice blending seamlessly, appearing no different from usual. Satisfied with the successful mixing, Lin Zhe promptly pressed the off button, lifted the lid, and poured the blended puree into a bowl. Suction cup puppet, freezing wind. Bali. The puppet nodded, exhaling a small gust of cold air that enveloped the puree almost instantly. Excellent, the creation is complete. However, its shape was somewhat peculiar. Having been frozen immediately after being poured, the puree remained somewhat protruding in the bowl. The color was also odd, dark and grainy. What is this? Energyology? It seemed quite different from what he had envisioned. Lin Zhe took a small knife and cut a piece, finding it dark and hard. Should I taste it? Lin Zhe glanced at the suction cup puppet and the six-tailed fox. The suction cup puppet was perplexed. The six-tailed fox appeared equally puzzled. Why don't you try it yourself? Lin Zhe insisted with a righteous demeanor, though inwardly he felt quite anxious. While it was indeed food for sprites, it could also be consumed by humans. Albeit the nutrition was nearly useless for them. The two sprites looked at Lin Zhe with skepticism. Eventually, the suction cup puppet and the six-tailed fox agreed to share a piece. Both sprites simultaneously placed the sprite cube into their mouths, and the next second, they bolted out of the room, gulping down water to rinse their mouths. The six-tailed foxes first stood on end. Lin Zhe's parents looked on in bewilderment, wondering what mischief these children were up to. Bali. The suction cup puppet protested, pointing at the energyology. Is this meant for sprites? The six-tailed fox chimed in as well. Being a sprite is too difficult. First, it was the chili pepper, and now we must eat oligae. This life is unbearable. It appeared to be a failure. Observing the sprite's reactions, Lin Zhe discreetly disposed of the remaining puree. He was unconcerned about food poisoning, as the ingredients were purely tree fruits, posing no risk. Yet, why had the outcome differed? Lin Zhe pondered, troubled. In the animated series, the fruit mixer transformed fruits into sprite cubes with selectable flavors. Why then did his yield only have the oligae flavor? Undeterred, Lin Zhe attempted once more, varying the blending speeds. Yet, the results remained unsatisfactory. The two sprites beside him seemed dazed, their eyes vacant as they stared at the ceiling. Lin Zhe forced a smile, feeling sorry for them. After the second attempt concluded, he sampled a bite himself. TSK, 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 what a flavor. Would this child embark on any nefarious deeds? Holding his phone displaying the emergency number 110, Lin Zhe's mother was ready to call for help at the slightest hint of trouble. Upon discerning Lin Ma's intentions, Lin Zhe could only smile wryly. Truly, a mother knows best. He took the time to elucidate the concept of crafting a magical block, recognizing that without a thorough explanation, he might find himself unwittingly enveloped in a life of unearned comfort. The notification light on his phone still blinked insistently. This foolish child, he thought, what did I expect? After hearing Lin Zhe's detailed account, Lin Ma sighed with relief. No one wishes to see their child stray onto a misguided path, yet should such a calamity occur, she would have no choice but to uphold righteousness, even at the cost of familial bonds. Your father, come in. Lin Ma called out to the security door. It was then that Lin Ba entered, phone in hand. I told you not to make a fuss. You've been watching too many dramas. Don't you know what our own child is like? Though Lin Ba spoke with bravado, the slight tremor in his hands betrayed the turmoil within. He ushered his parents into the room, showcasing his achievements. As anticipated, Lin Ma's expression was one of sheer disdain. What is this? Even a dog wouldn't eat it. Yet, despite her initial repulsion, upon hearing Lin Zhe's rationale, she urged Lin Ba to sit down and delve into the matter with care. It is no mystery why Lin Zhe excelled. Throughout his upbringing, regardless of their demanding jobs, his parents consistently accompanied him in his studies and reflections, never forcing him into pursuits he did not enjoy. Both parents, possessing advanced degrees, understood well the art of nurturing their child's growth. Gazing at the mixer before her, Lin Ma pondered momentarily before summoning the suction cup magic doll to assist. The doll swayed as it stood and followed behind obediently. Just set it down gently. Be careful not to break it, Lin Ma instructed the doll, which delicately employed its telekinetic abilities to place the instrument down. What is this? Lin Zhe inquired, puzzled by the presence of such an apparatus at home. This is a centrifuge I used during my graduate studies. Although it's compact, it should suffice. If your formulation is sound, then the mixer must be at fault. Though curious about Lin Zhe's unwavering confidence in his recipe, Lin Ma chose to trust that her child was not engaging in misdeeds. He was no longer a child, after all, and surely had his own thoughts. Plug it in. Power it on. Ah, it's working. I was worried it might be broken. As the indicator lights began to illuminate one by one, Lin Ma meticulously adjusted the time and speed settings, with Lin Ba assisting beside her. This series of actions left Lin Zhe utterly astounded. We have a centrifuge? How remarkable. Why was I unaware of this? He mused about the impressive past of his parents. All right, you may pour in the fruit. Once the settings were finalized, Lin Ma signaled Lin Zhe to commence. If I am not mistaken, your previous failures were likely due to the fruit pulp remaining unfiltered. This centrifuge will help you separate the pulp, flesh, and juice, allowing for a seamless production process. Lin Ma asserted confidently. The onlookers gathered around, captivated by the operation of the centrifuge. Lin Zhe was left in a daze, absorbing Lin Ma's insights. In a short while, the centrifuge began to gradually decelerate, ultimately coming to a halt. Once again, following the established method, the mixture was poured out and frozen. It was evident that the color had begun to lighten. Lin Zhe carefully scooped a small piece and tentatively tasted it. The six-tailed fox curiously extended its tongue to sample as well. The flavor was slightly tart, yet it was 1,000 times better than the energy concoction from before. How is it? Have you succeeded? Lin Ma and Lin Ba inquired with keen interest from the side. They were not foolish. They would not dare to taste anything before the final product was produced. Chapter 7. The Pokémon Sports Festival. The flavor was off, but the method was correct. It must be the centrifuge's speed that was amiss. Lin Zhe furrowed his brow, the sourness lingering longer than he expected. Upon hearing this, Lin Ma promptly adjusted the speed. The fruit gradually diminished, yet the cubes began to exhibit a more appealing hue, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. Here, give it a try. Lin Zhe skillfully sliced off 3 pieces and handed them to the 3 little Pokémon beside him. Piku, roused from slumber by the centrifuge's noise, began to bounce with anticipation under the explanation from the six-tailed fox. Pika, Bari, Bari, Piku, Piku. Observing the excited expressions of the 3 Pokémon, Lin Zhe realized that he had finally succeeded. Exhausted and unable to continue, he meticulously cut the prepared Pokémon cubes into smaller pieces to distribute among the 3. However, he stored away the majority, as the nutritional value of the cubes was too high to be consumed as snacks regularly. Otherwise, the six-tailed fox might become plump. After completing his tasks, Lin Zhe let out a long yawn. Six-tailed fox, I can't take it anymore. I'm too tired. I'm off to sleep. With that, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Piku, seeing this, was placed onto the six-tailed fox's bed by the suction cup Pokémon. For the bed was spacious enough. It then used its psychic powers to tidy up Lin Zhe's room, setting the centrifuge aside and closing the door behind it. 2 seconds later, The door creaked open again, and it retrieved 2 more Pokémon cubes before finally departing with satisfaction. Morning arrived, immersed among numerous divine beasts. Lin Zhe was enjoying his time when suddenly, a chill coursed down his neck. A familiar sensation. He shot up, noticing that the suction cup Pokémon's fingers still emanated a cold aura. The six-tailed fox, meanwhile, leaped onto the bed, radiating energy as it gazed at Lin Zhe. Huh. After yawning, Lin Zhe stretched in an exceedingly peculiar manner. Time to rise. The six-tailed fox sprang up, taking its designated seat, while Piku was already prepared for breakfast. Unlike usual, today's Pokémon food consisted of the freshly made cubes from the previous night. The 3 Pokémon savored their meal with great delight. Lin Ma watched in amazement, noting how quickly they had revived. There was no trace of the fatigue from the previous night. 1 cube for refreshment, 2 for endless energy, and 3 for immortality. Oh yeah, Mom, give me a box. I want to take the six-tailed fox's Pokémon cubes with me. Lin Zhe shouted as he put on his shoes. I've already packed it for you. Take plenty. Don't let the six-tailed fox go hungry. Lin Ma replied affectionately. However, before she could finish, Lin Zhe grabbed the box and headed out with the six-tailed fox. Upon entering the campus, he noticed that the usually empty playground was bustling with people beginning their exercises. Although the training was somewhat peculiar, a boy adorned with a scarf stood beside a sandy arena, shouting enthusiastically at the screwy whack-a-mole, determined to break the record this time. Meanwhile, Katy Dog and Black Lugo were racing fervently along the track, with their trainer poised at the finish line, timer in hand. In the expansive swimming pool, Squirtle, Seal, and Tadbulb were competing in a swimming contest, closely followed by a seahorse. Witnessing this series of events left Lin just slightly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Although the school's grounds had expanded significantly, allowing various Pokémon to train outdoors, such training seemed rather unconventional. With these questions swirling in his mind, he walked into the classroom and settled into a seat by the window in the back. His classmate, Wu Jie, had already arrived and was engaged in a game of jump rope with his Chimchar. Whenever Chimchar lost, it would promptly incinerate the rope with its tail, only for Wu Jie to produce another, as they both reveled in this playful rivalry. Ah, training new techniques. You truly have become oblivious. Isn't this a tradition from Experiment 1? Each time a new student received their first starter Pokémon, the school would host a Pokémon sports festival. This served to enhance the bond between trainers and their Pokémon, facilitating future evolutions, while also promoting the institution. Few high schools could afford to host such events. Ours was fortunate enough to cover all expenses during the festival. Is it any wonder that so many aspire to contribute financially to our school? Wu Jie explained, ceasing his jump rope antics as the last remnants were consumed by Chimchar's flames. However, Chimchar seemed to thoroughly enjoy the game, and Wu Jie pondered whether he should bring a few extra ropes tomorrow. This approach was indeed intriguing. What events were included in the sports festival? Lin Zhe, hearing of the Pokémon Sports Festival for the first time, felt a twinge of curiosity. The event was set to occur in a week, and today Mr. Zhang was expected to distribute the registration forms. How many events do you intend to sign up for? If all goes according to plan, you'll also be delivering a speech for the new students. Wu Jie stated earnestly. A speech? Forget it. I lack the capability for such a task. Lin Zhe was perplexed as to how his predecessor had managed to achieve such prominence. Yet he believed it prudent to remain low-key in his new identity to avoid any unforeseen complications. Just wait and see, Wu Jie declared confidently. Lin Zhe was about to inquire further when he caught sight of teacher Zhong entering the room, prompting him to suppress his curiosity. I trust you're all aware that the sports festival is next week. Each participant must register for at least one event, with a maximum of 3, Mr. Zhong announced. Wang Zihao, please distribute the registration forms. He handed a stack of papers to the class monitor before continuing his address. And Lin Zhe will be responsible for the new student speech, so think carefully about your script and refrain from any shenanigans. Lin Zhe shot a questioning glance at Wu Jie, who simply shrugged in resignation. All right, please take out your textbooks. From now on, we will have theory classes in the morning and practical classes in the afternoon. Mr. Zhong rapped the blackboard to commence the lesson. Lin Zhe gazed at the list of events on the registration form, lost in contemplation. 10 laps in the swimming pool, 20 laps in long-distance running, weightlifting. The former made sense, but what on earth was digging holes? Note. Depth? What did that even mean? Who can dig deeper and faster? There's also this. Filling a bucket with water through the holes to see who can fill it first. Note. Only Pokémon capable of producing water may participate. Later, we will use flamethrowers to boil the water. Who can achieve the highest temperature and boil it the fastest? And there are also cutting vegetables. Is this about cooking? Have I enrolled in a fake school? Lin Zhe found himself in utter confusion. Just then, Vulpix tugged at Lin Zhe, expressing a desire to participate, leaving several marks for the various activities. Catching balloons, boiling water. Vulpix conveyed its confidence. During the break, everyone eagerly submitted their registration forms. What did the little Chimchar sign up for? Lin Zhe wondered. Climbing. It seemed to delight in scaling heights. Wu Jie was full of confidence in little Chimchar, after all. It had climbed onto him. Lin Zhe, Don't forget to prepare your speech, the homeroom teacher reminded Lin Zhe before leaving. After all, you are quite the celebrity in this school. Lin Zhe awkwardly smiled, indicating that he understood. Chapter 8. Vulpix guards my sleep. Due to last night's late-night study, Lin Zhe felt rather drowsy, yawning repeatedly, and finally succumbed to the temptation, resting his head on the desk for a brief slumber. Lin Zhe, Lin Zhe. In his dreams, Lin Zhe seemed to hear someone calling his name, followed by a whoosh of air above him. And then he was jolted awake by Wu Jia pulling at him. He groggily lifted his head, surveying the room, only to find everyone around him wearing perplexed expressions, while the teacher at the podium looked utterly exasperated. Lin Zhe glanced down at Vulpix, who bore an innocent expression, with a hint of white dust on its tail. And a broken piece of chalk lay on the desk. Ah, what a home run, he exclaimed. What abilities does Squirtle have? Water-spitting turtle? The words slipped from his mouth. And immediately, Lin Zhe regretted it. As expected, the teacher's expression darkened ominously. Say no more, just stand at the back. The teacher gestured dismissively. In this teacher's eyes, both good and bad students were treated equally, so Lin Zhe had no privileges here. He obediently walked to the back, while Vulpix took his place at the desk to listen to the class. The morning passed swiftly. During the lunch break, to ensure Vulpix had ample energy for the afternoon battles, Lin Zhe treated it to several extra pieces of Pokémon food. Vulpix gestured for Lin Zhe to join, and he tossed a piece into his mouth. While it may lack nutrition, the flavor was delightful. Hello everyone, I am your battle class teacher for this semester. My name is Mu Xiaoxiao. A woman with a ponytail, dressed in sports attire, stood before the class. My class has no strict requirements. Just complete the tasks. Upon hearing this, the students who had been standing rigidly instantly relaxed. Ignoring the students below, Mu Xiaoxiao continued. You will be taught how to nurture Pokémon and build bonds in your theoretical classes, so I want to elaborate on that here. What I will teach you is how to train Pokémon and engage in battles, as well as what to do when encountering danger in the wild. In this world, a myriad of elves inhabits the wilderness and hidden realms, among which are numerous groups and individuals of considerable danger. For instance, the fiery sparrow and the great needlebee belong to those relentless creatures that pursue their objectives without hesitation. As a novice trainer, one must always remember that training elves also entails training oneself. Do not presume that having an elf means one can neglect their physical condition. In the wild, any situation may arise. Without a robust physique, one cannot outrun an elf in times of peril. How then can one expect to venture out and capture elves? A chorus of lamentations arose among the students. Silence. Who can tell me what a novice trainer must first master? Mu Xiaoxiao inquired. The room fell into silence. With no attendance sheet in hand, Mu Xiaoxiao reluctantly called upon a well-known figure from the first school. Following several incidents of trainers competing for elves, Lin Zhe had become a household name, known far and wide from the school's upper echelons to shopkeepers. Even students from other schools had heard whispers of Lin Zhe. As the rumors escalated, some even claimed that Lin Zhe was the reincarnation of a divine beast. Truly, fame can be as burdensome as it is coveted. The novels and anime Lin Zhe had perused in his past life had clearly imparted the lesson that if one could not hit an elf with a Pokeball, it would be far better to take the field personally. One elf, adorned in white feathers with a crest resembling a comb, gazed resolutely forward with its blue eyes. Another elf bore the appearance of a juvenile panda, characterized by its black eye patches and plump body, though its head was crowned with white fur. The fiery chicken and the mischievous panda. Such a magnificent fiery chicken. The mischievous panda is utterly adorable. I long to capture one. Upon the entrance of these two elves, whispers of excitement rippled through the students. Be quiet, everyone. Direct your attention towards me. Observe how I throw the Pokeball. Mu Xiaoxiao clapped her hands to draw their focus. If you cannot master the throw today, do not expect to engage in battles later. As her words resonated, the students finally diverted their gazes from the fiery chicken. The two elves remained impassive. However, with Lin Zhe's keen observation, he detected a hint of exasperation in the fiery chicken's eyes, as if it were on the verge of raising its wings in a gesture of surrender and saying, Dear children, allow your elder brother to join you in this game of ball. Upon closer inspection of the fiery chicken's plumage, luster, and vitality, it was evident that this was a well-bred creature. This instructor appears to be quite exceptional. Lin Zhe tossed the Pokeball he held towards the waiting Vulpix. However, the result was less than expected. Mew, mew. Vulpix looked quizzically at its trainer, as if to say, are we merely playing with food? My apologies, Vulpix. Lin Zhe approached and squatted down to explain. Today, I'll be treating you to a special meal. Please bear with me for a little while. Vulpix nodded and pressed its paw against Lin Zhe, indicating its understanding. With Vulpix's consent, Lin Zhe resumed his training. Yet, not everyone experienced such smooth sailing. The occasional shrieks emanating from nearby drew Lin Zhe's attention. Each time a student entered the fray, they would be met with a jolting electric shock from Pikachu, though thankfully, Pikachu was mindful enough to ensure the shocks were merely mildly numbing. Ah, how reminiscent this scene seemed. Finally, with the ringing of the dismissal bell, everyone collapsed in exhaustion. I'm utterly drained. Truly a little brother, Zhang Chang said proudly, rubbing his right arm. Hee, practicing your Kirin arm every night. It would be strange if you felt tired. Lin Zhe, somewhat fatigued as a high school student who had yet to specifically develop his right arm, sought refuge in the shade of a tree, leaning against it and closing his eyes to rest. Nearby, a Vulpix observed Lin Zhe's demeanor and hopped onto his shoulder, its fluffy paws gently stroking his face. Vulpix, wait for me to rest a moment before we play, Lin Zhe said wearily. Upon seeing this, Vulpix scampered away. Chapter 9. The title devoured by Pokémon. Lin Zhe continued to rest with his eyes closed. While dozing, he was suddenly greeted by the scent of fresh grass. He opened his eyes to find a soft blue mist enveloping him. Gradually, his fatigue began to dissipate, and his strength was restored. It was then that Lin Zhe realized the Chikorita, which he had been playing with Vulpix earlier, was releasing its soothing fragrance. Observing Lin Zhe's revival, Chikorita turned to leave. In a hurry, Vulpix jumped down to block Chikorita's path. The latter appeared puzzled as Vulpix quickly retrieved 2 Pock blocks from Lin Zhe's pocket and offered them to Chikorita. The two little creatures exchanged some unspoken understanding, and Chikorita bounced away towards a distant girl wearing a hat. The girl crouched down to embrace Chikorita, and upon noticing the Pock blocks it had received, she gave Lin Zhe a slight nod before turning to depart. Thank you, Vulpix. Lin Zhe affectionately ruffled Vulpix's head. Vulpix comfortably sprawled in Lin Zhe's embrace. However, that Chikorita's fragrant healing was quite remarkable, showing immediate and potent effects. Lin Zhe gazed in the direction the girl had taken, lost in thought. Indeed, in any world, one can never lack for genius. He observed the teacher directing pairs for battle, and by the end, only Lin Zhe remained. Blinking at the teacher, he found himself dismissed. All right, no need to look anymore, you'll battle me. Mu Xiaoxiao waved her hand. Without waiting for Lin Zhe's retort, she led a group towards the battle arena, with 2 Pokémon trailing behind like bodyguards, their demeanor suggesting an imminent confrontation. The battle arena was expansive, featuring an array of fixed spectator stands alongside various battle terrains designed to prepare students for unforeseen events during competitions. Mu Xiaoxiao brought everyone to the space between 2 battlefields. The battlefield we are currently in is standard for formal competitions. The other special terrains will not be included in the college entrance examination. However, interested students are welcome to explore. Although the Pokémon battle areas are clearly demarcated, this does not imply that boundary breaches are impossible. They can occur unconsciously. Nonetheless, if malicious boundary breaches are discovered, disqualification from the match will ensue. Mu Xiaoxiao continued to explain the rules, emphasizing essential knowledge for aspiring trainers. Lastly, I hope everyone remembers this. Mu Xiaoxiao's expression grew increasingly grave. The students fell silent, and Lin Zhe wore a solemn countenance. It remained uncertain whether this world harbored what could be termed as super newcomers. Based on the elven moves Lin Zhe had witnessed in his past life, some were capable of cataclysmic destruction, altering landscapes, while others, albeit less formidable, could leave a hole in a building. Indeed, some moves could utterly obliterate their targets. Perhaps some had noted that I specifically mentioned formal competitions. Indeed, in the wild, none of these rules applied. Thus it was imperative to refrain from venturing into the unknown wilderness without sufficient strength. Observing the students holding their breath in anticipation, Mu Xiaoxiao allowed herself a satisfied smile. She too had once been frightened in a similar manner. Nonetheless, this was not without merit. Instilling a sense of caution in them was beneficial. In the wild, one's safety must always take precedence. Very well, let us proceed with the battle practice according to the groups assigned earlier. You shall accompany me to another arena. Mu Xiaoxiao beckoned Lin Zhe and began to walk aside. The surrounding classmates cast sympathetic glances in Lin Zhe's direction. The fiery chicken and mischievous panda remained behind, tasked with safeguarding the students against any unforeseen incidents during the battles. Your initial Pokémon must be that Vulpix, correct? It was no surprise that Mu Xiaoxiao inquired. For children from affluent families often grew up alongside Pokémon, so by the time they reached the age to receive their initial Pokémon, they likely already possessed one or two. Indeed, Teacher Mu, Vulpix is my initial Pokémon, Lin Zhe replied, stepping into the opposing battle zone, where Vulpix was poised and ready, its brown eyes gleaming with anticipation. While nurtured, it clearly adores you, Mu Xiaoxiao remarked in admiration. Although she had only recently become a teacher, she was a distinguished graduate of Magic Capital University, having grown up alongside numerous Pokémon. Her insights and experience were undoubtedly beyond the reach of the average individual. That's correct. She is indeed the child of a wealthy family. Go, Pachima. With a flash of crimson light, a diminutive deep blue penguin materialized in the arena. Pachima. Upon being summoned, Pachima looked around curiously, then hurriedly trotted towards its trainer. Pachima. Pachima. It embraced Mu Xiaoxiao's slender leg affectionately. This little one has only just emerged 2 weeks ago. It hardly constitutes an advantage for you. All right, Pachima. It's time to battle, just as we practiced. Mu Xiaoxiao gently encouraged Pachima. Upon hearing Mu Xiaoxiao's words, Pachima clenched its fists and struck a spirited pose, then boldly advanced into the arena. Pachima, 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 let out a cry. Vulpix, use your leer. Both trainers issued their commands nearly simultaneously, opting to disrupt each other's moves. Perhaps due to Pachima's recent birth, Vulpix's leer proved highly effective, causing Pachima to take a few steps back, visibly intimidated. Vulpix, use Shadow Clone to close in on it swiftly. Lin Zhe commanded with urgency. Mu Xiaoxiao cast a surprised glance at Vulpix, but quickly regained her composure. Pachima, fill the area with bubbles. Countless bubbles erupted from Pachima's mouth, gradually dispersing throughout the vicinity. As Lin Zhe observed the bubbles swirling around Bogomon, he felt a twinge of headache. If he engaged, the bubbles would slow him down, and perhaps the next attack would be fierce. Lin Zhe would not underestimate Bogomon simply because it was newly hatched. Conversely, if he refrained, it would only drain the stamina of his Vulpix, and the bubbles would persist. Initially intending to reserve the flamethrower for a critical moment, he found no alternative. Vulpix, use flamethrower. Lin Zhe commanded decisively. With remarkable swiftness, Vulpix opened its mouth, exhaling a wave of heat, followed by a torrent of searing flames directed at Bogomon. Bogomon dodged. Mu Xiaoxiao was taken aback by the power of Vulpix's flamethrower. Was this really a move that a Pokémon could master just 2 days after being acquired? It was a combination of Shadow Clone and flamethrower. Although Mu Xiaoxiao promptly issued her command, Bogomon ultimately fell short. In its attempt to evade, its tail was singed by the flames. Quickly halting, it aimed a bubble at its own rear. Bogomon, ah, that feels nice. Wow, Bogomon is so adorable, exclaimed a nearby female classmate, her eyes transforming into hearts. Seemingly hearing the praise, Bogomon ceased its tail blowing, puffed out its chest, and struck a pose. Bogomon, proud penguin. It appeared to have completely forgotten that it was currently engaged in battle. Lin Zhe refrained from issuing further commands, as Vulpix remained stationary, tilting its head in curiosity at the penguin. Let us call it a day for the battle. This little fellow seems disinterested, Lin Zhe remarked as he approached with Vulpix. It's not that it dislikes battling, it's easily distracted by external stimuli, Mu Xiaoxiao replied resignedly. When training at home, it's manageable, as the dedicated training room is seldom crowded. However, once we're in a populated area and it senses attention, it immediately begins to show off. Isn't that rather charming? Lin Zhe said casually, only to be met with a firm nudge from his Vulpix, prompting him to retract his statement. Of course, my Vulpix is the most adorable. Vulpix turned its head away, embodying an air of pride. However, Mu Laosher, different Pokémon certainly possess varied dispositions. Some relish battles, while others prefer to avoid them. Just as trainers can select different professions, Pokémon can also choose their own paths, Lin Zhe said, gently ruffling Vulpix's head. For him, the thrill of Pokémon battles held little allure, compared to his original self, who excelled in combat and knowledge. The Lin Zhe who traversed into this world could only showcase a bit of advanced Pokémon knowledge. As for battling, he found it rather lacking. It was better to let Vulpix handle it on its own. Thus, instead of focusing on battles, he preferred to explore the world alongside Vulpix, seeking out legendary Pokémon in uninhabited places and witnessing unseen landscapes. Becoming stronger was merely a process for him, not an ultimate goal. He aspired that years down the line, his footprints would grace various corners of the world, leaving traces of his existence in the memories of many legendary Pokémon. This must be the reason he came to this world. Chapter 10. Am I the training subject? Mu Xiaoxiao cast a profound glance at Lin Zhe. Although spirits had existed for many years, not everyone truly regarded them as partners. Many individuals remained indifferent to the thoughts and feelings of their spirits. Thus, Lin Zhe's sentiments earned him a measure of respect in Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes. It is indeed rare for a student, fresh from receiving a novice spirit, to possess such awareness. Mu Xiaoxiao had encountered numerous individuals who discarded their spirits due to low qualifications or inadequate learning abilities. Just as humans may be wise or foolish, so too are spirits. While there are extraordinary spirits like Vulpix, there are also those of lesser potential. However, in this realm, there exists a bond between spirits and trainers, transcending mere emotion. Throughout the years of competitions, there have been instances of ordinary spirits achieving remarkable victories. Thus, for Mu Xiaoxiao, achievements and qualifications take a back seat. A genuine passion for spirits is an essential quality for any competent trainer. Chikorita had grown alongside Mu Xiaoxiao, enduring battles of all magnitudes, experiencing disagreements and joyous victories, as well as the bitterness of defeat. Ultimately, Chikorita evolved into Blaziken, becoming her most formidable companion. Sensing something, Blaziken turned to gaze at Mu Xiaoxiao while supervising the students' battles. She lifted her head, and their eyes met in a silent exchange. Teacher Mu, Lin Zhe began. But before he could continue, a voice called out from the entrance of the battle hall. Lin Zhe, let us battle. Is that your friend? Mu Xiaoxiao inquired. Should be. I suppose, Lin Zhe replied, somewhat uncertain, as he only knew that the second-year students were challenging the first years. Mu Xiaoxiao greeted the newcomer and allowed him entry. Hello, teacher. I'm here to challenge Lin Zhe, Liang Yu said politely. You skipped class? Lin Zhe asked, puzzled, as it appeared they were not in a battle lesson. Indeed. The teacher approved, Liang Yu exclaimed excitedly. Wait a minute, you skipped class? And your teacher agreed? Lin Zhe expressed his disbelief. He, being the top student of his grade, had faced punishment for standing in the corner, while the second years could skip class entirely. Does that mean I can too? Lin Zhe tentatively suggested. Next time, Mu Xiaoxiao interjected. Vulpix just finished a match. Who did you battle? Liang Yu inquired, curious if any newcomers could truly challenge Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe pointed to Mu Xiaoxiao, who was observing the students' battles. Though Vulpix was indeed among the strongest of initial spirits, it had yet to undergo specialized physical training. Continuous battles might prove overwhelming. However, the primary reason was that Lin Zhe simply did not want to fight. He had later learned about Liang Yu's background. He was a battle enthusiast. This fellow had climbed to his current rank purely through relentless combat. Yet, when it came to challenging Lin Zhe, problems arose. It was a case of repeated failures. Yet each defeat only fueled his determination to try again. After all, in the eyes of their peers, Liang Yu was merely someone who had taken on a few more challenges. Students in higher grades have often been challenged, and some teachers have even held Liang Yu up as a paragon. They frequently express sentiments such as, if only you possessed half of Liang Yu's initiative, I wouldn't need to worry about your academic performance. Such remarks are countless. Consequently, Liang Yu finds himself with few friends among his peers. After all, they are adolescents, who would enjoy being constantly compared, even if the comparisons are warranted. However, Liang Yu himself remains unconcerned, perhaps focusing solely on Pokémon battles and his studies. Thus, despite enduring the disdain of the majority daily, he manages to lead a contented life. Lin Zhe succinctly summarized him as a person of pure intent, devoid of malevolence, making him a suitable companion, though the frequent battles can be quite taxing. Nonetheless, Liang Yu's repeated challenges have proven beneficial to Lin Zhe as well. The reality is that trainers and Pokémon must battle in unison. Both trainers must not only command their Pokémon to attack and evade, but also continually anticipate their opponent's directives. Meanwhile, the Pokémon must respond to their trainer's commands with utmost swiftness. This relies heavily on the bond between the trainer and Pokémon. A Pokémon that trusts its trainer sufficiently will execute even the most bewildering commands without hesitation. The previous victory of the Vulpix was solely due to its own strength and had nothing to do with Lin Zhe. It is not that Lin Zhe lacks battling skills. Rather, a part of his mindset remains anchored in past beliefs. With this thought, Lin Zhe felt invigorated. The journey of a trainer has only just begun, and a long road lies ahead. Gently leading Vulpix to a secluded spot, he meticulously massaged its fatigued muscles. Although he had traversed into this world, he seemed to possess an innate proficiency, as if he had practiced countless times before. Watching Vulpix comfortably nestled in his arms, Lin Zhe nearly succumbed to the impulse to bury his face in its fluffy fur. Restraint. He struggled to maintain control, ultimately failing. Lin Zhe could not help but embrace Vulpix, rubbing his cheek against its soft body. Mew. Vulpix happily placed its reddish-brown paw on Lin Zhe's shoulder, relishing the moment. Suddenly, the school bell rang, prompting Lin Zhe to take a deep breath before reluctantly cradling Vulpix and turning towards the door. Mu Xiaoxiao had devised a basic training regimen based on the various Pokémon. Running? Why must trainers run along too? Wu Jia's complaints echoed from behind, while the nearby Chimchar waved its fist in agreement. According to Teacher Mu, in future encounters with danger in the wild, one cannot rely solely on their Pokémon. Enhancing one's physical fitness increases the chances of survival. Then why aren't they running? Wu Jia pointed to a cluster of students lounging in a corner of the playground, visibly annoyed. Rest assured, they'll likely have it worse, Lin Zhe replied with a chuckle. As he focused on the finish line ahead, he sprinted forward, then gradually slowed his pace. He was aware that one should not rest immediately after vigorous exercise. This basic knowledge was not lost on him. Sauntering leisurely to the podium, he picked up a glass of water and took a small sip. Lu Tai, you mustn't drink too much, he cautioned. With a gulp, Lu Tai nodded fervently, then lowered her head. Sipping delicately. What did you just say? Wu Jia gasped as he arrived breathlessly beside Lin Zhe. He had missed the word spoken when Lin Zhe had suddenly accelerated. You can tell just by looking, Lin Zhe replied, tilting his chin slightly. No sooner had the words left his lips than a shrill, agonizing scream pierced the air. Chapter 11. If you're afraid of heights, don't choose Pidgeot. The sound was excruciatingly dreadful. Startled, Wu Jie shivered, spilling water from his bottle onto the small flame monkey perched on his shoulder. The flame monkey, disgruntled, shook off the droplets and climbed onto Wu Jie's shoulder. Wu Jie turned towards the source of the scream, spotting a girl standing within a circular ring, while a nearby Blaziken assisted in its rotation. What on earth is that? Wu Jie exclaimed, taken aback. A three-dimensional rolling ring, Lin Zhe replied nonchalantly after taking a sip of water. No need to worry, we will practice with it later. Earlier, during a chat with Mu Xiaoxiao, Lin Zhe had inquired about the purpose of such equipment, one of which was the three-dimensional rolling ring. It was designed to prevent trainers with acrophobia from encountering difficulties when capturing flying Pokémon. Several years ago, a remarkable trainer had emerged, one who was unaware of his fear of heights. In a moment of urgency, he needed to use a Pidgeot for swift travel. He climbed onto the back of the Pidgeot, But before they could reach their destination, the Pidgeot landed abruptly. The reason? The trainer had fainted mid-air, plummeting to the ground. Fortunately, the Pidgeot was adept and swiftly accelerated to catch him, subsequently finding the nearest city to land safely, thus averting a potential disaster. Following Lin Zhe's explanation, Wu Jie found himself at a loss for words. If one were to argue that this was useless, there were real cases to consider. Conversely, if one argued it was useful, how could one determine their own fear of heights? Sighing, he lamented the tumultuous path of a Pokémon trainer. Perhaps it would be easier to be a Pokémon. No way, I am a serious person. Observing Wu Jie's mischievous expression, Lin Zhe realized it was not a serious matter. What are you thinking? I heard from Wang Zhihao about a place where, if you have a discerning eye, you can find great treasures. I am a serious person. Would I take you to an unsavory place? Seeing Lin Zhe's misunderstanding, Wu Jie hurriedly clarified, his earnest demeanor lending a semblance of credibility to his words. After hearing Wu Jie's explanation, Lin Zhe suddenly understood. Isn't that Panjiayuan? Do you really dare to go to such a place? Lin Zhe was slightly puzzled. Were students nowadays so affluent? Of course, just to look, not to buy. Shall we go? Just to look? Just to look. Lead the way. All right. Please make yourself comfortable. The two quickly packed their bags and rushed out of the school gates. Given the peak hour, they needed to hurry and catch a ride before being jostled about in the crowd. After a leisurely 10-minute stroll, they finally reached their destination. Was that all? There was no one in sight. Don't worry, Wu Jie reassured Lin Zhe as they navigated through several alleys. At last, the surroundings opened up, and the foot traffic began to swell, accompanied by the faint sounds of vendors calling out their wares. Arriving at the bustling scene, Lin Zhe peered inside. Witnessing a vibrant array of people coming and going, stalls set up on the ground, and shopkeepers vocally promoting their goods. The atmosphere was lively. Lin Zhe was taken aback by the sheer volume of the crowd. Who could have imagined such a place hidden deep within the alleys? Isn't anyone overseeing this? Lin Zhe pondered, meandering through the stalls and observing the items on display, which clearly did not meet the standards of a legitimate marketplace. Setting aside the prices, the dirt covering these items suggested they were sourced from less than reputable origins. Make way, make way. A hurried voice called from behind. Lin Zhe and his companion stepped aside to allow passage. A slightly stooped man clad in black squeezed past, exuding an unpleasant odor that caused passers-by to cover their noses. Unbothered by the risk of colliding with others, the man pressed forward until he finally found a small clearing to stop, placing the items he carried onto the ground. How is it managed? No one oversees it anymore. There used to be some regulation, but after several attempts to enforce it proved futile. They simply moved elsewhere to set up their stalls. Eventually, an unspoken agreement seemed to form between the locals and the authorities, allowing them to trade here as long as they kept to themselves. Wu Jie remarked nonchalantly while surveying the surrounding goods. By the way, keep an eye on your finances. Here, as long as there's no conflict, everything else depends on one's wits. Just looking, not buying. Lin Zhe replied, his curiosity piqued, especially by the array of goods on offer. Unhatched Pokémon eggs, assorted Pokémon items, dirt-covered evolution stones, and even freshly picked berries were laid out in abundance. The two were thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. Suddenly, Lin Zhe's gaze sharpened, fixating on one particular stall. After checking the money in his pocket and contemplating for a moment, he tugged Wu Jie along. Excuse me, how much for this stone? Lin Zhe casually inquired while lifting a smooth stone, his eyes fixated on a gem nearby. It was a stone radiating hues of yellow, blue, green, and pink, adorned with leaf-like patterns at its center. A keystone. Lin Zhe's heart raced with excitement, though his expression remained calm. Fortunately, as dusk began to fall and the light dimmed, no one noticed Lin Zhe's fervent gaze. Weren't we supposed to just look? Wu Jie whispered, tugging at Lin Zhe's sleeve. What's the fun in just looking without buying something? Lin Zhe countered, winking at Wu Jie when the stall owner wasn't watching. Wu Jie paused, quickly catching on and replied, just don't buy too much. We're here to get a birthday gift for your sister, not to return with a bunch of random items. Lin Zhe chuckled inwardly, giving Wu Jie a mental thumbs up for his acting prowess. Surely, he was a contender for the next Academy Award. 500, no bargaining. The stall owner glanced up, noticing the two students, and his interest waned instantly. Boss, I wish to purchase a gift for my sister. The little girl has had a fondness for sparkling stones since childhood. Please keep it affordable, Lin Zhe earnestly expressed. The vendor lifted his gaze, discerning that Lin Zhe was not merely inquiring idly. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, the rules of the black market dictate no bargaining. As you are aware. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe felt a tightening in his chest, but before he could respond, the vendor continued, however, since I haven't made any sales today, how about this? If you buy two, I will gift you one. A somewhat hoarse voice emanated from across the table. Lin Zhe exclaimed in delight, that's brilliant. Indeed, those who conduct business in such a realm are far from foolish. Very well. Observing the small child producing money, the vendor confirmed he was not being trifled with and promptly agreed to Lin Zhe's proposition. Come, take your time to choose wisely. Lin Zhe beckoned to Wu Jie to crouch down, casually rummaging through the stones on display, though his eyes frequently darted towards the keystone's location. Noticing the two had begun their selection, the vendor let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 12, A Profitable Venture. More than half of the stones on the stall had been randomly picked up from various locations, cleaned, and polished. The remaining stones were naturally formed, collected while traversing the forest to capture fairies. Initially, the vendor thought the two students were merely amusing themselves, never expecting someone would actually purchase such seemingly useless stones. Boss, I've made my selection. These two will do. They are the most appealing, Lin Zhe stated, wrapping the stones in velvet, his tone tinged with mild disdain. Boss, if you come across any more beautiful stones in the future, do remember to set them aside for me. Lin Zhe handed over the money, and the two stones seamlessly found their way into his pocket. Acquiring the keystone for 500 yuan was a tremendous bargain. All right, no problem. The vendor, taking the money, exhibited a noticeably more genial demeanor, promising to reserve any attractive stones for Lin Zhe. Selling two seemingly worthless stones for 500 yuan was indeed a remarkable profit. Well then, we shall take our leave, boss. My sister will be utterly delighted. With that, he waved goodbye to the vendor and tugged Wu Jie, who was gazing about. As they departed, after circling the black market a couple more times and finding no similar stones, they finally left. No, there is only this one stone. Lin Zhe retrieved the keystone, his expression brimming with excitement, contrasting starkly with his earlier nonchalance. Wu Jie, do you believe what I say? Of course I do, otherwise, why would I have refrained from stopping you from making a purchase? Then do you believe that Charizard can evolve once more? Lin Zhe said with solemnity. I do not. Wu Jie replied bluntly, feeling a bit unnerved under Lin Zhe's serious demeanor, which caused him to abandon his playful facade. Is that true? Wu Jie swallowed hard. As for whether it can evolve, I cannot say for certain at this moment, but the keystone is pivotal. Relying solely on the keystone will not suffice for evolution. The exclusive Mega Evolution Stones for Pokémon, the keystone, and most crucially, the power of emotional bonds. While the first two can be collected with effort, it is the last that ultimately determines the possibility of evolution. You would divulge something so significant to me? Wu Jie inquired, his expression a tapestry of complexity. According to Lin Zhe, should the phenomenon of evolution be researched and understood, it would indeed be a monumental achievement that would echo throughout history. The simplicity with which he expressed this notion stirred a deep emotional response within Wu Jie. However, the journey of evolution remains a distant endeavor. He procured a box and cushioned it with velvet, placing the keystone within. He intended to find someone to craft a bracelet to embed it in on another day. The day's training had drained both Lin Zhe and Lu Wei of their energy. After feeding Lu Wei some energy cubes, Lin Zhe collapsed onto his bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. Lu Wei, too, found a comfortable spot, wrapping its six tails around itself, drifting into a profound sleep. Morning came again, heralded by the familiar chill that roused him. He hurriedly had breakfast, and, with Lu Wei in tow, made his way to school. The morning passed in a haze of drowsiness as he attended theoretical classes, while the afternoon was filled with spirited battles and training. By nightfall, he would drag his weary body to bed, only to repeat the cycle. Days turned into weeks, and the novice trainer, having just received his Pokémon, began to adapt to this new lifestyle, fostering a close bond with his Pokémon. In truth, the initial battles and training were merely a means of acclimatization between trainer and Pokémon. To find that one Pokémon among the multitude that resonates uniquely with oneself is indeed a stroke of fate. Often, the first Pokémon becomes the trainer's lifelong companion. Some trainers even have but a single Pokémon throughout their lives. If they cannot persevere together from the very beginning, it would be wiser to part ways from the start. Fortunately, such occurrences were absent in Lin Zhe's class, though a neighboring class had a return incident, allegedly due to a mismatch in personality with the chosen Pokémon. Such events were not uncommon in previous years, thus failing to stir any significant commotion. Before long, the eve of the sports day arrived. Teacher Zhong clapped his hands to signal for silence in the classroom. Tomorrow is the sports day. Those who need to prepare their gear should do so, and those here for leisure should enjoy themselves. Do not cause any trouble. He added emphatically, finally. Let your cheers drown out those from other classes. Come on. Teacher Zhong's fervor was palpable, leaving the students in a state of astonishment. Lin Zhe, however, was caught off guard when Teacher Zhong inquired, Lin Zhe, have you prepared your speech? A wave of anxious realization washed over him as he became aware that he had neglected this task amidst the rigors of training. The teacher's expression darkened, and the weight of the class's scrutiny bore down on him. Slowly rising, Lin Zhe replied with a serious demeanor, Teacher, I intended to speak off the cuff. I trust one can adapt as the moment requires. A murmur of disapproval rippled through the classroom, and even Lu Wei regarded him with disdain. I would like to toss you aside. Teacher Zhong, infuriated, hurled a box of chalk across the room, sending it flying in a cloud of dust. Almost immediately, a flash of red light erupted as a wind chime Pokémon emerged from the teacher's Pokeball. Its eyes sparkled with intensity, and an unseen force enveloped the chalk. Telekinesis. The chalk suspended in midair, then neatly arranged itself back into the box, landing on the podium. Here's last year's version. I've made a few amendments. Hurry up and memorize it. I suspected you wouldn't take this seriously. Teacher Zhong playfully chided, urging Guo Ranyong to pass the speech to Lin Zhe. A cursory glance revealed little difference from past iterations. It was merely a lengthy, meandering discourse sprinkled with motivational phrases. Before he could finish, his interest waned. During the break, Wu Jie languidly reclined on his desk, while the small flame monkey fumbled with textbooks nearby. Indeed, every year it's the same long-winded drivel, he complained. The bespectacled boy ahead joined in, elongating his words in complaint. This remark seemed to unleash a torrent of chatter among the class, igniting a lively atmosphere. Hao Jianqing, sensing the commotion, swiftly ascended the podium. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice. Ahem. Esteemed leaders, cherished guests, beloved classmates, and delightful spirits, good morning. His own attempt at a low tone left him gasping for breath, eliciting peals of laughter from the entire class and drawing curious glances from passing students. Impressive, Jianqing. Your imitation is spot on. The joyous ambience spread like wildfire. Lin Zhe, make sure to read quickly tomorrow. I'm counting on securing first place. Hao Jianqing bellowed from the podium. Do you really think with those short legs of yours you could take first? I'd rather wash my hair upside down and bark like a dog, Lin Zhe retorted, still processing the situation. As Wu Jie eagerly took over the banter and boldly wagered. However, when you reach our area, I expect to hear your cheers. No problem, the class chorused, relishing the excitement. Chapter 13, a lavish lineup at the gate. Quiet down, quiet down. At some point, Lin Zhe had also appeared at the podium, gesturing for the class to settle down. Although Class 5 did not top the academic rankings, their unity was unmatched. Those who excelled did not look down upon their less fortunate peers, and the latter refrained from causing disruptions during lessons. In this camaraderie, Lin Zhe found nostalgia for his school days. Clearing his throat, he continued, since everyone is so spirited, allow me to stoke the flames. Tomorrow's speech will be a delightful surprise for the entire school. However, I cannot be responsible for other classes. If you deem my surprise worthy, then I expect you to cheer loudly tomorrow. He spoke mysteriously. Sure, no problem. The crowd eagerly agreed. Lin Zhe, what is the surprise? Do tell. If I reveal it beforehand, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. Lin Zhe feigned seriousness. If it falls short, I'll wash my hair upside down and bark like a dog. How about that? Huh. The more he said, the more curious they became, with the small flame monkey fidgeting in anticipation. Thus, amidst their eager expectations, the sports meet approached. Mom and Dad, I'm off, he called. A pie clutched in his mouth as he dashed out, with Lu Wei trailing closely behind. Today, there were no classes, and there was no need for a backpack. As they neared the campus, the throngs of people and Pokémon increased. On the day of the sports event, the school authorities made a special effort to open all 3 entrances, allowing every Pokémon to roam freely, including the Colossal Onyx. Observing the vibrant atmosphere around him, Lin Zhe felt a surge of excitement surpassing even his initial arrival. The diverse appearances and evolutionary paths of the Pokémon dazzled him, leaving him in a state of wonder. A rumble echoed through the ground as a massive Onyx crawled slowly from behind, with a fellow student perched atop, holding a megaphone from which the loud voice emanated. Gazing up at the great serpent as it passed, Lin Zhe felt no sense of intimidation despite its size. Instead, his mind was consumed with exhilaration, prompting an involuntary exclamation of awe. Suddenly, a shiny Gardevoir appeared beside him, swiftly teleporting a short distance ahead. Impressive indeed. Yet, Lin Zhe noted that the uniform he wore did not seem to belong to their school. Every year, students from other schools skip class to witness our sports meet. What can we say? Our school is simply remarkable, a classmate explained, pride beaming from his face, while his Charmeleon nodded in agreement. Engaging in conversation as they walked, they soon reached the school gate, only to be taken aback by the sight before them. Flanking the wide entrance stood 2 Dragonites, with passers-by occasionally exchanging friendly greetings with them. Scattered around were several police officers accompanied by their loyal hounds, while a few Pidgeys and a Pidgeot perched on the railing, their sharp gazes scanning every individual entering the premises. Nearby, a turned-off ambulance stood, with a nurse and a Chansey chatting amiably. The grandeur of this scene was overwhelming. Noting Lin Zhe's astonishment, a fellow student chuckled, recalling his own first experience at the sports meet, equally surprised. This security detail is more extravagant than that of an armored truck. Lin Zhe managed to stammer. Not at all exaggerated. This is Jingang City's experimental No. 1 high school. Every student here is exceptional, whether they gained entry through connections or by examination. They are the nation's treasures. Any mishap during the event would be unthinkable. Besides the visible guards, countless others maintain vigilance in the shadows, and this level of security is standard at every entrance. Yet, this school merits such protection, as it consistently produces an abundance of talent for the nation, boasting an exemplary educational standard. Listening to his companion's explanation, Lin Zhe was left speechless, realizing he had underestimated the institution. Entering the campus under the watchful eyes of numerous Pokémon, he beheld the school adorned with balloons and decorations. Even the central statue was festooned with clusters of balloons, as each class busily prepared their designated area. The school's vastness was evident, otherwise. Even the Pokémon would find it cramped. "Thank you, Cacturn, for your efforts, but we won't need your help in inflating the balloons," Lin Zhe remarked. Acknowledging the diligent Pokémon, the emerald green cactus picked up a balloon, but as soon as it inflated, it was pierced by the thorns on its body. This led to a mix of laughter and exasperation among the onlookers, who could only assign it to assist with other tasks. Each class buzzed with excitement, as the annual sports festival attracted not only the school's own sprites, but also some harmless wild sprites that lingered after becoming familiar with the environment. The school kindly provided food for these visitors, and those who managed to gain the friendship of a sprite would have quite the delightful tale to tell. For those that survived in the wild possessed a certain set of skills. "Charmeleon, keep your distance from my flower basket. Blastoise, if you dare spray water again, I shall block your nozzle." Frantic voices echoed from various corners, drawing hearty laughter from the crowd. After a prolonged search, Lin Zhe finally located his class's designated area. Upon entering the large sunshade, a long tongue dangled down from above his head. Goodness! Startled, Lin Zhe instinctively swung a punch, but instead of striking anything, his arm passed right through. "What on earth?" "Ghastly!" Lin Zhe exclaimed in shock. The moment he laid eyes on Ghastly, memories of sprite introductions from his previous life flooded his mind. Ghastly, a gaseous Pokémon and the evolved form of Haunter, was known for lurking in the dark, often making one feel watched in an empty void. He stepped closer, circling around Ghastly, tentatively reaching his hand into Ghastly's form. Indeed, he felt nothing. Ghastly ceased its laughter, observing the human as he moved in and out of its body. "I'm in. I'm out. I'm in again." The spectators who had hidden away to witness Lin Zhe's predicament were equally bewildered. Lin Peng, the physical education representative, felt utterly defeated when he had entered. Ghastly had startled him to no end. "Peng, you can't be serious. Come on, do 30 push-ups," called out the class monitor, Wang Zihao, patting Lin Peng on the shoulder. "Remember to bring your sprite along." Just 30? That's a trivial matter," Lin Peng scoffed. "All right, Geodude, let's go." He found a clean patch of grass and promptly lay down, with Geodude following suit. In no time, they completed the 30 push-ups. "Ah, refreshing," Lin Peng exclaimed, shaking his arms. "That was a perfect warm-up, right, Geodude?" Geodude nodded calmly. "By the way, whose Ghastly is this?" Chapter 14. Surprised Lin Zhe couldn't recall any ghost-type sprites among the novice Pokémon. Their rarity and the challenge of capturing them played a part. But the fact that one had entered the campus indicated it posed no danger. The Jengar scene at the entrance was certainly no pushover. No idea. It just appeared out of nowhere. The crowd murmured, shaking their heads. "Why not try to capture it?" suggested a few bespectacled boys. And the others' eyes lit up at the prospect. However, upon hearing their suggestion, Ghastly made a comical face before gradually disappearing. Watching Ghastly vanish, Lin Zhe felt a pang of regret. Who wouldn't want a portable space bag? With the assistance of numerous fairies, the entire class was soon adorned and ready. Is everything set? If so, hurry to the playground for assembly. Mr. Zhong, who had just concluded a meeting, jogged over. "Lin Zhe, is your speech in order? If all is well, make your way to the podium." His feelings towards his class, ranked first in the grade, were a mix of affection and exasperation. At times, they were the epitome of exemplary students, yet at others, they were as mischievous as monkeys. "All right, Vulpix, let us go," Lin Zhe called out to the playful Vulpix, who was frolicking with other fairies as it scampered over with tiny, excited steps. "Remember to bring the surprise." Lin Zhe reminded his classmates who were forming a line. Taller students at the back, shorter ones in front, and those of medium height in the center. Mr. Zhong, while organizing the lineup, pondered Lin Zhe's words. "A surprise? I am quite curious." His eyes sparkled with anticipation. As the bell rang, students lined up neatly in the playground, accompanied by their respective fairies. From the podium, Lin Zhe observed the orderly rows of students and fairies below, casually glancing around. The guardian fairies at the entrance of the school also entered the campus, directing their gaze toward the podium. Surrounding buildings were similarly occupied by fairies. Lin Zhe glanced at his speech, a peculiar sensation swelling within him. Though it was not his first time addressing an audience from the podium, having done so in a previous life, this was the first time he would speak before an assembly that included an array of fairies. Soon, the principal and the teachers concluded their speeches, and Lin Zhe discreetly surveyed the crowd below. Many appeared bored, either chatting idly, kicking pebbles, or even dozing off while their fairies began to stir restlessly. Next, we invite the student representative, Lin Zhe, to deliver a speech. Stepping forward, Lin Zhe took the microphone. Upon hearing this, a ripple of excitement surged through the crowd, and Mr. Zhong, standing among the teachers, began to look forward to what was to come. "Hey, my student." He mentioned a surprise. Mr. Zhong exclaimed with a knowing glance at his colleagues. We know. The other teachers replied, rolling their eyes. "Respected leaders, esteemed teachers, fellow students, and beloved fairies, good morning." Lin Zhe began, following the script. On this sunlit day, filled with joy, We gather to celebrate the 20th sports festival. Casting a quick glance downward, he revealed a knowing smile, his lips curling slightly as he raised his voice. On behalf of all athletes, I pledge. In a moment of unexpected levity, the principal, caught off guard while conversing with the leaders, accidentally sprayed his tea, narrowly avoiding a soggy disaster thanks to the timely intervention of a nearby fairy. Vulpix too was startled, gazing up at Lin Zhe in disbelief, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The patrolling guardian fairies and security personnel stared in astonishment at the podium, with the emblematic figure atop the highest railing nearly toppling over. We athletes shall strictly adhere to the rules of competition. We are resolute in enforcing the principle that competition comes first and friendship second. We shall respect the game, honor our opponents, and give our utmost effort without hesitation. Zhong Yingkai gradually petrified under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous teachers, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground. Old Zhong, your student is remarkable. The other teachers collectively raised their thumbs in approval. Embrace the spirit of hard work and perseverance. Compete with style and passion. Respect your opponents, give your all, and expend every last drop of energy for the competition. My speech concludes here. Thank you all. Alas, Teacher Zhong could no longer hear Lin Zhe's words, as his mind was filled with these two characters. Behind Lin Zhe, the gathered teachers and school leaders furrowed their brows. Suddenly, a resounding applause enveloped the entire playground, accompanied by the enthusiastic shouts of the class's students. Zhe is amazing. The volume was so immense that it nearly drowned out the applause, as the sprites, recovering from their stupor, joined in the fervent cheers. Some even directed fiery jets towards the sky, clearly unable to endure the monotony of the speech. Everyone present, including the sprites, was witnessing such a speech for the first time, succinct and devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. The students from other classes could not help but think of 4 words. Wow, impressive. Observing the excited scene of students and sprites below, the teachers and leaders were somewhat bewildered. Have we aged? Are we struggling to keep pace with the times? As the subsequent speeches concluded, the opening ceremony of the sports meet was officially over, and Lin Zhe had successfully fulfilled his task. Upon entering the classroom, a unified cheer erupted. Zhe is amazing. The synchronized roar startled passersby. Don't stop me. I'm going to kick him. Swan eyes, swan eyes. Zhong Yingkai fumed, and indeed, one tightly clung to his trainer's leg. Seeing the homeroom teacher approach, Lin Zhe instinctively hid behind his classmates, while Lu Tailing cast a disdainful glance at him. Where did that spirited energy go? Just tell me if my speech was effective. Lin Zhe shouted from the center of the crowd. What a load of nonsense. Teacher Zhong's face darkened like a soot-covered pot. He had originally intended to flaunt his student among the other teachers. After all, Lin Zhe was the top student of the grade and adored by the sprites. How proud Zhong Yingkai felt to have nurtured such a student. Yet, before he could boast, his dreams were abruptly shattered, more stimulating than any legendary title before. Oh, Teacher Zhong, you've taught a remarkable student. A teacher passing by greeted him. Zhong Yingkai forced a smile. It's only right, only right. 400-meter sprite athletes, please gather swiftly. The broadcast signaled the official commencement of the sports meet. Hao Jianxing and class leader Wang Zihao were playfully chided by their peers. Although the classmates hurled unrelenting jibes at them, their hands were busy, grabbing uniforms, assisting with bandages. Chapter 15, The Friendship of Dragonite. Meanwhile, the sprites of the two were encircled. The Squirtle wore a red cloth around its head, while the Eevee donned a little cloak with flair. The sprites chattered excitedly, cheering them on. Pika pika, pika pika. Mew. Jenny Jenny. Boo. Uncertain of what to say, the two little ones brimmed with enthusiasm. Let us go, Eevee Squirtle. Lin Zhe, cradling his Vulpix, decided to take a break. The earlier speech had been exhilarating, yet now his heart raced with unease. Speaking had been a thrill, but now it felt like a funeral. He wiped the sweat from his brow with a tissue and took a sip from his ever-present Kong Shifu mineral water. Ah, refreshing. Hao Jian truly knew how to indulge in comfort, lounging on such a delightful chair. Leaning back, Lin Zhe relaxed a moment, but before he could settle, the ground shook violently, as if something heavy had fallen. Vulpix immediately perked up, alert to the outside world. Dragonite. What an adorable Dragonite. The noise he heard was indeed the sound of the Dragonite landing, and in an instant, it was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Lin Zhe hurried outside. For who could resist a creature so charming and powerful, a near-legendary Pokémon? Oh whoa. The little Dragonite scanned the crowd, its eyes lighting up upon spotting Lin Zhe. With a joyful expression, it bounded toward him. Oh whoa. The Dragonite approached, scrutinizing Lin Zhe intently. His unique speech had piqued its curiosity immensely. This Dragonite had been a guardian at several sports events, enduring the lengthy opening ceremonies. Listening once or twice was refreshing, but repeated exposure had become tiresome, even for Pokémon. Yet, they had no choice. During the events, guardian Pokémon must remain on campus, and with the aid of the PA system, the Dragonite could hear everything even while covering its ears. It had resigned itself to this fate. Then Lin Zhe appeared, delivering a speech that invigorated the Dragonite. Oh whoa. It patted Lin Zhe's shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Kid, I've got my eye on you. Lin Zhe, taken aback, sensed the Dragonite's fondness for him. Suppressing his excitement, he recalled the techniques he had studied and gently stroked the Dragonite. The Dragonite's eyes narrowed in bliss, and it settled onto the grass. Lin Zhe affectionately rubbed its large head. The excitement was about to begin. Cheering and supporting were duties Lin Zhe could not overlook. However, lost in admiration of the Dragonite's beauty, he discovered that the front row was already occupied. Despite twisting and turning, he could not squeeze through. Suddenly, the Dragonite, engrossed in Lin Zhe's affection, noticed that he had moved to the front. Scratching its head, it stepped forward and tapped Lin Zhe. "Oh, woo?" The Dragonite looked at him with confusion. Lin Zhe shrugged helplessly. He had intended to watch the match, but the crowd was overwhelming. The Dragonite glanced at the throng and the racetrack, then back at Lin Zhe, thumping its chest. "Oh, woo." It gently tugged at Lin Zhe and pointed to its back. "Are you inviting me to ride?" Lin Zhe asked tentatively. "Oh, woo." The Dragonite nodded, carefully placing Vulpix onto its shoulder. Lin Zhe quickly positioned himself behind the Dragonite. With a vibrant yellow body and diminutive wings, Lin Zhe harbored no doubt that the Dragonite could lift him aloft, adjusting his position without hindering the creature's flight. Lin Zhe lay flat against the Dragonite's back, his arms wrapped around its neck. "All right, Dragonite." He gently patted its chest, signaling his readiness. The Dragonite nodded, and with a soft flap of its wings, it gracefully ascended from the ground, gradually accelerating. Being mindful of its passenger, the Dragonite did not soar too high, finding a suitable angle to hover midair. As Lin Zhe's initial trepidation of being airborne began to dissipate, he grew bolder, eventually letting out a jubilant shout. "Woohoo!" The sudden exclamation captured the attention of both classmates and teachers below, startling the Dragonite as well. The sight of the airborne Dragonite and Lin Zhe incited a flurry of excitement among the onlookers. In the distance, a sleepy beedrill perched on a tree was jolted awake. Shaking off its drowsiness and locating the source of the noise, it angrily took to the skies towards them. Within mere moments, it reached the side of the Dragonite. Upon realizing the cause of the commotion was Lin Zhe atop the Dragonite's back, the beedrill paused, ready to speak, but then turned away. Having noticed the faint crackle of electricity gathering around the Dragonite's hand, the Dragonite cast a disdainful glance at the beedrill, returning its focus to the ongoing competition. Just then, a speaker began to levitate beside them, as teacher Zhong utilized telekinesis. "Zhigu, the task of cheering is yours," Wu Jie declared, forming his hands into the shape of a megaphone and shouting loudly. The small chimchar perched on his shoulder waved its arms enthusiastically. "All right," grasping the speaker, Lin Zhe blew into it to test the volume. "Dragonite, I'll be using this to cheer soon. The sound will be quite loud. Are you ready?" he inquired, leaning close to the Dragonite's ear. "Oh, whoa, what a jest. Do you think I, with my stature, could be intimidated by such a trivial thing?" The air was split by the sound of a starting gun, prompting both the athletes and their Pokémon to dash forward. Lin Zhe shielded his face from the wind, focusing intently. To his astonishment, he observed how the Pokémon participated in the event. At the sound of the gun, how Jianqing's Squirtle executed a tackle towards the front, subsequently rolling forward in a ball, propelled by inertia. Just as one might wonder how Squirtle would slow down, how Jianqing delivered a swift kick to the curled-up Squirtle. Fueled by the trainer's affection, Squirtle surged ahead, surpassing its competitors. Nearby, a Pikachu on the track looked on in wide-eyed disbelief. Lin Zhe was equally taken aback by this maneuver, yet noting Squirtle's lack of reaction indicated that it had undergone prior training. He then spotted a ball soaring toward them. The Doug trio, slightly bewildered, maintained its speed, embodying the spirit of an exemplary Pokémon athlete. With a defiant cry, Doug trio accelerated fiercely, reclaiming its lead over Squirtle, which had only just savored a moment in first place. Chapter 16. This is the kick of youth. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhe's heart sank once more. Though this tactic proved effective, it was merely a fleeting burst of speed. Jueju Rabbit is poised to surpass the competition shortly. Nevertheless, recalling the bold declarations made by Hao Jianqing earlier, Lin Zhe speculates that there must be a hidden strategy at play. In a mere span of 400 meters, one competitor is the Squirtle, propelled forward by the mighty strides of Hao Jianqing, while Jueju Rabbit, accompanied by its trainer, ardently pursues. Soon, both teams arrive at the designated area for their class, with the remaining participants closely trailing but never overtaking. It appears that the outcome will be determined between Squirtle and Jueju Rabbit. Dragonite observes with great interest as Squirtle is kicked, while Jueju Rabbit, bewildered, makes a valiant effort to catch up. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupts from behind. Hao Jian is incredible. Squirtle, charge forth. The sound reverberates, causing Dragonite to experience a moment of ringing in its ears. Fortunately, being seasoned in aerial rides, Dragonite remains alert to unexpected occurrences. It sways slightly before regaining stability, emitting a few disgruntled growls. Lin Zhe, in his fervor, shouts encouragement without noticing Dragonite beneath him, attributing the earlier tremor to a gust of wind. In the midst of his intense sprint, Hao Jianqing hears the shouts from above and looks up to see Lin Zhe perched atop Dragonite, wielding a megaphone to rally him on. A surge of emotion fills Hao Jianqing, prompting him to accelerate further. Squirtle, it's time to increase your speed, he bellows. Upon hearing the voices from behind, Jueju Rabbit's trainer and Jueju Rabbit itself feel a tightening in their chests. Yet, they find themselves unable to retaliate as they currently hold the lead, and using abilities against other Pokémon is prohibited in this competition, including speed-enhancing techniques. As the finish line draws nearer, Hao Jianqing surges forward, forcefully propelling the almost stopping Squirtle ahead. The sudden burst of speed and strength sends the curled-up Squirtle flying, swiftly surpassing Jueju Rabbit. Jueju Rabbit accelerate. It squints its eyes as its velocity begins to rise. Although Squirtle has gained speed from the kick, it inevitably starts to decelerate. And with merely 20 meters to the finish line, it begins to slow down, allowing Jueju Rabbit's speed to match and eventually surpass it. Just as everyone assumes Jueju Rabbit is on the brink of victory, Hao Jianqing shouts, "Squirtle, use water gun on the ground." Squirtle, in midair, as Squirtle gradually decelerates. It extends its four limbs, aiming its head downward, unleashing a torrent of water from its mouth that forcefully strikes the track. The impact generated by the collision causes Squirtle, whose speed had been diminishing, to rapidly accelerate once more. Although the velocity and force are not as dramatic as from the kick, it is more than sufficient to secure the win. Ultimately, under the watchful gaze of the entire school, Squirtle crosses the finish line in a back-facing posture. Jueju Rabbit and its trainer stand in stunned silence, gazing at Squirtle, which is now rolling on its back just beyond the finish line. What an extraordinary tactic. Participants who have completed the race, please vacate the track promptly. As the announcement echoes, Hao Jianqing hurriedly scoops up the spinning Squirtle and carries it to the adjacent lawn. Squirtle, are you feeling all right? Hao Jianqing inquires with concern. Though this strategy had undergone testing prior to the athletic meet, after the event, Hao Jianqing still habitually inquired, Genie. Genie Turtle shook its head and patted its shell, indicating its robust health. Hao Jianqing glanced towards the starting line, where Ibu and Wang Zhihao exuded confidence and readiness. Genie Turtle stroked its belly, sensing an odd feeling, as if its shell had grown even harder. Among the competitors, Hao Jianqing's group was indeed the most peculiar. While the other participants ran normally, regrettably, Wang Zhihao's Ibu narrowly missed victory, securing only second place in the group. As they approached the entrance, before any of the classmates could speak, Hao Jianqing's booming voice rang out. Wu Jia, come here and wash my hair. He bellowed. Genie Turtle, fill the water. Hao Jianqing pointed proudly at the nearby basin. Heard it. Both ears have heard it. Wu Jia wore a face of discontent. Who would have thought Hao Jianqing could win the championship in such a manner? In the race of the tortoise and the hare, it was indeed the tortoise that triumphed. He fetched a basin of water and found a vacant spot against the wall. Placing the basin by the wall, he executed a roll and leaned against it, performing a handstand. Fortunately, being high school students, a few handstands were a mere trifle. Woof, woof, woof. After barking 3 times, he flipped back down and received a towel from Little Flame Monkey to dry his head. Jie Gu is a real man, Hao Jianqing admired. Soon after, laughter and playful banter ensued among the group, while Teacher Zhong observed from behind, choosing not to intervene. A man should always keep his word. I remember when I made a bet to confess to a girl next door, and upon failing, I ran shirtless around the playground. That was keeping my word. What a nostalgia. Although now it had become a dark chapter often wielded by other teachers as a threat. Hao Jian impressive. At that moment, Fast Dragon gently descended with Lin Zhe. Your strategy is truly unprecedented, unparalleled. No ordinary person would think to kick Genie Turtle across the finish line. Jigu, where did you get this Fast Dragon? Hao Jianqing circled around the Fast Dragon, his tone brimming with envy. Of course, it was attracted by my brilliance and irresistible charm. Lin Zhe struck a pose, boasting. TCH. Hao Jianqing and the others simultaneously raised a middle finger. Meanwhile, the announcement began to broadcast the subsequent athletic events. Climbing competitors, swimming competitors, and shot put competitors. Please gather at your respective venues. It's my turn. Hearing the announcement, Wu Jie could no longer sit still and jumped up, with Little Flame Monkey eagerly bouncing on his shoulder. Be careful, the classmates reminded the competitors, as climbing is indeed a sport with its own risks. Those not participating felt it essential to cheer on their fellow athletes, as these moments represented some of the few shared honors of student life. Let us go? I'll accompany you. My event is in the afternoon, Lin Zhe suggested, equally curious about how the climbing event unfolded. The two departed with their respective Pokémon, with Fast Dragon striding behind. Though it was not Fast Dragon's first athletic meet, in previous years, it had merely found a spot to nap during shifts. The most formidable Dragonite, solely interested in battles, now had an additional companion named Lin Zhe. Before long, the trio arrived at the gymnasium, drawing curious glances from students along the way, as the presence of the Dragonite commanded attention. Are you here for the climbing competition? Inquired a girl with glasses and a ponytail, accompanied by a Sylveon, whose gaze was fixated on Lin Zhe's Dragonite. Dragonite. So cool. I want one. The Sylvian, exasperated, gave a gentle slap to the girl, rousing her from her reverie. Ah, my apologies. I am Gao Feifei. Allow me to guide you to the assembly area. She hastily apologized, realizing that staring at another's Pokémon was quite impolite. Gao Feifei led the way, swiftly entering a vast arena. An indoor basketball court transformed with climbing walls and obstacles. It resembled parkour from a past life, albeit with significantly elevated difficulty. Contestants, please come forward to register and collect your equipment. Upon hearing the call, Wu Jie stepped forward with his Chimchar, joining the queue. The competitors and their Pokémon were predominantly small and agile creatures. Chimchar, Cyndaquil, and Apom. Excuse me, is this Dragonite your Pokémon? Gao Feifei inquired, perplexed. The number of Dragonite owners in the entire high school could be counted on one hand, and although she had encountered many, this particular one was unfamiliar. It could only be a novice Pokémon from a first-year student, yet were newcomers today so exceptionally powerful? Observing the muscle and physique of the Dragonite, one might suspect it to be the bodyguard of a wealthy heir. Lin Zhe, who was surveying the surroundings, was interrupted. No, Vulpix is my Pokémon. He indicated towards his Pokeball. Vulpix, feeling fatigued, voluntarily entered the Pokeball to rest. And this Dragonite? It is a Guardian Pokémon. Lin Zhe deduced after a brief interaction. During the sports event, only Guardian Pokémon could fly freely. Upon hearing this, Gao Feifei felt a wave of disappointment, having hoped to engage in a friendly battle. Indeed, she had a particular fondness for Dragon-type Pokémon, especially Dragonite. Unfortunately, the rarity of Dragonite was well known. Without exceptional strength and fortune, one could only dream. Hey, Dragonite, how about a spar with me? Gao Feifei crouched down to ask. However, since arriving, the Dragonite had lost interest, lying sideways and occasionally scratching its belly. It cast a brief glance at the Sylvian before yawning languidly, ignoring her. Little weakling. I wouldn't dare fight you. That would be quite embarrassing if it got out. The Dragonite's nonchalant demeanor brought a smile to Gao Feifei's face. Every Guardian Pokémon had either participated in national competitions and reached at least the top 8 or undergone specialized training. Only after completing collective training did they become Guardian Pokémon, enjoying a lifestyle of exceptional quality, as they rightfully deserved. Each year, numerous Guardian Pokémon retired for various reasons, making way for fresh talent, perpetuating this cycle. Though the elves now coexist peacefully with humans, there remain organizations and elves that exist outside the bounds of law. To prevent and counteract these entities, the Guardians of Elves have emerged. Hence, every trainer holds great respect for these Guardians, for the current peace is safeguarded by their vigilance. As the competition is about to commence, the referee calls out, all unauthorized personnel, please exit immediately. Contestants, prepare at the starting line. With that, the referee tosses a Pokeball into the air, and a flash of red light illuminates the arena, revealing an elf at the center. With a yellow body, long whiskers, a slightly oversized head, and a spoon in each hand, it is a Hypno. Lin Zhe feels a rush of excitement. This is his first encounter with a Hypno since his arrival in this world. Possessing a mind comparable to a computer and formidable psychic abilities, Hypno is not only favored by psychic-type trainers, but also serves as a reliable companion for many researchers and educators. The first group of competitors enters. As the referee gives the command, Hypno's eyes ignite with a blue glow. In an instant, a tremendous wave of psychic energy sweeps across the arena. The moment this energy touches Lin Zhe, he is overcome by a wave of dizziness, causing his body to sway slightly. Just as he prepares to nod at the referee to confirm his readiness, Hypno seems to sense something, its blue glowing eyes fixating on Lin Zhe. Suddenly, the pressure dissipates. Lin Zhe glances around in confusion. Everyone else is intently focused on the competition. It appears he is the only one experiencing dizziness. What Lin Zhe does not realize is that as Hypno locks onto him, the previously drowsy Dragonite awakens, its expression shifting from one of innocence to sharp focus. Glaring intently at Hypno before closing its eyes again and returning to slumber 2 seconds later. Hello, classmate. A voice, slightly deep, reverberates within Lin Zhe's mind. Startled, he looks around. No need to search. I am communicating with you directly through psychic energy. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's gaze turns to Hypno in the center of the arena, his eyes wide with astonishment. Psychic communication. Was that dizziness caused by you? Lin Zhe silently ponders, voicing his inquiry inwardly. Those who understand will comprehend. Your dizziness stems partly from yourself and partly from me. Hypno replies indifferently, having encountered many individuals like Lin Zhe over the decades. What do you mean? Lin Zhe feels a twinge of anxiety. The brain is the most intricate instrument and the most challenging barrier to surmount. If something were to go awry with his mind, current technology would be insufficient to remedy it. Your psychic strength is considerable, yet it remains undeveloped and untrained, leaving you unaware of how to wield it. When stimulated by external psychic energy, your instinctual defense mechanisms triggered, resulting in the dizziness you experienced. Upon hearing Hypno's explanation, Lin Zhe experiences a moment of clarity. followed by an irresistible excitement. Could this be classified as a psychic ability? He muses, uncertain whether it pertains to aura powers or the powers of eternity. If it were the powers of overcoming, how advantageous that would be. Simultaneously, a question flashes through his mind. Hypno. Is it true that ordinary individuals cannot ascertain whether they possess psychic abilities? As the Pokémon of a teacher, it should be able to assist him in resolving this query, warranting the title of teacher. Indeed, the awakening of superhuman abilities in humans is an uncontrollable phenomenon. Without external stimuli, one might never discover such powers, perhaps merely experiencing an enhancement in memory. Hudi does not dismiss the way students address him and explains things simply. But how can one train such abilities? Lin Zhe felt a sense of urgency. The transformations of Nasi into a doll, the aura powers of Xiaoji and Yalong, and the extraordinary capabilities of Xena all captivated him. After the sports meet concludes, he should seek out Hudi. Hudi pointed his spoon towards the referee, who nodded in acknowledgement of Lin Zhe, as Hudi had already informed him of Lin Zhe's circumstances. Once the news was conveyed, Hudi intended to end the call. But Lin Zhe posed an unexpected question. Teacher Hudi, can superpowers turn someone into a doll? Lin Zhe inquired with curiosity. He believed there was logic to the special abilities depicted in animations, yet Nasi's doll transformation eluded his understanding. Surely, this transcended the realm of superpowers. Hudi fell into a moment of silence, pondering whether the boy had some peculiar issues, given the absurdity of his question. No, he replied curtly, abruptly terminating the call, fearful that Lin Zhe might pose yet another outrageous question, as he still needed to rest. Chapter 18, Nightmares. As Lin Zhe sensed the quiet in his mind, he felt a tinge of regret, wishing to ask more questions. Mew. Six Tails had just emerged from the Pokeball, and, noticing Lin Zhe's daze, expressed concern by tapping his leg. I'm fine, Six Tails. Soon, we will be able to communicate. Lin Zhe exclaimed excitedly, cradling Six Tails and scratching its chin. Six Tails lay comfortably in his embrace. Communicate? What do you mean? Aren't we communicating now? During Lin Zhe's conversation with Hudi, the climbing competition was fervently underway. Wu Jie and his Chimchar occupied the second position on the slope, with the long-tailed Mankey ahead of him. Wu Jie felt somewhat disheartened. It was one thing for long-tailed Mankey to be quick, given its tail's agility rivaling that of an arm. Yet, his trainer was equally swift, ascending faster than a monkey. Did he not fear missteps? Though protected by gear and Pokémon, the jolt of missing a foothold was unpleasant. As the gap widened, Wu Jie felt helpless. He could not throw Chimchar like Hao Jian did, as it was untrained and he dared not act recklessly. He could only watch as the competitors ahead climbed further away. Ultimately, as expected, long-tailed Mankey secured first place, followed by Chimchar in second. Due to the rapid pace of the leader, many competitors opted to forfeit. The referee had little to say. After all, the sports meet was meant to enhance the bond between trainers and their Pokémon. If it were to proceed as Lin Zhe had suggested in his address, the event would stretch on for a week, leading to chaos. Well done. Lin Zhe tossed a bottle of water, affectionately patting Chimchar's head. That person is simply inhuman, Wu Jie lamented. Even Tarzan pales in comparison. All right, let us go. It's all in good fun, Lin Zhe remarked, noticing Chimchar's evident joy. Indeed, it is true. Usually, I can only climb upon my body. But now let us indulge in some amusement. Come inside and rest for a while. Wu Jie stored the little fire monkey in its Pokeball. Let's go, Dragonite. Lin Zhe said, crouching down to pat Dragonite's belly. Dragonite rose, yawning widely and stretching lazily before following Lin Zhe out. Lin Zhe languidly reclined in a chair, while Hao Jianqing observed Dragonite with keen interest, occasionally rubbing his hands together and flatteringly inquiring, Dragonite, do you have any siblings to introduce to us? Initially, this remark startled those around, eliciting strange glances directed at Hao Jianqing. Dragonite, too, regarded him with wide-eyed trepidation, hastily retreating a few steps. Realizing the ambiguity of his words, Hao Jianqing quickly clarified, what do you understand? This is about nurturing relationships. Who knows, perhaps a Pokémon might take a liking to me. He felt no shame in his boldness, believing that a thicker skin could lead to acquiring a powerful Pokémon. After all, he had been thick-skinned for quite some time. Yet, Dragonite remained unresponsive, leaving them uncertain of its disposition. Lin Zhe harbored similar thoughts, but chose to remain silent, pondering that this was merely a newly acquainted Pokémon and that he might never see it again. He did not presume his charm could attract such a majestic creature. Dragonite bade farewell and soared away. It was time for a shift change. Before long, the crowd on the playground had dispersed significantly, and Lin Zhe was astonished to find that the area left behind was relatively clean. This contrasted sharply with his memories of outdoor events in his past life, where trash would litter the ground after each gathering, a sight most disheartening. Vulpix, our match is this afternoon, balloon catching. I wonder what it will be like, he mused. As Vulpix, with a mouthful of Pock blocks, mumbled indistinctly, eat slowly, no one is competing with you, Lin Zhe chuckled, hastening his own meal. After we eat, it's time for a nap. How wonderful it is to traverse into such an era. Lin Zhe arranged the chairs side by side, laid down his clothing for comfort, and reclined blissfully, while Vulpix found a cozy spot on the table and curled up to sleep. Just as Lin Zhe succumbed to a deep slumber, the shadows cast by the sunlight began to quiver subtly. A Pokémon emerged, revealing itself to be the mischievous Ghastly that had played tricks on him earlier. Ghastly pressed itself against Lin Zhe's face. When it had previously vanished, it hadn't truly left but had concealed itself, awaiting another opportunity to frighten him. However, before it could act, Dragonite had appeared. Sensing Dragonite's formidable power, Ghastly remained hidden in the shadows until now, when it decided to reveal itself. In his dreams, Lin Zhe furrowed his brow, suggesting that he was not having a pleasant experience. Ghastly tilted its head and slipped into Lin Zhe's mind. In the dream, a sharply dressed individual stood before Lin Zhe's workstation, hastily dropping a file and departing without waiting for a response. The documents beside the computer had accumulated into a towering pile. Lin Zhe anxiously gazed at the computer screen, his fingers striking the keyboard with fervor. Typing, erasing, typing, erasing. The takeout beside him had long since grown cold. Manager Lin, the planning proposal for tomorrow. President Lin, could you please approve this? Countless documents piled up, gradually diminishing Lin Zhe's presence. When would this relentless work come to an end? Lin Zhe felt somewhat numb, trapped in a monotonous routine, his once vibrant eyes now dulled. Suddenly, the mischievous ghost stone slipped in, curiously surveying its surroundings. It often engaged in pranks, occasionally invading others' dreams, sometimes joyous, sometimes terrifying. Yet, it had never encountered such a stifling environment. After a brief exploration, it finally spotted Lin Zhe. With a gleeful cackle, Ghost Stone darted into the computer. Lin Zhe, engrossed in his work, soon noticed something peculiar about the computer. First, the mouse became uncontrollable, then multiple windows began to open. Just as Lin Zhe leaned closer to the screen, a large face abruptly appeared, slamming against his own. In a heartbeat, Lin Zhe recoiled, startled, and fell backward. Delighted by the success of its trick, Ghost Stone erupted in laughter. Lin Zhe regained his footing, staring incredulously at the floating entity before him. Ghost Stone, he exclaimed. The creature circled around Lin Zhe a few times before finally halting in front of him. Lin Zhe's attention was entirely captivated by Ghost Stone. Ignoring the papers that had scattered around him, he reached out to touch it, but found his hand passing right through its form. Just as Lin Zhe was about to speak, Ghost Stone seemed to recall something important. Suddenly, it grabbed Lin Zhe and soared out the window, revealing a ceaseless stream of traffic below. As Lin Zhe pondered Ghost Stone's intentions, it released him. After a brief moment of confusion, 2 words of traditional Chinese culture escaped Lin Zhe's lips. The sensation of plummeting struck him with fear, causing him to shudder. Then came the sound of 2 chairs collapsing, and he landed on the floor. The startled Lutale also jumped, quickly recovering and hopping over. Lin Zhe stood up, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and neck with his sleeve. I'm fine. It seems I just had a nightmare. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to recall the dream, it remained elusive. Resigned, he abandoned the effort. The classroom was empty. His classmates had all gone out to assemble. Lin Zhe hurriedly returned the chairs to their places, donned his clothing, and rushed to the playground. Oh, you're awake. How Jianxing teased upon seeing Lin Zhe descend. Indeed. Expending all my energy to support you has drained my life's work. Shouldn't you vacate your seat? Lin Zhe rubbed his forehead, feigning a look of obsession. Wu Jie observed Lin Zhe's pallor with a furrowed brow. Once Lin Zhe sat down, Wu Jie picked up a chair and joined him. What's wrong? You look unwell. He inquired. It seems I had a nightmare, Lin Zhe replied, slumping in his seat and massaging his temples. Seems like, or rather, it was indeed strange. I rarely dream, and when I finally do, I can't even remember it. Lin Zhe was somewhat distressed, and he constantly felt as though someone was conspiring against him in his dreams. Shall I take your place in the afternoon competition? Wu Jie asked with concern. Our class is currently ranked first and second. You mustn't let the average score drop. Upon hearing the first statement, Lin Zhe was moved, truly a good brother. However, the next remark provoked him to hurl his chair at Wu Jie's head. No need for your worry. It's merely a competition, and besides, it's not me competing. Lin Zhe rolled his eyes. Soon, it was Lin Zhe's turn to compete. Attention, participants for the balloon catching event, please gather at the competition area. Lin Zhe lifted his Vulpix onto his shoulder and set off towards the venue. He was filled with curiosity regarding this simply named balloon catching contest. Following the directions, he arrived at the competition site, where numerous participants had already gathered. Ah, it's you. Gao Feifei exclaimed upon spotting a familiar figure and approached to confirm. Where's your Dragonite? Noticing Dragonite was missing, she inquired curiously. By the way, what are the rules of this competition? Lin Zhe looked around, but could not find any balloons. The rules are over here. The balloons will only be placed in the arena just before the competition begins. It's going to be quite intense. Gao Feifei replied with a mysterious smile, leading Lin Zhe to the registration area. Is this the Vulpix you will be using? A staff member pointed at Lin Zhe's arms. Indeed, he confirmed. Here, take this. The staff member handed him a small wristwatch. Put this on Vulpix. It's part of the competition rules. After reading it, prepare for your group. The staff member spoke quickly but clearly. Lin Zhe stepped aside to read the competition rules while Vulpix curiously fiddled with the wristwatch. The rules were as follows. Once the competition commenced, Jengar would fill the arena with balloons, which would be of 3 colors, black, white, and gold. White balloons were worth 1 point, black balloons 5 points, and gold balloons 10 points. It seems there are loopholes, Lin Zhe muttered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He cradled Vulpix and whispered a few instructions before removing and reattaching the wristwatch. First group, please enter. At the referee's command, the 5 members of the group took their positions around the arena. Jengar, hovering nearby, could hardly contain its excitement as it soared into the air. Once the referee nodded, Jengar opened its mouth wide, releasing a multitude of balloons. A mix of black, white, and a few golden balloons rained down swiftly. The material of the balloons appearing quite unique, and soon they covered the competition area, while Jengar continued to spew more. Vulpix, use Shadow Clone. As everyone remained transfixed by the spectacle above, Lin Zhe quickly issued the command. Vulpix dashed toward the balloons, its form blurring, leaving a perfect replica behind. Lin Zhe's call snapped the other participants back to attention, prompting them to direct their Pokémon in the pursuit of points. As other Pokémon approached the balloons, Vulpix's Shadow Clone surged forward. The other trainers were perplexed, and a boy dressed in a black hoodie with long bangs pointed directly at the referee, exclaiming, "He is cheating." The referee, watching from the sidelines, lazily remarked, "Not at all. Yet, the attack on my Vulpix surely constituted a foul, didn't it?" Lu Hai, bewildered, pondered the rules. The competition never specified that one could not target Pokémon, as long as the assault was not lethal. In the midst of this exchange, Vulpix's score had already soared to 152 points. Its limbs moved swiftly, while its tail swayed energetically, striking the balloons. Indeed, prior to the competition, Lin Zhe had secured a watch around Vulpix's tail and instructed it to wag its tail continuously throughout the contest. The other contestants quickly grasped the situation. The Totodile unleashed a water gun at Vulpix, prompting Lu Hai to issue commands in frustration. Use Flamethrower. After all, having learned Flamethrower from consuming spicy peppers, Vulpix had subsequently incorporated spicy dishes into its diet. Initially, Lin Zhe harbored concerns about potential harm, but after a few days of observing no adverse effects, he decided to let it be. The water gun was instantly evaporated, with the remaining flames surging towards Totodile. Quick dodge. Fortunately, Lu Hai reacted swiftly, urging Totodile to evade. Witnessing this scene, the 3 others, harboring ulterior motives, abandoned their intentions to attack Vulpix and shifted their focus towards other targets to amass points. Given the vast number of balloons, the scores of the other participants swiftly climbed. At this moment, Lin Zhe's keen eyes spotted a cluster of golden balloons hidden in a corner, prompting him to instruct Vulpix to change direction. The others, having kept a vigilant watch on Vulpix and Lin Zhe, hurriedly commanded their own Pokémon to compete for the balloons upon seeing Vulpix turn. Cyndaquil, Ember. Totodile, Water Gun. As Vulpix approached the balloons, 2 competitors hastily issued commands. Vulpix, quickly dodge. Observing the imminent threat of an attack, Lin Zhe urgently directed Vulpix to evade. After all, it was merely a competition, and any injury to Vulpix would be undesirable. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Vulpix displayed a flicker of reluctance, but ultimately complied, sidestepping to the side. The other Pokémon seized the opportunity to surge past Vulpix. Sensing the urgency of being overtaken, Vulpix accelerated, moving with such speed that it seemed to leave an afterimage in its wake. In a flash of brilliance, it surged forward. Yet, the spectacle was not over. Propelled by its newfound speed, Vulpix dashed ahead of the other Pokémon. As its tail darkened, Vulpix leaped into the air, its tail poised to strike. Iron Tail. Chapter 20. Contacting Psychic Energy. The others were taken aback, not anticipating that Vulpix would execute a combination of Quick Attack and Iron Tail. By the time they realized what was happening, the Iron Tail had already descended. Boom. The powerful impact enveloped the arena in a haze of smoke. Totodile. Lu Hai shouted in panic, ready to charge into the fray. Don't shout, it's right here, the referee drawled, holding Lu Hai back by the collar. While a mischievous Jengar stood nearby, accompanied by the 4 competing Pokémon. Seeing their Pokémon unharmed, the trainers expressed their gratitude before promptly checking on their own. Embracing the leaping Vulpix tightly, Lin Zhe exclaimed, "You were magnificent, Vulpix. You've learned 2 moves. Indeed, my little one is truly the best." Embracing the Vulpix, I made my way to the infirmary. Though uninjured, a thorough examination is always prudent. The Vulpix was well trained but appeared somewhat fatigued after the match. A brief respite would surely rejuvenate it. The nurse, with a warm smile, handed the Vulpix over to Lin Zhe. He gently wiped away the dust of competition with a damp cloth, rendering it pristine. Remarkable. Vulpix has learned Quick Attack. How Jianqing's booming voice effortlessly drew everyone's attention. Lin Zhe beamed with pride, never expecting to lead such a flashy lifestyle at such a young age. I chuckled, filled with self-satisfaction. Ah, just wait. My Squirtle is no slouch either. and it will surely surpass you in due time. Hao Jianqing wore a defiant expression, uninterested in Hao Jianqing's boasting. I sought a comfortable spot to continue watching the competitions. The Pokémon engaged in arm wrestling, tug-of-war, swimming races, and ice hockey. To my surprise, some were even brawling. The eclectic array of competitions thrilled Lin Zhe, evoking memories from a past life. I pondered what the water-boiling contest would entail the following day, a thought that filled me with eager anticipation. Upon returning home, I added chili peppers to the Vulpix's food cube and hastily finished my meal. Opening my computer documents, I began typing furiously. The Vulpix had grown accustomed to my frantic pace over the past few days. Lin Zhe was organizing files related to Pokémon, planning to publish them when funds ran low. Ahem, this is merely to expedite the advancement of our era, not for profit. Who wouldn't want to be part of something transformative? The next day, upon entering the classroom, Lin Zhe overheard clusters of classmates whispering amongst themselves. Curiosity piqued. He approached his seat. Wu Jie leaned closer and whispered, "It seems the sports meet concluded at noon." Lin Zhe was taken aback. He hadn't had his fill of fun yet. Apparently, all individual competitions had been cancelled, and the day would wrap up once the group events finished. Wu Jie shrugged. Having only learned this that morning, although there was no formal announcement, word had spread among the students. Just as Lin Zhe was about to respond, he noticed Teacher Zhong striding in with an impassive expression. I believe some of you are already aware that the sports meet has concluded at noon. As this announcement resonated, a wave of murmurs swept through the classroom. Silence. Teacher Zhong scanned the room, his tone particularly stern. The sports meet is over, the afternoon is free, and classes will resume tomorrow. Now, please gather outside. As Teacher Zhong exited, the classroom erupted into a flurry of activity. Lin Zhe suddenly recalled that he hadn't seen the Dragonite from the previous day. He wondered if it had gone elsewhere or was simply absent. Despite the gravity of the situation and the strict tone, the students quickly dismissed the matter from their minds, eager to engage in play. Lin Zhe shook his head. The world might be crumbling, but there would always be someone tall enough to bear the weight. With individual competitions removed, only the relay and class tug-of-war remained. Wu Jie leapt forward, draping an arm around Lin Zhe's shoulders, and together they ambled ahead. 400-meter relay participants, please gather at the designated area. Blared the announcement from the loudspeaker. The class had also selected several swift Pokémon to compete. Squirtle. Hao Jianqing's Squirtle was eager to take its turn nearby. However, when the moment came, Squirtle did not step forward, leaving the creature feeling disheartened. Don't worry, Hao reassured, crouching down to pat Squirtle's head. In relay races, trainers cannot participate. Our previous strategies simply won't work. Lin Zhe had initially considered taking his Vulpix for a brief run, but upon realizing that speed moves like Quick Attack were prohibited, he abandoned the thought. Furthermore, during Hao Jianqing's earlier competition, it seemed that all the participating teams had found inspiration. Oh, so we can play the game this way. After the teachers consulted the authorities, they received a clear answer. As long as the Pokémon were not harmed and their will was respected, anything else was permissible. The most important aspect was enjoyment, and if the process could enhance the bond between trainers and their Pokémon, it would be a delightful outcome. This led to a rather peculiar scene on the field. Some trainers dangled Pokémon food in front of their Pokémon, while others, fearing defeat, resorted to physically embracing their opponents, resulting in a rather chaotic melee. Nonetheless, this year's sports event was remarkably successful, surpassing all previous editions in fervor, much to the delight of the students. With the sound of a whistle, the last competition concluded. The students lined up for the leader's speeches. As the sports day drew to a close, there was a tinge of regret among the students due to the early dismissal. All right, those on cleanup duty, please stay behind. The rest may leave. Classes will resume as normal tomorrow. With a brief announcement regarding post-class reminders, they were dismissed. Come on, Zhigu, let us hit the internet. Wu Jie urged Lin Zhe, pulling him along anxiously. Hurry, or we'll miss our chance. You go ahead. I have a few things to take care of. Huh. What is so fun about games when you have Pokémon? I nearly got sick of them in my past life. Besides, there's a rendezvous. I'll soon transform into a superhero. After bidding farewell to Wu Jie, Lin Zhe entered the teaching building with his Vulpix. Standing at the door, just as he was about to knock, it swung open on its own. Come in, a man's voice beckoned. Walking inside, Lin Zhe glanced around. This habit of surveying his surroundings had been ingrained in him from his previous life, influenced by a certain elementary school detective. The office was minimalist, with bookshelves overflowing against the walls. The desk was a chaotic yet organized mess, with a hoodie floating nearby, fast asleep. Make yourself comfortable, the man said, holding a notebook. I am Lu Song, and here are some of my insights regarding psychic abilities. Take a look. Thank you, Teacher Lu, Lin Zhe replied, accepting the notebook with both hands. Vulpix leaped down, curiously observing hoodie. You've raised your Vulpix well, Lu commented in a calm tone, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion. If anyone acquainted with Lu Song were present, they would surely be astonished. Could this stoic face truly offer praise? Chapter 21. The novel has ruined me. Do you have any reflections? At some point, Lu Song had left his desk to inspect Vulpix's condition. Does it seem quite simple? Lin Zhe ventured to ask tentatively. Indeed, for those who have yet to awaken, even if one memorizes the content, comprehension remains elusive. Is the disparity truly so pronounced? Lin Zhe found this rather astonishing. He did not perceive any significant change within himself. It is true that those who have never awakened their mental prowess will forever be unable to fathom that sensation. However, Lu Song seemed disinclined to delve into this topic and promptly shifted the conversation. According to the notes, let us first meditate and ascertain your talent. Lu Song was also curious whether the prodigious youth in this institution was as extraordinary as the rumors suggested. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhe was about to remove his shoes and sit cross-legged when Lu Song interrupted him. Hey, what are you doing? Meditating, Lin Zhe replied, puzzled. As sitting cross-legged for cultivation seemed standard practice. Lu Song pinched the bridge of his nose. Who told you that meditation requires sitting cross-legged? Isn't that how it's portrayed in novels? Lin Zhe responded innocently. There's no need for shoes or a cross-legged position. You simply need to find a comfortable posture that does not strain your body. For instance, you could lie down or lean against a chair. At that moment, Hudi also opened his eyes. Could it be that those with free-spirited minds are more prone to awaken their mental powers? Concentrate and see if you can lift this, Lu Song said, producing a silver cube from his pocket. Hey, why are you closing your eyes? Lu Song was utterly baffled by this series of actions. Isn't it unnecessary to close your eyes? Is that another lesson from a novel? Indeed, you need not close your eyes. Finally, without further mishaps, Lin Zhe focused intently on the silver cube on the table, visualizing the act of lifting it in his mind. Lu Song initially believed it would be commendable if Lin Zhe could merely make the cube move, but to his astonishment, after a brief moment of concentration, the silver cube began to float, albeit somewhat unsteadily. This left Lu Song utterly astounded. He had already been recognized as a genius. Yet his own initial attempts merely resulted in the cube floating for a moment before plummeting back down. In contrast, Lin Zhe managed to keep the cube suspended, appearing unfazed in the process. Unbeknownst to them, due to the circumstances of his transmigration and the system he possessed, Lin Zhe's soul was extraordinarily potent, allowing him to achieve such feats effortlessly. Teacher, is my talent satisfactory? Lin Zhe felt a tinge of anxiety. He had never witnessed anyone else using mental powers, leaving him without a standard for comparison. If he were among the least capable, it would be quite a disgrace for a transmigrator. Well, it's decent. Significantly stronger than your peers, yet there remains a slight gap compared to my own abilities in my youth. After saying this, Lu Song felt a flush of heat in his cheeks. However, to prevent Lin Zhe from becoming overly complacent, he decided to temper his praise. Lin Zhe nodded thoughtfully. I will strive to improve, teacher. Are there any training methods for developing mental powers? Having sensed the marvelous potential of mental prowess, Lin Zhe was eager to strengthen his abilities swiftly. Currently, there are no systematic training methods available, yet one eternal truth prevails. What is that? The more you utilize it, the better. Practice diligently, but do remember to rest, for overexertion can lead to fatigue. Understood. Suddenly, Lin Zhe had an epiphany and extended his mental power towards Lu Song. Mew? The playful Lu Song felt a connection being established. Lu Song, can you hear me? The voice of Lin Zhe resonated in the mind of the Vulpix. Startled for a moment, the Vulpix soon leaped joyfully into Lin Zhe's embrace. I never expected you to discover the wondrous applications of psychic power so swiftly, he remarked. Lu Song, somewhat perplexed, noted that this child was truly exceptional in every regard. However, he added, if you wish to converse with the spirits, that may not be possible just yet. Regrettably, the Vulpix has not yet awakened its psychic abilities. While you can communicate mentally, verbal interaction remains elusive. Psychic power transcends language as a means of communication. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he quickly regained his composure. The ability to connect directly with Vulpix was already a source of immense satisfaction. Although Vulpix was remarkably intelligent, it struggled to grasp certain complexities immediately. Now, they could communicate and clarify directly within Vulpix's mind. Alright, have you recorded all the notes? Once you've done so, we can depart. Also, in the future, you should consider capturing more psychic-type Pokémon, Lu Song advised. Thank you, Teacher Lu, Lin Zhe replied. Vulpix, is there anywhere you wish to go? Lin Zhe inquired, tilting his head to gaze at the Vulpix perched upon his shoulder. While cradling it was comfortable, it made his hands rather cumbersome. So he opted to rest it on his shoulder, a weight he could still manage. After a moment of contemplation, Vulpix conveyed a thought. The video we saw when we went shopping last time? Alright, let's go, Lin Zhe responded, leading Vulpix to the cinema in search of a similar film. As the movie commenced, the once boisterous atmosphere quieted. The grand screen depicted Shinado valiantly defending its trainer, an image that indelibly etched itself into Vulpix's memory. Lowering its gaze to its diminutive form, Vulpix's eyes sparkled with determination. Later that evening, under the astonished gaze of his parents, Lin Zhe showcased his psychic abilities. He deftly commanded plates to soar into the kitchen, causing his father and mother to hold their breath, not daring to interrupt. Observing their anxious expressions, Lin Zhe reassured them, Mom and Dad, there's no need to worry. I will be fine. They exchanged glances, internally whispering their fears of the plates shattering upon falling. Returning to his room, Lin Zhe declared, Vulpix. We must begin rigorous training from today onward, brimming with enthusiasm. Although teacher Luz Jengar had been asleep, once the psychic abilities were truly harnessed, Lin Zhe could sense the profound depth of Jengar's power. During his initial attempts, he had cautiously probed Jengar's psychic aura, only to find his own power dissipate like a drop in the ocean before it could even approach. Had Jengar not belonged to his teacher and refrained from retaliating, Lin Zhe would likely have been rendered utterly helpless by a wild Pokémon. Furthermore, recalling the novels he had read in his previous life, he mused that other transmigrators would likely already be embarking on their journeys to national competitions at this stage. Teacher Lu had mentioned that his own psychic abilities were merely adequate and that he must strive harder, aspiring to wield his powers from 1,000 miles away, worthy of the title of a transmigrator. With this thought in mind, Lin Zhe felt invigorated. Vulpix, too, pondered earnestly, with its trainer awakening psychic powers. It could not afford to lag behind. If future Pokémon were to discover that their initial companion was so feeble, it would be an unbearable embarrassment. Moreover, there was a dream to realize. Indeed, ever since Vulpix watched the film featuring Gardevoir, a new aspiration blossomed within her heart. She realized that while she could not cling to her master, she could certainly allow him to ride upon her. Thus, she vowed to train diligently, to grow stronger, and ultimately, to evolve and fulfill her dreams. The petite form of Vulpix brimmed with determination. Chapter 22. Vulpix's aspirations toward Gardevoir. Gently patting Vulpix on the head, the Pokémon panel materialized. Pokémon, Vulpix. Type, Fire. Gender, Female. Nature, Calm. Ability, Hidden Ability, Solar Power. Moves, Leer, Tail Whip, Growl, Shadow Clone, Ember, Quick Attack. Iron Tail. Vulpix exhibited remarkable talent. However, the lack of stamina was a common affliction among novice Pokémon. Starting tomorrow, Vulpix, you must rise early to run, Lin Zhe declared as he sat on a bench, meticulously drafting a training regimen. Meanwhile, the Sucker Punch doll, in its usual routine, ascended the stairs to rouse Lin Zhe. Upon finding no one present, it twisted its hand and ventured inside, only to be met with the sight of an empty bed, leaving the doll utterly perplexed. Where could he be? As today marked the commencement of formal training, Lin Zhe recognized the necessity of a gradual approach. He refrained from allowing Vulpix to run for an extended period. To set an example, he also engaged in the training alongside her. After completing their run, they arrived at the park, which, due to their early start, was devoid of any other visitors. Lin Zhe offered Vulpix some Pokémon food and water before initiating a simple stretching routine, with Vulpix mimicking his movements earnestly. Vulpix, take a moment to rest while I practice my psychic abilities, he instructed. The park was littered with small stones, perfect for training. A few pebbles levitated around Lin Zhe as he aimed at a nearby tree and launched them. Swish, 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 all missed their mark. Although he could manipulate objects to float, his aim still required refinement. He mused to himself, aware of Vulpix's watchful gaze. Well, yes, I missed all of them. But there's still time to improve. Vulpix observed Lin Zhe's stone-throwing practice, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Throwing things the cinema. Suddenly, Vulpix recalled the scene where Gardevoir launched shadow balls. Why not give it a try myself? She pondered, tilting her head. After careful contemplation, Vulpix puffed out her cheeks and exhaled sharply, releasing a small flame from her mouth. Exactly. In the movie, Gardevoir compressed energy into a ball and threw it. If I compress the fire in my mouth, why shouldn't it form a ball as well? Vulpix mused, puzzled. Lin Zhe cast a glance at Vulpix just as she emitted a tiny flame, but he dismissed it, refocusing on training his psychic powers. As he continued, his accuracy with the stones improved. From initially missing entirely, he progressed to hitting the tree trunk and finally the center of the tree. Ah, this is the last attempt. He sighed, feeling fatigue from prolonged use of his psychic abilities. He planned to finish this final set and call it a day. A few stones floated around him as he aimed at the trunk, but before he could release them, a deafening sound erupted nearby. Boom. A sudden deafening sound startled Lin Zhe, causing him to lose control and drop all the pebbles. Turning to investigate the source of the noise, he discovered that the lawn across from him had ignited, and the adjacent wall appeared scorched, bearing marks of a violent impact. Foggrass. Lin Zhe exclaimed in horror as he glanced at his companion, Vulpix, who looked back at him with an innocent expression. Extinguish the fire. Fortunately, Lin Zhe reacted swiftly and dashed outside, where he found a river. However, upon reaching the riverbank, he realized he had no container. What to do now? Anxiously scanning his surroundings, he hoped for even a simple water bottle. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a blue creature. Marl, help me, Marl. The slumbering Marl suddenly felt itself being lifted, followed by a jolt. Just as they came to a stop, Lin Zhe's frantic shouts pierced the air. Marl, quickly put out the fire. Lin Zhe implored, urgency lacing his voice. Still in a daze, Marl blinked, but quickly regained focus upon hearing the words put out the fire. Aiming at the blazing spot, it opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of water. Water gun. How impressive. Mariel has mastered water gun. Watching the flames extinguish, Lin Zhe felt a weight lift from his heart. Setting fire to the mountains will land you in deep trouble. Thank you, Mariel. Vulpix approached to express its gratitude as well. Lin Zhe sat down, exhaling in relief, and took out the Pokémon treat he always carried, offering it to Mariel. Mariel? Curious, Mariel accepted the treat, sniffed it, and promptly swallowed it whole. Mariel. As the unique flavor enveloped Mariel's taste buds, its little eyes widened in delight. Within moments, the treat was devoured. Mariel. A blissful smile spread across Mariel's face. Observing Mariel's expression, Lin Zhe relaxed. After all, he had taken Mariel without permission, and it was generous enough not to unleash a water gun on him. Judging by its earlier display of power, this Mariel was no ordinary creature. Turning to Vulpix, Lin Zhe inquired about the recent events. Vulpix explained that the flames within it could be transformed into fireballs to catch prey. But that was a bit excessive, wasn't it? Lin Zhe remarked. Are you saying that you observed me throwing pebbles, thought of shiny shadow ball, and then attempted to mimic it? Vulpix nodded, and seeing Lin Zhe's skepticism, it gestured for him to step back, preparing for another demonstration. Wait a moment, Mariel. If another fire ignites, I might need your assistance, Lin Zhe cautioned. Mariel nodded, signaling its readiness. Vulpix aimed ahead, puffed up its cheeks, and unleashed a fiery projectile that erupted from its mouth, crashing forcefully against the wall and igniting the surrounding grass. Lin Zhe watched in astonishment at this display of power. What kind of technique was that? A miniature incendiary? Mariel swiftly extinguished the flames and approached Vulpix, the two engaging in earnest discussion. Mariel spoke seriously, while Vulpix nodded solemnly. Through their psychic connection, Lin Zhe gleaned the essence of their conversation. Mary Lou cautioned Vulpix to refrain from using fire-type moves on the grass, lest they spark a wildfire and face dire consequences. Just as the two little ones were engaged in their spirited exchange, Lin Zhe's phone buzzed in his pocket. Glancing at the time, he realized that morning self-study was about to commence. Vulpix, enough chatting, we're going to be late for school, Lin Zhe exclaimed, hastily grabbing his bag from the side and sprinting towards the school, with Vulpix seemingly liberated, darting away from Mary Lou's side in pursuit of Lin Zhe. Mary Lou, watching the two depart, stamped her foot in frustration. I wasn't finished speaking. Chapter 23. Shooting hoops anytime, anywhere. As the familiar school bell rang, Lin Zhe and Vulpix rushed to the classroom door, still catching their breath. Report in. Time your arrival better next time. Go on in, instructed Teacher Zhong, who was busy at the podium preparing lesson plans. Lin Zhe bowed politely, placing his bag before him, and tiptoed to his seat. No sooner had he sat down than Wu Jie quietly inquired from beside him. Lin Zhe waved his hand, indicating he needed a moment of respite. The morning classes soon came to an end, albeit rather dull, leaving many students, Lin Zhe included, feeling drowsy. After lunch, the two found a shady spot under a tree on the playground to chat. Lin Zhe tossed small pebbles forward while Vulpix utilized its iron tail to strike them. To enhance Vulpix's tail agility, Lin Zhe occasionally employed his psychic abilities to curve the trajectory of the stones. The duo was thoroughly enjoying themselves. Waking up so early. Are you gearing up for the Little Phoenix King Cup competition? Wu Jie lazily asked while reclining on the grass, with his fiery monkey comfortably dozing on his lap. Little Phoenix King Cup? What is that? Lin Zhe inquired with curiosity, still focusing on his target. It's a competition for novice trainers. You didn't know? Wu Jie responded, somewhat astonished, thinking Lin Zhe was preparing for the contest when in fact he was merely gathering information. The Little Phoenix King Cup is a tournament designed for rookie trainers. The top 3 not only receive fixed bonuses for college entrance exams, but also win Pokémon eggs and various items as rewards. Such generous rewards. Upon hearing about the Pokémon egg, Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. For him, the exam bonus held little significance. The Pokémon egg was the true treasure. After all, the champion's prize would undoubtedly possess superior qualities compared to those he could find on his own. Although he had a system, nothing could compare to the ease of having it handed to him. He resolved to enter the competition. When is the competition? Lin Zhe eagerly inquired. Just wait. It's still early. How do you know so much? Lin Zhe questioned. Just look at your brother Jie's status. Wu Jie replied with a smug expression. Vulpix, did you hear that? We must strive harder. Our goal is the championship. Bull. With determination for the Little Phoenix King Cup Championship, Lin Zhe began to devise a meticulous training regimen. As days passed, Lin Zhe and Vulpix gradually acclimated to their daily training routine, early morning workouts in the park, resting during classes, afternoon practical sessions, evening exercises followed by early bedtimes, and weekend outings for leisure, recognizing the need for a balance between training and relaxation. A life of regularity, complemented by exclusive Pokémon treats and Lin Zhe's training enriched by his past life's experiences, has significantly enhanced the prowess of the Vulpix. In the park, a human, a fox, and a mouse are deeply engrossed in intensive training, while a suction cup doll observes nearby. Vulpix, Ember. Although Lin Zhe had once attempted to command the battle without verbal cues, he soon abandoned the effort. While mental energy facilitates smoother communication, the absence of spoken commands leaves a sense of something amiss. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's command, Vulpix opened its small brown mouth, gathering flames within, and in the blink of an eye, formed a fireball that was thrust forward. Boom! The searing fireball collided violently with the ice wall, its formidable force shattering the wall into countless fragments, while the splattering flames melted the icy debris into puddles of water within mere moments. Excellent, Vulpix. You can now launch with stability. He crouched down to scratch Vulpix's chin and fed it a few Pokémon treats. Nearby, Marill and the suction cup doll approached eagerly. To facilitate Vulpix's training, Lin Zhe summoned the suction cup doll each day. Its presence served dual purposes. First, as a target to assess Vulpix's damage and accuracy. Second, to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. As for Marill, it was purely there to share in the Pokémon treats. Ever since devouring a Pokémon treat on the first day, Marill has been unable to forget the delightful taste. Even its favorite foods now seemed like mere wax in comparison. Frustrated, Marill had restless nights, and the following morning, it hurried to the park to await Lin Zhe's arrival. Upon seeing Lin Zhe with Vulpix, Marill dashed over, startling Vulpix, who regarded Marill with a wary demeanor as if facing a formidable foe. After some interaction, this developed into daily battles with Vulpix in exchange for treats. Observing the Pokémon playfully at rest, Lin Zhe began contemplating the next phase of training. Drawing inspiration from techniques seen in anime from his previous life, he recognized that these moves fundamentally pertain to the manipulation of energy, with the actual power being contingent upon the Pokémon's inherent strength. Casting a glance at the frolicking Vulpix, he pondered the remarkable power of the flames it produced. He beckoned Vulpix and Marill over, gently stroking their heads, which revealed their respective Pokémon panels. Pokémon, Vulpix type, fire gender, female nature, calm ability, hidden ability, solar power moves, glare, tail whip, growl, shadow clone, flamethrower, iron tail, quick attack, ember, self-created, Pokémon, Marill type, water gender, female nature, gentle ability, thick fat moves, water gun, protect, charm, sing, blizzard, aqua jet. Tackle. Gazing at the impressive array of moves, Lin Zhe was astonished. What an undiscovered powerhouse. He sighed as he noted the water type on the panel. Currently, only 17 types of attributes are known in this world, with the fairy type yet to be uncovered. The Stantler hasn't awakened yet. Time to head to school. Waving goodbye to the suction cup doll and Mary Lou, he turned and sprinted toward the school. After Lin Zhe departed, the suction cup doll and Mary Lou hesitated before making their exit. The suction cup doll lowered its gaze towards Mary Lou, seemingly engaged in a silent exchange. However, after a moment of contemplation, Mary Lou shook her head and took her leave. With a sigh, the suction cup doll also turned to head to the market for groceries. Boss, 3 buns, please. Lin Zhe glanced at the time and realized he still had some to spare. Feeling a bit hungry, he decided to indulge in some buns. As he bit into one, he spoke indistinctly to the nine-tailed fox beside him. Care for some? The nine-tailed fox shook its head, having eaten previously. In my opinion, they pale in comparison to the Pokémon cube. Noticing the nine-tailed fox's refusal, Lin Zhe quickly finished the remaining buns in just 2 or 3 bites, wiped his mouth, crumpled the plastic bag into a ball, and assumed a shooting stance toward a distant trash bin, launching it with a flick. Whoosh! The plastic bag traced a graceful arc through the air. Unfortunately, it was too far and too light, falling short midway. A tall boy passing by let out a derisive snicker. Is that it? Lin Zhe shot a glance at the tall boy, using his mental prowess to guide the plastic bag into the trash bin before dusting off his hands and turning to leave, leaving the tall boy in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 24, Snorlax's Embrace. During the morning study period, the date for the Little Phoenix King Cup was set for mid-next month. Wu Jie rested his chin on the desk, his mouth opening and closing in animated fashion. You heard about it, didn't you? Before Lin Zhe could respond, Hao Jianqing interjected. Of course I did. I reckon Teacher Zhong will announce it shortly. Wu Jie rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging further. Aren't you signing up to compete? You better be prepared. Lin Zhe had grown accustomed to Wu Jie's penchant for gossip. If he shared tidbits in a sneaky manner, they were often false. But if he spoke in a languid tone, it was most likely accurate. As expected, after the meeting, Teacher Zhong ascended the podium with a small stack of pamphlets, and the class fell silent. I have 2 announcements. The first is that the Little Phoenix King Cup competition is about to commence, scheduled for mid-next month. The promotional materials are on the podium. Those interested can collect them after class. Now, a word of caution. For those looking to take advantage of the situation, particularly a certain house student, please refrain. At this statement, the previously quiet classroom erupted in laughter, with Teacher Zhong casting a knowing glance at Hao Jianqing. Teacher, I don't take advantage. I'm merely studying how Pokémon react under various circumstances, Hao Jianqing declared, feigning righteousness. Enough of that. Regular competitions are one thing, but this is different. The principal mentioned in the meeting that those with ability will rise, while those without will fall. Competing within the school is one thing, but outside, we must maintain our dignity. Observing teacher Zhong's serious demeanor, Lin Zhe pondered deeply, contemplating whether the principal had made a wager with other schools regarding who would claim the championship, a trope often found in novels. That's all for now. Continue your studies. Lin Zhe, step outside for a moment. Following the teacher upstairs, he arrived at an office marked principal's office. Surely this isn't a bet? Lin Zhe raised an eyebrow, pondering whether there were rewards for securing the championship as he followed teacher Zhong into the office. Principal, they have arrived, came the rather formal announcement, which Lin Zhe inwardly scoffed at. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man, who had been facing away, stood and turned toward them. Greetings, Principal. Lin Zhe offered a slight bow in acknowledgement. Hello, please take a seat for a moment. A few more individuals will be arriving shortly. He settled into his chair. Curiosity piqued as he surveyed the office. One word encapsulated the space: vast. The principal's office was larger than that of 4 teachers combined, complete with a partition whose purpose was unclear. Shelves adorned with an array of collectibles and rare Pokémon paraphernalia lined the room. Lin Zhe clicked his tongue in admiration. Such opulence. Following the previous incident at the black market, he had become particularly attentive to stones, especially those curated as collectibles, as they could potentially be treasures. Principal, may I examine your collection? Lin Zhe inquired softly. According to the memories of his original self, the principal was a kind-hearted individual. Thus he assumed there would be no issue in perusing the collection. As anticipated, the principal responded readily. Of course, feel free to look around. Thank you, Principal. Lin Zhe stood, opting not to directly inspect the stones, but rather to admire the other artifacts on display. Directly approaching any singular item would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Eventually, he found himself before the stones, but to his dismay, they appeared to be merely ordinary rocks, albeit with smooth shapes and appealing patterns. Disappointment washed over him. Yet it was reasonable. Such treasures were not easily found, perhaps still nestled in some cave within the mountains. Are you also interested in stones? The principal had quietly approached Lin Zhe, his voice soft. Unfazed by the sudden sound, Lin Zhe was enveloped in a protective aura of mental energy, ensuring that even the slightest rustle was registered in his mind. As for why he hadn't used his psychic abilities to examine the stones, it was merely an oversight. He simply appreciated beautiful things. Such a pretentious statement, he thought, taken aback by the abrupt change in tone. The principal truly possessed the heart of a playful child. Principal, called out a voice from the doorway, interrupting their conversation. Everyone else here, please take a seat. Lin Zhe glanced around, noting that along with the enthusiastic Liang Yu, there were 2 others, a boy and a girl. The boy sported short hair and rimless glasses, exuding a scholarly demeanor, while the girl, with her ponytail and jacket tied around her waist, radiated vitality and curiosity as she regarded Lin Zhe. Your teachers just informed you about the Xiaofeng Wang Cup for newcomers, correct? Since your teachers have brought you here, it's clear you intend to register for the competition. In addition to the competition rewards, I shall also prepare some prizes for you after the event. The better your ranking, the more substantial the reward. The principal's words ignited a fervor among the group, with Lin Zhe remaining aloof, having grown accustomed to such rhetoric during his previous career. Indeed, this is for my own sake, certainly not for the principal's collection. Let us get acquainted. Upon finishing his words, the principal rose, leaving space for the few individuals present. I am Liang Yu, and this is my Pokémon, Charmeleon. Liang Yu was the first to stand, deftly tossing his Pokeball, which burst forth in a dazzling flash of red light, revealing Charmeleon in all its glory. The flames dancing at the tip of its tail symbolized its splendid condition, a testament to exceptional training. I am Liang, and this is my Pokémon, Snorlax. With those words, he released his Pokeball, and a deep blue Pokémon materialized on the ground, its pointed ears twitching gently as it slumbered soundly. The appearance of Snorlax ignited a collective thought among the remaining spectators. What a wealthy individual. A Pokémon like this could hardly be afforded by an average household. The resources required to nurture such a creature could easily sustain a semi-divine being. Wake up, don't sleep. Liang, disregarding any embarrassment, hurried to rouse Snorlax. It was indeed quite disgraceful to be napping on their first encounter. After a few gentle shakes, Snorlax finally rubbed its eyes and sat up, gazing at Liang. Wake up, no food is being served yet, greet everyone. Upon hearing this, Snorlax's enthusiasm waned instantaneously, letting out a yawn before shambling towards the group. Snorlax. It managed to greet, only to turn away, but suddenly its nose twitched, directing its attention towards Lin Zhe, moving closer while sniffing the air. It halted beside Lin Zhe, wrapping its arms around his leg in a seamless motion. Chapter 25, The Rapidly Advancing Vulpix. Lin Zhe looked down at Snorlax, pondering if it had caught a whiff of Vulpix's Pokémon treat. Liang rushed over, feeling a touch flustered. Snorlax, please release him. Upon hearing Liang's plea, Snorlax let go of Lin Zhe's leg, but continued to gaze at him with longing. The nearby girl observed Snorlax's antics, seemingly deep in thought. Just as she was about to speak, her Pokeball at her waist suddenly expanded, emitting a flash of red light as Vulpix sprang forth. However, after a brief nap, it was displeased to see its food being coveted by another, its gaze fixed menacingly on Snorlax. Yet before it could take any further action, Liang swiftly recalled Snorlax into its Pokeball, bowing in apology. I apologize. Snorlax may have been a bit hungry after just waking up and caught a scent of food on you. I'm truly sorry. Liang repeatedly expressed his apologies, managing to prevent the situation from escalating. Not a problem. Lin Zhe waved his hand dismissively, understanding the allure that the Pokémon treat in his pocket had for Snorlax. The fact that it hadn't attempted to steal food on the spot was a testament to Liang's commendable training. Seeing that Lin Zhe was genuinely unconcerned, Liang felt relieved, realizing that the fault did indeed lie with his Pokémon. I am Lin Zhe, and this is my Pokémon, Vulpix. Since Vulpix had already emerged, he took the opportunity to introduce it directly. You are the most familiar face here. Liang Yu chimed in with a hint of jealousy, wishing to become the stuff of legends at school. Hello everyone, I am Li Xinyue, and this is my Pokémon, Chikorita, with a familiar flash of red light. A Pokémon with a body of soft green and a deep green leaf atop its head materialized before them. Accompanying this was a faint, delicate fragrance that uplifted the spirit. Observing two sprites frolicking together, Lin Zhe suddenly recalled the one that had previously aided him during class. He had even fed it a sprite cube. However, at that time, its trainer was quite distant, preventing him from discerning its features clearly, which led him to only remember upon seeing the Chikorita. Ah, Zhigu, why did you call me out? Nothing much, just to discuss the upcoming Xiao Fengwang Cup. Are you planning to participate? Upon hearing this, Wu Jie instantly lost interest. He preferred spectating sprite battles rather than participating. If possible, he would rather remain off the field. Are you not going to at least consider it? Lin Zhe inquired, surprised, as this was uncharacteristic of him. Oh, you've become quite perceptive. Ignoring the dazed Wu Jie, Lin Zhe began contemplating the techniques he needed to master. The competition would undoubtedly present a variety of adversaries, since he could not preemptively guard against their moves. He decided to bolster his own capabilities instead. The morning swiftly passed, leading into the afternoon battle class. Mu Xiaoxiao and Lin Zhe leaned against the railing of the battle arena, observing the confrontation between a Blaziken and a Vulpix. Rather than a battle, it seemed more like the Blaziken was unilaterally feeding moves to the Vulpix. Vulpix, use Ember. At the command, the Vulpix accumulated flames in its mouth, compressing them before launching them toward the Blaziken. Boom. The dust from the attack enveloped both sprites. While the Ember was indeed powerful, inflicting damage on the Blaziken was nothing short of fanciful. As the smoke cleared, the Blaziken stood tall, with only a few singed hairs on its arms. The Blaziken gazed at the Vulpix in astonishment. The temperature of the flames was indeed high. It had just demonstrated the power of Ember before the Blaziken and Mu Xiaoxiao, having considered the risks before enduring the attack with its own body. However, it was unexpected that while it had withstood the damage, its fur had become charred. This move has considerable power, Mu Xiaoxiao remarked as she approached the Blaziken, stroking its singed fur. And the temperature is exceedingly high. What do you usually feed it? She inquired, her eyebrows raised in curiosity. Does chili count? Lin Zhe pondered, but refrained from mentioning the sprite cube. Mu Xiaoxiao regarded Lin Zhe with a knowing look. It was well acknowledged that chili could indeed enhance the ability to emit flames and elevate temperature, but that was something learned inadvertently. Clinging to the notion that merely consuming chili would result in the ability to unleash flames would yield no effect whatsoever. Moreover, the Vulpix exhibited rapid growth. Although this particular Vulpix possessed exceptional qualities among novice sprites, its growth was astonishingly swift. It is essential to recognize that training must be intermittent, otherwise, the sprite may become overwhelmed. Nevertheless, the Vulpix appeared vibrant and showed no signs of discomfort. Moreover, it had even developed its own unique moves. It seemed that this student of his harbored numerous secrets. Creating new sprite techniques is both simple and complex. It requires not only the trainer's ingenious ideas, but also the sprite's exceptional comprehension. Both elements are indispensable. Upon reflecting on this, Mu Xiaoxiao cast a meaningful glance at Lin Zhe, yet chose not to inquire further. She found these matters rather tiresome. The daily grind of work was exhausting enough, compounded by the lack of exhilarating battles. Working is so tiring, she lamented. Your Vulpix has been cultivated remarkably well. In terms of sheer power, your self-developed fireball far surpasses that of other Pokémon. However, the drawbacks are quite evident. While the moves are potent, their charging time is excessively long, making them susceptible to evasion, Mu Xiaoxiao assessed. Lin Zhe nodded in agreement, aware of this issue but yet to devise a satisfactory solution. The only notion that crossed his mind was to rely on control for stable targeting. Perhaps you should consider reducing the power and charging time in exchange for increased firing speed. That way, even if you miss, you can still achieve area coverage. Much like the grass-type move, Seed Bomb, Mu Xiaoxiao suggested. The ingenuity of this self-created move became increasingly apparent. Utilizing the flames within Vulpix's abdomen to enhance or diminish power was a feat difficult for other Pokémon to replicate. Upon hearing Mu Xiaoxiao's suggestion, Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. How had he not thought of this before? Vulpix, come and give it a try, he urged, eagerly transmitting the image in his mind to Vulpix. Fortunately, their mental link allowed Vulpix to swiftly comprehend Lin Zhe's thoughts. We are of one mind. Chapter 26. The grueling training upon grasping Lin Zhe's intentions. Vulpix began to experiment. Flames accumulated in its abdomen, gradually forming a small fireball at a pace far exceeding before. Boom. Vulpix launched it at a nearby open space. The power was noticeably diminished, yet the speed had significantly increased, and the temperature of the flames remained unchanged. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lin Zhe. As a familiar anime move flashed through his mind. Regaining his composure, he relayed his thoughts to Vulpix. Vulpix briefly understood and nodded in acknowledgement. It then leaped into the air, rapidly accumulating flames and directing them toward the ground. During the launch, the flames split into several small fireballs that rained down. Witnessing this spectacle, Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "This move is impressive, a wide-area attack. What do you call it?" "Phoenix Fire Technique." Lin Zhe responded. "With this, inflicting damage is certainly not an issue," Mu Xiaoxiao remarked. However, before Lin Zhe could respond, she shifted her tone. "Yet, there remains a concern." With a playful glint in her eyes, Mu Xiaoxiao gazed at Lin Zhe. "Mu Laoshi, please don't keep me in suspense," Lin Zhe chuckled ruefully. While Mu Laoshi had many admirable qualities, her penchant for leaving thoughts half-finished was not one of them. "Your Vulpix has the extraordinary talent to learn Iron Tail and Quick Attack at this juncture. However, its reflexes are not up to par. While Quick Attack can evade most moves, it continuously drains stamina. If your reflexes were adequate, you could execute the most suitable actions with minimal energy expenditure to avoid danger. The same applies to Iron Tail, unless it's a direct confrontation. An opponent won't simply stand still for you to strike. After all, no matter how much one practices, Iron Tail cannot transform into an area of effect attack like your Phoenix Fire technique." Upon hearing Mu Xiaoxiao's words, Lin Zhe could sum it up in 4 succinct characters, to the point. These were issues Lin Zhe had overlooked. A saying from his past life had led him astray. In the world of martial arts, there is no impenetrable force, only speed that cannot be broken. Consequently, after mastering the technique of electric flash, he scarcely considered the aspect of speed, believing that as long as he was fast enough, he could evade any attack. Reflect on this, young one, do not lose heart. You have already far surpassed your peers. There is no perfect technique in this world, nor is there anyone who can rely on a single move to achieve victory consistently. Think it over carefully. With that, he departed with his fiery companion. As there were other students to attend to, and they had taken enough time for this private lesson. After Mu Xiaoxiao's insightful remarks, Lin Zhe fell into contemplation. The participant is often blinded, while the observer sees clearly. Such comments illuminated his path ahead significantly. Sixtails, I have devised a method to enhance your reflexes. But the process will be arduous, and initially, you may experience some physical discomfort. Are you willing to try? Lin Zhe crouched down to inquire. Although he was Sixtails' trainer, the Pokémon's will was paramount. If Sixtails were unwilling, Lin Zhe would never force her. Mew. Sixtails nodded vigorously. Determined to grow stronger even than the Shinado from the films, unfazed by the prospect of injury. Sensing Sixtails' fervent desire for strength, Lin Zhe nodded solemnly as well, albeit curious if her ambition might be a tad excessive. Oh well, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Let us proceed and find some training equipment. During his earlier break, he had thoroughly explored the school and discovered numerous training rooms within the battle arena, though not specifically designed for techniques. They would suffice for Sixtails at this stage. He casually selected a room and pushed the door open, revealing a tennis ball machine tucked in a corner. This venue was meant for training psychic-type Pokémon, yet it could effectively serve to enhance reflexes as well. In a moment, I will use this machine to launch tennis balls at you. Your task is to evade them as best as you can, and of course, you are not permitted to use any Pokémon moves. After explaining, he gestured for Sixtails to step back and demonstrated with a shot. The ball striking the wall and leaving a dark mark. It even leaves a hit mark. Sixtails, be cautious, or you might end up blackened. Sixtails nodded in acknowledgement and scampered to the other side, preparing herself. Begin. With that command, Lin Zhe activated the machine, launching the tennis balls at Sixtails at speeds exceeding that of the demonstration by more than double. Trainer, you lack martial ethics. Watching the rapidly approaching tennis ball, Sixtails swiftly dodged, ready to taunt Lin Zhe, only to be silenced by the next ball that struck her, staining her originally brown mouth black. However, there was no time for complaints, as another ball was already on its way. While Sixtails gracefully evaded the incoming tennis balls, Lin Zhe paused to reload. After completing the task, and under Sixtails' incredulous gaze, he rolled out 2 more machines. Trainer, you must not forsake your humanity. The 3 machines, under the command of mental fortitude, began to operate seamlessly. Ninetales, be cautious. No sooner had the words left my lips than the machines activated simultaneously. Their firing rate initially slowed, as a cushion was necessary. I deftly evaded the first projectile, barely dodged the second, but the third struck Ninetales directly. Ninetales rise. The next volley is approaching, and its velocity will steadily increase. Observing Ninetales being hit, I hastily warned, for if it did not rise promptly, it would be continually suppressed by the oncoming projectiles. Fortunately, Ninetales anticipated this predicament, enduring the pain to stand up. It was the first time it had been struck head-on, and the agony sparked its competitive spirit. As the speed of the projectiles escalated, Ninetales was hit increasingly often, its fur becoming blackened, rendering its original color nearly unrecognizable. Watching Ninetales suffer under the relentless barrage filled my heart with anguish. Yet, I did not cease the training. I understood that if we did not train diligently now, the future threats to Ninetales would be far graver than mere projectiles. Time ticked away. Suddenly, the training room door was kicked open, and I rushed out with Ninetales in my arms. The creature, now shrouded in darkness, had endured physical torment, yet its eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. "Teacher, please, assist in examining Ninetales," I shouted before even reaching the infirmary, relieved that it was after school hours and the corridor was empty. The school nurse gazed incredulously at the ebony creature in my arms, yet instinctively reached out to take it. A nearby Pokeball rattled, and a nearly doll-like Pokémon appeared, hastily escorting Ninetales into the treatment room. Chapter 27, The Unconventional Ninetales. As I watched the lights of the treatment room illuminate, I slumped into a chair, overwhelmed by despondency. Regret washed over me. I lamented the excessive training intensity. No matter how intelligent or talented Ninetales was, it remained a child. 10 minutes later, the doll-like Pokémon wheeled out a cart from the treatment room. "Teacher, is Ninetales all right?" I hurried to the cart. "It's fine," the school nurse replied, shaking her head. My anxious entrance had startled her, leading her to fear something dire had transpired. "Then why did it faint?" I inquired. "It wasn't a faint, it was merely asleep. You must have just finished a rigorous training session, correct?" The nurse responded with a hint of exasperation. "How could you tell?" I asked. While I cannot explain how its color became like this, the examination revealed it was simply exhausted. A little rest and nutritional replenishment will suffice. I believe you have underestimated the resilience of Pokémon. Caring for them is indeed commendable, but consider that without a robust innate physique, they cannot sustain such vast energy output. What might harm a human is merely a tickle to a Pokémon, she elaborated while tidying her instruments. Take this. When it awakens, it can consume it to aid in recovery. In future instances, if such a situation arises, finding a healing Pokémon for a brief rest will suffice. As for the color of her fur, we shall wait until she awakens to cleanse her. The school nurse meticulously instructed, while Lin Zhe diligently noted everything down. He then took the restorative food provided by the nurse, tucked away the Pokeball containing Vulpix, and departed from the infirmary. "Ah, little one, you startled me," Lin Zhe murmured as he caressed the Pokeball. If anything were to go awry, he feared he would never forgive himself. "Vulpix? Why hasn't she come out for her meal today?" "I bought some new spicy peppers," Lin Ma inquired at the dining table, perplexed. Lin Ba, who was busy serving food to Piku, shared her curiosity. Typically, Vulpix would be the first to leap out and take her place at the table, eagerly awaiting the feast. Today's training was a bit more intense. Vulpix must be feeling tired and is resting in her Pokeball, Lin Zhe explained. "What a pity. I was looking forward to seeing if she would enjoy the newly learned stir-fried peppers," Lin Ma lamented, gazing wistfully at the small bowl filled with peppers. At that moment, the Pokeball at Lin Zhe's waist began to tremble, and with a flash of red light, Vulpix materialized in her designated spot. "Vulpix." The rejuvenated creature nuzzled against Lin Ma affectionately. "Why has Vulpix turned black?" Lin Ma exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Vulpix's darkened fur. "This is a result of training. Come, let us wash you up," Lin Zhe said, scooping Vulpix into his arms and heading toward the bathroom. He activated the warm air and retrieved Vulpix's bathing tub. It seemed that, like many fire-type Pokémon, Vulpix's belongings were predominantly red. After filling the tub with warm water and testing the temperature, Vulpix, mimicking Lin Zhe, tentatively dipped a paw into the water. "Is the temperature acceptable, Vulpix?" She nodded enthusiastically. Stepping obediently into the tub, Lin Zhe adjusted the showerhead's temperature and began to cleanse Vulpix's body. It was curious, despite being a fire-type Pokémon, she showed no aversion to water, having even taken a leisurely swim in the river with Marl before. As he applied the cleansing solution, bubbles enveloped Vulpix's petite form, eliciting a ticklish sensation. Soon, under Lin Zhe's careful washing, her fur regained its smooth and lustrous sheen. A brand new Vulpix. The clothes from earlier had become damp during the bath. Thus, a simple rinse was in order. Vulpix covered her eyes with her tiny paws, too shy to look. However, she couldn't resist stealing glances through her fingers. Once cleaned, Lin Zhe donned a fresh outfit. "Quick, Vulpix, taste this." Lin Ma eagerly placed the stir-fried peppers and a Pokémon treat before Vulpix, her eyes filled with anticipation. Vulpix grasped a pepper and devoured it in just a few bites, the spicy and savory flavors dancing in her mouth. "Is it truly that delicious?" Lin Zhe mused, unsure, as he cautiously picked up a slice of pepper and placed it in his mouth. Before he could even begin to chew, his face flushed crimson. He hurriedly spat out the pepper, desperately gulping down cold water. The sight of Lin Zhe's predicament sent peals of laughter around the table. Silly boy, those were specially prepared for Vulpix. If you wish to try, I'll make you something different tomorrow. Perhaps not. I certainly lack the appetite for that. Vulpix, your taste is indeed unique. Disregarding Lin Zhe, Ninetales swiftly devoured the food before her. Today's training made her acutely aware of the vast potential for improvement that lay ahead. The recent victories had inevitably instilled a sense of pride and complacency within Ninetales, and today's tennis match delivered a sobering wake-up call. There was still much work to be done. Ninetales, Phoenix Fire. Skillfully evading Meryl's water gun, Ninetales seized the opportune moment, pivoted, and unleashed 5 fireballs that hurtled toward Marill with great speed. Boom. The explosion sent a cloud of dust enveloping Marill. Nevertheless, Ninetales remained poised and ready for action. After days of rigorous training, both Lin Zhe and Ninetales could distinctly sense Meryl's formidable strength. Every technique was executed flawlessly, showcasing her resilience. Indeed, as the dust settled, Marill stood unscathed, her form unchanged. Marill, she acknowledged Ninetales with a solemn nod. Lin Zhe, maintaining a stoic expression, revealed a slight smile. Through his psychic perception, he comprehended Meryl's sentiment. With such strength, I acknowledge you. Upon hearing Meryl's words, Ninetales' tense body relaxed. In the realm of Pokémon, the hierarchy of strength is not distinctly categorized, yet there are general classifications: gym leader level, quasi-elite level, and champion level. Below the gym leader tier, there is no precise differentiation. The fluctuating strengths cannot be accurately classified. The disparity between the initial Pokémon of the affluent and the impoverished is significant, though diligence can bridge this gap. Above the champion level lies the legendary Pokémon. While it is often said that champions possess strength rivaling that of legends, Lin Zhe understood that champions typically contend with the likes of the legendary birds and beasts. Ascending further, one encounters beings such as Lugia and Ho-Oh, where an ordinary champion would be fortunate merely to survive in battle, as such overwhelming power is beyond the reach of typical Pokémon. Beyond that, there exist Pokémon like Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza, each capable of obliterating nations. Should one encounter them, it is best to tidy one's attire and seek a dignified demise. Not to mention the temporal and spatial deities that loom even higher. Chapter 28, The Past of Marill. After the battle, seated on the grass and engaged in conversation, Lin Zhe gradually learned of Meryl's former life. When Marill was still a love disc, she lived harmoniously within her community deep in the forest. However, one fateful day, 2 powerful Pokémon clashed, and the ensuing chaos caused Lovedisk and her family to become separated. As she aimlessly wandered through the forest, Lovedisk began to suffer attacks from other Pokémon. Despite sustaining serious injuries, she managed to endure. Day after day, Lovedisk traversed every corner of the forest, yet she never found her family. Over time, she relinquished her search and chose to live alone in the forest. Having faced bullying from other Pokémon in her early years, Lovedisk learned the move, protect. Yet he seldom retaliated, for he recognized that he had intruded upon the territory of other Pokémon, and their expulsion of him was justified. In this context, Lurili's strength grew day by day, and she established a home within the forest. Upon witnessing some frail Pokémon without shelter, she was reminded of her own past, prompting her to offer refuge to them. With Lurili's assistance, many abandoned, lost, and weak Pokémon managed to survive. As time passed, the group flourished, compelling Marilu to venture out to claim territory. Each successful acquisition was met with a bow of apology from Marilu. Through repeated skirmishes, Lurili evolved, her enhanced prowess rendering her indifferent to the affairs around her. By chance, she discovered the splendor of the human world, which not only piqued her curiosity, but also compelled her to bid farewell to the other Pokémon in her territory and embark on a journey into the realm of humans. With Marilu's guidance, the lives of the other Pokémon improved, gradually enabling them to become self-sufficient. Even in Marilu's absence, they were able to lead normal lives without fear of oppression. Drawn by the vibrancy of the city, Marilu was captivated by the bustling urban life, a stark contrast to the unchanging tranquility of the forest. The clamor and liveliness of the city filled her with genuine joy. She began to wander through various cities, reveling in the diverse landscapes, foraging for fruits when hungry, and seeking a spot to rest whenever fatigue set in. Along her journey, trainers challenged her to battles, but they were all swiftly defeated, allowing her to depart with grace. Upon arriving in Golden Harbor City, she happened upon a park where 2 fire-type Pokémon were engaged in combat, the residual flames igniting the surrounding grass. Marilu promptly extinguished the fire and delivered a stern reprimand to the 2 Pokémon. Such a punishment would have been considered lenient in the forest. After teaching them a lesson, she took a moment to rest and contemplate her future. She remained there until the present moment. After their conversation, Lin Zhe felt a deep admiration for Marilu, embodying the archetype of a protagonist, something even novels dare not portray. He sighed, realizing that this was the life he envisioned. Traveling like the characters in anime, experiencing the customs and cultures of various places and encountering diverse Pokémon. The thought of having to wait a long time before embarking on his own journey irked him. Buzz. His phone vibrated in his pocket, signaling that it was time for school. Let's go, Ninetales, Lin Zhe said, grabbing his backpack and setting off, with Ninetales trotting closely behind. See you tomorrow, Mary Lou. He waved goodbye over his shoulder as he left the park. Mary Lou watched Lin Zhe depart, recalling the words of the suction cup puppet. Shaking her head, she exited the park and leaped into the river, her blue orb of a tail the only part visible above the water. After a busy morning, a soothing bath was in order. Upon reaching the classroom, the typically lively morning atmosphere was subdued, with everyone engrossed in their textbooks. Some were fervently scribbling notes in their notebooks. The Pokémon remained mostly tucked away, with those outside resting quietly. Even the usually boisterous Hao Jiansheng was engrossed in his studies. What could be happening? Lin Zhe curiously surveyed his surroundings, placing his backpack on a chair, and leaned closer to Wu Jie to inquire. The monthly exam has been moved up to today. You should hurry and study, Wu Jie replied without lifting his head. As if recalling something, he added, of course, you need not bother. Lin Zhe leaned back in his seat, observing his classmates fervently scribbling away. An exam, he mused. I wonder what it will cover. How exciting. The desks were cleared, drawers shifted to the front. Teacher Zhong entered with a lively step, notably without the usual presence of Gu Ranwen, instead accompanied by the gentle chime of the wind chimes that danced upon his shoulder. Oh, the absence of the familiar Gu Ranwen sent the entire class into a collective lament, though a few individuals were confident smiles. Attempting to cheat under the watchful eye of the telekinetic wind chimes would be akin to trying to teach Groudon to fly. Wang Zihao, distribute the papers, he commanded, then took his seat at the podium to begin writing his lesson plan. For a teacher with a psychic Pokémon, invigilating was akin to a vacation, as almost every educator possessed a psychic companion to oversee the class. What? You don't have one? Why not borrow one? The exam papers were swiftly handed out, and the lamentations subsided after a mere 2 seconds. After all, wailing would not secure a perfect score. It was far more prudent to peruse the exam. Marking guesses were necessary. Those who had prepared little notes soon abandoned their thoughts of cheating. Lin Zhe skimmed the exam paper. The content was professional yet fundamental, remaining within the syllabus, all material from the textbook. The last 3 supplementary questions, however, leaned more towards practical application. Nonetheless, these were trifles for Lin Zhe. The once quiet classroom was now filled only with the sounds of pens scratching against paper and occasional sighs. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the morning exam, the class erupted into chaos, with many bemoaning their fates. Under the telekinetic control of the wind chimes, the exam papers were neatly stacked on the podium, one by one. How did it go? Wu Jie asked with a look of dejection. It was all right, nothing special. How about you? Lin Zhe retorted, although he felt confident. He preferred to remain modest. Nothing special. I'll believe that when pigs fly. Every time after the exam, you say the same thing. Yet you always come out on top. Wu Jie shot Lin Zhe a sidelong glance, bemused by his friend's apparent self-deception. Observing Wu Jie's expression, Lin Zhe offered an awkward smile. Ahem, you know how it is. Those who were attentive would notice that after every exam, those who excelled rarely bore smiles. When asked about their performance, the typical response was often, sigh, I flunked it, or sigh, it wasn't great. Rarely would one claim to have done exceptionally well. Conversely, those who typically struggled in academics would exclaim, aha, surely better than last time. I actually wrote something this time, and similar expressions, only to be left dumbfounded when the results were revealed. Let us go grab a bite to eat. Having completed the examinations, there is no turning back. Worrying proves futile. Achieving a passing grade should be well within reach. Little Torchic, make sure to eat well at noon. There's another test in the afternoon. Wu Jie released his Pokeball, summoning Little Torchic. Lin Zhe also let out his Vulpix to enjoy some fresh air, as the afternoon would be a time to assess their efforts. After finishing their meal, they relaxed and took a brief nap to prepare for the upcoming examination. Chapter 29, A One-Sided Beating. Classes gathered in the battle arena, where the battle instructors also released their Pokémon. The battle examination mirrored the rigorous format of the national exams, a standard upheld across the entire Huagua. Consequently, there were no distinctions between high and low scores. Points were awarded based on performance in battle, speed, explosive power, the proficiency of moves, the trainer's command, the bond between the Pokémon, and their adaptability during combat. All these elements influenced the final score. Thus, it was possible for someone to perform poorly in written tests yet exhibit remarkable talent in battles. Although rare, such individuals could still be admitted to certain schools. As battles concluded one after another, it soon became Lin Zhe's turn. Hello, Teacher Mu. Please go easy on me. The instructor assessing Lin Zhe was Mu Xiaoxiao, and he felt no inclination to underestimate her. He had to summon every ounce of spirit for this battle. Go, Blaziken. Mu Xiaoxiao casually tossed her Pokeball, and a radiant light flickered as the formidable Blaziken emerged. You can do it, Vulpix. Lin Zhe encouraged his Pokémon. With a swift leap, Vulpix entered the arena, gazing intently at Blaziken. Unlike their usual classroom setting, Blaziken emanated an aura of intimidation, a testament to the countless battles it had endured. Vulpix, use Ember. Following his trainer's command, Vulpix unleashed a torrent of searing flames towards Blaziken. Ember, Mu Xiaoxiao issued her command with an air of indifference. Boom. The flames clashed in the center of the arena, creating a shockwave that swiftly enveloped the entire venue, causing the temperature to rise dramatically. It was expected for Blaziken to possess high heat. However, the intensity of Vulpix's flames was surprising. A teacher in the stands raised an eyebrow, pondering the phenomenon. Though Mu Xiaoxiao wasn't exerting her full strength, the temperature of the flames was undeniable. The explosion's smoke provided Vulpix with an excellent natural cover. With a swift maneuver, it darted into the obscuring haze. Although Vulpix was concealed from view, Blaziken remained unfazed, standing quietly in place. Vulpix, use Flamethrower. Suddenly, several fireballs emerged from the smoke, hurtling towards Blaziken with terrifying heat. Reaching it in the blink of an eye. Block it. The speed of Flamethrower was so rapid that by the time Blaziken noticed, it was too late to evade, and it could only cross its arms defensively across its chest. Blaziken shook its arms, relieved that Vulpix sacrificed some damage for speed, resulting in merely a slight increase in temperature. However, before Mu Xiaoxiao could counterattack, a massive fireball burst through the smoke, crashing forcefully into Blaziken. Excellent. The teachers in the stands silently cheered, regardless of whether this would inflict damage on Blaziken. The seamless execution of this combination had already surpassed the efforts of all the students present. However, the real-time response of this Vulpix is astonishingly swift, demonstrating an unexpected ability to string together combos. A teacher raised a question. It is important to note that the novice Pokémon received within the school had not undergone any field battles, so such adaptability seemed implausible. Li Song quietly observed from the side before departing. The classmates were equally astonished. They were all in the same classroom, yet the disparity was striking. Lin Zhe, however, paid no heed to the trivialities. In fact, the moment Vulpix entered the arena, Lin Zhe had shifted to mental commands. He had devised several combo strategies beforehand. It was only now that Lin Zhe grasped the terrifying prowess of a psychic. Since the opponent was Teacher Mu, and defeat was inevitable, he resolved to fight fiercely, relishing the moment. Impressive. Your strength has progressed remarkably, Mu Xiaoxiao applauded, her smile reflecting her surprise at Lin Zhe's unexpectedly formidable abilities, which far exceeded high school standards. Vulpix cautiously surveyed the smoke, when suddenly, a surge of air erupted from the center of the arena, sweeping across the field and dispersing the fog. The silhouettes of both combatants gradually became visible. Indeed, in the face of absolute strength, all else was futile. The previous combos and smoke had proven ineffective against the Blaziken. After such prolonged engagement, it is time for my counterattack. Blaziken, accelerate. No sooner had the command been given than Blaziken vanished from its position. Watch out, Vulpix, dodge quickly. In the next heartbeat after Lin Zhe's command, Blaziken reappeared beside Vulpix, lifting one leg high before coming down forcefully. Fortunately, Vulpix and Lin Zhe maintained a mental link, keeping vigilant against Blaziken, thereby narrowly avoiding the blow. Realizing it had struck air, Blaziken swiftly pursued, and the two Pokémon engaged in a game of chase. Fortunately, Vulpix had undergone specialized speed training, but even then, it barely evaded Blaziken's relentless chase. Observing Blaziken's composed demeanor, Lin Zhe surmised that this was likely not its true strength. Thunderbolt, create distance. Lin Zhe quickly sought a breakthrough strategy. Though victory was not his goal, he certainly did not wish to suffer a humiliating defeat. Thankfully, having previously mastered Thunderbolt, he decided to prioritize retreat. Vulpix transformed into a streak of red lightning, rapidly distancing itself from Blaziken and reaching the opposite end of the arena. Seeing this, Blaziken ceased its pursuit, granting Vulpix ample time to recuperate. From afar, Vulpix panted heavily, though it often battled with Marill for practice. That was more about honing techniques. Now, it was a genuine battle, and the opponent's strength and experience far surpassed its own. This was a rare opportunity for practical experience. And the longer the fight continued, the better. Vulpix contemplated this as it gradually ceased its labored breathing and began to stand tall. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Blaziken's eyes. To Blaziken, Vulpix was akin to a student, and naturally, the stronger it became, the better, even when physically exhausted. The spirit must endure the fight. Very well. Vulpix, unleash Flamethrower. After mentally conversing with Vulpix and confirming its readiness to continue, Lin Zhe issued the command. The intense pillar of fire surged towards the Blaziken, yet this time the flames were not as dense as before, appearing rather scattered, almost as if obstructing vision. As anticipated, with the flames obscuring Blaziken's sight, the Vulpix sprang into action. With a flash of electricity, it accelerated, utilizing the flames to conceal its form, launching an attack on Blaziken. The Blaziken remained composed, gazing steadily at the flames before it. Prior to the match, Mu Xiaoxiao had advised to provide Vulpix with as much practical experience as possible during the battle, considering its limited real combat encounters before the Little Phoenix King Cup. Thus, Blaziken refrained from reacting to the oncoming flames, intrigued by Vulpix's capabilities and eager to observe its potential. The flames engulfed Blaziken, but the temperature was notably lower than before. Suddenly, Blaziken's ears perked up, detecting the sound of an object moving at high speed. Instinctively, it retreated abruptly. Boom! The spot where it had stood moments ago was left with a considerable crater. Then came the reversal of fortunes. Vulpix relentlessly unleashed Quick Attack and Iron Tail in pursuit of Blaziken. In stark contrast to Vulpix's earlier struggles, Blaziken moved leisurely across the arena, exuding a calm confidence. Chapter 30, Sudden Incident. After a prolonged bout of rapid movement and frequent attacks, Vulpix finally succumbed to fatigue. Its body weakened, collapsing onto the ground, its eyes swirling in exhaustion. Lin Zhe could no longer contain himself and rushed onto the field to assess Vulpix's condition. Fortunately, due to rigorous training and practice, it was merely a case of depleted stamina, and Vulpix was otherwise unharmed. Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief as he recalled Vulpix into its Pokeball, then remarked with a wry smile, "Mu teacher, there's no need to take it so seriously against one of my students." Mu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. "This is a special treatment prepared just for you. Others would covet such an opportunity." This was indeed true. Given Mu Xiaoxiao's prowess, countless individuals wished to battle her, and receiving her direct guidance was a rare fortune. "Mu teacher, I'll go check on Vulpix now. Go ahead next." Mu Xiaoxiao waved her hand, summoning the next student. Outside the arena, Liang Yu watched Lin Zhe depart, his heart heavy with bitterness. Previously, he had challenged Lin Zhe again, and the outcome had been painfully clear. He had lost once more. In his stubbornness, he had declared that he would defeat him one day. Now, reflecting on the situation was almost laughable. He was still battling students while Lin Zhe had already moved on to challenge the teacher. Despite his defeat, it was evident that Lin Zhe's strength had surpassed his own capabilities. In terms of Pokémon training and innate talent, Liang Yu found himself thoroughly outclassed. He recalled Lin Zhe's words after their last battle. "I will give you time to catch up, until you are but a distant figure." Of course, he had dismissed this as mere bravado at the time. However, it was only today that Liang Yu truly grasped the truth in Lin Zhe's statement. He had always believed that sheer effort would allow him to catch up to anyone. Yet today, he realized the folly of that belief. It was not the brilliance of a genius that one should fear, but rather, a genius who is diligent, especially one like Lin Zhe, the epitome of hard work. The once clenched fist gradually relaxed. "Never mind, if I can't catch up, being a perennial second place isn't so bad." Meanwhile, Lin Zhe brought his Vulpix to the infirmary. The school doctor, typing at the computer, was momentarily taken aback. Why was this kid back again? Bang! With a flash of red light, a Dabuzu appeared, ushering Vulpix into the treatment room. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Qingxin." The school doctor sensed that he would inevitably interact with this student in the future. It had only been a few days, and here he was again at the infirmary. So it was prudent to make his acquaintance. "Hello, Teacher Li, my name is Lin Zhe." "Oh, the legendary student of the school?" Li Qingxin suddenly realized. Lin Zhe awkwardly scraped his toes against the floor. "Haha, it seems that from the principal to the teachers, and down to the parents of students, everyone knows about it." The questions posed were quite peculiar. "Lin Zhe, as the legend of the school, what are your feelings on this?" "Lin Zhe, as the legend of the school, do you feel a lot of pressure?" Ding. With the lights in the treatment room extinguished, the bell rang, signaling the end of Vulpix's treatment, and Lin Zhe let out a sigh of relief. The Dabuzu emerged, pushing a small cart on which stood a spirited Vulpix. "Nothing to worry about." Li Qingxin glanced at the report, surprised by the rapid recovery of Vulpix. "Thank you, teacher. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." He promptly scooped up Vulpix and prepared to make a hasty exit. Could it be that Li Qingxin was a reincarnation of Tang Xing? Lin Zhe hurried out. "Be careful on your way, come play again next time." The tone was filled with cheerfulness, causing Lin Zhe to stumble slightly. "Thank you, but I don't wish to come again." Upon returning to the battle arena, the exam was still in progress. The competitors piqued Lin Zhe's interest, particularly Liang Yu. "No worries, just take a short break." "What's the situation now?" "True to your reputation as a perennial second place, you still hold strong," Wu Jie teased. Ignoring him, Lin Zhe's gaze was fixed on the competition arena. He undoubtedly admired Liang Yu. Perhaps the latter was a genius in his own right, but Lin Zhe was not. He merely relied on the knowledge and experience from his past life. Liang Yu, on the other hand, truly depended on his own efforts, which was indeed commendable. The examination continued fervently, with Liang Yu being the only one, aside from Lin Zhe, who could exchange blows with the teachers. However, after a while, he was sent flying and fell unconscious. Only Liang Snorlax managed to withstand a bit longer due to its astonishing defensive capabilities. As the bell rang, signaling the end of school, the students dispersed in a rush. "Hey, want to go online?" Wu Jie asked, shouldering his backpack with one hand. Lin Zhe hesitated for a moment, but shook his head. "Maybe on the weekend. I'll take a day off then. Remember, if you ditch me again, you'll be in big trouble." Upon hearing that Lin Zhe wasn't going online, Wu Jie hastily packed up, throwing in a threat, if you dawdle a bit longer, the internet CAF will be packed. The carefree life of a rich second generation. Indeed, Wu Jie belonged to a wealthy family that owned a company and was never short of money. However, Wu Jie has never been one to flaunt his achievements, and he does not prefer to search for Pokémon within the confines of his home. According to his beliefs, the first Pokémon must be found by oneself, as it must be a matter of fate. Although the qualities of the little Chimchar may not match those prepared by his family, it is a Pokémon that Wu Jie genuinely cherishes, destined to accompany him for a lifetime. As it turns out, he and the Chimchar indeed share a splendid bond. On their way home, Vulpix nestled on Lin Zhe's shoulder, with an earphone in each ear, joyfully listening to music. Suddenly, an explosion in the distance interrupted their melody. The moment Lin Zhe's expression changed, realizing the explosion originated from the park, he hastily yanked off his earphones and dashed towards the park. Vulpix, caught off guard by the sudden jolt, tumbled to the ground. Mew? It looked at Lin Zhe, who was rapidly moving away, momentarily stunned before scrambling to catch up. Wait for me, trainer. In the park, a man clad in black spoke ominously. Li Hui, hand over the Pokémon egg. Beside him stood a Dragonite, its eyes fixated menacingly ahead. Hand it over, and then what? Do you think I'm a fool? Retorted Yang Han. The man addressed as Li Hui disdainfully replied, his gaze akin to that of a person observing an imbecile. You. Yang Han stammered momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. With his teammates occupied, he realized that as long as he could delay Li Hui, his allies would swiftly deal with the others, allowing them to capture him effortlessly. With this thought, Yang Han ceased speaking and commanded Dragonite to attack. Dragonite, Ice Beam. Eagerly anticipating the order, Dragonite unleashed a chilling blue beam towards Li Hui. Charizard, Flamethrower. Li Hui replied nonchalantly, as the Charizard behind him opened its mouth, releasing a torrent of searing flames. The two forces were poised for collision. At that very moment, Lin Zhe arrived on the scene. Chapter 31. Damn it, let us start with a beating. Boom. The two energies violently collided, generating a shockwave that swept across the entire park. Trash cans were blown apart, and litter filled the air. Lin Zhe hurriedly cradled Vulpix and sought refuge. Since it was not a matter concerning Maril, Lin Zhe decided to remain uninvolved. Nonetheless, the clash between the two formidable Pokémon captivated his attention, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the Dragonite looked somewhat familiar. Utilizing his psychic abilities, Lin Zhe concealed himself and Vulpix. Just a little longer, he thought. Ice shards and flames erupted everywhere. While the ice was manageable, merely freezing the grass, the flames posed a far greater threat. Any contact with the grass would ignite it, especially the fire from Charizard, whose temperature far exceeded that of typical fire-type Pokémon. In an instant, flames soared into the air, spreading rapidly due to the explosive force. Before long, both individuals found themselves engulfed in a sea of fire. Fortunately, Lin Zhe had positioned himself at a safe distance, avoiding the flames and smoke. However, witnessing the inferno spreading around him, Lin Zhe promptly dialed emergency services, succinctly explaining the situation, and due to his distance, his voice went unheard. Li Hui, have you lost your mind? Yang Han exclaimed in disbelief, gazing at the flames rising around them. Laughter erupted from Li Hui, a maniacal cackle that, when paired with the surrounding flames, exuded an aura of malevolence. What will you choose? He taunted, retrieving a white Pokémon egg from his backpack, weighing its significance against the urgency of extinguishing the fire. Damn this lunatic, Yang Han cursed under his breath, hastily commanding his Dragonite to douse the flames. The egg was undoubtedly important, yet if the fire were not swiftly contained, it would soon threaten the adjacent residential building. Focus on the fire. I'm leaving now, Li Hui said, tossing the Pokémon egg in the air, a smug expression on his face that made Lin Zhe feel nauseated, wishing he could land a punch on him. However, Lin Zhe remained composed. Even a single Vulpix would be trivial in the face of such flames. Given the intensity and force of the fire, only Mu Xiaoxiao's Blaziken among their acquaintances could stand a chance. As Li Hui opened his backpack to stow the egg, a sudden torrent erupted from a corner, striking his arm and sending the egg flying. It soared directly toward the rock where Lin Zhe had taken refuge. His eyes brightened at the sight, and he leaped forward to catch it. The unexpected turn of events stunned both, their hearts racing at the sight of the egg soaring through the air. Upon seeing Lin Zhe safely catch it, both exhaled in relief. Li Hui's expression darkened as he glared into the shadows, from which a blue Pokémon emerged slowly. I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just a filthy rodent. Upon the appearance of Maril, Li Hui's tension dissipated, replaced by derisive mockery. Lin Zhe rushed to Maril's side, emboldened by its presence. Maril had been enjoying a peaceful slumber when a sudden explosion disturbed its rest. Though awakened, it was too lethargic to care, merely rolling over to continue its nap, reasoning that a trainer must be battling nearby. However, just as it was on the verge of dozing off again, a charred scent wafted toward it. Instantly alert, Maril resolved to confront the one responsible for setting fire to the grass. Emerging from its hiding place, Maril was immediately taken aback. Who am I? Where am I? The once lush greenery had vanished, replaced by billowing flames. Scanning the area, Meryl's gaze locked onto Li Hui. His grotesque grin and unappealing appearance, combined with his fire-type Pokémon, marked him as the culprit. Without hesitation, a water gun was unleashed. Though Marill carefully moderated its power and angle to avoid damaging the egg. "You little brat, return my egg," Li Hui threatened, dismissing Marill as nothing more than a water rodent. Lin Zhe, uninterested in Li Hui's taunts, scrutinized the egg in his hands. Vulpix perched on his shoulder, its small eyes glimmering with recognition, as if the egg seemed somewhat familiar. Marill, it asserted, stepping forward to admonish Li Hui and his Blaziken. The latter scoffed, snorting dismissively before unleashing a jet of flames onto the grass, glancing at Marill with a defiant air. "I set the fire, what will you do about it?" Marill paused, its expression darkening as tiny fists clenched in determination. The meticulous Lin Zhe inadvertently noticed the emergence of tiny ice crystals surrounding Mary Lou, accompanied by a drop in temperature. Subtly, Lin Zhe took a few steps back, realizing he had underestimated Mary Lou's prowess. A silent lament for Li Hui began to form in his mind. Why did you provoke her? The arrogant Li Hui, oblivious to the unusual occurrences before him, continued his taunts. Mary Lou, disinterested in lecturing him, unleashed a torrent of water. Simultaneously, snowflakes began to cascade from the sky. Li Hui, casually issuing commands, paid no heed to Mary Lou's water cannon. However, to his surprise, the flames emitted by the fire camel were swiftly dissipated by the water blast, which continued unrelentingly towards the fire camel's core. The powerful jet of water, combined with the raging blizzard, extinguished the magma flowing down the fire camel's back, creating a cloud of steam. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A surge of water from Mary Lou collided with the fire camel. The steam obscured visibility and caused a sudden drop in temperature, leaving Li Hui and the fire camel unaware of Mary Lou's imminent charge. Consequently, the fire camel was struck directly, its massive form sent hurtling backward. Witnessing the fire camel take flight, Mary Lou executed a swift turn and flicked her tail, releasing several golden stars. A dazzling display, truly, a testament to her upbringing in the wild, as she granted her opponent no respite. With a resounding crash, the fire camel crashed heavily to the ground, its eyes swirling in confusion. Silence enveloped the scene as Li Hui stared in disbelief at the fallen fire camel. What had transpired? It seemed merely a clash of flames had ended in defeat, followed by a sudden loss of vision, culminating in a deafening crash and the fire camel's fall. 3 question marks floated above Li Hui's head. Yet, there was no time to ponder the mystery. Escape was paramount. He instinctively reached for his waist, intending to summon his next Pokémon, Ninetales, Thunderbolt, and Iron-Tail. He called. As the battle commenced, Lin Zhe had kept a vigilant eye on Li Hui, determined to prevent his escape. Ninetales transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Li Hui, and struck with an iron tail aimed at his waist, severing his belt. The Pokeballs fell to the ground, and Lin Zhe used his psychic powers to retrieve the remaining ones. Meanwhile, Yang Han stared in astonishment at the unfolding chaos. Is this truly Mary Lou? Upon catching Mary Lou's gaze, Yang Han felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly turned his focus to extinguishing the flames. At that moment, the sound of fire trucks echoed from outside. A dozen water-type Pokémon unleashed their water attacks, gradually quelling the blaze. Fortunately, Yang Han had reacted swiftly at the onset, managing to contain the fire within a certain perimeter, preventing it from spreading further. Otherwise, this park would have been utterly devastated, although it was already left in disarray. Finally, with the assistance of numerous water-type Pokémon, the last flicker of flame was extinguished. The lead firefighter approached, followed closely by a Blastoise and a Vaporeon. Who started the fire? The firefighter inquired sternly. All present, both humans and Pokémon, directed their gazes towards the unconscious fire camel and Li Hui. Damn it. Let's give him a good beating first. Chapter 32. A step back only fuels anger. In the midst of astonished gazes from the crowd, a firefighter swiftly approached and landed several hefty blows on Li Hui, leaving him utterly dazed. Arson, I'll make you pay for this. Because of this individual, a once pristine park was now in ruins. Nothing infuriated firefighters more than arson. However, none of the onlookers intervened. In fact, each person took their turn to kick him a few times. Mary Lou was eager to charge at Li Hui as well, but Lin Zhe managed to stop her just in time. Had she proceeded, Li Hui would have undoubtedly faced grave consequences. Soon, Yang Han's teammates arrived and escorted Li Hui away. The firefighters meticulously inspected the area, confirming everything was in order before they gathered their belongings and departed. Left in the disheveled aftermath were Yang Han, Lin Zhe, their respective Pokémon, and Mary Lou. Hello, I am Yang Han from the National Security Bureau. What a rather dramatic name, Lin Zhe muttered under his breath. Greetings, I am Lin Zhe. Long time no see, Dragonite. Wow, Dragonite exclaimed, excitedly bounding over to Lin Zhe and embracing him in exuberance. Little brother, it's been a while. You seem to be doing quite well. Noticing the puzzled expression on Yang Han's face, Lin Zhe took a moment to explain the events of the sports meet. What a coincidence. Yang Han chuckled after hearing about their encounter. Dragonite scratched its head, wondering if it had ever mentioned its past. After some lighthearted banter, the conversation eventually shifted to the topic of the Pokémon egg. Lin Zhe, shouldn't that Pokémon egg be returned to me? Yang Han said cautiously, casting a sidelong glance at Mary Lu. He was wary of Mary Lu's evident power, which seemed to favor Lin Zhe. Yet, Mary Lu paid him no mind, sitting quietly and staring blankly at the charred ruins. Although the flames had been extinguished and did not spread further, the grass and trees were utterly consumed. It was uncertain when they would bloom again. Lilu, Mary Lu's voice came through, slightly somber. Lin Zhe understood. It signaled for him to take the lead. You must tell me the species of this Pokémon egg, and what proof do you have that it belongs to you? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhe spoke slowly. With Mary Lu by his side, he felt undaunted by Yang Han. Having the support of a formidable ally was advantageous. He was also intrigued about the egg. Upon first seeing it, his Ninetales had conveyed a sense of familiarity, yet he was unable to discern its exact origin. Here, take a look at this. Yang Han opened his phone and retrieved a picture. It depicted 5 individuals alongside the Pokémon egg, with Yang Han standing in the center, the backdrop being a grand auditorium. The caption below read about responsibilities regarding transportation and included signatures. After reviewing the image, Lin Zhe felt a wave of relief wash over him. He handed the egg over, and Yang Han carefully accepted it, placing it into his backpack. As for the species, I cannot say for certain. However, I can inform you that you have the opportunity to acquire this Pokémon egg. Observing Lin Zhe's bewildered expression, Yang Han continued. Given your abilities, you are eligible to participate in the Little Phoenix King Cup, and this egg is the champion's reward for that competition. Yang Han's gaze was piercingly astute. With merely a flicker of the 6-tailed creature's electric spark and its iron tail, he was able to gauge its approximate strength. Coupled with Lin Zhe's earlier display of mental prowess, it was a pity that he was not participating in the Xiaofeng Wang Cup. Although users of mental energy are rare, they are not entirely scarce, with a few emerging each year. Well, the matter is resolved. I shall seek individuals to rebuild this place, which can be considered my compensation. After all, it is indeed due to my failure to apprehend Li Hui promptly that this predicament arose. Yang Han expressed his apology sincerely. Upon hearing this, the previously motionless Mary Lu stirred, abruptly standing up, her face darkening as she glared at Yang Han, causing him to hastily retreat. Charizard quickly positioned itself before him. Despite the unsettling aura emanating from Mary Lu, the protection of its trainer was paramount. Mary Lu paused, her expression softening slightly, though she remained displeased. Liru, Lirilu, Liru, Liru. She shouted in anger, prompting Yang Han to look at Lin Zhe in perplexity. What did she say? After confirming Mary Lu's words multiple times, Lin Zhe regarded Yang Han with a peculiar expression. She instructed you to inquire about the origin of this individual, as she intends to obliterate his lair. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, Yang Han turned his gaze to Mary Lu, who nodded affirmatively. Enduring this moment of indignation only fueled further resentment, having been peacefully asleep. Now his home was lost. Who was he to seek justice from? Yang Han felt as though he were being subjected to ridicule. Are you jesting? You may possess strength, but it cannot possibly be sufficient to annihilate someone's stronghold. He shook his head in refusal, acknowledging Mary Lu as a benefactor and unwilling to lead her to her demise. Yet, in the very next moment, Mary Lu's form vanished, and Yang Han felt a sudden release on his shoulder. He realized the strap had been severed, with the Pokémon egg precariously perched atop his head. Liru, she exclaimed, insisting that unless he divulged the location of the lair, the egg would not be returned. Lin Zhe dutifully acted as translator, aware that neither party could afford to offend the other. After a brief stalemate of intense gazes exchanged between Yang Han and Mary Lu, he finally relented and disclosed the address. In accordance with their agreement, Mary Lu returned the Pokémon egg to Yang Han, signaling him with a warning, should he deceive her, he would face dire consequences. Liru, Lirilu. Mary Lu then turned to converse with Lin Zhe. Upon hearing Mary Lu's words, Lin Zhe felt a weight lift from his heart. After relaying a few more instructions to the 6-tailed creature, Mary Lu leapt into the river and departed. Before leaving, she cast a glance back at Yang Han, her expression akin to that of someone observing a fool. Yang Han, feeling an itch of curiosity yet hesitant to approach directly, waited until Mary Lu had gone before stepping forward. What did you two discuss? Are you truly so at ease with her departing? Although Mary Lu was not Lin Zhe's Pokémon, the earlier interactions had clearly indicated a deep bond between them. Why, then, did he not deter her? She will call for assistance. The last remark seemed to carry an implication. Yang Han dismissed the thought, but it did provide him with some reassurance. If she could summon aid, surely she would retreat if the situation became dire, thus ensuring her safety. As for the suggestion to assault the lair, Yang Han still deemed it a fanciful notion. The Howling Whooper bid farewell to Lin Zhe and his Vulpix before lifting Yang Han into the sky and gliding away into the distance. Alas, such a splendid park lay in ruins. Both Lin Zhe and Vulpix sighed in unison. Suddenly, Lin Zhe's expression shifted, as if a recollection struck him. He hastily retrieved his phone, which displayed a plethora of missed calls. It was over. Chapter 33. Upon returning home, speak not, first bow once. Lin's father was engrossed in watching television, cradling a Piku in his arms, both exchanging a glance of helplessness. What took you so long? Lin's mother narrowed her eyes into a perilous arc. With a thud, Lin Zhe bent his knees and bowed. Mother, I went to extinguish a fire, he proclaimed with righteous indignation. Vulpix glanced at Lin Zhe, then at Lin's mother, and decisively leaped onto the sofa, snuggling into Lin's mother's embrace. Traitor, Lin Zhe exclaimed. I assure you, just ask Vulpix. News of the incident will break tomorrow. At that moment, the suction cup doll emerged from the kitchen, gracefully balancing a platter of sliced fruits. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up as he dashed forward to accept the offering. Swiftly, he returned to Lin's mother's side, presenting the fruits as a token of filial piety. The suction cup doll looked on, perplexed. After attentively listening to Lin Zhe's account, Lin's mother exhaled in relief. She typically did not inquire about Lin Zhe's schedule, as long as he informed her before departing, ensuring he did not vanish unexpectedly, even if he went online. As long as he communicated clearly, Lin's mother would acquiesce. Occasionally, Lin's father would accompany Lin Zhe. However, this time, Lin Zhe's failure to make a call had ignited Lin's mother's ire. Yet, under Lin Zhe's fruit-laden charm and Vulpix's endearing antics, Lin's mother soon wore a smile. Come, let us eat. The food is still warm. Certainly. After a brief display of merriment, Lin Zhe eagerly led Vulpix to the dining table. Having endured so many events that day, an unexpected examination, an intense battle, and then the heroic rescue of a fire, what a whirlwind of experiences. Indeed, traversers seemed to carry an aura of mischief. After bathing and retiring to bed, the tension and fatigue enveloped Lin Zhe, lulling him into a deep slumber. Vulpix, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Lin Zhe, cautiously leaped onto the windowsill, peering in the direction of the park. The day's various confrontations had imparted a profound realization upon Vulpix. It was still far too weak. The scenes from the movies mirrored reality. Whether it was Mu Xiaoxiao's fiery chick, Yang Han's Dragonite, or Li Hui's Charizard, all were formidable in their own right. Not to mention the wild Marill thriving alone in the wilderness, whose strength was unfathomable. There was no choice but to strive harder. Returning to her cozy little bed, Vulpix curled her six tails around her body and drifted into dreams. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight streamed in, coaxing Lin Zhe to slowly open his eyes. After a lengthy period of early morning exercise, his biological clock had been firmly established. The suction cup doll seldom utilized Ice Punch now, which made Lin Zhe feel a twinge of nostalgia. Habitually reaching out to stroke Vulpix, he was met with emptiness. With a sense of confusion, he stepped out of his room. Lin's mother was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, with the suction cup doll assisting nearby. Mother, where's Vulpix? Oh. She seems a bit downcast, with her head hanging low. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, the Vulpix shook off its earlier discontent and scampered into his embrace. The Vulpix expressed its determination to strive for greater strength, yet lamented its lack of direction and training. It dawned on Lin Zhe that the recent battle had ignited a fire within his Pokémon. As a trainer, it was his duty to provide unwavering support and guidance. He patted his chest confidently, assuring the Vulpix that he would take charge of its training. It was also time to revamp Vulpix's diet. Previously, the ingredients had been rather mild, but now that Vulpix had matured, it was time to switch to more potent Pokémon food. Lin Zhe meticulously noted the new recipes, planning to purchase the necessary ingredients after school. Alas, his wallet could only stretch so far, while he had once managed with pocket money. The shift to superior and larger quantities of supplies threatened to strain his finances. It was high time he began earning money. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Lin Zhe as he recalled Li Yang from the principal's office, whose Pokémon was a Snorlax, renowned for its ability to consume an entire year's worth of food in one sitting, a luxury only the affluent could afford. This thought filled Lin Zhe with excitement. In the original anime, a special type of food was developed specifically for Snorlax that satisfied its hunger with just one piece. If he could create such a product, it would surely be adored by Snorlax trainers. As for the price, those who could afford a Snorlax would hardly be concerned with cost. Fortunately, he still remembered the recipe. Losing out on such a lucrative opportunity would have brought him to tears. It was Vulpix who nudged Lin Zhe back to reality. Noticing the puzzled expressions of his family, he quickly explained his ideas about earning money. A lively discussion ensued, and ultimately, they agreed to let Lin Zhe pursue his venture. They decided it would be permissible to market the special food for Snorlax, especially since there were not many who owned such Pokémon. With the plan set, Lin Zhe sighed in relief. After all, he was not merely responsible for one Pokémon. Once the Xiao Feng Wang Cup concluded, he would also be acquiring a new Pokémon. Indeed, although the competition had yet to commence, Lin Zhe had already claimed the egg as his own, driven by a desire to uncover the familiarity he sensed with Vulpix. Thus, he was resolute in his quest for victory. As he set out for school, the day began with a review of the previous day's examinations and battles. While the written test results had yet to be released, the live battle scores were being shared simultaneously. The class had performed commendably, and Mr. Zhong offered a lukewarm compliment before launching into a lengthy discourse that left many students drowsy. However, a delightful surprise awaited them at the end. Lin Zhe, you may now manage your own afternoon battle classes, Mr. Zhong announced. Taken aback, Lin Zhe was soon engulfed in elation. Just when he had been fretting over a lack of time for focused training, this opportunity presented itself. The moment those words left Mr. Zhong's lips, the envious gazes of his classmates pierced through him like arrows. However, there is little that can be done. Envy is futile, for the individual possesses remarkable prowess. Those desiring similar treatment should engage in a contest with the fiery fowl, as teacher Zhong remarked with a casual glance at the students below. Although Mu Xiaoxiao could still offer guidance to Lin Zhe, her responsibilities extended to other students, making it impractical to provide individual training frequently. Yet, if Lin Zhe were to train alongside others, he would inevitably surpass them by a considerable margin. It might be more prudent to grant him a holiday to train independently. Chapter 34. The Identity of Marilu. After the midday break, Lin Zhe joined the group and made his way to the battle arena, subsequently entering a training room. The previous training session on evasion had yielded effective results, yet there remained room for improvement. Today, he would continue, commencing with a warm-up. Soon, tennis balls soared within the room, zipping towards the six-tailed creature. As the training progressed, the six-tailed began to grasp the technique, evolving from initially being struck to narrowly dodging, and ultimately achieving complete avoidance. Conversely, Lin Zhe suffered a few blows to his head, resulting in a sizable bump on his forehead. He had intended to enhance his mental fortitude by following a method from novels, attempting to blindfold himself while evading. However, he forgot to adjust the speed, leading to a direct hit to his head, much to the amusement of the six-tailed, who curled up in laughter. As time passed, Lin Zhe and the six-tailed remained in the training room for the entire afternoon. Beyond evading tennis balls, Lin Zhe instructed the six-tailed to execute iron tail strikes, striving for precision in targeting. This would not only enhance the strength of Iron Tail, but also yield unexpected results in practical scenarios. With a sigh of relief, the training concluded, and Lin Zhe washed his face thoroughly, assisting the six-tailed in cleansing itself of dirt. Exiting the training room, he exchanged greetings with classmates engaged in battle practice before turning to leave, leaving behind a throng of envious gazes. Upon arriving at the park ruins, Lin Zhe found the area cordoned off by police. A crowd of onlookers had gathered nearby, occasionally pointing and whispering. Some were recording videos with commentary. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhe felt a pang of sorrow, uncertain of Marilu's current state. Meanwhile, after plunging into the river, Marilu had been swept downstream, eventually tumbling into the forest beyond the city, seemingly in search of something. After a considerable time, she finally spotted her target atop a tree, a wild Pidgey. Marilu surveyed her surroundings, picked up a small stone, and hurled it at the Pidgey, striking it squarely on the head. The Pidgey, deep in slumber, was roused with fury, not bothering to discern the identity of its assailant, and retaliated with 2 gusts of wind blades. Boom. As the smoke dissipated, Marilu's azure form was revealed, and the Pidgey felt an unsettling sense of familiarity. Upon seeing Marilu's expressionless gaze, the Pidgey recalled their previous encounter and trembled, plummeting from the tree. Oh my, I just struck the boss twice. The Pidgey, legs quaking, approached Marilu with a face resembling one more sorrowful than tears. Boss, do you believe me when I say it was unintentional? Indeed, this Pidgey was one that Marilu had encountered during her travels. At that moment, he was being besieged by other fairies. The kind-hearted Marilu rescued him and was about to depart, only to be captivated by her formidable prowess, leading him to stubbornly follow her. Marilu, with no other choice, accepted this little follower, which indeed added a touch of amusement to her journey. After all, this particular BB bird was no ordinary chatterbox. It seemed as though it had never encountered the world, incessantly commenting on everything it saw. With a stoic expression, Marilu leapt up and delivered 2 swift smacks to its nose. Lulu, Lulu. It squawked. Yet, despite their playful bickering, the BB bird wholeheartedly embraced its role as a dedicated means of transportation. Under Marilu's guidance, it soared swiftly into the distance, its speed nearly doubling that of an ordinary BB bird. After approximately an hour, the BB bird halted before an expansive forest. Marilu descended and ventured deep into the woods, with the BB bird trailing behind. If Lin Zhe were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this forest as the largest within Huagua, the Misty Forest. It was home to a vast population of fairy tribes, with rumors of legendary Pokémon sightings and the occasional glimpse of massive shadows flitting about. The BB bird trembled behind, sensing the formidable auras that intermittently permeated the surroundings. Shortly, Marilu arrived at a clearing where numerous fairies had already gathered, with more emerging from the thickets to join the assembly. Though diverse in species and size, they shared a commonality: the overwhelming power they exuded, coupled with their respect and admiration for Marilu. Noticing that most of the fairies had arrived, Marilu gestured for silence and began recounting her travel experiences. The fairies listened intently, displaying a spectrum of emotions: laughter here, solemnity there, When Marilu recounted the destruction of a park, some fairies began to seethe with anger. She encouraged them to show those wrongdoers a taste of their own medicine. The fairies erupted in excited cries, each with their own tales of abandonment, bullying, or being forsaken by trainers, all of which led them to Marilu, who had saved them, granting them this day. Everything they possessed was a gift from Marilu, and they felt an unyielding obligation to stand by her side. However, a few fairies, merely seeking a tranquil refuge, quietly slipped away, uninterested in the unfolding drama. Marilu selected a few swift and powerful fairies to accompany her, deliberately leaving behind the bulkier ones and those previously abandoned by humans. A few others, eager to explore, joined as well. For instance, she warned Gungue to behave outside, securing his promise before allowing him to tag along. Meanwhile, the accompanying BB bird lay exhausted on the ground, overwhelmed by the presence of even the weakest fairies, who could easily overpower it. What sort of place was this? What was the true identity of the blue water mouse it followed? Particularly alarming was the towering BB bird, whose sharp gaze occasionally swept over the BB bird, causing its heart to race in trepidation. Ultimately, Marilu assembled a substantial number of fairies, leading the flying ones alongside those that could not, as they charged forth from the forest in a grand procession. Once again, the familiar Pidgey carried Maril, though this time it lacked the previous air of nonchalance. An unsettling feeling lingered, as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the shadows. Adjacent to the mist forest lay Chaoyang City. Li Gang leisurely lit a cigarette, savoring a deep inhale, enjoying the simple pleasures of life. Despite being situated on the fringes of the nation, the city's proximity to the mist forest ensured a steady influx of trainers and imported Pokémon, propelling its rapid development. As one of the city's guardians, he naturally reaped the rewards and acclaim that accompanied such a role. In Chaoyang City, there was no one who dared to disrespect Li Gang. Within the office, he and his colleagues exchanged banter, enveloped in clouds of smoke while relishing their camaraderie. Suddenly, the blaring of an alarm shattered the atmosphere, accompanied by a flashing red light. The unexpected sound startled Li Gang, who had the audacity to trigger the alarm. Li Gang, report to the office immediately. The urgency of the voice crackled through his walkie-talkie, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Even in his confusion, Li Gang quickly recognized that something was amiss and hastily donned a jacket as he made his way to the monitoring room, calling out on the walkie-talkie, only to be met with a cacophony of disjointed voices and chaos on the other end, leaving him utterly ignored. Cursing under his breath, he quickened his pace. Retirement was just a few years away. He fervently hoped not to encounter trouble at this juncture. Chapter 35. The incident that became known nationwide. Monitors flickered with activity. Phones rang incessantly, and the room descended into disarray. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Li Gang rushed to the monitor, his pupils dilating at the sight before him. A horde of Pokémon surged forth from the mist forest. Beedrills, massive Fearos, Zubats, and Jengars, various Pokémon converged, heading in a singular direction, led by a Pidgey with a Maril perched atop. The sheer strength of their numbers stirred chaos in their wake, causing smaller Pokémon to scatter in panic. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Gang was momentarily dumbfounded. Such an extravagant assembly. Were they about to reignite the conflict between Pokémon and humans? Simultaneously, the city of Chaoyang issued an urgent alert for its citizens to take cover. The Guardians emerged one after another, and the gym leader retrieved his ace Pokémon, preparing to assess the situation. This was the duty of a gym leader. Beyond guiding others in their training, it was imperative to act first in times of danger. Wang Tianming soared above the city on his Charizard, flanked by a cadre of guardian Pokémon. After years of harmonious coexistence between Pokémon and humans, was today the day they would breach their treaty? As he beheld the approaching Pokémon team, a sense of trepidation gripped Wang Tianming, setting aside the leading Pidgey. Even the Fearow trailing closely behind was enough to instill fear. Its piercing gaze seemed to bore straight into him. Yet, as the gym leader of Chaoyang City, he had no choice but to stand firm. Upon hearing Wang Tianming's call, Maril relayed a few commands, and in unison, the entire team ascended, soaring over Wang Tianming. The crowd remained in a daze, exchanging bewildered glances. The larger figure sneered back, the expression in its eyes seemingly conveying, "You, my dear siblings, do not possess the strength to challenge me." The mayor of Chaoyang was seething in his office, infuriated by the sheer magnitude of the elven gathering. "What use are you if you cannot even comprehend their intentions?" he fumed. Below, Li Gang trembled, wishing he could bury his head in the ground to avoid the mayor's gaze. After a lengthy tirade, the mayor's anger began to dissipate. And just as he was about to speak, a knock echoed from the door. "Come in." He took a deep breath, striving to steady his voice. Wang Tianming hastily entered, followed by a Charizard. He lingered at the entrance for a moment, reluctant to step inside, as only a fool would invite trouble. "Director Wang, do you have any insights?" the mayor asked, attempting to maintain his composure. Wang Tianming, equally at a loss, reflected on the unprecedented peace that had prevailed since the arrival of the elves and the establishment of a truce. Such occurrences were entirely new. "I cannot ascertain the reason," But their demeanor suggests they are advancing with a purpose, he cautiously replied. The mayor, having calmed down, began to piece together the situation. This group of elves passed through without causing any disruption, purposefully led by a Maril. A Maril? This creature can command a horde of elves? Both men found this utterly perplexing. Go, send someone to follow them, and do not engage until further orders are given. Relay this information to the surrounding cities. This matter must be escalated. A situation of this magnitude cannot be concealed, and it is wiser to report it directly and await instructions. As directives were disseminated, the city sprang back to life. Yang Han, is this the Marl from last time? A man in a sleeveless shirt entered the gym, where Yang Han and his Dragonite were engaged in their daily workout. After completing a set, Yang Han wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. What's up, Lazy? The man, referred to as Lazy, handed over his phone. Take a look and see if it looks familiar. Yang Han scrolled slowly through the images. In this age of abundant information, nothing remained hidden for long. The news had quickly spread across the nation and was now reaching foreign shores. Yang Han was rendered speechless, for it was indeed the Maril from before. Although he had only encountered it once, the events of their previous encounter had elevated this particular elf to a position of utmost significance in his mind, and he even contemplated raising one himself. Gather everyone. Assemble quickly. With that, Yang Han hurriedly exited. Reports proliferated across the internet, bearing titles such as, Are the elves assembling for another world war? Elven uprising. Secrets of the misty forest revealed. Forced departure of elves from the forest. A distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality. Today, let us explore the most mysterious forests. Accompanied by clear photographs of the bee drill, these articles spread rapidly online, reaching schools, battle arenas, and training facilities. Lin Zhe and the six-tailed fox were diligently training, blissfully unaware of the rumors circulating in the outside world. With the Xiaofeng Wang Cup drawing near, any enhancement in their abilities was of utmost importance. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the air. It could only be Wu Jie, who was known for his exuberance. As anticipated, moments later, Wu Jie burst through the door, phone in hand, exclaiming excitedly, Oh my goodness, Zhigu, big news. The World War is about to restart. However, his exuberance was abruptly cut short. As they were training, the room was filled with flying tennis balls. At that moment, the six-tailed fox executed a powerful tail swipe, sending a tennis ball hurtling towards the door. Fortunately, Lin Zhe's mental prowess had significantly increased with his training, and just as the ball was about to collide with Wu Jie's head, he halted its trajectory. Wu Jie gazed at the projectile, now a mere millimeter from him, swallowing hard in trepidation. Murder, he exclaimed, fear etched across his face. Who told you to barge in like that? Now what is going on? Lin Zhe, intrigued by the sudden interruption, noted that Wu Jie was typically boisterous but never intrusive, making his abrupt entrance all the more unusual. All right, look. The news is going wild outside, claiming the Fourth World War is about to commence. Lin Zhe took the phone, scrutinizing the headlines for the crux of the story. Upon seeing an image of Marilu, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Does she really need to flaunt herself so brazenly? He pondered, recognizing the trouble it could stir. However, with the rumors already rampant, he felt reassured that Yang Han was likely informed and there was no need for him to fret. A powerful spirit, as long as it bore no malice towards the nation, would not provoke unnecessary conflict, especially given their prior acquaintance. Returning the phone to Wu Jie, Lin Zhe remarked, It's nothing. The government will probably issue a statement soon. He then added, Now off you go. I need to continue my training. Wu Jie, eager to comply, responded, All right, keep at it. At this rate, you might as well skip straight to university. Chapter 36, The Making of a Legend. Wu Jie held his brother in high esteem, admiring his relentless work ethic. He was unperturbed by others' talents, but he found it daunting when someone was both gifted and industrious. As for himself, he felt indifferent. After all, his family's wealth afforded him the luxury of choice in higher education. A few donations here and there would suffice. What? Not enough? Then donate a few more, his father would say. As long as you study well, don't cause trouble for others. Our family can provide for you comfortably, allowing you to spend as you wish. Choose your university and your spirit freely, as long as you steer clear of illegal activities. Recalling his father's words, Wu Jie shrugged and exited the room. He was relieved he hadn't vocalized his thoughts. Otherwise, a hefty reprimand would surely follow. Once he had left, Lin Zhe resumed his training, and the six-tailed fox, after extensive practice, had begun to navigate the rain of tennis balls with graceful ease. Even in the face of unavoidable circumstances, one would employ the iron tail for retaliation. With an overall enhancement of strength, I believe that facing the Blaziken again will not result in such a dire predicament. Returning to Yang Han's side, after waiting outside the director's office for a while, he was finally notified that he could enter. Director, I have unraveled the cause of the Pokémon uprising, Yang Han declared as soon as he stepped inside. Upon hearing this, Wulong Guang, who had been troubled, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with intensity. What did you say? He inquired, articulating each word with precision. This matter has gradually begun to circulate internationally, and the higher-ups demand an expeditious investigation into the reasons behind the Pokémon revolt. Many foreign nations are eagerly awaiting the spectacle. If mishandled, it could devolve into an international farce. What's the matter? Did the Pokémon at your place have a falling out and run away? Why not just relocate them all to our country? Such remarks abound on Twitter. As the head of the National Security Bureau, Wu Longguang felt utterly at a loss regarding this unforeseen upheaval. Just then, a subordinate informed him that the cause had been identified, which ignited a spark of excitement in him. Observing Wu Longguang's ferocious demeanor, Yang Han did not dare to delay and recounted the events leading to this predicament in detail. You mean to say that the catalyst for this incident was the burning of a park? Wu Longguang rubbed his temples. It was not that he disbelieved, but the absurdity of it all was staggering. It was as if the very definition of outrageous had been redefined. There were countless places that had suffered damage due to unexpected incidents, yet none had retaliated. If this were true, then domestically, there should be no issue. Their targets would likely be abroad. Take your team and follow Mary Lou. Maintain a friendly demeanor, and remember to avoid any conflict. However, if a confrontation does occur domestically, intervene immediately. The nation possesses the capability to handle these Pokémon. Wu Longguang methodically issued his commands. Understood, Yang Han replied with a salute before departing. With Yang Han gone, Wu Longguang was left alone in the room, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Retrieve the information on this Lin Zhe. His shadow flickered momentarily before settling into stillness. Meanwhile, back with Mary Lou, after a prolonged period of rapid flight, they soon exited the borders of Huagua. The monitoring personnel breathed a sigh of relief. However, others from different nations were not as pleased. Just moments ago, they were laughing. And now they had crossed into our territory? The monitoring agents from Beixiong country wore expressions as if they had just consumed something distasteful. Despite attempts to communicate, Mary Lou paid them no heed. Before long, Mary Lou reached the objective of their journey, a base in the wilderness. With a wave of the hand, he commanded, "Brothers, let us go." A barrage of moves rained down. Flamethrower, Shadow Ball, Ice Beam, Blizzard, and Hyper Beam, an uncountable array of techniques descended upon the target. Dr. Mark. The experimental report has been compiled. Within the base, a man clad in a white lab coat and sporting black-rimmed glasses was meticulously reviewing the document. Excellent. The tolerance has increased again. Let us escalate the intensity further. As I cast my gaze around, the entire room is filled with trapped sprites. Observing the figure clad in a white lab coat at the center, I discern a gaze brimming with hatred and emptiness. Regrettably, all the sprites lay utterly incapacitated on the ground, devoid of even the strength to lift their arms. Dr. Mark, if you increase the dosage, these sprites may not withstand it. Someone beside him hesitantly spoke up. If they cannot endure, we shall simply switch to another. With so many sprites here, can you not select for yourself? Dr. Mark shot him a glance. Do you not yearn to create a true divine beast with your own hands? A flicker of fervor ignited in Dr. Mark's eyes. In his youth, Mark had endured a catastrophe involving sprites, the aftermath of a battle between two legendary Pokémon. In an instant, the surrounding environment was obliterated. Young Mark had narrowly escaped, having been playing outside. From that moment onward, he developed both a fear and an admiration for such power. How splendid it would be if humanity could harness that strength. Thus, he dedicated himself to studying and researching sprites. Ultimately, he found his way to this organization, a sanctuary for unrestrained sprite research. His talents were allowed to flourish, and he vowed to seize that power. Increase the dosage. If they cannot endure, find a better one. If that fails, you take their place. Mark bellowed. Yes. His subordinates trembled as they hurried away. Mark gazed contentedly at their retreating forms, reveling in the sensation of absolute control. Just as he was about to turn away, the entire room began to tremble. He retrieved his phone and accessed the surveillance footage, his pupils narrowing at the sight outside. Had they been discovered? A flicker of doubt crossed Mark's mind as he approached a wall where an elevator door opened, and he stepped inside. Since their exposure was inevitable, lingering here was futile. The data remained intact, and he could conduct his research elsewhere, though he lamented the fate of the sprites. He cast a reluctant glance at the sprites in the room before stepping into the elevator. These sprites had been transported from around the globe for his investigation, and now he could only abandon them. However, as long as he persisted, the research would continue. As for the others, their demise was inconsequential. Outside, the sprites' assaults raged on, various elemental attacks intertwining, swiftly leading to the breach of the entire base. Observing the devastation below, Mariel revealed a satisfied smile. With a wave of her petite hand, she signaled that they could depart. The other sprites echoed her satisfaction, relishing the rare opportunity to unleash their abilities freely. A day out deserved to be thrilling. Yet, just as Mariel was about to leave, a Jengar emerged from the ground, sidling up next to her. Urgency and anger evident in its tone. Chapter 37, Ether Rift Slash. Upon hearing Jengar's explanation, Mariel's expression transformed into one of fury. Her small hand swayed, gathering a beam of pink light upon her arm, which she then swung down forcefully. Instantly, a wave extending several meters was unleashed, striking the ruins of the base nearby. The sprites beside her trembled at the sight of the enraged Maril, diligently ensuring the protection of the crumbling structure. Boom! A small mushroom cloud erupted. In the distance, Yang Han observed Marilu preparing to depart and hurriedly tapped the nearby dragonite, signaling it to carry him forth. However, just as they began to rise, a deafening explosion resonated from afar, accompanied by a fierce shockwave that toppled Yang Han's team. The onlookers from various nations watched in astonishment, their mouths agape at the scene unfolding before them. Yang Han stood up, brushing the dust from his face and cursing under his breath. If Lin Zhe were present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the move Marilu had just executed was the signature attack of the spatial deity, Palkia, the spatial rend. This was an assault capable of cleaving through dimensions, unleashed by Marilu's deft finger gestures. Disregarding the terror of other Pokémon, Marilu boldly leapt down, uprooting the entire base. What lay before the spectators was a multitude of weakened Pokémon ensnared on the ground. With a furrowed brow, Marilu directed her subordinates to liberate the trapped creatures. All present held their breath, while Yang Han received instructions from his superiors to remain on standby. Those who had boasted online about easily dispatching this group of Pokémon had vanished without a trace. The power exhibited by Marilu had far surpassed their expectations. One by one, her subordinates freed the Pokémon, placing them in a clear area. Soon after, several Pokémon collectively unleashed a wide-ranging healing wave, and the condition of the creatures began to improve gradually. Upon receiving the consent of this group of Pokémon, Marilu signaled for them to rest for a while, she instructed her partner, BB Bird, to take her to Yang Han's location. Who could possibly tell Yang Han what manner of sustenance had fostered such a formidable Marilu? Yang Han plopped down on the ground, venting to his team members. The power Marilu displayed today far exceeded that of her previous encounter with Li Hui. No, it was utterly incomparable. Before he could finish his lament, Marilu descended from the sky and appeared before Yang Han. Yang Han. Team members. A palpable tension gripped the air, as they feared Marilu might unleash her wrath upon them. The reverberations from moments ago still echoed in their minds. Yet, Marilu paid no heed to him, seizing Yang Han's phone and dialing Lin Zhe's number. Engrossed in playful banter with his Vulpix, Lin Zhe remained oblivious to the phone vibrating, laughing heartily. Upon seeing the missed call, Marilu's previously sullen expression morphed into one of urgency. The condition of these Pokémon could not be prolonged here. Sustenance and the environment posed significant challenges. Noticing Marilu's distressed demeanor while holding the phone, Yang Han swallowed hard, stepping forward and stammering, may I inquire if you are trying to reach someone? The other members, witnessing Yang Han's boldness, raised their thumbs in admiration, exclaiming, what a captain! Truly impressive. Marilu. With utmost seriousness, Marilu nodded and inscribed Lin Zhe's name upon the ground. In that instant, Yang Han comprehended. She had attempted to call Lin Zhe, but the call had not gone through. Breathing a sigh of relief, his courage swelled. Pounding his chest in assurance, he declared, leave it to me. Just moments ago, he had instructed Wu Longwang to hasten and fetch Lin Zhe. Delay could very well spell disaster. Wu Longwang, who had been observing all the events unfold, recognized the gravity of the situation and hastily burst through the door. He leaped onto the waiting Pidgeot outside and soared into the sky, heading straight for Golden Harbor City. In every significant location, Pidgeots were raised. These Pokémon excelled in temperament, speed, and strength, making them ideal for urgent communications. Following Wu Longwang's departure, several planes took off, also en route to the location of Marilu. Given the circumstances, it was prudent to dispatch the planes directly, even if the decision proved erroneous. The cost of fuel and the camaraderie of powerful Pokémon were trivial in comparison. The Pidgeot flew swiftly, and before long, the outline of Golden Harbor City came into view. Wu Longwang directed the Pidgeot towards the school. Having memorized the locations of critical sites as a requisite for his role as the director of the National Security Bureau. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe stood by the outdoor washing station, assisting his Vulpix in cleaning its fur. The nutritious Pokémon blocks, combined with consistent exercise, rendered Vulpix's coat exceptionally sleek, giving its body a streamlined appearance. As the two were playfully engaged, a sharp cry pierced the air, and a Pidgeot descended rapidly, landing right in front of Lin Zhe. The gust of wind it generated sent a cloud of dust swirling onto the freshly washed Vulpix, much to its displeasure. Just cleaned it. Vulpix fumed. You must be Lin Zhe. Answer the phone. Wu Longwang tossed a phone to him, which was already in the midst of a call. Lin Zhe, somewhat skeptical, placed the phone to his ear, and Marilu's voice came through clearly. Lilu, followed by an explanation from Marilu, with Yang Han occasionally interjecting with comments. Swiftly grasping the situation, Lin Zhe wasted no time. He recalled Vulpix, leaped onto the Pidgeot, and clutched Wu Longwang tightly, declaring, we need a plane capable of transporting Pokémon. Time is of the essence, Lin Zhe added, just as he was about to say more. The Pidgeot took off from the ground, leaving the bewildered faculty and students of the school behind. Now, Lin Zhe was truly a well-known figure within the school. High in the sky, Lin Zhe gripped the Pidgeot tightly, his arms instinctively wrapping around the man in front of him. The intense speed of their flight left him slightly breathless. Though he was not acrophobic, he wished for a moment to prepare, as this was his first experience flying without any safety measures. Sensing the reassurance from the Pidgeot and the warmth of the embrace, Wu Longguang exhaled in relief. Under the full-speed flight of the Pidgeot, they soon arrived at the scene. Even though Lin Zhe had mentally prepared himself for the arrival, the sight of the devastation left him gasping in shock. Goodness, what on earth happened here? The area was strewn with debris, remnants of fire, and ice still visible. As he shifted his gaze, he noticed a line of Pokémon arranged on the ground, evoking the somber image of comrades retrieving fallen allies after World War II. Upon seeing Lin Zhe approach, Marilu bounded over, eagerly taking his hand and leading him further inside. The transport plane had already arrived, but since Marilu did not recognize it, she instructed her companions to block the entrance, lest they inadvertently wander into danger. Those who came to assist were also informed that no one could be coerced into submission by the spirits present. Thus, both parties remained in a deadlock until Lin Zhe arrived to break the impasse. Chapter 38, The Art of Gesture. Yang Han expressed that he was indeed under immense pressure. As the sole individual present who had previously interacted with Marilu, he was unceremoniously thrust into the role of spokesperson. His teammates retreated in unison, and Yang Han wished he could hurl Pokeballs at the heartless individuals around him. Facing the oppressive spirits before him, he could not help but swallow hard. If it were just one or two, he might stand a chance. Even 3 or 4 could be evaded. However, this was a whole horde. Moreover, each spirit was at least as formidable as his Dragonite. Summoning his other Pokémon would be of little use. If he could call for help, surely they could too. This time, only a small group had arrived, but who knew what the next encounter might bring? Perhaps the entire forest spirits would join. Not to mention, there was also a Marilu of unfathomable strength nearby, capable of altering the terrain at will. Although he did not recognize the specific technique, he could discern that it was certainly beyond the capabilities of ordinary Pokémon. Anyone who dared to claim Marilu was just a common spirit would face his wrath. Yang Han fumed inwardly. Lin Zhe walked while glancing at his phone, astonished by the bouncy little creature beside him. The spatial slash was an exclusive move of the god of space, unattainable by other spirits. Thus, only one conclusion remained. It was executed through the art of gesture. Remarkable. He thought to request Marilu to teach the Vulpix. Who knows, it might just learn it. Imagine if it could utilize a divine beast's signature move in a competition. What sheer delight that would be. In the distance, Yang Han saw Lin Zhe approaching and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere. He hastily ran over, interrupting Lin Zhe's reverie to succinctly describe the current situation. Marilu hopped onto a crate, listening attentively. Once it was confirmed that the aircraft could safely assist in transporting the spirits, Marilu consented to help. Under Lin Zhe's direction, the injured spirits were promptly loaded onto the aircraft, which had more than enough capacity to accommodate them all. Marilu's companions gazed curiously at Lin Zhe. Having heard Marilu recount stories of this human on their way, they could not help but gather around him. At that moment, Lin Zhe felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Surrounded by such powerful Pokémon, was this paradise? Vulpix suddenly burst from its Pokeball, momentarily taken aback by the array of spirits around it. Then, feeling the pressure from the formidable spirits, it anxiously jumped in front of Lin Zhe. After some explanations and introductions from Marilu, Vulpix felt a bit dazed. Those around them observed Lin Zhe at the center of the spirits, their gazes filled with envy. Who wouldn't desire the affection of a multitude of powerful yet gentle Pokémon? Lin Zhe curiously reached out to stroke the Beedrill and Zubat nearby. The crowd was filled with trepidation, despite the current tranquility. One could only imagine the havoc if a different individual were to test the waters. 2 punctures would be the least of their worries. Amidst the playful antics with the six-tailed fox, Marilu suddenly recalled something and hopped over to Lin Zhe's side. Lilu, Lilu, Lilu. Lin Zhe, who was engrossed in observing the sprites, paused in surprise at Marilu's exclamation and then glanced at the surrounding creatures. Very well, I shall convey your message. The group, including Yang Han, who had been chatting from a distance, approached Lin Zhe with eagerness. Marilu has something important to share with you. I trust you can take charge, Lin Zhe suggested. Observing Lin Zhe's composed demeanor, Yang Han decided to summon Wu Longguang. Good or bad, the leader must bear the brunt. Speak, what is it? Wu Longguang asked calmly. He had just received a phone call detailing the progress of the situation and was granted the authority to make decisions on site. Relax. It's good news. To express her gratitude for your assistance, Marilu has pledged to help you with 3 tasks in the future, provided they do not pose a threat to her well-being. Furthermore, if anyone desires, they may come here to select their initial sprite, contingent upon the sprite's consent. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, the group erupted in joy. Even Wu Longguang, usually so composed, couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the gamble had paid off. This development held immeasurable significance for the overall strength of Huagua and its future prospects. On behalf of the nation, I extend my gratitude to Marilu. And to you as well, Wulong Wang said solemnly, bowing in respect. Before long, the sprites were securely loaded, and after confirming that none were left behind, the plane ascended slowly, heading toward the misty forest. Lin Zhe, seated next to Marilu, was grateful for the safety measures this time around. Marilu, might you teach the six-tailed fox your enchanting gesture? Lin Zhe asked, hands clasped in supplication. Marilu was momentarily taken aback, curious about the request. Oh, that's a trivial matter. I can certainly try. Although success was not guaranteed, it was worth attempting. The tension from training and the long journey soon weighed heavily on Lin Zhe, and he quickly succumbed to slumber. Shortly thereafter, the plane touched down at the forest's edge, where waiting sprites gathered eagerly, and the injured were escorted into the woods for healing. Witnessing such powerful beings elicited envious glances from the onlookers. They then felt a wave of relief wash over them. Fortunately, there had been no conflict. Although Huagua was unafraid of these sprites, any confrontation would undoubtedly result in adverse consequences, possibly even inviting interference from foreign nations. Thankfully, events seemed to be unfolding favorably. Seeing the situation resolved satisfactorily, Marilu beamed with joy. What a relief. Promotion is surely on the horizon. The incident, having garnered considerable attention, led the authorities to suppress certain aspects of the situation. Though observant netizens managed to link the earlier sprite riot to the current events, they were aware that sprites were involved but remained oblivious to the broader context. Days later, schools across the nation received notification Lurili could be nurtured further to serve as one of the primary initial sprites. Chapter 39. A coastal retreat. Time flows steadily. Tick by tick. Each day is dedicated to training with Vulpix and honing the techniques for harnessing psychic energy. Upon fulfilling Mu Xiaoxiao's battle requirements, a special holiday is granted. In his leisure, Lin Zhe crafted an innovative culinary delight for Pokémon, dubbed the satiating Pokémon Cube, and entrusted it to Yang Han. However, the results have yet to materialize. It is only natural. New Pokémon food must undergo the most rigorous testing. After all, some of these delicacies can also serve as emergency sustenance for humans, and those with exquisite flavors might even be enjoyed as snacks. As time passes, the Xiaofeng Wang Cup competition approaches. Lin Zhe, accompanied by Vulpix, makes his way to the beach. Under the sweltering sun, the sandy shore is populated with numerous people and Pokémon. Lin Zhe, Liangyu, are you both just going to sunbathe on the beach without dipping into the sea? You must be two landlubbers. Liang, clad in swimwear and encircled by small floaties, resembles a turtle that has shed its shell. Lin Zhe and Liangyu lower their heads in unison, their sunglasses slipping down to reveal one eye each as they glance at Liang, then at the blazing sun overhead. As contestants in the Xiaofeng Wang Cup, they possess the privilege of enjoying their time freely, as long as they complete their respective tasks. With occasional joint training sessions, they have grown more familiar with one another. Alright, with the sun being this intense, I'd rather stay indoors. If it weren't for Vulpix's curiosity about the beach, I might have been napping at home, Lin Zhe muses. Liang sighs. Well, if that's the case, I suppose I'll have to enjoy the yacht I rented all by myself. A yacht? Who goes to the beach just to sunbathe? Are you going to sunbathe? I certainly won't. The moment the word yacht is mentioned, both Lin Zhe and Liang Yu's eyes light up, their previous lethargy vanishing in an instant. Liang remarks, these two are truly something. Let us go this way. Liang declares, taking the lead as Lin Zhe and Liang Yu call over Vulpix and Charmeleon, who have been playing in the sand. Gazing at the exquisite yacht ahead, Lin Zhe can't help but think, what a display of wealth. Once the Pokémon Cube starts generating profit, I must acquire one for myself. This yacht is rented with my pocket money, so feel free to enjoy yourselves. Liang gestures grandly, embodying the spirit of a generous host. You finally made it. I was beginning to think you got lost. They hear as they remove their shoes and shake off the sand, assisting Vulpix in cleaning up before stepping onto the yacht. Given the complexities of maintaining cleanliness on a yacht, they adhere to the fundamental principle of avoiding unnecessary mess. Soon after, they excitedly board the vessel. The yacht spans approximately 20 meters in length, comprising 3 levels, each outfitted with an array of amenities. With a gentle vibration beneath their feet, the yacht slowly sets sail, gliding into the open sea. Standing at the bow, Lin Zhe opens his mouth wide, the brisk sea breeze rushing in with a whooshing sound. The Pokémon of the group are released, and fortunately, the yacht is of high quality, capable of accommodating even the likes of Snorlax. To ensure safety, in addition to their own Pokémon, each person brought along additional companions, as one must have protective Pokémon while enjoying a day on the ocean. Lin Zhe selected a Suction Cup Magikarp and a Piku, both of which serve as an optimal combination in any environment thanks to their psychic attributes. Piku, naturally, was chosen as a charming mascot for the outing. Liang Yu brought his father's Pokémon, a Masquerain, renowned for its swimming prowess and life-saving abilities. Li Xinyue opted for a Swellow. While it may not inflict considerable damage, its speed and rescue capabilities were certainly commendable. The trio turned their gaze toward Liang, the affluent caretaker of a Snorlax, curious about the Pokémon he would unveil. Feeling their inquisitive stares, Liang felt a twinge of embarrassment. He promptly tossed a Pokeball into the air, and amidst a flash of light, a water-blue Pokemon materialized. With a long fishtail, fin-like ears, and adorned with delicate blue stripes. It was an EV, specifically a Vaporeon. "Oh, how beautiful!" exclaimed Lin Zhe, immediately captivated by the Vaporeon, nearly rushing to embrace it. The Vaporeon, curious about its surroundings, froze momentarily upon spotting the Snorlax and Liang, before swiftly leaping to the highest point of the yacht. Sitting regally as it gazed out at the sea, the group exchanged puzzled glances directed at Liang. With a helpless shrug, Liang explained, "The Vaporeon belongs to my sister. Last night, the Snorlax accidentally devoured all of its food. I intended for the Snorlax to apologize, but it still hasn't woken up." After hearing his explanation, the others regarded each other in silence. Just as Lin Zhe was about to speak, his waterproof phone chimed. He gestured to the side and answered the call. "Hello? It's me, Young Han. The results of your filling Pokemon Cube have come in. The effects are remarkable and completely meet the standards." Yang Han's excited voice echoed from the other end. "Moreover, the nutrition far surpasses that of commercial food. Do you have other varieties?" "Sure, I'll send you the follow-up details to your phone. You can check them when you have time. Along with a surprise I have for you." Yang Han, hearing the sounds of merriment in the background, deduced they were out having fun and decided not to intrude further. After a brief exchange, he ended the call. "What did he say?" inquired an elderly man in a white lab coat, standing anxiously beside Yang Han in the pristine laboratory. "Director Yuan, please don't fret. This fellow has additional formulas," Yang Han replied, eager to accommodate the esteemed elder. He succinctly recounted the details of their conversation. "Have him notify me immediately when he is available. I must meet him at once," Director Yuan said, a smile illuminating his face. "What great fortune for our nation." Hearing this, Yang Han couldn't help but feel a pang of apprehension. If he dared suggest that Director Yuan personally venture out to meet Lin Zhe, he'd likely find himself facing dire consequences from Wulongguang the following day. Very well, he concurred. Chapter 40, Telepathy. Apologizing is indeed a simple task. Yet the real challenge lies with the Snorlax's insatiable appetite. Liang had been troubled by this dilemma for quite some time. Although his family could provide ample nourishment for Snorlax, it was impractical to carry a plethora of food everywhere. Liang, if there existed a singular food item capable of satiating Snorlax at once and sustaining it for an entire day, would you be inclined to try it? Since the test results have emerged, there is no cause for concern. They adhere to national standards and are exceptionally safe. Observing Li Yang's puzzled expression, Lin Zhe elucidated. "Do you recall our first encounter? The little Snorlax clung to my leg, reluctant to let go. That was due to its detection of a certain food's aroma. I have developed a Pokemon food named Instant Satisfaction, which entirely resolves Snorlax's perpetual hunger. The call I received earlier was to inform me that the food has passed safety inspections, so you can rest assured." As Lin Zhe spoke, the expressions of those around them turned to one of astonishment. Li Yang's face lit up with excitement. There was no need to entertain such an easily debunked lie. The truth would be revealed through experience. Indeed, although they were merely students, they were residing in a luxurious hotel. The answer, of course, was that the hotel belonged to Li Yang's family, allowing them to stay freely. Upon hearing this, Li Yang regained his composure. A brief moment of indecision was inconsequential. He then regarded Lin Zhe with a peculiar look, a sentiment mirrored by Liang Yu and Li Xinhua. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Lin Zhe blinked. "Is there something on my face? To be honest, I am quite curious about what thoughts occupy your mind." Liang Yu sighed deeply, utterly disinterested in competing with Lin Zhe any longer. His innate talent and diligence far surpassed his own, and now he had even created a new type of Pokemon food. It was as if he were leaving no path for others to tread. Never mind. Perhaps it's best to resign oneself to mediocrity. With diligent study and a healthy diet, one could still succeed. Lin Zhe, with a serious demeanor, patted Liang Yu on the shoulder. "Oh please, if that were the case, vegetables would have long become an endangered species." The group burst into laughter. Their camaraderie, unblemished by the competitive nature of adolescence, filled instead with admiration and respect. Suddenly, the raucous cries of several Pokémon drew their attention. "Wow, it's a Lapras!" With a soft blue body and a creamy white underside extending from its chin to its tail, adorned with a gray shell lined with numerous irregular bumps. Lapras possesses a keen intellect and a kind heart. It has the remarkable ability to comprehend human language and enjoys ferrying passengers across the sea, often serenading them with its melodious voice when in high spirits. No one expected to encounter a Lapras. The group rushed to the edge of the boat, and Liang, brimming with excitement, whipped out his phone to snap a flurry of pictures of the Lapras, followed by a few selfies. "My sister adores water-type Pokémon. She would be utterly envious to see a Lapras." Liang grinned proudly, his phone clicking incessantly as he captured various angles. "Don't forget. Be sure not to share these photos," Li Xinhua cautioned, hugging her Chikorita. The gentle nature of Lapras makes it a favorite among water-type trainers, having nearly faced extinction due to excessive capture in the past. Fortunately, the regulations in Huagua are clear and precise. providing a certain level of protection for the gentle wild Pokémon. Thus, it is not uncommon to encounter them in the domestic seas. However, abroad, such sightings are rare due to the rampant capture of Pokémon by various hunters, which has driven many Lapras to seek refuge in Huagua. The Lapras, noticing the people on the yacht, approached slowly, curiously observing the few individuals on board. Lin Zhe cautiously extended his hand, hesitant to frighten the creature, leaving it suspended in midair. Just as he grappled with his indecision, a melodious female voice emerged. The group froze, scanning their surroundings before incredulously directing their gaze toward the Lapras. Was it you who spoke? Naturally, who else could possibly possess such a delightful voice? The others remarked on the fact that it was indeed a Lapras capable of telepathy and rather self-adoring. However, granted permission by the Lapras, the group eagerly reached out to touch it. The sensation was cool, smooth, and moist, absolutely exquisite. Delightful. They giggled and clapped, utterly enchanted. Lin Zhe and his companions discreetly shifted their positions to maintain some distance, realizing that Liang Yu and Li Xinyue seemed unresponsive. It dawned on Lin Zhe that the Lapras was directly communicating with him through telepathy. This was the first time a Pokémon had ever praised him since arriving in this world, and he felt a tinge of excitement. Unexpectedly, the beautiful Miss Lapras, a title he found quite pleasing, nudged her head closer in delight. The Vulpix, observing her trainer and the Lapras in an embrace, felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed rather peculiar. In a swift motion, the Vulpix leaped onto Lin Zhe's shoulder to assert her claim. Mew, she declared, this is my partner, Vulpix, Lin Zhe introduced. And you, lovely Vulpix, are welcome, the Lapras responded, affectionately nudging the Vulpix with her head. This gesture left the Vulpix momentarily flustered, wondering if she had been a bit too fierce. Li Xinyue, ever the meticulous one, noticed that the Lapra's back was dirty with mud and algae and expressed her desire to assist in cleaning it. As a girl who valued cleanliness, she could not tolerate such a charming creature appearing unkempt. Upon voicing her intention, the Lapras paused. It was not her first encounter with humans, as most had either wished to take photos like Li Yang or helped ferry them across the sea. However, it was her first experience of someone offering to bathe her, a novel and intriguing proposition. The Lapras shifted direction, climbing onto the platform at the back of the yacht. Li Xinyue diligently took up a hose and began rinsing, and in no time, the Lapras' shell gleamed like new. Would you like me to take you for a spin? The Lapras inquired cheerfully. However, before she could finish, she raised her head to gaze into the distance, her expression turning serious. At that moment, the Vaporeon descended from the top of the yacht, rousing the still ecstatic Li Yang from his reverie. Although she was upset, it was time to attend to pressing matters. As a Pokémon capable of weather detection at sea, she had sensed a change in the atmosphere. The wild Pokémon that had been resting on the yacht had mysteriously flown away. Lin Zhe and his companions followed the Lapras' gaze. What's wrong? Liang Yu asked. Puzzled. A storm is approaching. Chapter 41. The Creator of the Storm. Long appeared somewhat displeased. A beautiful day had suddenly turned to rain. Frustrated, he voiced his annoyance. And as if on cue, a dark line emerged on the horizon. It was the sea breeze pushing the cumulonimbus clouds closer, devouring everything like an abyss. The group hastily recalled their Pokémon, retaining only their water-type and psychic-type companions. What shall we do? Lin Zhe inquired loudly, as the wind from the sea began to pick up, causing the yacht to sway. I don't know. We checked the weather forecast before setting out, and it predicted 3 days of sunshine, Li Yang shouted in response. Long scanned the surroundings before pointing in a direction. Let us head that way. There's a small island. Displaying composure befitting a sea Pokémon, Long remained unperturbed. The wind howled fiercely, and raindrops fell from the sky like scattered beans. Fortunately, the yacht was swift, and the island's outline soon became visible from afar, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Upon reaching the island's edge, Li Yang maneuvered the yacht onto the beach. Thankfully, there was ample space, and the yacht merely ran aground. The group jumped off the vessel and hurried into the island's interior. Inside a cave, Lin Zhe and his companions sat in a circle around a fire, watching the tempest outside, while Long rested with closed eyes. Fortunately, their optimistic dispositions kept negative emotions at bay. They quickly dried off, warming their clothes by the fire. Although illness could be treated with medicinal herbs, discomfort was inevitable. They snapped a few photos to send to their parents, assuring them not to worry. The yacht was stocked with sufficient food and power banks, allowing them to report their situation at any time, which eased their parents' concerns. The rain outside showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead. Let us take a nap, Liang Yu yawned, the tension in his mind finally giving way to fatigue. The others also felt weary. After instructing their Pokémon to take turns on watch, they each found a place to rest. Soon, the cave fell silent, save for the rhythmic sound of breathing and the occasional crackle of sparks from the fire. Lin Zhe was the first to awaken. It was night, and the rain outside showed no signs of letting up. The watch was being kept by the sucker Pokémon, while the others slumbered deeply. Placing his finger to his lips to signal the sucker Pokémon not to awaken the others, he made his way to the cave entrance. Covering himself with a layer of psychic energy to shield against the rain, he stepped into the downpour. Approaching the stranded yacht, he checked the food supplies. With 3 meals a day, they could easily last half a month, but for safety's sake, he decided on 2 meals a day. He also took a few power banks, clothes, and shoes. It was uncertain whether Li Yong had anticipated being marooned on the island, as he had prepared such an abundance of supplies. The yacht was stocked not only with essentials for daily travel, but was also filled with survival gear. Were they on a leisurely excursion, or had they embarked on a quest for survival on a deserted island? Finding 2 waterproof backpacks, he filled them with supplies, creating a hefty load. As for drinking water, that was easily managed with the help of the water-type Pokémon. Long ago, scientists conducted research revealing that the water released by aquatic sprites is indeed potable, indistinguishable from the water we typically consume. Should there be lingering concerns regarding its purity, a simple boiling would suffice. Thus, Lin Zhe prepared a pot, several bowls, and individual water flasks for each person. Once everything was arranged, he settled on the yacht, gazing at the inky sky, lost in contemplation. Earlier, Li Yong had mentioned checking the weather forecast before setting sail, assuring that no rain was expected in the coming 3 days. Lin Zhe had also glanced at the forecast prior to departure, eliminating the possibility of any oversight. As for the likelihood of a forecasting error, that seemed quite minimal. Since the advent of the sprites, various fields of study have seen remarkable advancements, including precise meteorological predictions. Even maritime weather forecasts boast a 99% accuracy rate, with the remaining 1% attributed to the unpredictable nature of the sprites. Observing the extent of the torrential rain and the volume of precipitation, it appeared to be a feat only legendary Pokémon could accomplish. Only a handful of such Pokémon possessed the capability to conjure storms at sea. Kyogre? Absolutely impossible. Lin Zhe shuddered at the thought. In the realm of animation, I would confront Kyogre head-on, but in reality, it would be prudent to flee at the first sign of its presence. If Kyogre were indeed the source, it would be far more than just a mere storm. As one of the ancient Pokémon, it is revered as the embodiment of the ocean, possessing legends of creating seas. A storm? Merely a prologue to its appearance. With a mere wave of its fin, it could summon tsunamis, effortlessly expanding the ocean's expanse with a leisurely swim through ocean currents. Truly the undisputed monarch of the deep. One can only wonder where it currently slumbers in the depths of the ocean. As for Manaphy, that too seems unlikely. Although referred to as the Prince of the Sea, this little creature is, in essence, a socialite, lacking in formidable strength. However, to underestimate it would be a grave mistake. Manaphy possesses an innate ability to communicate telepathically with any Pokémon, and it has made numerous friends among legendary and powerful Pokémon through this gift. In times of peril, even a deep-sea monarch like Kyogre could be summoned by Manaphy. Yet, Manaphy, being a child at heart, is simply seeking companionship, driven by a sense of insecurity. Therefore, this storm cannot be attributed to Manaphy either. Descending the hierarchy of possibilities, Lugia emerges as the most likely candidate. Celebrated as the deity of the sea, there have been sightings of Lugia amidst storms. It possesses the extraordinary ability to calm turbulent seas. Thus, generating storms is well within its capabilities. As for Suicune and Tornadus, these legendary Pokémon may only be able to induce localized showers. Such a magnitude of storm is best left to the realm of dreams. Shaking his head, Lin Zhe dispelled these fanciful notions from his mind. Legendary Pokémon are not within his current realm of experience. Rather than dwelling on that, it would be far more prudent to contemplate how to navigate the coming days. Given the current precipitation levels, it seems unlikely that the rain will cease anytime soon. Through daily training with his Vulpix, Lin Zhe's mental fortitude has grown increasingly robust, effortlessly lifting 2 backpacks with ease. Previously, I consulted with teacher Lu Song, and the rapid progress of Lin Zhe astonished them all. His mental fortitude rivaled that of certain legendary Pokémon. Could it be that Lin Zhe is an undiscovered humanoid Pokémon? To the outside world, Lin Zhe could only attribute this to his genius, while internally he justified it as a result of being a traveler aided by a system, though somewhat forced. It ultimately provided him with solace. As the torrential rain intensified, the once pitch-black sky was intermittently illuminated by flashes of light, accompanied by the thunder. A roar akin to that of a whale echoed through the air. As lightning illuminated the scene, a shadowy figure vanished swiftly from the clouds above. Chapter 42, The Dark Lugia. With the sporadic lightning, Lin Zhe strained to discern the distant happenings. Indeed, it was the work of a legendary Pokémon. The silhouette was dark. Was it Zekrom? However, Zekrom lacked the ability to conjure storms. Lin Zhe felt a twinge of confusion, which quickly morphed into exhilaration. Regardless of which legendary Pokémon it was, such an encounter was exceedingly rare. Wake up! Don't miss this! A legendary Pokémon has appeared, he exclaimed, tossing aside his backpack and rushing out without a thought for whether the others were awake. Soon, a few of them joined Lin Zhe, gazing into the distance. Li Yong, brimming with excitement, held up his camera, ready to speak. Suddenly, a colossal explosion resounded from the horizon. Boom! The brilliance of the explosion illuminated the distant sky. However, As Lin Zhe focused, his pupils constricted. It was not one Pokémon, but two. Two legendary Pokémon, one black and one white, were engaged in battle above the ocean. The white figure resembled Lugia. Could it be that the storm was wrought by it? The black figure remained shrouded behind the clouds, obscured from view. Lin Zhe pondered, weighing the risks. What a joke. Setting aside the fact that they were stranded on an island, even on the mainland, the residual energy from the clash of legendary Pokémon could extend for miles. No matter how fast one ran, could they outpace the moves of Pokémon? It was best to leave it to fate. They all understood. There was no escaping, so they might as well take a good look. This was a battle of legendary Pokémon, a sight that ordinary people might never witness in their lifetime. The Pokémon accompanying them watched intently, especially the Vulpix, which did not blink once. On the mainland, in Jingang City, at the Coastal Command Center, energy indicators blared incessantly. Li Donglai was nearly at his wit's end. Since the onset of the torrential rain, the energy readings had continued to rise, now reaching their peak. Yet, it was pouring outside. There should be no one left at sea. Did this mean there were Pokémon battling on the ocean? Were legendary Pokémon simply indulging themselves? The footage was extracted. A staff member switched the video to show the ocean. Under the inky night sky, the silhouettes of two Pokémon battling plunged the entire room into silence. Gazing at the satellite monitor, Li Donglai swallowed hard. The Pokémon in the video was none other than the ocean deity, Lugia. One black, one white. From the excavated records, it is evident that while Lugia is not the sole species, all possess a white physique. Its eyes glimmer with a crimson hue, and its form, cloaked in darkness, coupled with the tumult of a storm, evokes an aura of malevolence. In the vast ocean, the white Lugia felt a sense of unease. This expanse of water was under its dominion, and the weather was within its control. Gazing at the brilliant sunlight, Lugia intended to indulge in a restful slumber beneath the waves, enjoying a day off from its duties. However, to its dismay, mere moments into its repose, calamity struck. The previously placid sea began to churn violently, giving rise to a tempest. Confused yet dutiful, Lugia resolved to emerge and quell the storm, aware that the humans would surely complain otherwise. Upon its emergence, the ferocity of the storm left Lugia bewildered. This was not merely a rainstorm. It threatened to unleash a tsunami. Initially suspecting that a fellow kin had unwittingly stirred the tempest, Lugia regarded the situation with a degree of nonchalance. However, as the turmoil intensified, it became apparent that something was amiss. As Lugia prepared to spread its wings and pacify the storm, a shadowy figure materialized behind it, the Dark Lugia. The destructive energy it harbored was unleashed upon the unsuspecting white Lugia, and the roar that Lin Zhe had previously heard stemmed from this very encounter. The source of the storm ravaging the sea was indeed this Dark Lugia. Turning to face its counterpart, the white Lugia felt a profound discomfort emanating from the Dark Lugia, which was steeped in an aura of destruction and chaos. Despite this unsettling presence, the white Lugia, driven by an instinctual bond of kinship, refrained from immediate retaliation. Instead, it inquired about the Dark Lugia's plight, offering assistance. Yet, the Dark Lugia paid no heed, launching waves of destructive energy indiscriminately. Thus began the epic confrontation between the two legendary beasts. On the continent, along the shoreline, Li Donglai had already stationed ice-type spirits in anticipation of the conflict. Reinforcements from the inland ice-type spirits steadily joined the fray, while the coastal inhabitants evacuated to safety. The clash between the two Lugia, even if unintentional, threatened to create tsunamis. The ice-type Pokémon were tasked with freezing the surging waters, yet the magnitude of this battle could only be resolved by the combatants themselves, unless another legendary Pokémon intervened. If such a battle were to occur inland, it is conceivable that other spirits might emerge to intervene. However, in the vast ocean, where the combatants were at home, who could dare to interfere? It was likely that anyone approaching would be swept away by the residual forces of their conflict. On the island, Lin Zhe and his companions observed the aerial battle, their expressions growing increasingly grave. Leon also stowed away his recording equipment. The fight between the two Lugia was drawing perilously close to their small island. Should it approach their vicinity, the formidable powers of Lugia could spell disaster for the island, leaving it little chance to withstand the ensuing turmoil. Even the white Lugia, cautious not to strike the small island, found itself overshadowed by the reckless demeanor of its dark counterpart. The white Lugia simmered with frustration. Despite the Dark Lugia being slightly smaller, the damage it inflicted was considerable, and the ominous aura that enveloped it left the white Lugia feeling nauseated. Gazing at the torrential rain above, the white Lugia recognized that the situation could no longer be delayed. As a blue light began to emanate from its body, a voice resonated in its mind. Lugia, please. You must not come any closer. The sudden intrusion of this voice startled the white Lugia, and in that moment of distraction, the Dark Lugia seized the opportunity. Surging with a black light, it flapped its wings and accelerated violently towards the white Lugia, delivering a tremendous impact that sent it crashing into the depths of the ocean. The voice that had emerged was none other than Lin Zhe. utilizing his psychic abilities to establish a mental link with Lin Zhe. Observing the devastating aftermath of the battle drawing perilously close to the island, Lin Zhe could not afford to ponder other matters. He immediately communicated through their mental connection. Witnessing the white Lin Zhe being thrust into the sea, all he could do was silently apologize while joining his hands in prayer for its safety. With life hanging by a thread, there was no time to concern himself with anything else. Chapter 43. The mighty Sky Guardian intervenes, roaring in rage. The white Lin Zhe erupted from the ocean, surrounded by swirling currents and torrents of water. The unwarranted assault only fueled its fury. Humans, the white Lin Zhe, through the earlier mental connection, detected Lin Zhe and the others. Humans, you must leave this place at once. As it transmitted this urgent message, it readied itself for combat. This dark entity was as tenacious as a stubborn adhesive. Lin Zhe, we have no avenue for escape, Lin Zhe replied, braving the storm as he concentrated on communicating with Lin Zhe. The distance and the pervasive malevolent aura of the dark Lin Zhe rendered their communication intermittent. Head in another direction. I will do my utmost to draw its attention away. Just as he spoke, another clash of dragon pulse erupted, sending shockwaves that began to shake the very island itself. Hurry and gather your things. We must leave immediately. The group hastily recalled their Pokémon, leaving only a few water-type creatures behind. As they dashed toward their yacht, the dark Lin Zhe seemed to have noticed Lin Zhe and his companions. It gathered a shadowy sphere of energy in its mouth, directing its assault towards Lin Zhe's position. Fortunately, the white Lin Zhe remained vigilant and intervened just in time to shield them from the attack. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe and his companions were still propelled into the sea, scattering in all directions. Luckily, with the assistance of several water-type Pokémon like Vaporeon, Liangyu and the others were swiftly rescued. However, Lin Zhe, being closest to the explosion, was thrown the farthest away. The other Pokémon were unable to render aid in time and could not abandon Liangyu and his friends. It was already a feat for the few Pokémon to gather together, and they could not split up to rescue Lin Zhe. Helplessly watching him being swept away by the waves, Lin Zhe felt an overwhelming emptiness in his mind as the salty water surged into his throat. Eyes nearly sealed shut under the weight of the ocean's grasp. He was indeed capable of swimming, yet in the current predicament, even the most skilled human swimmer, not to mention water-type Pokémon, would struggle to stay afloat. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe instinctively pinched his nose and sealed his lips. Expelling the air within him would spell his doom. However, under such tumultuous waves, he could not endure for long. Soon, Lin Zhe began to sink to the ocean floor. It seemed he was destined to traverse realms once more. This was the last thought that crossed his mind before losing consciousness. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the depths of the sea, lifting Lin Zhe and soaring into the air. It was none other than the majestic white Lin Zhe. Upon witnessing Lin Zhe's imminent descent into the abyss, Lin Zhe hastily flapped its wings to rescue him. Once airborne, Lin Zhe felt a tremor at his waist. His sucker puppet emerged from its Pokeball. The Pokeball containing his Vulpix swayed as if it too wished to join, but considering the dire circumstances, it thought better of it. The sucker puppet could adhere to Lin Zhe, providing support even in unforeseen situations, thanks to its psychic abilities. However, Vulpix would be ill-fated. Its petite frame would likely be swept away the moment it emerged. Thus, Lin Zhe entrusted his safety to the sucker puppet. Fortunately, Lin Zhe's mother had imparted various knowledge to the sucker puppet, including first aid for drowning. Drawing upon this knowledge and its psychic prowess, the sucker puppet administered urgent care, and Lin Zhe suddenly expelled a significant amount of water, awakening from his stupor. Thank you, sucker puppet. Thank you, Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Unlike his previous travels, this was a brush with death. However, he decided to postpone his thanks until the crisis was resolved. Lin Zhe established a psychic connection with Lin Zhe. Have you attempted to communicate with him? Lin Zhe had previously tried to reach out to the dark Lin Zhe with his mental energy, but the instant they connected, an ominous force surged through, causing him to sever the link in fear. Carrying Lin Zhe, it was impractical to confront the darkness head-on. While Lin Zhe's inherent traits would shield it from harm, Lin Zhe would likely not survive a mere brush with danger. Oh, the frailty of humanity. Lin Zhe lamented internally. In this state of mental connection, Lin Zhe perceived Lin Zhe's musings and could not help but feel exasperated. Come on, at such a time, you're still lamenting? Why not summon help? Lin Zhe inquired. There's no time. By the time we call for assistance, your city will likely be submerged, Lin Zhe replied. The other Lin Zhe resided in various oceanic realms, slumbering beneath the depths. They would not awaken unless their own territories were threatened. Not to summon them, but to alert those above. Lin Zhe thought it absurd how single-minded Lin Zhe was. That's futile. Rayquaza 1T concern itself with these matters. Silence. Take me to Rayquaza. Convincing him is my responsibility. Lin Zhe was on the verge of exasperation. What does it matter if he comes? Can't we redirect the disaster? How naive, he thought. Very well. After a moment of contemplation, the white Lin Zhe ascended rapidly, enveloping Lin Zhe in a protective barrier to prevent suffocation. The dark Lin Zhe, noticing the departure of its white counterpart, swiftly followed suit. In mere seconds, Lugia ascended to the ozone layer and let out a resounding roar. Shortly thereafter, two Rayquazas, one black and one green, emerged from the clouds. To his dismay, upon spotting the black one, Lugia turned tail and fled, having already faced a black Lugia to a standstill. The arrival of another black Rayquaza was daunting. Don't run. This one is different from the dark Lugia, Lin Zhe urged as he recognized the white Lugia's intent to retreat. His swift explanation calmed the white Lugia, who was about to take flight, when suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the air from behind. The dark Lugia surged forward, enveloped in a cloak of black luminescence, its head morphing into that of a dragon as it charged. Its dragon dive. Quick dodge. However, the dark Lugia's speed was overwhelming, and by the time the white Lugia realized the danger, it was too late. Just as Lin Zhe braced himself for the impending strike, a tremendous explosion resonated behind them. The shining Rayquaza had sent the dark Lugia sprawling with a powerful tail swipe. A true dragon's tail. After dispatching the dark Lugia, it roared at the white Lugia, signaling them to depart. Rayquaza typically rested within the ozone layer, rarely intervening unless provoked by brawling fools. It had noticed the conflict between the Lugias but had chosen to remain aloof. Rayquaza, please assist us, Lin Zhe implored fervently, casting a barrage of words its way. The dark Lugia is battling below, and the storm is intensifying. If Kyogre awakens, Groudon will surely follow. They will clash again, and you will inevitably have to intervene. It would be wiser to quell the storm now, allowing Kyogre to remain undisturbed, thus ending their feud. The weight of Lin Zhe's words struck the Rayquaza, causing it to ponder. There was merit in his reasoning. Although it was unclear how this human possessed such knowledge, it resolved to take action. One adversary was preferable to two, and having just felt the disparity in strength, it decided to engage. With a roar directed at the green Rayquaza, it dove downwards, with the white Lugia closely in tow. Chapter 44. The marvel of the dragon-tail Rayquaza's speed was astonishing, and the shining Rayquaza surpassed even that. Swiftly closing in on the fleeing dark Lugia. Despite the chaos clouding its mind, the dark Lugia was not naive. It possessed a keen awareness of strength. After feeling the sting of Rayquaza's tail, it recognized the imbalance in power and made a hasty retreat. Yet, it underestimated the speed of Rayquaza. As it observed the rapidly fleeing dark Lugia, Rayquaza accelerated, its tail shimmering with a verdant glow, and struck down upon the dark Lugia. The impact was so swift that it created a sonic boom. The dark Lugia had no time to evade and was struck down. With a triumphant roar, Rayquaza pursued eagerly. It had been ages since it had fought. Today, it would indulge itself to the fullest. Observing the exuberant Rayquaza, the white Lugia and Lin Zhe fell into a contemplative silence. Lin Zhe remarked, "This one is a true maniac." The white Lugia responded, "After this is over, let's south find another place. Being under this creature feels perilous. If it were to change places with him, the outcome would likely not be any better." Upon hearing the rapid friction of air behind them, the dark Lugia erupted in fury. "Do not push your luck. Do you truly believe I cannot defeat you? If you force my hand, I will fight to the bitter end. Your earlier ambush lacked honor." He then turned, gathering energy in his mouth, poised for a direct confrontation. However, Rayquaza remained unfazed, maintaining his speed as his agile body spiraled to evade. In swift succession, he unleashed a barrage of tail strikes upon the dark Lugia. Smack. Refreshing. Smack. Invigorating. Smack. Tireless. Smack. Witnessing the one-sided battle below, Lin Zhe couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, this is a Pokémon capable of mediating between two fools. One word, impressive. Suddenly, Lin Zhe recalled something important and gestured for Lugia to come closer. The dark Lugia, amidst the relentless assault, began to regain clarity, and a flicker of hope ignited within him upon seeing the approaching white Lugia. As a fellow Lugia, come to my rescue. Once this ordeal concludes, I shall pledge my allegiance. Due to the dark Lugia's predicament, the storm had subsided, allowing the nearby Pokémon to overhear his shameless plea. The Vulpix, sensing the threat had lifted, emerged from its Pokeball and leaped onto Lin Zhe's shoulder. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, the previously hopeful dark Lugia was instantly petrified. He clearly desires my demise, yet he merely wishes to observe my techniques. Truly, I could weep. Rayquaza shot a sidelong glance at Lin Zhe. Are you instructing me on how to act? Yet how does he know so many secrets of Pokémon? Curiosity piqued, he felt compelled to strike. But his thoughts were interrupted when the white Lugia timely interjected. Now that he is awake, let us spare him. Both Rayquaza and the white Lugia discerned that the dark Lugia was not inherently destructive. He seemed to be driven into madness by some external force. Upon hearing the plea for mercy, the dark Lugia quickly flew behind the white Lugia, casting a look of innocent grievance at Rayquaza. However, since the opportunity for dialogue had arisen, Rayquaza felt reluctant to continue the assault. After all, he had already enjoyed himself. He shouted a few parting words at the dark Lugia. "Little brother, should you ever stir up trouble again, I shall break your legs." With that, he turned and ascended into the skies. Watching Rayquaza's retreating figure, Lin Zhe couldn't help but exclaim, So cool. Of course, you are splendid too. He patted Lugia's form, appreciating both as legendary Pokémon. As Rayquaza departed, the dark Lugia sighed in relief and flew out from behind the white Lugia. Roar. The white Lugia promptly delivered a powerful slap, leaving the dark Lugia dazed. Wait, brother, why are you hitting me again? The white Lugia cast a piercing glance, beckoning him to join and disperse the ominous clouds swiftly. The two Lugias soared into the cloud cover, one leading and the other following. Their wings unfurled as azure energy coalesced around them, swirling currents spiraling alongside their forms. With two resounding roars, they beat their wings, unleashing a torrent of blue energy and cyclones that swept across the heavens. Soon, the dark clouds dissipated, and sunlight once again bathed the ocean's surface, leaving only the black and white Lugias circling above the waters. I am truly grateful to you, young human, spoke the white Lugia with appreciation. The dark Lugia bowed its head in apology. My name is Lin Zhe. You may simply call me by my name from now on. With curiosity, Lin Zhe inquired, how did you come to be in this state? With a hint of shame, the dark Lugia recounted, long ago, I inadvertently ventured into the depths of the sea and was struck by an unknown stone. Upon awakening, I transformed into this form. While my power has significantly increased, I occasionally lose my reason, just as I did today. Upon hearing the dark Lugia's tale, Lin Zhe fell into deep contemplation. The description bore resemblance to the dark stone. The power it bestowed must have been overwhelming, thus leading to the loss of control. Regrettably, the location had slipped from memory. What plans do you have moving forward? Lin Zhe asked. The dark Lugia appeared lost in thought, after being awakened by the fierce Rayquaza. I have begun to regain control over the excess power. I shall not succumb to the chaos I once did. However, the seas of the world are all guarded by Lugias, and my kind will not accept one with a darkened form. I do not know, the dark Lugia replied slowly, shaking its head. But should I lose control again, there would be no one to stand in my way. It is better to be cautious. A single misstep could lead to calamity. Then let us reside here, the white Lugia suggested gently, so that should you descend into turmoil once more, I may be prepared. Besides, Rayquaza is also here to assist. Initially intending to exchange territories with another, the white Lugia's heart softened at the sight of the dark Lugia's pitiful demeanor. Very well. Where one resides is as good as another. Whether it be one or two, we shall coexist. However, if you are to dwell here, you must not interfere while I am carrying out my duties. This, indeed, is the reason why only one Lugia governs a single sea. If two were to live together and disagree, it could incite storms such as today, regardless of differing strengths. The dark Lugia was nearly moved to tears. This is for you, Lin Zhe. A resplendent silver feather materialized before him, radiating a celestial glow. An invisible cyclone swirled around the feather, shimmering under the sunlight, emanating an aura of noble power. Is this the silver feather? Lin Zhe exclaimed in awe. Chapter 45. Do not cry, dear child. The white Lugia was no longer surprised by Lin Zhe's vast knowledge. When you require my aid, summon me with the silver feather. I shall come to you, no matter where you are. Both the essence emanating from Lin Zhe and his assistance in resolving matters endeared the Lugias to him, willing to forge a bond of friendship through the offering of the feather. I feel the same, added the dark Lugia, joining the conversation. Suddenly, a black feather materialized before Lin Zhe, in stark contrast to the pure and noble aura of the silver feather. The black feather exuded an essence of darkness and destruction that instilled a sense of dread in those who beheld it. My silver feather is suitable for most elves, yet his dark feather is fitting for only a select few, a point you must heed. Your six-tailed creature has been nurtured splendidly. However, the silver feather does not significantly aid the six tails, much to my regret. Lugia's voice grew somber, as if mourning his inability to assist Lin Zhe. Oh, it's merely a trivial matter. Should you encounter the Phoenix King in the future, simply request a rainbow feather from him. How bold of you to say such a thing. One might expect impatience to ensue. By the seaside, a multitude gathered on the beach, eager to witness the unfolding events, while the coastal guard and their Pokémon busily cleared the debris washed ashore. The previously frozen ice blocks also required timely removal. Have you spotted my friend? A cluster of individuals congregated on the sand, beside which a Lapras craned its neck to gaze out at the ocean. I'm sorry, but the rescue team has already been deployed, and there is currently no news. A man clad in rescue gear spoke in a low tone. When the torrential rain commenced, the Maritime Command Center summoned the rescue team. This is a necessary protocol during the onset of every storm. Although disasters often come with warnings, there are always those who disregard advice and unforeseen circumstances that arise. To facilitate prompt rescue efforts, the team remains on constant standby. How could this happen? Liang plopped down on the beach, his eyes vacant as he stared into the distance. It was his suggestion to venture out to sea, and he had rented the yacht. Although Liang Yu and Li Xinyue had not yet voiced any accusations against him, if something were to happen to Lin Zhe, Liang would bear the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Several water-type Pokémon also bowed their heads, lying on the sand. The rescue team had exerted every effort, The vast expanse of the sea rendered individual targets exceedingly small, and even the most perceptive Pokémon found the search arduous. Despite the unceasing rescue efforts, each time news of unlocated targets emerged, a pall of despair would settle upon everyone's faces. Zzz. The crackling sound of static emanated from the rescue personnel's walkie-talkie. A colossal Pokémon is advancing toward the beach. Please take precautionary measures to avoid it. This message was reiterated. The urgent announcement transformed the countenance of those nearby, prompting an immediate alarm. The surrounding crowd began to stir with unrest. However, the influx of onlookers rendered dispersal nearly impossible. Just as the rescue personnel and command center gradually attempted to clear the area, a small black dot appeared in the distant sky, steadily enlarging. The vigilant Pokémon had already commenced warning their trainers. Damn it! Observing the throngs of people behind him, the rescue personnel cursed under their breath. Realizing that evacuation was no longer feasible, Team 1, prepare for combat. Team 2, evacuate the crowd. Force may be necessary if required. The rescue leader issued an urgent command, contemplating the consequences of using force only if they were fortunate enough to survive. When life is at stake, one cannot afford to ponder the aftermath. A myriad of Pokémon emerged from the rescue team's Pokeballs, standing resolutely alongside their trainers. Faced with the looming threat of the unknown, they chose to confront it head-on. Liang Yu and his companions were hastily evacuated to safety. Lugia soared with remarkable speed, and although its position shifted during the ensuing skirmish, Lin Zhe soon caught sight of the coastline. So many people and Pokémon. Lin Zhe squinted against the sunlight filtering above. During their flight, Lugia thoughtfully conjured a protective barrier for Lin Zhe. Otherwise, he might have suffocated before reaching their destination. Why does everyone look so tense? At first, Lin Zhe assumed the rescue team was merely prepared for the encounter, but as they drew nearer, he sensed something amiss. The array of Pokémon appeared poised to strike at him. As Lugia flew with urgency, its form gradually became visible to the crowd below, transforming their initial gravity into sheer astonishment. Lugia, do not act recklessly, the rescue captain commanded decisively. It was almost laughable, ordinary Pokémon attempting to besiege a legendary creature like Lugia over the ocean. In a moment of heightened tension, one Pokémon, perhaps overly fixated or anxious, released a shadow ball, just as the captain warned against any rash actions. The newly landed Lugia felt an unexpected jolt at its side. While it bore no real pain, an inexplicable irritation surged within. It retaliated with a roar directed towards the source of the disturbance, igniting a wave of anxiety among the rescue personnel and the onlookers. Those who had previously been brash now found themselves regretting their bravado. Do not act recklessly. The rescue captain mentally berated the Pokémon that had unleashed the shadow ball, recognizing that observing the situation was the wisest course of action. A barrage of attacks from their side might not inflict harm, but a single move from the opponents could spell disaster for them. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a head peeked out from behind Lugia. The previous silence was due to the mental communion between Lugia and Lin Zhe, but sensing the shift in mood, it was time to emerge. Has everyone eaten? Yes, the captain replied, immediately regretting his words. What am I saying? Silence fell once more. At that moment, the Dragonair behind them began to whimper, nudging Liang Yu and the others with its neck. Detecting a note of urgency in Dragonair's tone, Liang Yu slowly raised his head, just in time to see Lin Zhe's face appear. The sight of his familiar friend filled Liang Yu with joy, and he stammered, "You're alive." The fragmented words reached Liang, who was still engulfed in self-reproach and failed to grasp Liang Yu's exclamations. Realizing his own excitement, Liang Yu took a moment to calm himself and rephrase his thoughts. Lin Zhe was safe. Lugia had rescued him and carried him on its back. Liang Yu shook Liang vigorously, and gradually, the latter began to awaken, a spark of life returning to his eyes. Lin Zhe was troubled about how to explain the situation when he suddenly spotted Cheng Long and Liang Yu pushing their way through the crowd, waving their hands. After a brief explanation, the rescue team leader let out a sigh of relief, while Liang rushed forward to protect Lin Zhe. Caught off guard by this unexpected embrace, Lin Zhe could only gently pat Liang's back. "Don't cry, my dear son," he reassured. Chapter 46, Return. This single phrase shattered Liang's guilt. The rescue team leader, glancing at the nearby Lugia and the reuniting Lin Zhe, found himself at a loss for words. As the bystanders realized the danger had passed, their earlier reckless bravado returned, and they surged forward. Legendary Pokémon. Quick, let's take a picture. Just as the crowd became unmanageable, Lugia let out a fierce roar. Before departing, it made sure to bid farewell to Lin Zhe through telepathy. "Remember to call for me if you need anything, Lin Zhe." Lin Zhe watched Lugia recede into the distance. "Don't forget our promise. If you encounter Ho-Oh, remember to ask for a rainbow feather on my behalf." With Lugia's departure, the rescue personnel on the beach collectively sighed in relief. The presence of a legendary Pokémon was indeed quite daunting. Subsequently, the rescue team leader turned his attention to Lin Zhe. According to the relics, some legendary Pokémon choose humans to serve as their earthly representatives. Is this young man the one chosen by Lugia? Ahem. Hello, Lin Zhe. From the titles used by the group, the leader deduced that they were students preparing to participate in the upcoming Ho-Oh Cup. Upon hearing the rescue team leader's inquiry, Lin Zhe felt a weight settle in his heart. Here it comes. He instantly conjured a series of scenarios in his mind. Hello. May I ask what your relationship with Lin Zhe is? Was this storm caused by Lin Zhe as well? The rescue team leader posed several questions. But he dared not be too aggressive. After all, one could never be certain of the nature of their connection with Lin Zhe, given the presence of satellites. The battle involving several Pokémon could not be concealed, but fortunately, their communication relied on telepathy. Others would merely perceive Lin Zhe as a rescued victim. After recounting the events, of course, omitting the part about the silver feather, Lin Zhe was allowed to leave. This swift resolution took him by surprise. Just as they stepped beyond the safety line, a throng of people surrounded them. The scene of Lin Zhe descending had already been captured by the eager onlookers. Reporters flocked in, vying for the headline. Excuse me, what is your relationship with Lin Zhe? Are you its trainer? Do you believe humans can capture legendary Pokémon? Faced with a swarm of unscrupulous reporters, Lin Zhe felt overwhelmed. He quickly released his Sucker Punch Pokémon, using its psychic abilities to whisk a few people away. Fortunately, the hotel was owned by Li Yang's family, and the guests at the upscale establishment maintained a level of decorum, although they refrained from bombarding him with questions. Curious glances were inescapable. The journey home was uneventful. Upon arrival, Lin Zhe's parents greeted him warmly, showering him with concern and affection. Although there had been assurances of safety before, the tempest at sea still caused a wave of concern for Lin Zhe's parents. Consequently, he decided to recount everything that had transpired. Who could fathom how the media would twist the narrative? After listening to Lin Zhe's account, his parents were understandably shaken. However, having chosen to support Lin Zhe's path as a professional trainer, they could only silently cheer for their son from behind the scenes. Following his conversation with his parents, Lin Zhe placed a call to Zhong Yingkai, Mu Xiaoxiao, and the principal. Under the barrage of concern from several teachers, Lin Zhe could only nod helplessly. After conveying all necessary information, he took his Vulpix for a soothing bath, wrapped himself in a blanket, and promptly fell asleep. The others, too, finished their discussions and comfortably drifted off. Outside, however, chaos ensued. The existence of legendary Pokémon had long been relegated to folklore, with some claiming encounters in forests or seas. Yet, this time was different. The sea god, Lin Zhe, had undeniably manifested in reality. This revelation solidified the beliefs of those who had previously doubted the existence of legendary Pokémon. As the individual who piloted Lin Zhe found himself at the epicenter of public discourse. Coupled with unscrupulous journalists and opportunistic editors, a myriad of narratives emerged. Some foreign nations shamelessly proclaimed, "We strongly condemn Huagua. Lin Zhe is America's guardian deity. Immediate exchange is imperative." Others asserted, "Lin Zhe hails from our nation. Lin Zhe is ours as well." The higher-ups in Huagua regarded these statements with disdainful laughter, recognizing them as the impotent rants of the envious. Since the advent of Pokémon, Huagua's growth trajectory had accelerated significantly. Today, it stood unafraid of any nation worldwide. Thus, these voices could only bark in the virtual realm. Should conflict arise, even America would have to weigh its options carefully. Huagua was no longer the nation it once was, susceptible to relentless bullying. What do you think of this young man? In a minimalist office within the capital, an imposing elder perused a dossier, while the head of the National Security Bureau, Wu Longguang, stood before him. He is a pure-hearted lad, one we can cultivate vigorously. His lineage is undeniably Huagua. The elder nodded, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. Following a brief exchange, Wu Longguang acknowledged and exited the room. Buzz, groggy, Lin Zhe was roused by the vibrations of his phone. As soon as he answered, a boisterous voice boomed through the receiver. "Lin Zhe, I'm on my way to your house to introduce you to someone." With that, the call abruptly ended. Lin Zhe was left bewildered. Who could it be? There was no caller ID, though the voice seemed vaguely familiar. Stretching lazily, he glanced at the time and realized he had slept until noon the following day. Vulpix was nowhere to be seen, undoubtedly off training. After freshening up and grabbing a bite to eat, he awaited the visitor, curious to discover who possessed such audacity. Once Vulpix returned from training, they settled on the couch together to watch television. After a brief moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. Upon opening it, Lin Zhe was greeted by the familiar visage of Yang Han. "What brings you here?" he inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Yes, it was me who called earlier. Get dressed. I'm taking you to meet someone," Yang Han replied. With a sense of intrigue, Lin Zhe climbed into the car, and before he could settle in, they sped off. "You've become quite the sensation," Yang Han teased during the ride. "What do you mean?" Lin Zhe asked, bewildered by the comment. "Haven't you checked your phone? You're dominating the trending searches." At these words, Lin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He had merely plugged his phone in for charging upon waking and had not bothered to look at it. A sense of foreboding loomed over him. Chapter 47. The mythical beast is me? Legendary beast Lin Zhe. 5 bold characters flashed across the headlines. Startled, he sat upright. The legendary beast is me? He gasped, staring incredulously at the trending topic before scrolling further down. Lugia chooses China, blessing or curse. Why did the legendary Pokémon choose a young boy? Join us to explore. Can ordinary trainers capture legendary Pokémon? The untold secrets of Lugia and Lin Zhe. The truth behind the storm at sea. What is all this? Lin Zhe murmured in disbelief. This is the aftermath of public opinion management. Yesterday, foreign hackers and spies were frantically seeking your information. You've not only become a sensation domestically, but internationally as well. Rest assured, your family's information has been secured. However, until you possess enough strength for self-protection, it's best to avoid traveling abroad. If you must leave, please inform me first. Yang Han had indeed underestimated the shockwaves caused by the legendary Pokémon. While high-ranking officials in various nations might be aware of their existence, the general populace remained oblivious. If information regarding the distortion world and Dark Lugia were to emerge, well, that would be a different story entirely. Lin Zhe chuckled nervously at the thought. By the way, who are you taking me to meet? He asked, curiosity rekindled. He had already met Wu Longguang, a figure more renowned than the head of the security bureau. Could it be a high-ranking official? Yet Yang Han remained enigmatic, merely smiling mysteriously and urging him to prepare himself mentally. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe found his curiosity waning. Even if a high-ranking official stood before him, he would hardly be surprised. 2 hours later, after navigating numerous twists and turns and passing through several checkpoints, the vehicle finally came to a halt. Yet, through his psychic awareness, Lin Zhe sensed that numerous eyes were watching him from the shadows, ready to spring into action at the slightest disturbance. Following a thorough security check, Yang Han assisted an elderly gentleman as he emerged slowly. Lin Zhe cast a casual glance and then froze, his smile faltering. Clad in simple attire, the elder wore a warm smile, his slightly crescent eyes radiating kindness. Grandfather Yuan. Upon recognizing the elder, Lin Zhe immediately rose and hurried to his side, offering his arm for support. Although he had never believed in the supernatural, he held profound respect for this man. He was, without a doubt, a true sage, having fostered the harmonious coexistence of spirits and humanity, a monumental achievement indeed. In a previous life, Lin Zhe was unable to meet Yuan Laozhong, and after the elder's passing, he could only offer a few stalks of rice from afar. Little did he expect that in this life, he would have the chance to see him again. Young man, are you the one who developed the magical cube that satiates with just one bite? The elder inquired kindly. Indeed, inspired by circumstance, I managed to create it. Lin Zhe replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. However, the fact that he had traversed realms was his greatest secret, one he could only sidestep. As time passed and the sun began its descent, the atmosphere was lively with the elder and the young man engrossed in conversation. Yang Han, observing the cheerful exchange, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Moments ago, someone had claimed not to be surprised, yet here they were, succumbing to the undeniable allure of the situation. With a resigned shake of his head, he discreetly withdrew, allowing them their time together. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon, the sun was on the brink of setting. Unlike his own trainer, Yuan Lao's hands possessed a peculiar magic that instilled a profound sense of relaxation in the Vulpix. Almost ready, called out the duo of Pidgey and Snivy, emerging from behind Yang Han, signaling that it was time for a meal. So Yuan Lao, what do you think? I wasn't lying, was I? This young man is quite to your taste. He's an earnest lad, one to nurture well, Yuan Lao replied, showering Lin Zhe with praise. Even Lin Zhe, with his thick skin, felt overwhelmed and could only scratch his head and chuckle sheepishly. Yuan Lao, I have a wish. Would you be able to help me realize it? Lin Zhe asked, a blend of shyness and determination in his tone. Oh, what is this wish? Do share. The elder encouraged, though his last words carried a hint of jest, laced with seriousness, rendering the atmosphere subtly charged. It's nothing grand, merely a request for a photograph together. Lin Zhe replied, a hint of bashfulness in his voice. Yuan Lao paused, while Yang Han maintained a calm demeanor, showing no signs of surprise. Of course. No problem at all. Come here, child, bring little Vulpix along, the elder said warmly. Yay! Vulpix exclaimed, excitedly leaping into Yuan Lao's arms, its tail brushing against his arm. Now, let's find a pose. I'll take the picture, Yang Han announced, approaching with a camera. Wait a moment, I need to straighten my clothes, Lin Zhe said hurriedly. Realizing how quickly his wish was coming true, he adjusted his attire and gently supported Yuan Lao's arm, finding their stance. With a click, the photo was captured. Following that, there were 2 more clicks as Yang Han took individual shots of Lin Zhe and Vulpix. Keep it up, young man. The future belongs to you, Yuan Lao encouraged. Now, let's get those photos developed. Deeply bowing in gratitude, Lin Zhe departed with Yang Han. On their return journey, in the car, Yang Han expressed exasperation. You two are quite something. Since the photos came out, you've been glued to them for nearly half an hour. In the front passenger seat and the back, Lin Zhe and Vulpix each held their respective pictures, their smiles unwavering. The more I think about it, the happier I feel, Lin Zhe remarked. All right, I won't join you. The Xiaofeng Wang Cup is just around the corner. You need to be in top shape. Both Yuan Lao and I are eager to see you triumph. Declining Lin Zhe's invitation, Yang Han turned to leave, acknowledging that today was merely a brief respite, with many tasks still awaiting his attention. The previous incident involving Marilu garnered Yang Han the esteemed recognition of the higher-ups, leading to promotions across various facets and, consequently, an increase in his responsibilities. After exchanging pleasantries with his parents and finishing dinner, he prepared for the training regimen scheduled for the following day. Victory in the Xiaofeng Wang Cup was imperative. Chapter 48, The Obedient Little Snorlax. The divine beast boy has arrived for class. As soon as he stepped in, the sharp-eyed Hao Jianqing spotted Lin Zhe sneaking in through the back door, immediately teasing him with a remark. In that moment, Lin Zhe felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Hao Jianqing. As anticipated, the classroom fell into an instant hush, with numerous inquisitive eyes turning towards the back door. Oh, who is that? The divine beast boy. How does it feel to be a Lugia? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of playful banter. Lin Zhe forced a smile, straightened his posture, and, having been discovered, decided against hiding. Who knows what he had endured on the way here? The students along the route had treated him as if he were a rare specimen, as though Lin Zhe himself were a legendary Pokémon. Though he relished the attention when standing on the competition stage, he preferred not to be the object of curious gazes on the street. All right, quiet down. Teacher Zhong tapped the blackboard. Class dismissed. Divine beast boy, someone is looking for you. Lin Zhe thought to himself. Never mind. It's futile to complain. Let them be. As he approached the door, he spotted Li Yang eagerly waiting outside, accompanied by the seldom awake little Snorlax. Upon seeing Lin Zhe emerge, the little Snorlax's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet remembering Li Yang's caution, it restrained itself and remained still. Here, take this. Lin Zhe tossed a small packet of Pokémon food towards it. The Snorlax's gaze fixated on the food bag, and then followed as Li Yang caught it, watching eagerly. I want to eat. Li Yang, observing the impatient little Snorlax, found the situation amusing and exasperating. What's this? Are you starving? One piece will suffice for a day. Once it evolves into a Snorlax, we can adjust the portions based on its appetite. For convenience, while developing the Pokémon food, not only were the flavors varied, but the sizes were also adjusted. Li Yang held one piece in his hand, gently squeezing it, marveling at how such a small morsel could satisfy the Snorlax's appetite. Despite its yearning, the little Snorlax remained obediently in place, waiting for its meal, refraining from any attempts to snatch it. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhe nodded in approval. Although Snorlax is a formidable Pokémon, few choose to train one. This is partly due to the substantial amount of food they require, which the average person may struggle to provide. Additionally, in a state of extreme hunger, a Snorlax may disregard its trainer's commands in search of sustenance. However, Li Yang's Snorlax displayed none of these tendencies. While financial means to feed it played a role, it also highlighted Li Yang's exceptional training skills. Indeed, competitors emerging from such an institution were anything but ordinary. Observing his Pokémon's eager demeanor, Li Yang decided not to delay further and promptly fed it. Upon acquiring the Pokémon Cube, the little Snorlax immediately stuffed it into its mouth, indifferent to the taste. Witnessing this scene, Lin Zhe was suddenly reminded of a familiar image, Zhu Beiji devouring the ginseng fruit without a care. How does it taste? Li Yang asked anxiously, eyeing the little Snorlax. Kaka. The little Snorlax, astonished, patted its belly. Not hungry anymore. It tastes fantastic. Kaka. Seeing the delighted expression of the little Snorlax, Li Yang let out a sigh of relief. Although he had great trust in Lin Zhe, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of worry. Now, witnessing the little Snorlax's joy, he felt truly reassured. Thank you, Lin Zhe. Li Yang expressed his gratitude, recognizing that this had resolved a significant issue for the Snorlax. However, remembering that he had several more at home, he continued, Lin Zhe, I have a few more Snorlaxes at home. Do you have any left? I'd like to buy them all. Lin Zhe replied, what a wealthy individual. You still have a few. Rest assured, in a few days, the country will issue an announcement, and you can purchase them directly from the Pokémon Center. However, it will take some time for it to reach supermarkets nationwide. The food bag contains enough for 10 Snorlaxes to eat for a week. After all, what goes into their stomachs cannot be taken lightly. The testing alone requires a dozen procedures. Since you developed it, will you be going on television? Li Yang inquired curiously. I'm not interested in fame, Lin Zhe shrugged. The situation with Lugia has already attracted enough attention. I don't want to be chased by reporters every day. Indeed, Li Yang, hailing from a prominent family, understood this all too well. Some reporters can be annoyingly persistent. As a matter of fact, during his last visit to Elder Yuan, the elder had advised him not to seek the limelight. With Lin Zhe's involvement in recent events, should it be exposed, there would be many with ulterior motives both domestically and abroad. Nonetheless, the rewards gained were plentiful. The state would manage the food supply. Ensuring short-term funding for cultivation would not be a concern. If it proved insufficient, they could always discard something. I have an entire world standing behind me. Beyond wealth and honor, what excited Lin Zhe the most was a newfound identity, junior Pokémon researcher. Initially, He had intended to announce several undiscovered Pokémon traits and abilities to attain this title, but was pleasantly surprised to find he had received it outright. As a Pokémon researcher, he possessed unparalleled advantages over trainers, including an unlimited capacity for carrying Pokémon. Each researcher was a treasure of Huagua, and their safety was paramount. Furthermore, Pokémon researchers could select various rare materials based on their contributions, allowing for a broader search for Mega Evolution Stones. Although he was uncertain if Ninetales possessed a Mega Evolution Stone, it was of little consequence. There existed another form of evolution that did not require a Mega Evolution Stone, Bond Evolution. He was confident that with his gradually increasing mental strength and the bond with his six-tailed fox, he would undoubtedly succeed in evolving it. Come on, let us see how well you've practiced these past few days. Mu Xiaoxiao approached with her Torchic. This was the final battle before the competition. Let's go, Teacher Mu. I won't let you down. Ninetales, unleash Flamethrower. The Torchic prepared to counter. A column of fire erupted from Ninetales' mouth, surging toward Torchic. Observing the flames drawing near, Torchic remained unfazed. At the moment of imminent contact, a crimson glow emanated from its paws, cleaving the flames in twain. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Zhe's eyes glimmered with determination as he switched to mental command. Ninetales moved swiftly while using Phoenix Fire. With no visible guidance, Ninetales sprang into action, its speed momentarily catching Mu Xiaoxiao off guard. Torchic too was astonished by Ninetales' rapid movements. Its speed had escalated remarkably, yet it still wasn't sufficient. Pursue. Mu Xiaoxiao calmly commanded, though a smile betrayed her inner turmoil. This young man in Ninetales had grown remarkably fast. Receiving the directive, Torchic propelled itself forward, appearing directly in Ninetales' path. Its velocity was such that only a fleeting glimpse of its red form could be perceived. Upon encountering Torchic, Ninetales remained composed, transforming its charged Phoenix Fire into a shroud of black mist. With a swift exhale, the black fog enveloped the arena. Has it learned a new technique? Chapter 49, Ninetales Iron Tail. Mu Xiaoxiao marveled at the center of the arena. It had only been a short while. Though Torchic found itself at the heart of the black mist, it maintained its composure and delivered a powerful kick toward the front. Had it been the former Ninetales, this strike would have sent it flying, but after extensive training, such a rapid assault was now trivial for Ninetales. Lowering its head and bending its waist, Ninetales' six tails had transformed into a glossy black sheen. Concealed within the black mist, it was perfectly camouflaged. After evading Torchic's initial strike, Ninetales vigorously swung its tail. The iron tail infused with energy, crashing forcefully against Torchic's supporting leg. Beautiful. With the aid of mental acuity, Lin Zhe could clearly discern the battlefield's dynamics despite the obscuring fog. As the mist dissipated, both Pokémon stood on opposite sides of the arena. The prior attack had indeed struck true, yet it appeared to have inflicted no harm. Nonetheless, Lin Zhe was satisfied. As long as he could dominate the Xiaofeng Wang Cup, that was all that mattered. Impressive progress, Mu Xiaoxiao openly praised. Although she had not witnessed the events in the center of the arena, her long-standing bond with Torchic allowed her to grasp the situation. After sending Lin Zhe away, Mu Xiaoxiao knelt beside Torchic. That iron tail must have stung. You could have evaded, yet you chose to show off. Gently parting the fur on Torchic's leg, she revealed a series of crimson marks intertwined. Taking out a small spray and some tissues, she meticulously tended to the wounds. If you dare show off again, I'll have to revoke your access to alcohol. Listening to Mu Xiaoxiao's mildly threatening words, Torchic could only shrug in resignation. The threat of being banned from alcohol was quite daunting for the Pokémon. Soon, the Xiaofeng Wang Cup competition would commence. Liang, is it true that every hotel in the entire Jingguang city is owned by your family? The quartet of competitors stood at the entrance of the hotel, where every aspect exuded opulence. That is indeed the case. Come, let us hurry inside. The rooms have already been arranged, Liang urged as he led the way. Young master, here are the room keys for you and your esteemed guests. Upon entering, a distinguished manager approached, accompanied by a vigilant weasel, ever watchful at his side. Uncle Meng, please don't tease me. We are not strangers. Liang replied with a wry smile. Meng Xiang had been nurtured by the Li family since childhood, and Liang treated him as an elder. Despite having insisted multiple times that he need not call him young master, Meng Xiang merely smiled, maintaining his respectful demeanor. However, in the absence of others, their close bond was more evident. Haha, very well, Xiaoyang, the meal is all prepared. Let us dine first. I have some guests to attend to, so I won't be able to join you. All right, Uncle Meng, you go ahead with your duties. We can manage on our own. Under Li Yang's guidance, the group made their way to the elevator. It's quite nice to enjoy the night view from here, one remarked, gazing at the glass walls of the elevator as the buildings below shrank in stature. The spirits, too, pressed against the glass, excitedly observing the scene beneath them. As it was their first time standing so high above, after a whirlwind of lunch, they lounged on the sofa, rubbing their full bellies. They watched as the little Snorlax continued to eat, despite its capacity to feel full after just one serving, as it insisted on sampling various flavors. Upon seeing the plush bed, Lin Zhe simply collapsed onto it with a sense of freedom. Ah, how comfortable. After a morning spent traveling, my rear is quite stiff. Ninetales, come help me with a back and butt massage, Lin Zhe lazily called out to Ninetales. Suddenly, as Lin Zhe was relishing the moment, he felt an itch at the soles of his feet. Ninetales, no need to massage my feet, he said, but the itch only intensified. In a sudden motion, Lin Zhe flipped over to see Liang Yu and Li Xinyue stifling their laughter. Liang was teasing him with a feather. Ha! The three could no longer contain their laughter at Lin Zhe's reaction. Enough indulgence, it's time to verify the information. Lin Zhe rubbed his feet together, ensuring the itch had subsided before putting on his shoes to catch up with the others. As they gazed at the bustling streets, curiosity piqued as they observed the passing spirits. Jingguang's city was vast, yet it had its vibrant and subdued areas. The competition would last a week, capturing the attention of the entire nation. The ultimate champion from each city was a matter of great interest to all. Schools would broadcast the event live to learn from one another. Due to the considerable distance and the necessity to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, Liang volunteered to arrange the hotel accommodations. Sister, my Snorlax can walk on its hind legs. Should we add each other as friends to see? Liang leaned against the counter, whispering to the uniformed lady. Goodness, while we are here contemplating battles, you are over there flirting. Tomorrow is the competition, and you still have the mind to flirt? Liang Yu and Li Xinyue, having been engrossed in reviewing the competition rules, were oblivious to the banter behind them. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, both individuals immediately felt a buzzing sensation in their heads. What was being said? Merely the prospect of friendship. Liang felt a twinge of guilt and dared not raise his voice. Liang Yu, Lin Zhe, Li Xinyue, is it that I am not appealing? She glanced down at her feet, pondering whether she could be considered a delicate beauty. Seeing her demeanor, the others chose not to comment further and simply followed suit. As night fell, Lin Zhe turned to Lu Wei and remarked, tomorrow's the competition. Once it concludes, you shall have either a younger brother or sister. Hearing this, Lu Wei's excitement surged. At last, she would assume the role of the elder sister. Chapter 50. 1 second on the day of the competition. The group rose early and arrived at the venue. The event would span 7 days, comprising 3 days of preliminary rounds followed by 4 days of main competitions. Due to the multitude of participants, the contest was divided into 5 zones. Which zone are you in? Lin Zhe inquired, pulling out his phone to check, which indicated zone 66. I am in zone 120, Li Xinyue replied. I am in zone 110, Liang added. Oh, I'm also in zone 250. Liang Yu exclaimed with enthusiasm. What are you so excited about? The others retorted in unison. With my fire dragon and I making progress. You better not lose before encountering me, Liang Yu declared, brimming with vigor as he headed towards the competition area. The others then dispersed to their respective arenas. Lin Zhe arrived at his zone and spotted Liang Yu in the distance with his fire dragon. I've heard that many formidable competitors have come to this tournament. He commented. Indeed, I just saw a juvenile Gyarados. It's astonishing, a quasi-legendary, truly terrifying. Moreover, there are rumors of someone competing with the Ralts. And I hear the trainer is a little girl. Something seems amiss. Bringing a quasi-legendary infant to compete? Lin Zhe pondered, somewhat astonished. The initial battle strength of quasi-legendaries is not particularly remarkable, and the resources required are substantial. Participating in such a competition seems ill-advised. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Zhe, some individuals take this competition quite seriously, while for families of affluence, like Liang's, it serves merely as a recreational opportunity to gain experience. The championship title holds little significance. After all, a single Pokémon egg is hardly a pressing concern. If it were truly that rare, it would have been intercepted long ago. Listening to the idle chatter of passers-by gradually eased Lin Zhe's earlier tension. This would be Lu Wei's inaugural battle to establish her reputation. However, observing the opponents, it seemed somewhat trivial. After watching for a while, he failed to identify anyone worthy of a challenge. Before long, it was Lin Zhe's turn to compete. Hello, please go easy on me, he said to a chubby opponent. Each could use only one Pokémon, and the match would end once one side's Pokémon could no longer fight. Let the match begin. With the referee's declaration, both contenders released their Pokeballs. This was the moment to reveal who had taken their classes seriously. Just moments ago, he had seen someone struggle to catch a ball. Fortunately, both players managed to catch their Pokémon securely after releasing them. The opponent sent out a Trico. Lu Wei sprang forth with great ferocity. Upon seeing each other as Pokémon, both sides fell silent for a moment. Fire against grass. This would be interesting. Ninetales, with its petite stature, unleashed a torrent of flames. Despite its initial enthusiasm for a grand showdown, it soon realized it was at a disadvantage due to elemental weaknesses. Are you really going to show me this? Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that competition precedes camaraderie, Ninetales diligently expelled its fiery breath, skillfully regulating both temperature and range, though the speed remained unabated. As for Trico, even foreknowledge could not alter its fate. The child was simply ill-fated. Initially, it had hoped to rely on its swiftness to prolong the encounter, but its opponent proved even swifter. The jet of flames struck with such rapidity that there was no time for a reaction. With the conclusion of the match, competitor number 66, Lin Zhe, emerged victorious. As announced by the referee, he withdrew Ninetales and gracefully exited the stage, leaving behind an aura of nonchalance. Do not become infatuated with me. I am but a legend. Having observed the subsequent matches, Lin Zhe found himself bored, scrolling through his phone. Upon receiving an unexpected notification, he promptly departed the arena. You've been eliminated? Lin Zhe expressed surprise. Although Li Xinyue's Chikorita was formidable among newcomers, it was eliminated in the first round. Alas, the opponent's Ralts wielded an exceptionally potent psychic power. Effortlessly evading Chikorita's attacks, Li Xinyue shrugged in resignation, yet her face bore no trace of disappointment. What happened? Liang Yu and Liang hastily approached after hearing the news. After listening to their accounts, Lin Zhe felt a wave of frustration. Was his adversary truly so inept? Liang Yu's Charmander faced a water otter and took some time to prevail. In contrast, Li Yang's Snorlax had an easier time against the Mach-Hop, despite Machop's prowess in combat. It could not breach Snorlax's defenses. The Snorlax stood unwavering, occasionally sidestepping incoming strikes, reminiscent of Loki being hurled by Hulk. Let us go. The midday meal is on young Master Li, Liang proclaimed grandly with a wave of his hand. At the dining table, the group exchanged insights about their matches and opponents. Be cautious of that Ralts. Aside from its psychic abilities, its speed is remarkable, indicating it has likely undergone rigorous training, Li Xinyue remarked while leisurely sipping her juice. Lin Zhe suddenly chuckled, recalling something amusing, leaving the others puzzled. Liang, if your Snorlax accidentally encounters Ralts, that could be quite the spectacle. One is fast with high damage but frail, the other is slow with high damage yet resilient. If neither concedes, it could lead to an interminable standoff. The group pondered this scenario, envisioning a hilariously drawn-out confrontation. Don't jinx it. If that happens, I might as well concede outright. I have no desire to waste time on such antics. It's not as if I'm lacking in Pokémon eggs, Lin Zhe remarked. Liang Yu and Li Xinyue exchanged glances, amused by the banter. Boss is generous. The afternoon battles commenced at 2 p.m., allowing for a brief nap to replenish their energy. Why are you following me? Liang asked, eyeing Li Xinyue with curiosity. Because I suspect you might encounter Ralts, and I am intrigued, she replied. Liang simply responded with a bemused expression. As several individuals entered the venue one after another, Liang Yu did not forget to remind Li Xinyue before departing. If you happen to encounter it, remember to capture it on camera. Lin Zhe leaned casually against the railing, observing the children competing below. According to the rules of the competition, Pokémon were required to remain inside their Pokeballs during the match. Should a conflict arise among the Pokémon, the event could very well be jeopardized. While he was yawning, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of one of the competitors releasing a long, serpentine Pokémon. Lin Zhe focused intently and was astonished to discover it was a Dratini. Are legendary Pokémon so commonplace now? With both a Dratini and a Bagon in the mix, wealth must truly abound. Nevertheless, the battles below lacked any captivating allure. Although evolving legendary Pokémon were undeniably formidable, those still in their juvenile stages exhibited significantly diminished prowess. The opposing competitor sent out a Geodude. The familiar motion triggered a memory in Lin Zhe, reminiscent of the scene where Rayquaza mercilessly defeated Lugia. The sight of a tail swiping at an opponent was oddly cathartic. He wondered if Vulpix could mimic such a move, and when it evolved into Ninetales, it would wield all nine tails for a simultaneous strike. Chapter 51, The Delusional Young Girl. As he gazed at the opposing Ralts, Liang felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Lin Zhe, were you a crow in your past life? He lamented to himself. A small Snorlax against a Ralts. How accurate your prediction was. During training, Liang had deliberately focused on enhancing his defenses to vex his opponent, neglecting speed training entirely. If the adversary were a ground-based Pokémon, it would have sufficed. Alas, they were up against a creature capable of momentarily levitating through psychic powers. What a grave miscalculation. The small Snorlax, upon becoming round, prepared to charge. Yet, the fight must continue. Retreating was not an option. With unwavering focus, the Snorlax followed its trainer's command and curled into a ball, launching itself towards Ralts with commendable speed. Though it fell short of impressing its opponent. Ralts, evade, commanded its trainer, a petite girl with lustrous black curls cascading gracefully over her shoulders. Her fair skin gleamed like smooth mutton fat, and her dark eyes shimmered with a mischievous glint. Clad in a black and white dress and snug white knee-high socks, she wore dainty black shoes. Responding to her directive, Ralts effortlessly levitated off the ground, elegantly dodging the impending collision. Indeed, this Pokémon's grace was a testament to its popularity. Ice Wind. Oh, you can dodge, can you? That's quite impressive, Liang retorted. But can you withstand a hit? I may not outrun you, but I can hinder your movement. A stream of azure energy erupted from the Snorlax's mouth, accompanied by swirling snowflakes as it directed the ice wind towards Ralts. Block it with Psychic. The little girl's expression shifted as she realized her opponent possessed such a tactic. Invisible waves coalesced before Ralts, successfully shielding it from the ice wind. However, temperature could not be contained, and soon the chill permeated the entire arena, causing Ralts to shiver slightly. Fragile bodies were a common affliction among many psychic Pokémon. Once more, after becoming round, unleash the tackle. The small Snorlax curled into a ball, accurately aiming towards Ralts and charging forward. Perhaps due to the ground being affected by the icy winds, this movement was remarkably swifter than before. Ralts quickly dodged. Although the little girl's command was issued swiftly, the chilling temperature significantly hampered Ralts' speed. It was narrowly grazed by the rushing Snorlax, though it did not suffer a direct hit. The impact from the high-speed rotation was still unpleasant. Observing Ralts looking somewhat dejected, the little girl felt a pang of sympathy. She had initially intended to toy with her opponent using psychic power, but ended up in a rather unfortunate predicament. Ralts let out a cry. Upon hearing the opponent's words, Liang's expression shifted. Snorlax, quickly cover your ears. However, it was too late. The high-pitched and piercing sound relentlessly penetrated Snorlax's ears. Snorlax clutched its head, its body beginning to move uncontrollably. It's over, lift it with psychic power. Ralts extended its right hand, gathering invisible psychic energy around Snorlax. Under the influence of this power, Snorlax was lifted into the air, rising continuously. Snorlax lost its fighting capability, and Ralts emerged victorious. With the referee's command, the battle concluded. The two trainers recalled their Pokémon, and before Liang could turn around, the small girl huffed and dashed away. Liang. Yet, indifferent to the little girl's attitude, Liang took Snorlax to the Pokémon Center. He placed the Pokeball on a small cart, which Chansey pushed into the treatment room. Due to the ongoing competition, the center was not crowded. Just as he was about to find a seat, a female voice chimed in nearby. Your Snorlax is well trained, but it still cannot compare to my Ralts. The speaker was the trainer of Ralts, the little girl from earlier. Instinctively glancing at her legs, Liang's gaze then shifted to her face. At that moment, Lixinhua arrived, having taken a bit longer since she came from the audience stance. Is she your friend? She asked, handing Liang her phone to show pictures from the previous battle. I don't know her, Liang decisively replied, sensing something peculiar about the girl. I'm Yang Qingqing, destined to become the future queen of psychics, the girl stated, covering her mouth with one hand, while Ralts in her arms facepalmed, yet remained snugly nestled against her. Liang. Lixinhua. Where did this delusional girl come from? Liang quickly typed on his phone, sending urgent messages to Lin Zhe and Liang Yu. Emergency. Come quickly. Silly face. The two, upon receiving the messages, were bewildered but proceeded to the address Liang provided. The competition venue was vast, with more than one Pokémon Center. The three stood in the center of the hall, conversing. Rather than a dialogue, it was more of a monologue with two agreeing voices. Listening to Yang Qingqing's somewhat delusional remarks, Liang felt quite uncomfortable. Lixinhua, however, appeared genuinely intrigued. Snorlax had yet to emerge, and they couldn't leave. The anticipation was agonizing. At that moment, the Larvitar nestled in Yang Qingqing's arms lifted its head, resting against her shoulder while peering back. What's the matter, Larvitar? Yang Qingqing, who had been engaging in lively conversation, sensed a weight on her chest as Larvitar gazed behind. Is a powerful psychic approaching? Larvitar nodded, its eyes fixed intently on the doorway. Lin Zhe and Liang Yu entered the Pokémon Healing Center, chatting cheerfully, and as soon as they opened the door, a Larvitar appeared before them. In a brief moment of silence, Yang Qingqing approached, her curiosity piqued as she regarded Lin Zhe. Being a psychic herself, she could sense the immense psychic energy emanating from him. Unbeknownst to her, Larvitar's eyes were wide with astonishment. Such formidable psychic power. Could he possibly be the legendary Pokémon capable of transforming into a human? Remarkable. Furthermore, he exuded a delightful fragrance, reminiscent of something comforting. Larvitar pondered, its small head resting gently on Lin Zhe's shoulder. Yang Qingqing was equally dumbfounded by this scene. It was worth noting that even family members found it challenging to touch Larvitar, let alone request a hug. What a stark contrast. Lin Zhe looked on in confusion, wondering if this was some sort of benefit for a traveler, Larvitar presenting itself so readily. Larvitar seems quite fond of you, Yang Qingqing remarked, her curiosity about Lin Zhe growing. Although they were both psychics, their first encounter with Larvitar was entirely different. Suddenly, the Pokeball at Lin Zhe's waist lit up, and Ninetales leaped out, swiftly knocking Larvitar off its perch. It then reclaimed its spot on Lin Zhe's shoulder, casting a disgruntled glance at Larvitar. Mew. Chapter 52. Larvitar, you want a Pokémon, don't you? Seeing Ninetales perched on Lin Zhe's shoulder, both Larvitar and Yang Qingqing were momentarily taken aback. It was indeed unusual for a psychic to choose a non-psychic Pokémon. Nevertheless, Ninetales exhibited impressive strength. They bowed slightly, seemingly realizing a misunderstanding, and hurriedly began to explain to Ninetales. Lar. Upon hearing Larvitar's explanation, Ninetales' anger subsided. Yet another Pokémon captivated by Lin Zhe's charm. Sigh. When a trainer is too exceptional, it complicates matters for the Pokémon. Oh well, it was just a matter of standing there for a while. After their exchange, Larvitar positioned itself on Lin Zhe's other shoulder. Given their closeness, one might mistakenly believe Lin Zhe was Larvitar's trainer. Hello, I am Yang Qingqing, Larvitar's trainer. Yang Qingqing graciously extended her hand in introduction. Her earlier whimsical demeanor vanished. Hello, I am Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe gently shook Yang Qingqing's hand, promptly releasing it. You're Larvitar. Lin Zhe found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to express that her Larvitar had been drawn to him. It's all right. Larvitar will not leave me. Yang Qingqing spoke with confidence, not merely in her faith in Larulus, but also in herself. She believed that the bond she shared with Larulus could not be severed. This notion instilled within her a delightful illusion, as if their intimacy had ascended to new heights. The charming Larulus, she mused, would soon be joined by another. Observing Larula's adorable demeanor, Lin Zhe found himself unable to suppress a smile. At that moment, the six-tailed fox remained silent, much to the dismay of those around, eager for entertainment. To the six-tailed fox, Lin Zhe's choice of Pokémon was wholly acceptable, as they would soon be one family. However, any Pokémon that sought to approach Lin Zhe without clarity of intent would need to consider their actions carefully. If they were as considerate as this Larulus, a visit to her trainer would not be out of the question. Otherwise, a swift kick would suffice. Larulus had overheard Lin Zhe's words. Adorable. I want to raise one. The image of her elder sister flashed through her mind. Leave it to me. Larulus thought to herself. Ding. With the sound of a bell, a Chansey brought forth a small Snorlax. After feeding the little Snorlax a morsel that left it quite satisfied, it was returned to its Pokeball. I'm done. What is next? After a moment of silence, the five exchanged glances, their eyes wide with curiosity. Let us go. This lady will treat you all. A grand feast shall welcome our guests. The melodramatic speech began anew. As night fell and the competition drew to a close, the crowd began to swell. Yang Qingqing's words seemed to have little effect on her, yet Lin Zhe and his companions felt increasingly awkward, particularly under the peculiar stares from passers-by, which ignited an urge to flee. Larulus stifled a giggle in Lin Zhe's embrace, having grown accustomed to her trainer's demeanor. At the dining table, Yang Qingqing frequently glanced at Lin Zhe, as if she had a question lingering on her mind. Lin Zhe, perplexed, responded, Yang, just call me Qingqing, she interjected. Qingqing, do you have something you wish to inquire? Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Yang Qingqing hesitated, feeling a twinge of shyness. Indeed, she had questions, yet she struggled to find the right words. The young girl's face flushed slightly, her earlier exuberance fading, revealing a demeanor reminiscent of a noble lady. It's all right, just ask me directly. Although her mental prowess could not penetrate the depths of one's heart like a mind-reading ability, it could discern good from evil to a certain extent. Moreover, with Larulus by her side, the group's initial impression of Yang Qingqing remained favorable. Of course, it would have been even better without the melodrama. I would like to ask how you trained your mental strength. Why is it so formidable? Yang Qingqing inquired, her hesitation giving way to curiosity. From their first meeting, she had been astonished by his overwhelming psychic power. She herself had discovered her mental strength at a young age and had undergone daily training, which had led her to her current level of proficiency, earning her the title of a genius. It was important to note that a strong mental prowess not only facilitated daily life and ensured safety, but also attracted psychic-type Pokémon. Yang Qingqing expressed her aspiration to become a queen of superpowers, and this was not merely idle talk. Thus, she found herself intrigued by Lin Zhe's mental prowess. Observing the hesitation on Lin Zhe's face, she quickly added, if it involves any personal matters, feel free to refrain from sharing. I assure you, I will not listen. The little girl symbolically covered her ears. For Yang Qingqing, encountering someone like Lin Zhe was an opportunity not to be squandered, and certainly one not to offend. The enhancement that mental power bestowed upon spirits was far from a simple sum of 1 plus 1. This was a sentiment Yang Qingqing understood well. It was not that Lin Zhe was unable to articulate his thoughts. Rather, he struggled to find the right words. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. His training regimen was strictly based on the manual provided by teacher Li Song. As for the source of his formidable abilities, he could only attribute them to his transmigration and the system. However, such details remained unspeakable. He could only share a brief overview of his training methods. Upon hearing this, Yang Qingqing nodded thoughtfully. Since the training techniques were rather commonplace, it must be a matter of innate talent. With natural aptitude, diligent effort, and a bit of luck, one could indeed achieve greatness. Indeed, Yang Qingqing had discerned that Lin Zhe was a prodigious individual. The fleeting memory of netizens faded quickly, and it was only after some contemplation that she recognized him. This realization further solidified her resolve to cultivate a good relationship with Lin Zhe. Associating with capable individuals always provided opportunities for learning. Alas, I'm still hungry. How is it that you have all finished eating? During their conversation, the dishes on the table had already been devoured by others. Burp. I wanted to see your expression when you realize you can't eat anymore, Liang quipped, wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth. Lin Zhe retorted, are you serious? Boss, bring another table. Yang Qingqing called out. Just eat already, he replied. Chapter 53, One Punch Man, and the Little Fire Dragon. The following day, Lin Zhe and Liang Yu entered the competition venue together. According to Liang, since the matches were typically decided in a single strike, there was little to behold. They might as well go out and have some fun. Whether that meant enjoying leisure or pursuing the uniformed ladies remained uncertain. Their first opponent was a sandshrew. With its sharp claws and powerful arms, it was evident that this sandshrew had undergone considerable training. Each side could only utilize one spirit, and the match would conclude once one side lost its fighting capability. As the match commenced, the referee's voice barely faded before the opponent issued their command. Sandshrew, use rollout. The yellow sandshrew curled into a ball and rapidly rolled towards the Vulpix. Despite its impressive speed, it was hardly a match for the Vulpix. Lin Zhe, uninterested in wasting time, promptly commanded, Vulpix, use quick attack followed by Iron Tail. Ever since Lin Zhe discovered this combo, he had become utterly enamored with it. In the blink of an eye, the Vulpix closed the distance to the sandshrew and delivered a powerful strike with its blackened tail. Boom. The force of the impact generated a massive cloud of dust that enveloped both spirits. As visibility diminished, Lin Zhe instinctively summoned his mental power. In the next moment, a series of collision sounds emerged from within the haze, followed by the Vulpix darting out. As the dust settled, the sandshrew stood unharmed in its place. The protective barrier was indeed formidable. One must never underestimate others. Under the scrutiny of his mental prowess, the recent events unfolded vividly in Lin Zhe's mind. Given that its trainer remained silent, it was evident that specialized training had been conducted beforehand. Sensing an unavoidable blow, it instinctively employed Protect. The metallic clang that resonated earlier must have resulted from a usage of the move grab, the sound emanating from its sharp claws retaliating. Those claws are remarkably keen. Splendid. The excitement began to ignite in Lin Zhe's eyes. This was the essence of battle. Vulpix, unleash Flamethrower. The vivid crimson flames surged toward the sandshrew. Quick evade. Upon witnessing the inferno, as thick as a barrel, the sandshrew's trainer dared not confront it head-on and promptly sought refuge. Oh, remarkable. Mastering one of the most potent techniques of Pokémon, the young man displayed great promise. Utilized Sand Attack. While dodging the flames, he gradually approached Vulpix, oblivious to the fact that everything was under Lin Zhe's control. Dark Mist. Calculating the sandshrew's advancing position, Lin Zhe ordered Vulpix to exhale a cloud of black smoke. In an instant, both Pokémon were enveloped, and the sand attack scattered aimlessly due to the loss of its target. Sandshrew Dig. The opponent reacted swiftly, opting to burrow underground upon losing sight. However, in Lin Zhe's eyes, this was the most foolish course of action. Release Flamethrower into the hole. The searing flames surged into the burrow, and soon, the ground began to bulge. With a resounding crash, the sandshrew erupted from the earth, pursued by a fierce blaze. With rapid motion, Vulpix approached, employing Leer. Utilizing the protruding rocks, Vulpix appeared before the sandshrew in the blink of an eye. A faint red glimmer flickered in its eyes. An invisible pressure emanated from Vulpix, bearing down upon the sandshrew. Having witnessed several legendary Pokémon battles, Vulpix's mental acuity and experience had significantly enhanced, rendering its Leer even more formidable. Just as Vulpix prepared to launch its next attack, the sandshrew seemed to teeter, collapsing in a dizzy daze. Was it frightened into a stupor? The referee cast a peculiar glance at Vulpix before announcing, the sandshrew is unable to continue. Vulpix is victorious. Vulpix, you truly astound me. Managing to frighten it into unconsciousness, Vulpix blinked innocently, unaware of its prowess. A flash of red light enveloped it as it returned to its Pokeball. In the afternoon, Lin Zhe marveled, I never anticipated my opponent would be you. He sighed, recalling their earlier conversation over lunch about entering the finals together. Who would have thought that just a day later, only one among four would remain? Come now, Lin Zhe, allow me to truly gauge your strength. If you do not take this seriously, your journey may very well end here, Liang Yu proclaimed with a smug grin. Lin Zhe retorted, who bestowed upon you the audacity to utter such words? Was it Jesus or God? Nevertheless, since you've said it, I shall exert my utmost effort. This is the greatest respect I can show to my opponent. The match commenced. The referee, indifferent to the banter, declared the battle underway. Charmander, unleash Flamethrower. We unleashed a torrent of flames. Two fire-type Pokémon engaged in a fierce duel, their classic fire techniques clashing, creating an atmosphere so intense that the very air around us warped. The shockwave from the explosion rippled across the arena. Lin Zhe gazed in astonishment at the flames, which were on par with those of his Vulpix. This little fellow has certainly put in considerable effort. However, mere skill would not suffice. Vulpix, use Shadow Clone. An identical Vulpix materialized beside the original, both dashing towards the Charmander. The Charmander observed intently, seeking to discern the true form. As the Vulpix drew closer, the Charmander's eyes sparkled with determination. Now was the moment. It unleashed a claw attack. Its sharp claws glimmered ominously in the sunlight, severing the illusion of Vulpix's shadow clone while deftly evading the original's assault. Witnessing this, Lin Zhe was taken aback. This little one was progressing at an astonishing rate. Were it not for his own advantage, he might not stand a chance. Creating some distance, Vulpix executed a Finnegan fire with a series of acrobatic flips. Vulpix distanced itself from the Charmander, then launched several small fireballs towards it. The speed was such that the Charmander could barely react, raising its arms defensively. What kind of move is this? Liang Yu watched in astonishment. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Using the explosion from the Finnegan fire as cover, Vulpix closed in rapidly. Its 6 tails converged and darkened, whipping towards the Charmander. Charmander bite. Liang Yu, filled with excitement at the opportunity, commanded his Pokémon to seize the approaching Vulpix with its teeth. Fire punch. Instantly, flames erupted from the Charmander's fist, delivering a scorching blow to Vulpix. Boom. The punch landed squarely, sending Vulpix flying. What do you think? My Charmander has become quite formidable. Liang Yu beamed with pride at the successful strike. However, in the next moment, his smile froze, as both he and Charmander stared in disbelief. Vulpix somersaulted through the air, using its tails to regain balance, ultimately landing gracefully on the ground. Its fur appeared somewhat disheveled, and it panted heavily. Clearly, it had not evaded the damage. Yet, since Vulpix's diet had shifted to Pokémon cubes, its physical resilience had subtly improved, coupled with previous training, enhancing its ability to withstand impact and preventing it from fainting after the fire punch. At this moment, Liang Yu was at a loss for words. His initial strategy had been to use his body as bait to lure Vulpix in, ultimately delivering a fire punch to conclude the match. Privately, he and Charmander had practiced extensively, and even Pokémon known for their defense would struggle to withstand such an impact, let alone a Vulpix. This defied logic. Acknowledging this level of strength, he conceded. But this ends now. Vulpix, unleash flamethrower. A vibrant red energy amassed within Vulpix's mouth, directed at the Charmander. Charmander dodged quickly. Liang Yu's voice rang in the air. The fire column loomed larger in the Charmander's gaze, but it found itself powerless to evade. The fiery punch earlier had completely depleted all of my energy, leaving me helpless as the flames struck me. Boom. Chapter 54. Stop, I've got you. As the match concluded, the two participants sent their respective Pokémon to the healing room. Well done, Liang Yu. You've even mastered the fiery punch. That's impressive. Lin Zhe expressed his delight at the enhancement of Charmeleon's strength. Well, I did lose to you after all. Liang Yu smiled helplessly. He had initially believed that this strategy would secure victory, yet he had overlooked the physical resilience of Vulpix. It was a hasty oversight. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe's praise was sincere. He had observed the tangible improvement in Charmeleon's abilities. Had it not been for the boost provided by the Pokémon cubes, he might very well have faced defeat. The two continued to converse, exchanging insights on their training experiences. As for the Pokémon cubes consumed by Vulpix, Lin Zhe pondered but ultimately chose not to mention it. It was not a matter of distrust towards Liang Yu. Rather, he awaited formal testing results. Although he was confident there would be no issues, it was prudent to wait for confirmation regarding any food related to Pokémon health. Lin Zhe, Liang Yu. A voice called from behind. As Yang Qingqing approached with Ralts in tow. Upon getting closer, Ralts perched on Yang Qingqing's chest, greeting Lin Zhe. Hello, Ralts. Liang Yu, already aware of Lin Zhe's psychic abilities, had lost interest after an initial curiosity. After all, mere interest would not awaken psychic powers. It was far better to devote time to training. How did you both fare? Did you advance? Yang Qingqing inquired with curiosity. Not quite. We had a bit of bad luck and collided with each other, Liang Yu replied with a hint of resignation. Ah, does that count as bringing up a sore subject? Haha, we would have encountered each other sooner or later. It makes little difference to have fought in advance. Liang Yu laughed heartily, undeterred by any embarrassment. It was evident that Lin Zhe had emerged victorious. Yang Qingqing had already anticipated this outcome. The enhancement provided by psychic abilities to Pokémon was no trivial matter. If we meet in the finals, I won't hold back, Yang Qingqing said playfully to Lin Zhe. Ralts mirrored her enthusiasm, waving its tiny hands. Only through genuine battle can one properly introduce her sister. Suddenly, Lin Zhe's phone buzzed, indicating that Vulpix and Charmeleon's treatment was complete. A flash of red light signaled their return to their Pokeballs. They needed ample rest. Let us go, it's time to eat. Just as they set off, Lin Zhe received a phone call. Hello? Lin Zhe, come help me carry some things. I've gathered quite a bit. It's too complicated to explain over the phone. Just come over, and bring Liang Yu along. As soon as he answered, Liang's voice came through. The three exchanged glances, realizing they could hardly manage even the little Snorlax beside them. Nevertheless, they proceeded to follow Liang's directions. Walking down the pedestrian street, they observed the throngs of people passing by, alongside a plethora of plush toys and figurines, including a large Snorlax plush. What a day, my luck is truly dreadful. Beneath the sunlight, the bespectacled youth wiped the sweat from his brow. Haha, you're really getting ahead of yourself. Observing the piles of dolls beside her, Li Xinyue found herself at a loss for words. The two had ventured out for a leisurely stroll, arriving at the mall. Li Xinyue was captivated by accessories and clothing, while Li Yang sought amusing novelties. They agreed on a time and place to reconvene, planning to dine at a restaurant once Lin Zhe and the others concluded their match. At the appointed hour, Li Xinyue arrived at the predetermined location, carrying several small bags, while a delicate little bag dangled from her neck. However, after waiting for a while, there was still no sign of Li Yong, who was not typically one to arrive late. Thus, Li Xinyue made her way towards the gaming area in search of him. Eventually, she found Li Yong standing before a massive claw machine, flanked by 3 shopping carts overflowing with plush toys. "What on earth are you doing with all these dolls?" Li Xinyue exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Ah, Xinyue, you're here. Just wait a moment. I'll have it in no time," Li Yong replied, engrossed in his pursuit. "But why do you need so many dolls?" Li Xinyue pondered, bemused, as he hardly struck her as someone fond of such toys. "Look over there," Li Yong said, pointing excitedly. Following his gaze, Li Xinyue spotted a beautifully crafted Snorlax figurine sitting regally in the corner. "If I catch this Snorlax figurine, I'll receive a large plush Snorlax in return. It's right there. I simply must have it," he declared, before turning back to insert more coins. A basket nearby held hundreds of coins, a mere trifle for Li Yong, equating to just a meal. As noon approached, the crowd began to swell, drawing spectators who seemed particularly interested in the claw machine, as if a wealthy heir were attempting to win the affection of a girl by capturing plush toys. Onlookers remarked how touching it was to witness such determination. Li Xinyue scoffed, "Am I supposed to be moved by these dolls?" The claw machines were designed such that when one doll was captured, another would promptly take its place, making it all the more elusive. Her gaze shifted to the small Snorlax, which bore an expression of naive innocence. "Do you really think I'd believe you if I said I just wanted a random toy?" Li Xinyue felt utterly defeated. With the crowd growing larger, various conversations ensued. "I heard he upset his girlfriend, and now he must win all the dolls to earn her forgiveness. Is that true?" "Absolutely. The boy said it himself." "What a role model." Li Xinyue interjected, "Get out of my way. I'll help you catch them." Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, she yanked Li Yong aside, fearing that lingering might lead to further gossip. Li Yong stared, bewildered, at the once gentle and charming girl transformed into a whirlwind of fervor. Whether by luck or skill, on Li Xinyue's third attempt, the Snorlax figurine was finally snagged. "Now, you must exchange it immediately. I'll be waiting for you downstairs," she said through gritted teeth. The moment she took over the claw machine, the surrounding crowd erupted into cheers, some even shouting for him to be forgiven. "If I have to stay here any longer, I might just kick you," she declared, hastily making her exit. Chapter 55. "Hit me, you fool. Where are you?" Li Yong inquired through his phone. "I've arrived." Upon stepping into the pedestrian street, Lin Zhe caught sight of a Snorlax from a distance. Filled with curiosity, Lin Zhe quickened his pace. "Li Yong, you, more straightforward," exclaimed Wow. "The little Snorlax has evolved." As they approached, they realized it was merely a plush toy. After recounting the events, Lin Zhe fell silent. "Is this the capriciousness of the wealthy? Just picking things up at will?" Li Yong waved his hand grandly, exuding a sense of extravagance. The others, not one to hold back, released their Pokémon to see if any caught their fancy. After a while of selection, Vulpix chose a Ninetales plush, while Charmander picked up a Charizard toy. Surprisingly, Ralts did not opt for Gardevoir, but instead chose a Ralts plush that was nearly its height. "What do we do now?" Li Yong spread his hands, adopting an indifferent demeanor. Everyone turned their gaze toward Yang Qingqing, who looked utterly perplexed. "Why are you looking at me? I have little interest in plush toys. Being a bit eccentric doesn't equate to liking them." "Hey, wasn't there a trend on a certain platform regarding trading while on the road? Why don't we try that and see what we can exchange for?" Li Xinyue suggested excitedly. However, the rest looked at her in confusion. "Don't you all watch that platform?" "I don't. It's a waste of time and devoid of substance. I only frequent a certain niche site." Afterward, Li Xinyue briefly explained the operation. The group then busied themselves. Busy was a loose term, as they merely borrowed 2 tables from the mall, placed their plush toys atop them, and took out a small whiteboard that read, "Exchange your items for plush toys." Their stall was quickly set up. Yet, passers-by merely cast a curious glance before continuing on their way. "No wonder my father never allowed me to meddle in business affairs. I truly have no talent for it," Li Yong mused to himself. A rich young master embarking on entrepreneurship. What a failure. "How about this? Since we're giving them away anyway, why not gift them to children? We can ask a simple question, and if they answer correctly, they can choose a toy they like." Li Xinyue suggested hesitantly. "Sounds good, Li Yong. I wholeheartedly agree," Li Yong enthusiastically affirmed, gesturing animatedly. "Let's go? There's a school nearby, and it's just the right time as classes are letting out." The group hurriedly packed up their stall and headed toward the school. Along the way, they kindly asked children a few simple questions, gifting them plush toys as rewards. The Pokémon themselves also played joyfully, thoroughly enjoying the interaction with the children. Even the most stringent of lives require moments of respite to add flavor. The school was bustling with activity, and the plush toys quickly dwindled in number. Each child received something they cherished. For reasons unknown, Lin Zhe felt his heart gradually lighten, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Once everything was wrapped up, it was time to feast. "Hurry up and eat, Lin Zhe, Qingqing. If you dawdle any longer, You'll miss your competition, Liang Yu jestingly reminded as he glanced at the time. Wow. Engrossed in delivering the stuffed toys, I completely forgot about the competition. I might as well grab a duck leg and eat while I walk. Lin Zhe donned a disposable glove, seized a duck leg, and rose to depart. Can you guess what kind of duck it is? Yang Qingqing stared at Lin Zhe in astonishment. Eating while walking does not align with the persona of a queen of superpowers. No time to dawdle. One cannot compete on an empty stomach. Lin Zhe's voice echoed from a distance. Observing Lin Zhe munching as he walked, Yang Qingqing decisively put on a glove, grabbed another duck leg, and followed suit. The remaining few watched in a daze. Is Lin Zhe, number 66, present? If not, we'll consider it a forfeit. He is here, just in the nick of time. Lin Zhe arrived at the competition site, still clutching his half-eaten duck leg. Hurry into the arena. You can't eat while competing. The referee discreetly gulped, wondering if he intended to make the opposing team weep with envy. Meanwhile, Yang Qingqing arrived under similar circumstances, a half-eaten duck leg in hand, presenting a rather peculiar scene. Only one Pokémon may be used. The competition commenced. Lin Zhe took a bite of the duck leg and tossed out a Pokeball. His opponent unleashed a fire sparrow. It can fly. This could be troublesome. As he spoke, he took another bite of the duck leg. Surprisingly, it tasted quite delightful. He just couldn't discern what kind of duck it was. Fire sparrow, create a gust. The opposing trainer seethed at the sight of Lin Zhe gnawing on a duck leg. This is a competition. Could you not take it more seriously? Gah! The fire sparrow flapped its wings rapidly, causing an invisible wind to converge in the center of the arena. Watching the soaring fire sparrow, the Vulpix narrowed its eyes. Ember. Seeing the futile attempt of Vulpix, the fire sparrow's trainer scoffed derisively. Your Vulpix may be formidable, but you cannot touch me. Isn't that frustrating? I'll fly over, then fly away again. Oh, here I come again. Come at me, fool. With the advantage of flight, victory seemed assured. What could you possibly use to combat me? Air slash. Witnessing Vulpix's helplessness filled the fire sparrow's trainer with satisfaction. What good is your strength? It's merely impotent rage. Gah, gah. The fire sparrow mocked loudly. Vulpix effortlessly dodged the air slash, maintaining a calm demeanor as it gazed at the bird above. How amusing. Do I need to use my brain? I have a trainer. If I can't devise a strategy, surely he can't either. What is the point of your incessant squawking? At that moment, Lin Zhe suddenly inquired of the referee. During the competition, if the arena is damaged, am I liable for any costs? The referee was taken aback by this unexpected question. Naturally not. All damages incurred during the competition are the responsibility of the competing party. Excellent. Vulpix, use Iron Tail to strike the ground. The fire sparrow's trainer grew anxious. He relished the taunting, but that did not imply he was a fool. Even if he couldn't decipher the significance of the opponent's command, he knew it couldn't bode well for him and remained vigilant. The Iron Tail struck the ground repeatedly, quickly creating numerous craters and scattering debris around. Meanwhile, tendrils of black mist began to envelop the mouth of the six-tailed fox, gradually obscuring its figure. The fiery sparrow, determined to dispel the dark haze, resolved to thwart any intentions of its adversary. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile. It was too late. Just as the fiery sparrow was about to flap its wings, a stone was hurled from the black mist, hurtling towards it. Gah! The fiery sparrow was taken aback, hastily flapping its wings to evade the projectile. The gathering storm was abruptly interrupted. Yet before the fiery sparrow could relax, two more stones were launched from the obscuring mist. Realizing the peril, it swiftly took flight. During its training sessions with the six-tailed fox to enhance its reflexes, the fiery sparrow had inadvertently practiced its iron tail technique and the ability to multitask. Now, the six-tailed fox could wield its iron tail with precision, striking targets within a 50-meter radius. Coupled with Lin Zhe's mental focus, it was akin to having an auto-aim feature. The multitasking ability allowed the six-tailed fox to manipulate multiple tails simultaneously, although it had only mastered the control of two tails at present. If one were to gaze into the black mist, they would be astonished to observe that the original six tails had divided into two clusters, each comprising 3 tails, relentlessly striking the stones as if playing a game of golf. As the fiery sparrow was compelled to flee, it found itself unable to pause and disperse the dark fog. The inability to clear the mist meant it could not discern the origin of the incoming stones, creating a vicious cycle of evasion. Meanwhile, the six-tailed fox merely needed to remain stationary and aim as directed by Lin Zhe. The auto-aim feature was indeed commendable. Chapter 56, The Underworld's Brutal Assault on Riffraff. Without engaging in a head-on confrontation with its iron tail, the energy expended was negligible. Soon, the high-speed flight of the fiery sparrow began to take a toll, its stamina waning and speed diminishing. Seizing the opportunity, the six-tailed fox landed a decisive blow, striking the fiery sparrow's wing. A sharp pain radiated from the injury, rendering the fiery sparrow unable to maintain its flight, and it began to spiral downwards. Just as it feared it would crash to the ground, the six-tailed fox darted forward with a flash of lightning, catching the fiery sparrow, cautiously opening its eyes. The fiery sparrow was astonished to find itself unscathed and devoid of pain. Not a twinge. Overwhelmed with gratitude upon realizing that the six-tailed fox had saved it despite the previous mockery, the fiery sparrow felt a swell of emotion. "Gah! Thank you, dear six-tailed sister, for sparing my life." However, before the fiery sparrow could finish, the six-tailed fox flipped over, pinning it beneath a paw. With the other foot brandishing sharp claws poised at the fiery sparrow's throat, a plume of heated air escaped its lips, flickering with embers. "Go ahead, bark again. Mock me once more. Try to take flight." The six-tailed fox mused. "I saved you to prevent you from fainting. Losing consciousness would leave me without a sparring partner." The fiery sparrow, feeling an unexpected surge of energy, bent its legs. Thud! It knelt before the six-tailed fox. "Gah! It was my fault. Gah! I shall not dare again. Gah! Spare my avian life," it pleaded, flapping its wings in a gesture of submission. Upon encountering the astute Talonflame, Ninetales retracted its claws and promptly dispatched the foul bird with a swift kick. The transition from Talonflame's descent to its ejection occurred within mere seconds. Subsequently, the spectators beheld Talonflame, now dazed, exhibiting a dazed expression. A profound silence enveloped the audience and the referee alike. Was this truly a Pokémon competition? It bore an uncanny resemblance to a scene where a gang brutally assaults a small-time thug. The match concluded. The victor is contestant number 66, Lin Zhe. The referee hastily proclaimed the result. At this juncture, Lin Zhe finished his duck leg, wiped his hands, and returned Ninetales to its Pokeball. Truly, what a mischievous display. One could see how frightened the opponent appeared. In truth, even if Talonflame had not begged for mercy, Ninetales would not have engaged in a pursuit. However, a fiery breath at close range was undoubtedly inevitable. The other competitors watching furrowed their brows, recognizing that Ninetales was not to be trifled with. Due to Ninetales' ferocious display, subsequent opponents in the following matches surrendered outright. Unable to withstand the onslaught, they capitulated swiftly, acknowledging their own Pokémon's limitations. Consequently, during the budget rounds, Lin Zhe merely made an appearance. Before his Pokémon could even be released, he exited the stage. In light of the prior incident with Talonflame, Lin Zhe felt powerless. After all, none wished to be overwhelmed and pummeled mercilessly. Ultimately, the Little Phoenix King Cup serves as a competition for newcomers. Most participants are merely seeking to gain experience. Lin Zhe advanced successfully in a rather theatrical manner. Meanwhile, the Pokémon Cube, which is satisfying to consume, was officially unveiled. During the launch event, Lin Zhe's identity remained undisclosed. It was merely stated that it was developed by researchers from Huagua. Once introduced to the market, the product garnered immense acclaim. This Pokémon Cube serves numerous purposes, capable of satiating the appetite of Snorlax, while the smaller variants can fulfill the daily dietary needs of other Pokémon. A boon for trainers in the wild. Furthermore, humans can partake in it as well, leading to its complete sellout on the day of release. This product is the optimal choice for both energy replenishment and strategic resources. Lin Zhe's bank account began to swell with continuous deposits. Observing the numerous zeros accumulating, he smacked his lips in delight. This money is remarkably easy to earn. If he could develop exclusive food for other Pokémon, he might very well become the world's richest individual. He envisioned a quiet rise to prominence, intending to astonish everyone. On the third day, the competitors were generally formidable. Yet Yang Qingqing's Ralts continued to perform steadily, successfully advancing. Each participant adjusted their state in their respective rooms, preparing for the main event the following day. The match information had been disseminated, revealing the successful 32 contenders. Everyone could now view their opponent's details. Lin Zhe searched for the information regarding his opponent and was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Contestant Wang Daji, Pokémon Pikachu. Oh, that infuriating sense of familiarity. Lin Zhe eagerly anticipated the battle the next day. That night, at Lin Zhe's home, his parents had finished dinner and were lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. Piku sat nearby, engrossed in an anime on a tablet. Meanwhile, the Sucker Punch Pokémon tidied up the table and cleaned the area. Just then, a series of knocks resounded from the door. Who could it be at such a late hour? Go and answer the door. Lin's mother gave a swift kick to Lin's father, who was sprawled out on the sofa. The suction cup puppet displayed a look of surprise. Through telepathy, the surroundings outside were vividly reflected in its mind. This instinctive response had developed to protect the family, allowing for immediate action in the face of danger. However, it truly was an unexpected visitor. Lin's father, yawning, approached the door, wondering who it could be. Suddenly, a bird call echoed from outside. As he opened the door, the absence of interference from the suction cup puppet indicated that there was no threat. The door swung open, yet no one was visible. Lilu, he exclaimed, looking down to find Marilu waving, accompanied by a BB bird. Is this a new neighbor, inviting a sprite over for a visit? Lin's father thought, stepping aside to welcome Marilu and the BB bird inside. Who is it, old Lin? Lin's mother inquired. Lilu, Lilu, the BB bird chirped. At that moment, Marilu spotted the suction cup puppet and greeted it, as if they were long-lost friends. The puppet approached with a plate of fruit. ready to explain the situation to Lin's parents. So, you are here to support my son? Marilu nodded, explaining that all the sprites in the forest had settled down and were feeling rather bored, so they decided to come out and play. Accompanying Lin Zhe promised to be far more engaging than wandering alone. The BB bird added, honestly, I didn't want to come. Isn't it better to train with Brother Beatsao in the forest? We were just one encounter away from sharing a smoke. Why bother with a one-on-one when I could take on a group? From that moment, the BB bird adopted this phrase as its motto. Aspiring to become a leader among others, the BB bird continued to follow Beatsao in training until Marilu dragged it out as a mount, reluctantly joining the adventure. Before setting off, Beatsao had instructed the BB bird to take good care of its elder brother. Only then did the BB bird eagerly follow along. Chapter 57 The BB bird, am a worldly sprite. Let's rest here for the night and head out tomorrow. There's plenty of time. Lin's mother cheerfully suggested. Have you eaten? As she spoke, she retrieved the sprite cubes that Lin Zhe had left at home, showcasing over 10 different flavors. These were concocted by Lin Zhe for future use, potentially aiding him in befriending sprites. Before leaving, he had instructed his parents to forge good relationships with any exceptional or rare sprites they encountered by offering food. Satisfy your appetite, and who wouldn't want to follow me? Marilu initially hesitated to accept, having already snacked on berries on the way. Moreover, since this was her first visit, she felt it prudent to maintain decorum. However, the familiar aroma wafting from the cubes caught her attention. Among the various flavors, one was reminiscent of what she had previously tasted. Marilu had been yearning for this flavor since leaving the forest in search of Lin Zhe, and the sprite cubes were half to credit for that. Having already experienced the taste, she couldn't possibly settle for berries now. Ugh, Lilu! Marilu exclaimed in excitement, grabbing a cube and popping it into her mouth. She couldn't help but moan in delight. This was the sensation she had been longing for, bouncy and silky smooth. The blue little face radiated an abundance of happiness, its ears twitching with delight. Nearby, the BB bird lay sprawled, gazing at Marilu with a look of incredulity. Come on, brother, let's have some dignity. After all, you're the leader in the misty forest. Is it really just a bit of food that has reduced you to this? BB bird, aren't you going to eat? Lin Ba inquired, producing a morsel of food. The BB bird haughtily shook its head. Nonsense. In the misty forest, there are plenty of all-natural fruits. Why would I consume this? Witnessing this exchange, Marilu, in a fit of frustration, kicked the BB bird. Why are you so foolish? Eat this. Marilu seized a piece and stuffed it into the BB bird's mouth. The BB bird gasped in shock. Don't give me that. MMPH, chewing, blinking. Chewing, eyes widening. Delicious. The BB bird's eyes gradually sparkled, and it emitted a strange tone reminiscent of Teacher Zan. Soon, it joined in the feast with fervor. I'm eating. What a safe fruit. Just feed it to the dog. Indeed, following the leader was certainly the right choice. Piku observed the two Pokémon devouring their food, its little mouth forming an O. They can eat so much. Piku gestured with its tiny hands, estimating that the amount they consumed nearly equated to 10 times its own portion. Typically, when Piku's family dined, they savored their meals slowly. Today, however, they were witnessing a voracious spectacle. Quietly, Piku hopped off the sofa and ventured into the room, retrieving its small box. Inside were numerous delectable snacks, including specially crafted Pokémon blocks made by Lin Zhe for Piku. Piku pushed the wheeled box in front of Marilu and the BB bird. Piku, how pitiful. You must have been bullied by other Pokémon outside and not had enough to eat. Here, have some. Marilu and the BB bird exchanged glances, but did not refuse Piku's kindness. Moments later, both Pokémon reclined against the sofa, patting their bellies. The taste is exquisite. How about it? If it's delicious, you should stay. You'll get to enjoy Lin Ma's smiles every day. Lin Ma chimed in cheerfully as she sat beside them. Before Marilu could respond, the BB bird nodded vigorously. To eat such delicacies every day, how blissful. The pinnacle of bird life. Marilu shot a disdainful glance at the BB bird. What a lack of ambition. You've been bought over with just one meal. And you, Marilu, would you like to stay? Living alone outside can be quite tough, Lin Ma kindly asked, resembling a parent coaxing a child. Marilu decisively nodded. However, staying did not equate to becoming someone's Pokémon. Although she held Lin Zhe in high regard, he was not yet worthy of being her trainer. At the very least, he should earn the right by giving me a proper battle. No, wait, a legitimate match, otherwise. It would be quite embarrassing to just hand it over. What kind of status do I have? After succinctly conveying her thoughts, Lin Ma readily agreed. Conquer through strength. I understand. As night fell, Lin Ma and Lin Ba prepared to retire, informing Marilu and the BB bird that they could sleep in Lin Zhe's room whenever they felt tired. However, Marilu politely declined, expressing her contentment to sleep on the sofa in the living room with a blanket. One must exhibit courtesy when visiting others' homes. Lin's mother nodded, indicating that it was perfectly fine, as they would soon be one family. She held considerable confidence in her son. It was not that she was unwilling to let them in. Rather, there simply wasn't enough space. One Pokémon was manageable, but two? Best to have everyone in the living room. The once lively atmosphere instantly dimmed, with BB Bird curiously clutching the small blanket. It was its first experience under a blanket. Mary Lou observed BB Bird rolling about and let out a resigned sigh. Why did it seem so silly? She pulled her own blanket to the other end to rest. Ding ding ding. Lin Zhe was stirred from his slumber by the sound of the alarm clock. He turned over and checked his phone for the time. 6:30. Back to sleep. Ding ding ding. Glancing at his phone again. 7 o'clock. Just a little longer. Ding ding ding. Checking his phone once more. 7:50. Goodness. Only 10 minutes left. Lin Zhe, still in a daze, opened his eyes wide and quickly came to his senses. He promptly recalled the sleeping Vulpix into its Pokeball. After a brief wash-up, he dashed downstairs, fortunate that the elevator was clear all the way down. He arrived at the contestant area just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, Liang Yu and the others were still sound asleep. After sending his location to Yang Qingqing, he surveyed the area. Due to the restriction on releasing Pokémon, Lin Zhe could not discern the trainers of powerful Pokémon. He hoped that there would not be an immediate tough battle, although he was confident and unafraid of anyone who would prefer to exhaust themselves needlessly. Wang Yun versus Li Kai. The match begins. With the referee's command, the contest officially commenced. Lin Zhe's gaze fell below. Yang Qingqing had yet to arrive, and he hoped she would not miss the start. The one with the watermelon head must be Wang Yun. Standing in front of a Bulbasaur, the budding seeds on its back suggested it might evolve at any moment. In front of Li Kai stood a Spritzel. A grass type against a water type, it could be quite challenging. Spritzel, use your sound wave. Vine Whip. Both sides launched their attacks almost simultaneously. Spritzel opened its mouth, releasing an invisible sound wave. Upon encountering the sound wave, Bulbasaur experienced a fleeting moment of confusion, only to become alert again. However, this also caused the direction of the Vine Whip to veer off course. Run, Spritzel. Li Kai commanded, gesturing emphatically. Kajie. Spritzel's hind legs propelled it forward rapidly towards Bulbasaur. Vine Whip. Wang Yun maintained a calm demeanor, his words concise. Bulbasaur extended 2 Vine Whips from its back, striking towards the approaching Spritzel. As Spritzel closed in, the fins atop its head fluttered slightly. Its entire body began to nimbly evade the Vine Whip. Observing this, Lin Zhe nodded slightly. Spritzel's fins could detect the surrounding environment through water currents and air. It appeared that considerable effort had been invested in this aspect, reminiscent of Vulpix's early training. Nevertheless, even in such circumstances, Bulbasaur and Wang Yun remained unperturbed, their expressions unchanged. It was only when the Feeba drew near that Wang Yun coldly uttered 2 words, toxic powder. Chapter 58, a young boy aiming to become a Pokémon master. Darn it. Deep purple powder wafted from Bulbasaur, settling upon the approaching Feeba. Although Feeba instinctively attempted to evade the command, inertia and the interference of the vines rendered it unavoidable. The toxic powder clung to its body, causing its blue visage to contort in discomfort. What a painful mask. This is terrible. Get away from there. Li Kai began to panic, pondering whether Bulbasaur could still use toxic powder. Referee. Wang Yun. Bulbasaur. Feeba. Wang Yun, usually composed, could no longer maintain his cool. It was utterly baffling. This was the consequence of neglecting one's studies. Bulbasaur possesses poison attributes. The referee nearby whispered in frustration, "How did you pass your school exams?" Feeba took several steps back to create distance, yet the vines relentlessly pursued it. Enduring the torment of the toxic powder, Feeba found itself in a dire state. Its mind clouded, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness as its strength began to wane. Let it end. Wang Yun spoke quietly. Darn it. Bulbasaur's muffled cry rang out as the vines accelerated fiercely, lashing toward Feeba. Realizing the imminent threat, Feeba, with a swift motion, slapped itself, momentarily awakening its senses. What a fierce fish. As the 2 vines shot toward it, Feeba rolled aside in a desperate attempt to evade the lethal strike. Just as Feeba thought it had escaped, Li Kai's voice echoed from the sidelines. Quick, dodge, Feeba. Turning its head, Feeba spotted a dark green object hurtling toward it. Bang! Feeba was struck and sent flying, its eyes turning into spirals. Lin Zhe, observing from above, had a clear view. Bulbasaur, utilizing the vines, drew itself closer, and by the looks of it, added force to the collision. The laws of physics are remarkable. This rebound starts at 99 points. One more point might lead to arrogance. Feeba lost its fighting capability, and Bulbasaur emerged victorious. Li Kai hurriedly carried Feeba away, still afflicted by poison. Wang Yun, on the other hand, calmly recalled Bulbasaur and turned to leave. Following that, Lin Zhe watched several more matches, with Dratini and Bagon each taking their turns. Fortunately, they emerged victorious. Glancing at the time, he noted that Yang Qingqing had yet to arrive. However, he couldn't dwell on her. It was his turn to compete. Approaching the arena, he locked eyes with the opposing contestant, a spirited boy wearing a cap, accompanied by a lively Pikachu. And with that name, Wang Daji, a sense of familiarity washed over him. He could only use one Pokémon, of which one was. Just as the referee was about to announce the commencement of the match, a resounding bird call echoed from the sky. Suddenly, a dark speck appeared from above. gradually enlarging until it plummeted into the center of the arena. The guardian sprite in the audience abruptly stood up and approached the center, gazing intently at the swirling smoke. Lin Zhe squinted ahead. Shortly thereafter, a familiar voice resonated, and a round sprite bounced closer. Lilu. Lin Zhe was taken aback. Was this not Meryl? He hastily began to explain to the guardian sprite beside him. Once assured there was no danger, the guardian sprite finally retreated from the competition area. What brings you here? Lin Zhe affectionately ruffled Meryl's head. The flying Pidgey above also descended, perching nearby. The bird tilted its head. Is this the one the boss sought? Seems rather unremarkable. Nonetheless, it extended its wings in a polite greeting. Hello, Pidgey. It was not entirely unfamiliar, having seen it in videos before. By the way, Meryl had woken up early that morning, eager to find Lin Zhe, but Lin's mother insisted on finishing breakfast first. Thankfully, they made it in time. Hey, isn't the match starting? Shouted Wang Daji from across the field. Lin Zhe gestured apologetically, signaling Meryl and Pidgey to wait on the sidelines. The match begins. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pika. Pika. The yellow currents coursed through Pikachu, striking directly at Vulpix. Truly, it was Pikachu's signature move, Lin Zhe mused. Vulpix, Ember. Mew. A fierce flame erupted from Vulpix's mouth, colliding with the Thunderbolt. Boom. The explosive clash of two potent energies was palpable. Charge forward, Pikachu. Pika. The yellow figure darted into the smoke, sprinting rapidly. Lin Zhe smiled. Their personalities were strikingly similar, both brimming with reckless enthusiasm. Link your psychic energy to Vulpix. Pikachu's figure is untraceable. In that case, let's have some fun. Capture it, Vulpix. With a boost of speed, Vulpix shot forward like an arrow aimed at Pikachu. So swift, Wang Daji exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Pikachu dodge. Upon hearing Wang Daji's call, Pikachu's ears twitched slightly. It rolled to the right, evading Vulpix's claws. What a chance. Observing both Pokemon's positions, Wang Daji excitedly raised his fist in the air. Pikachu, strike Vulpix at the waist. Pika. With a powerful thrust from its hind legs, Pikachu charged toward Vulpix. However, just as Pikachu was about to land the blow, Vulpix's body twisted strangely, evading the attack. This maneuver had been learned while watching the battle between Rayquaza and Lugia. With an elegant dodge, Vulpix's tail swiped sharply at Pikachu's rear. Though it was merely an ordinary fox tail, it evoked a sensation entirely different from Iron Tail. While the damage might not compare to Iron Tail, there was an inexplicable thrill in the air. However, since we are currently in a competition, let us remain composed. Vulpix shook its head, pushing aside any peculiar thoughts. Pikachu, are you alright? Wang Daji gazed at Pikachu with concern. Pikachu rolled on the ground a few times before standing up again, though it bore some scratches and its fur was a disheveled mess. Its eyes still sparkled with a resolute determination. Pika. Good, Pikachu, unleash your cry. Pikachu stood firm and began to softly sing. Unexpectedly, just as it opened its mouth, a fireball hurtled towards it. Fortunately, Pikachu's focus remained on Vulpix, allowing it to dodge the incoming fireball. However, its call was interrupted. If Pikachu paused, Vulpix would unleash another fireball. Frustrated, the electric sacs on Pikachu's cheeks crackled with energy. Lin Zhe looked at Pikachu in surprise. It was brimming with vitality. Yet, it seemed the fun was nearing its end. Vulpix, Thunderbolt. What? Wang Daji stared in disbelief at Vulpix. It had even mastered Thunderbolt? In an instant, Vulpix transformed into a streak of red lightning, dashing towards Pikachu. Its speed had increased exponentially compared to before. Iron Tail, finish it. Vulpix's 6 tails merged into one, striking Pikachu and sending it flying. The powerful impact propelled Pikachu into the air, where it began to fall towards the ground. Vulpix intended to catch it, but upon receiving a message from Lin Zhe, it halted abruptly, remaining in place. Wang Daji, witnessing Pikachu plummeting from the sky, disregarded the ongoing match and rushed into the arena. He leaped into the air, catching Pikachu mid-fall, using his body as a cushion before rolling several times upon landing. Pikachu, are you alright? Chapter 59, My name is not Hey. Come here. Vulpix tilted its head, observing the scene. What an exemplary trainer. It's almost on par with Lin Zhe, which is quite rare. Marill and Pidgey trotted over to celebrate. With the match concluded, Lin Zhe departed with his 3 Pokémon. Just a few steps away, he heard a voice behind him. Hey, what is your name? Lin Zhe turned to face Wang Daji. First, I do not go by Hey. Second, don't you check your opponent's information before a match? Sigh. My name is Lin Zhe. I aspire to be a Pokémon master. Wang Daji replied earnestly. Oh right. Why the sudden enthusiasm? He shrugged. As he turned to leave the arena, Lin Zhe questioned, why did you arrive only now? He regarded the girl before him with curiosity. Yang Qingqing had donned a new dress today, a light green pleated skirt paired with a white shirt, white stockings, and black leather shoes, all while holding a hat she had just taken off. My match is in the afternoon. There's no rush. I only need to arrive before the competition begins. Yang Qingqing looked at Lin Zhe with innocent eyes. So why did I have to wake up early and set so many alarms? Lin Zhe muttered. He returned to the hotel and fell into a deep slumber. while Liang and the others slept until the afternoon, waking only to watch the competition. At times, observing the battles of others can serve as a means of progress. Regrettably, the subsequent matches lacked any particularly striking moments. Two formidable Pokémon were set against each other. Mini Dragon, seize him. The trainer of Mini Dragon, an adorably clumsy girl, was animatedly shouting and gesticulating. Mini Dragon darted swiftly across the ground, soon closing in on the young Tyranitar. Although the young Tyranitar hurled rocks incessantly, Mini Dragon's agile, serpentine body swayed gracefully, evading most of the projectiles. When Mini Dragon approached within a meter of the young Tyranitar, it suddenly accelerated. Mini Dragon, use Leer. The clumsy girl cried out, flailing her arms. Mini Dragon's deep, gem-like black eyes gleamed with a fierce glint, causing the young Tyranitar to retreat in fear. In an instant, Mini Dragon coiled its entire body around the young Tyranitar with a constricting grip. However, rather than displaying panic, the trainer of the young Tyranitar wore a cunning smile. The young Tyranitar ceased its struggles, grasped Mini Dragon with its claws, and opened its mouth wide to bite down fiercely. The sudden pain caused Mini Dragon to writhe and curl up. The young Tyranitar was freed from its confinement. This tactic was inspired by a previous battle between Vulpix and Charmander. It proved unexpectedly effective. Mini Dragon began to struggle fiercely. Yet the young Tyranitar refused to relinquish its hold. How greedy! Curse it, Mini Dragon. Use Dragon Tail on the ground. With a resounding thud, the tail glowed a vibrant blue before striking the earth forcefully, sending shockwaves that knocked the young Tyranitar down. Mini Dragon glanced at its body, now marked with 2 rows of bite marks, still oozing blood. Use Hurricane. Mini Dragon roared skyward. Instantly, a whirlwind began to swirl around the arena. Mini Dragon remained steadfast at its center. However, the hurricane's impact on the young Tyranitar was minimal, merely slowing its movements. But that is not all. Mini Dragon, summon rain. Seeing the bite marks on Mini Dragon, the clumsy girl could no longer contain her anger. What was initially meant to be her hidden trump card for the finals was now unleashed. She intended to teach the young Tyranitar a lesson for daring to bite her dragon. What would she use if it was damaged? Soon, dark clouds began to gather above the arena, and raindrops started to fall. What would happen when hurricane and rain dance combined? The answer was a storm. Witnessing this, the young Tyranitar's trainer's expression shifted dramatically. I am not afraid of an equally formidable Pokémon, but this. Gazing at the tempest brewing in the center of the arena, the young Tyranitar's trainer felt an overwhelming urge to concede. The moment rain dance was completed, the scales of victory had begun to tip. Yet, observing the small figure of the young Tyranitar, the trainer called out, Young Tyranitar, use Earthquake. Goodness, what a sneaky one. The audience erupted in astonishment. The young Tyranitar leapt into the air and then plummeted down. Boom. The ground began to tremble violently. Truly, this Pokémon was known for its ability to topple mountains. Fly up, Mini Dragon. Although the Mini Dragon lacks the ability to fly at the moment, it can briefly hover to evade attacks. Just as the Mini Dragon took off, it was struck in the face by a clod of mud with a whoosh. The young Gyarados was gathering moist earth from the ground, transformed into mud by the rain. Almost immediately, another clod of mud came flying. Water indeed counters ground types. Yet with clever use of the surrounding environment, even a disadvantageous attribute can yield surprising results. At this moment, the Mini Dragon was also incensed. On the island, everyone hailed it as a genius and pampered it. Yet now it was being bitten and pelted with mud. Feeling a tinge of grievance, it thought, am I not a celestial being? Shouldn't I employ tactics befitting my status? Drawing close, the Mini Dragon unleashed its dragon tail. With a swift flick, it propelled itself through the rain, its speed significantly enhanced. In contrast, the young Gyarados found its speed severely hampered, hindered further by its need to throw mud. Moving as sluggishly as a tortoise. With a resounding crack, the azure tail struck the young Gyarados, which seemed unbothered by the impending attack. Once again, it executed Earthquake. As the young Gyarados leapt into the air, it flung the mud in its hand like a shuriken towards the Mini Dragon. The Mini Dragon dispersed the mud with its tail, yet the tremors of the earthquake followed closely behind. Given the proximity, the effects were palpable. As dark clouds gradually dispersed, the moment for rain summoning had arrived. Both Pokémon, utterly exhausted, stood their ground. This level of power had been unexpected, yet the two Pokémon grew increasingly incensed as the battle progressed. Especially the Mini Dragon, now smeared with mud. Under the sunlight, it resembled a snake shedding its skin. Panting heavily, the two Pokémon gazed at each other from a distance, neither possessing the energy to move, merely waiting to see who would succumb first. Ultimately, the young Gyarados could no longer withstand the Mini Dragon's fierce gaze, tilting its head before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 60, Divine Power That Night. Lin Zhe and Vulpix tumbled on the large bed in their hotel room. Alright, stop fooling around. Let us review the battle footage. Liang, you mentioned it was quite fierce. Lin Zhe retrieved his phone and pulled up the video of the battle between the Mini Dragon and the young Gyarados. To ensure fairness and facilitate observation, cameras had been installed around the competition arena, capturing every angle without dead spots. Hey, This mini-dragon can summon rain, Lin Zhe remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Vulpix. Vulpix possessed an untapped innate skill, having never had the opportunity to showcase it. If we encounter it in the competition, it would be quite amusing. As a move capable of altering the environment, each such ability significantly enhances the user. However, that young Gyarados was rather ferocious, managing to draw blood. Vulpix tilted its head, recalling when it had been bitten by a Charmander, mild damage yet highly insulting. After watching the battle footage, Lin Zhe concluded that the mini-dragon was indeed formidable, but still insufficient to match Vulpix's prowess. After a while, boredom set in, and Vulpix climbed onto Lin Zhe, closing its eyes to rest. The following day, alas, I never imagined that my opponent this time would be you. Lin Zhe sighed helplessly. The girl standing opposite him, with a beaming smile, was none other than Yang Qingqing. I shall show no mercy. Come forth, Rallis. If one were to ask whom he least wanted to encounter, it would undoubtedly be Yang Qingqing. Setting aside their friendship, the fact that she was also a psychic made her a formidable adversary. Lin Zhe raised his hands. Do not hold back, Lin Zhe. Let me witness the extent of our disparity, Yang Qingqing exclaimed excitedly. Hearing her words, Lin Zhe readily indulged her wish. He threw forth his Pokeball, establishing a mental connection with Ninetales. As Ninetales materialized, Yang Qingqing's demeanor grew solemn, though the match had yet to commence. The overwhelming sense of psychic pressure emanating from Lin Zhe was already palpable. Yang Qingqing even doubted that, based solely on this psychic force, an ordinary Pokémon might not stand a chance against him. Usually, when standing beside Lin Zhe, sharing laughter and conversation, she felt no hint of abnormality. Yet now, facing him, observing that gentle youth often adorned with a serene smile, she was met with a pressure as immense as a mountain, inducing a sense of reverence and submission. This kind of pressure she had only experienced from the Pokémon of her family elders. However, the vastness and magnitude of this pressure were unlike anything emanating from those Pokémon. Lin Zhe, who exactly are you? The match begins. Rallis, use Psychic. Yang Qingqing was the first to strike. Now, Rallis lifted its small hand, directing its psychic attack towards Ninetales. The intangible psychic energy transformed into a grasping hand aimed at Ninetales. Dodge. With Lin Zhe's psychic assistance, Ninetales could distinctly sense the presence of the psychic attack. Both combatants, being psychics themselves, communicated through their mental powers. Within this silent battle lay manifold dangers. The audience was bewildered, with only a handful of spectators and the organizers faintly suspecting the identities of the two fighters. Ninetales leapt sharply into the air to evade the psychic assault. Unleash Flamethrower. Lin Zhe commanded in his mind. A pillar of searing flame shot downwards towards Rallis. Quick evade. With the enhancement of psychic energy, Rallis moved with astonishing speed. Unless it was a decisive blow, it was imperative not to be struck by Ninetales' attack. This was the singular thought coursing through Yang Qingqing's mind. With Rallis' frail physique, a direct hit would likely spell disaster. As for thoughts of victory, they were but a distant fantasy. Before the match, a flicker of hope had lingered. But standing on the battlefield, such thoughts dissipated entirely. To elevate one's psychic abilities, facing pressure is the most expedient path to improvement. Observing Yang Qingqing's choices, Lin Zhe nodded in agreement. Pokémon battles necessitate the agile application of one's abilities. There is no need to take hits unnecessarily. Evasion is key. However, while the speed was impressive, it still fell short. In a flash of electricity, after the flamethrower concluded, Ninetales momentarily hovered in the air. Then, its body transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, dashing towards Rallis. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Qingqing's expression drastically changed. The speed was markedly different from what had been anticipated. The day prior, upon learning that her opponent was Lin Zhe, she meticulously scrutinized all of Liu Wei's previous battles, almost resorting to an investigation at school. Thus, she had formed a rough assessment of Liu Wei's capabilities. However, the speed now displayed was more than double that of previous matches. Infuriating. Teleportation to evade. Following the command, Rallis vanished from her position, while Liu Wei's electric attack missed entirely. A knowing smile crept across Lin Zhe's face, as expected. As a signature skill of psychic-type Pokémon, it was inconceivable for teleportation to be beyond her grasp. Yang Qingqing's face reflected her chagrin. She had initially intended to use it as a surprise tactic, only to have it turned against her. Could this fellow be her trump card's nemesis? In light of this, a swift resolution was in order. Rallis, use Charming Voice. Liu Wei interrupt her. Liu Wei let out a howl to the heavens, and immediately, her previously brown eyes glimmered with red light. A peculiar wave radiated outward. Was this psychic power? Lin Zhe's expression turned euphoric, yet a flicker of confusion lingered. What exactly was this psychic power? It bore resemblance to telekinesis, yet the waveform differed. The previous generation's description of Pokémon merely stated that it was a wondrous force. However, there was no time for contemplation now. Let us test the might of this psychic power. Liu Wei, unleash psychic power. Liu Wei's eyes sparkled with red light as an extraordinary force approached Rallis. Rallo. Ralu Leisai's chant was abruptly interrupted as she crouched down, clutching her head. Ralu Leisai, what ails you? Yang Qingqing gasped in horror. Ralu Leisai moaned in agony. The effects were undeniably evident. Could psychic power be so formidable? Deal with her. Lu Wei darted in front of Ralu Leisai, executing a swift turn that sent her flying. Nevertheless, Lu Wei moderated her strength, merely knocking Ralu Leisai unconscious. The match concluded with Lu Wei emerging victorious. Yang Qingqing hurriedly rushed over, cradling Ralu Leisai in her arms. Fortunately, Lu Wei had ceased utilizing psychic power, and Ralu Leisai's complexion appeared less dire. However, being struck by Liu Wei's tail had indeed left its mark. Yang Qingqing swiftly took Ralu Leisai for treatment. Tap, tap, tap. Lu Wei approached Lin Zhe with petite steps, gazing up at him. Lin Zhe blinked. Lu Wei blinked back, just as Lin Zhe was about to utter something. A melodious female voice resonated in his mind. Lin Zhe, am I impressive? Chapter 61. Beer is truly delightful. Lin Zhe's eyes widened as he looked down at Lu Wei. She spoke. In an instant, Lu Wei leaped into Lin Zhe's embrace. Lu Wei, you can talk now. Indeed. I gained the ability when I awakened my psychic power just now. Lu Wei nuzzled against Lin Zhe's chest. What a delightful surprise. By the way, what exactly is psychic power? Lin Zhe inquired, puzzled. I am not entirely certain, but anything telekinesis can achieve, psychic power can as well, Lu Wei languidly replied, sprawled in his arms. How extraordinary. Lin Zhe was thoroughly astonished. Try lifting the cup, Lin Zhe suggested. A crimson glimmer flickered in the eyes of the six-tailed creature. The water cup on the table levitated effortlessly, even more smoothly than when Lin Zhe first awakened his abilities. However, unbeknownst to Lin Zhe, as the six-tailed creature harnessed its supernatural power, one of its tails emitted a flash of light. Lin Zhe experimented with various techniques, discovering they mirrored telekinesis perfectly. Could it be that this was not supernatural power, but merely telekinesis? Earlier, Liang had taken them out for a night of revelry, claiming it was to cheer Lin Zhe on. A vein throbbed on Lin Zhe's forehead. Upon opening the door, he nearly failed to recognize Marilu. Sporting a trendy hat, perhaps custom-designed, with her ears protruding, she wore sunglasses and clutched a can of beer. Shifting his gaze, he noted the disheveled Biber bird behind her, adorned with 2 gold chains and a tiny pair of sunglasses. Who could fathom how they managed to adorn themselves so? Marilu swaggered inside, calling for Biber to bring in the goods. Biber clumsily grabbed 2 bags and awkwardly flew in. As he passed Lin Zhe, a pungent scent of alcohol wafted through the air. How much had they consumed? Biber loosened his grip, causing one bag to tumble onto the table, its contents spilling forth. Qingdao beer. With an expressionless face, Lin Zhe began dialing Li Yang's number, but as expected, it went unanswered. The others were similarly unreachable, including Li Xinyue. The six-tailed creature used its supernatural power to retrieve a can of beer, curiously pawing at it. Lin Zhe quickly scooped the creature up. Oh no, you must not drink. Upon witnessing the six-tailed creature's abilities, Marilu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is it possible? Lin Zhe pondered, though he was soon disappointed to learn that Marilu was unaware. However, she quickly offered a glimmer of hope. I may not know, but I have a friend who undoubtedly does. She taught me all my skills. Yet, she refrained from revealing the identity of this mysterious sprite, having promised not to disclose her information. Nodding in understanding, Lin Zhe acknowledged this was reasonable. A pink figure flashed through Marilu's mind, evoking a sense of nostalgia. After all, much of her current prowess stemmed from that encounter. Initially astonished by the sprite's vast repertoire of techniques, she realized she had also learned quite a bit since then. With this thought, Marilu shook her head, reaching for another sip of beer. To her dismay, she found the can had vanished. Lin Zhe had used his mental prowess to claim it. Absolutely not. You cannot drink. I'm not drunk. Marilu protested vehemently. Lin Zhe, expressionless, produced the sprite cube. Marilu stared at him in shock. You're unbelievable. Ultimately, between the sprite cube and the beer, she chose the sprite cube. You truly are remarkable. Go on, take a shower, or else you shall not share the bed. Lin Zhe tossed Marilu and Biber Bird into the bathroom, placing the shower gel alongside them. Though he did not despise alcohol, such indulgence was excessive. The scent clinging to him could fill an entire box. Nevertheless, his tolerance for liquor was commendable. He dared not experiment. As he belonged to the unfortunate few who succumbed to intoxication after just a few sips, he awaited Marilu and Biber Bird's emergence, ensuring they were thoroughly clean. Oh, the delightful aroma. Time for slumber. What? It is not yet evening? He relished napping in the afternoon and staying up late at night. Soon, Lin Zhe's breathing grew steady. Sleep was indeed a means of restoring one's vitality. The room fell into a tranquil hush. Suddenly, Marilu's ears twitched. She quietly rose, gazing at the slumbering Lin Zhe with a sly grin. With a light bounce, she leapt off the bed and cracked open another can, savoring a refreshing sip. Ah, bliss. Yet, something still felt amiss. A blue glow flickered in Marilu's hands, and a chill emanated slowly. Nothing beats a chilled beer. With a cheer, she finished the can and tossed it out the window, landing perfectly in the garbage bin below. Even Jordan would feel humbled by her aim. Malala chuckled to herself, convinced that Lin Zhe would remain oblivious to the missing can. After a while, Bird peeked out cautiously, stretching its neck to survey the surroundings. Finding everyone peacefully asleep, it exhaled in relief. Flapping its wings lightly, it perched on the table where the beer lay, its tiny eyes filled with yearning. Balancing on one leg, it deftly punctured a small hole in the beer can. Then, as if by instinct, it produced a straw from its feathers. Luckily, it had taken a few for convenience. Inserting the straw into the hole, it indulged in a sip. Ah, the pinnacle of avian enjoyment. Though it wasn't chilled, what more could it desire? It began to drink eagerly. Before long, the can was nearly empty. With a gentle burp, Bird grasped the empty can and flew outside to dispose of it. Upon reaching the bin, it noticed the can Malalu had discarded earlier and couldn't help but admire her taste. Oh, quite refined indeed. Just one can short. And neither the leader nor Lin Zhe will notice. With this thought in mind, Bird settled down for a peaceful slumber. Several hours later, Liak's tail twitched slightly, awakening her. She stretched her front paws and surveyed her surroundings idly. As her gaze passed over the table, a thought struck her. With a nimble leap, she descended and nudged a can of beer. Bang! Using her psychic abilities, she stealthily took a sip. What a peculiar flavor. Was it possible she had consumed too little? Liax regarded the beer skeptically. Malalu had indeed drunk this. Thus, she took a hearty gulp. Uffed. Instantly, she spat it out. Noticing the open window, she glanced around. He dashed to the window, a soda can floating beside him. Gazing down at the trash bin, a clever idea struck the six-tailed spirit. The soda can was tossed out of the window, tracing a graceful arc as it descended into the trash bin under the control of its mystical powers. Curling up, it then drifted off to sleep, confident that Lin Zhe would not notice the missing can. Chapter 62. Would the flavor of the luminous lobster be even better? Speaking of which, where's the beer? Lin Zhe lounged on the sofa, his body sunk into the cushions, legs crossed, hands resting on the armrests. From his elevated position, he gazed down at the three spirits before him. To his astonishment, a casual glance shattered his drowsiness. Nearly half of the beer on the table was gone. Goodness. Does he think I am suffering from senility? There were only 7 cans in total, and 3 were missing. Am I bad at math, or is this room haunted? The expressions of the 3 spirits varied. Mary Lou wore an air of arrogance. What can you do about it? I only had 1 can. The other 2 must have been consumed by Bird. No matter, let Bird face the consequences. Bird, feeling guilty, turned its head away, occasionally casting furtive glances at Lin Zhe. Whenever caught, it hurriedly feigned nonchalance, whistling casually. Shoo, I only had 1 can. The rest was probably drunk by the boss. If trouble arises, let the tall one take the fall. Yet, Bird failed to recall that a beer can was already in the trash bin from its previous disposal, mistakenly thinking it belonged to someone with similar tastes. Meanwhile, the six-tailed spirit looked innocently at Lin Zhe, its demeanor sweet and innocent. I didn't drink. 1 sip doesn't count, and besides, it was spit out. At this thought, the six-tailed spirit paused. Why should I fear? I confess. Huh. Upon hearing the six-tailed spirit's admission, Lin Zhe nodded slightly, curious to taste. That can be forgiven. But what about the other 2? Lin Zhe's gaze shifted to Mary Lou and Bird, who were now equally stunned. They were taken aback to discover that the six-tailed spirit had indeed opened a can. The 2 spirits exchanged glances, contemplating who would take the blame. Mary Lou winked at Bird, signaling a silent agreement. Boss, that's not fair. I refuse. Bird responded with a similar eye gesture. Just as the 2 spirits believed they were communicating seamlessly, Lin Zhe interrupted. All right, enough with the silent communication. Regardless of who drank it, let us be more mindful. Drink in moderation. He refrained from scolding them harshly, opting instead for gentle admonition. Whoever is caught sneaking drinks next time will have their spirit squares halved. For now, I'll let it slide. Upon hearing this, Mary Lou and Bird hastily nodded in agreement. After an afternoon of slumber, hunger struck, prompting Lin Zhe to suggest they venture out for a meal. The others were likely still hiding from him, and he couldn't reach them by phone. A leisurely stroll would suffice. No need to change clothes, just slipping on some slippers would do. Thus, Lin Zhe, followed by the 3 spirits, wobbled out of the hotel. Night had fallen, and the streets were beginning to bustle with an even greater liveliness than during the day. Finding a small stall, the 3 sprites settled into the remaining 3 seats. Marilu gazed enviously at the beers on the neighboring tables. However, remembering that Lin Zhe was still present, she dismissed the thought of drinking. With 2 matches remaining, it was essential to maintain peak condition. One must face every competition with the utmost preparedness. While it is permissible to conceal one's true strength, one must not feign weakness to deceive others. Calmly lying on the bed, Lin Zhe meditated alongside his 6 tails. Marilu and Bird also remained tranquil, eschewing any frivolity. The following day, the spectator stands were filled to capacity, with only 2 days left. Although it was the Newcomer Cup, advancing this far indicated remarkable talent, for competitors remained. With 3 matches yet to be played, the adorably innocent mini-dragon, the cool and composed King Yun with his Bulbasaur, and Lin Zhe with his 6 tails. The last contender, however, had gone unnoticed, a lobster soldier. As Lin Zhe perused the details of each competitor on his phone, he officially entered the arena. Soon, the matchups were announced. Six Tails versus Lobster Soldier, Mini Dragon versus Bulbasaur. The Lobster Soldier was known for its formidable vitality. Suddenly, while strategizing, Lin Zhe was interrupted by a microphone blocking his path. "Hello, could you share your thoughts on your opponent?" A reporter inquired rapidly. Lin Zhe paused for a moment, surprised to find himself in a position to be interviewed. "Regardless of who my opponent may be, Six Tails and I will strive to perform our best. We shall not disappoint our teachers or classmates." He managed a composed smile, adhering to the formalities before hastily making his way into the arena. To be honest, he felt ill-equipped to handle the press. Thus, after his brief statement, he swiftly exited. These individuals could twist the truth and manipulate narratives. It was best to avoid entanglement with them. His match was scheduled for the morning. As he surveyed the raucous crowd, Lin Zhe's excitement began to swell. It was no exaggeration to say that they were the center of attention. With Six Tails by his side, he made his entrance. Opposite him stood a youth clad in a blue jacket, accompanied by a menacing lobster soldier. Something seemed amiss. Lin Zhe focused intently, unlike the usual orange hue. This lobster soldier was a striking shade of pinkish purple. Its pincers appeared larger than average. At that moment, the shiny lobster soldier caught his eye. Shiny Pokémon, also known as alternate-colored Pokémon, are those that have undergone a mutation, resulting in a change of color. Such occurrences are rare, making them exceedingly precious. However, shiny Pokémon often face the risk of expulsion from their groups. Nevertheless, they bear distinctive traits that set them apart, either innate or honed through experience. Their strength often surpasses that of ordinary Pokémon. No wonder this contender had reached the finals, with only one Pokémon allowed in battle. The match would conclude once one lost the ability to fight. Let the match begin. Lobster Soldier, use Bubble Beam. The Lobster Soldier unleashed a torrent of bubbles towards Six Tails. Flamethrower. Simultaneously, Six Tails expelled a fierce blaze, resulting in a head-on clash. Although constrained by its attributes, the temperature of Vulpix's flames is remarkably high. Engaging in a clash with Bubble Beam results in a stalemate. Observing this, the blue-clad trainer displays a hint of surprise. He is acutely aware of the prowess of his lobster Pokémon, knowing that typical fire-type creatures are no match for it. Yet, this particular Vulpix possesses an unusual quality. Lobster Pokémon Taunt. At the command of his trainer, the lobster Pokémon raised its large pincers, gesturing provocatively at Vulpix. "You, come here." Simultaneously, an unusual wave of energy enveloped Vulpix. Unfortunately, had Vulpix not received Lin Zhe's assistance earlier, it might have succumbed to the taunt. However, now imbued with psychic power, Vulpix is not only immune to such attacks, but also quite resilient. Even psychic Pokémon of equal caliber struggle to affect Vulpix. Noticing Vulpix's unperturbed state, the lobster Pokémon is momentarily taken aback. As a rogue Pokémon, this is its first failure in provoking another. A flash of lightning. Lin Zhe decisively commanded. Fire-type moves are not advisable at the moment. Let South try close combat instead. Vulpix surged with a radiant white light, transforming into a bolt of lightning. Dashing towards the lobster Pokémon, its claws gleaming with a sharp frost. Block it. The lobster Pokémon raised its pincers defensively, a glimmer of light enveloping it. Clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed. The lobster Pokémon stood steadfastly in place. So tough. Chapter 63, The Imitation Flame Vortex. Observing the steadfast figure, Vulpix felt a tinge of frustration. Capture her. The blue-clad trainer's face lit up as Vulpix charged forward. The lobster Pokémon's pincers snapped open, aiming to seize Vulpix at the waist. Psychic. A crimson glow ignited in Vulpix's eyes as a mysterious force surged towards the lobster Pokémon. The distracted pincers hesitated momentarily before crashing downwards. Thud. The ground before them erupted into a crater, debris scattering. Fortunately, Vulpix evaded at the instant the pincers paused. Given that level of force, a Vulpix without defensive techniques might not withstand many blows. Observing the evenly matched Pokémon, Lin Zhe quickly contemplated a strategy to turn the tide. Once more, flame burst. A flame even thicker than before erupted, targeting the lobster Pokémon. Futile. The blue-clad trainer slowly shook his head, initially expecting more capability, only to find it reckless instead. Bubble Beam. The lobster Pokémon unleashed a torrent of bubbles, attempting to intercept the fiery column. Witnessing this, Lin Zhe smirked. Psychic. Vulpix's eyes glowed red once more. Concurrently, the flaming jet in the air bizarrely twisted at an angle, evading the bubble beam, accelerating suddenly, transforming into a vortex that struck the lobster Pokémon directly. Boom. What? The blue-clad trainer gazed in disbelief at the center of the arena. Could it be the flame vortex? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If it were the flame vortex, it would not have been withheld until now for use. Moreover, the scope shall not be so limited. If Lin Zhe were aware of the thoughts occupying the mind of the man in blue at this moment, he would undoubtedly give a resounding thumbs up. This, of course, is not a fiery vortex. It merely relies on divine power to forcibly alter the trajectory and position of the flames, thereby achieving a whirlpool-like form. Even so, it proves futile. The man in blue gritted his teeth and declared, "But it is not merely that," Lin Zhe murmured. He was acutely aware that fire-type moves would not be particularly effective against the lobster minion. Thus, this was merely an appetizer. The residual flames lingering on the battleground significantly impaired the lobster minion's visibility. Meanwhile, the six-tailed creature moved with an ease akin to that of a fish in water. It surged forward, accelerating towards the lobster minion still ensnared in the flames. Its tail gradually turned black, piercing through the burning fire to deliver a fierce strike against the lobster minion. Dodge quickly. The man in blue realized the situation. But it was too late for a warning now. The iron tail, infused with flames, inflicted considerable damage upon the lobster minion. "Lobster minion, harden!" The man in blue bellowed. "Interrupt him," Lin Zhe silently commanded in his mind. The six-tailed creature swiftly positioned itself before the lobster minion and unleashed a jet of black smoke from its mouth. Spicy. Hot. These were the lobster minion's immediate sensations. Its eyes could barely open. The air was too acrid. The man in blue also noticed the lobster minion's deteriorating condition. With indiscriminate fervor, he commanded it to use Bubble Beam. Upon hearing the trainer's voice, the lobster minion's confidence surged. It opened its pincers wide, preparing to unleash bubbles all around. The opportunity had arrived. Strike its mouth. Upon seeing the lobster minion's gaping maw, a flicker of excitement danced in Lin Zhe's eyes. He issued a direct command to the six-tailed creature in his mind. The six-tailed creature tightened its tail and delivered a swift strike towards the lobster minion's mouth. Puff! The lobster minion was caught off guard by the sudden blow, leaving it dazed and interrupting the accumulation of its bubble beam, which trickled out as small white froth from the corner of its mouth. Is it possible to do that? The man in blue, watching from the sidelines, began to question his very existence. Immediately thereafter, under Lin Zhe's guidance, the six-tailed creature unleashed a flurry of successive strikes. Then, with a powerful claw, it leveraged the force to create distance. Divine power. The six-tailed creature raised one of its forepaws, and the divine force transformed into an invisible hand that seized the lobster minion. Gradually, it lifted it into the air, and the lobster minion struggled with all its might. "I am a water-type spirit. I have never soared through the skies," it thought, feeling dizzy as it beheld the shrinking landscape below. It was over. The six-tailed creature, wielding its divine power, smashed downward. The lobster minion was forced to meet the ground with a fervent kiss. Boom. The ground was immediately cratered. The lobster minion lay within, its eyes swirling, lapsing into unconsciousness. "Lobster minion," the man in blue shouted in a panic. "Do not worry, it has merely fainted." Lin Zhe finally spoke again. Since the invocation of divine power commenced, his connection with the six-tailed creature had shifted to a mental link. He had conducted a cursory scan and could not help but acknowledge its remarkable resilience. To have merely fainted from such a height was nothing short of impressive. Just as the referee was about to announce the result of the match, in a room, a white egg was gently swaying, even showing signs of levitation. If Lin Zhe were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this as the egg he had previously rescued. A comparison of the timeline would reveal that the egg's peculiar behavior coincided with the moment when the six-tailed fox exerted considerable psychic power. As the match concluded and cheers erupted from outside, the egg ceased its motion, and tranquility once again enveloped the room. Finally decided to step out. Upon encountering Li Yang and his companions, Lin Zhe greeted them with a teasing remark. "Ahem, of course, I had to come for the finals." Lin Zhe, with a slight huff, refrained from mentioning the incident concerning Mary Lu and the drinking. "How about it? Do you have confidence?" Liang Yu inquired with genuine concern. Although he could not match Lin Zhe's prowess, he certainly wished for Lin Zhe's victory. If anyone was destined to defeat Lin Zhe, it would undoubtedly be him. Rest assured. Lin Zhe replied with a confident smile. Though he did not claim it was a certain victory, he felt quite assured. In the afternoon's match, whether it was the mini dragon or Bulbasaur, he was certain of his triumph. The group departed amidst laughter and banter. However, Lin Zhe noticed that Yang Qingqing was nowhere to be seen. What was that about meeting again later? She left in quite a rush. Li Xinyue shrugged her shoulders. In the past few days, the two girls had gotten along splendidly, yet seeing Yang Qingqing hurriedly leave stirred some concern within her. Although there seemed to be no issues or ill will, a sense of worry lingered. Chapter 64, Champion. The afternoon match concluded with the mini dragon emerging victorious. Learning from the previous encounter with the juvenile Gyarados, the mini dragon did not underestimate its opponent and unleashed its full strength right from the start. However, before departing, the adorable girl had cast a glance at Lin Zhe in the audience, which left him somewhat puzzled. "Alright, the final match of the Xiaofeng Wang Cup is upon us. Shout out your champion." The host of the event bellowed, igniting an electrifying atmosphere among the crowd. Mini Dragon, Six Tails. The cheers for both participants resonated through the arena, undeniably reflecting the popularity of the six-tailed fox and the mini dragon. Alright, the final match is about to commence. Each trainer may use one Pokémon. The match began. Mini Dragon, use Twister. Yep. Six Tails, unleash Flamethrower. A gentle breeze began to swirl in the arena, its intensity escalating rapidly until the entire field was engulfed by a fierce tornado. The flames from Six Tails were swiftly extinguished by the wind, its body arching as it clung to the ground to avoid being swept away. Rain Dance. Seeing Six Tails immobilized, the adorable girl beamed with delight, just as she had anticipated. If a torrential downpour followed, Six Tails would be utterly incapacitated. Soon, the sky darkened, and rain began to patter down. Six Tails. Sunny day? Lin Zhe watched with excitement as the opportunity to alter the weather had finally arrived. Yep. Six Tails howled at the sky. Before long, the overcast sky cleared, returning to a bright and sunny state. Rain Dance has been countered. What? The adorable girl was left in a state of disbelief. Yet, Lin Zhe was disinclined to linger. Confronting the mini dragon proved far less challenging than the preceding lobster minions. Psychic power. A crimson glow ignited in the eyes of Vulpix, sending an invisible wave towards the mini dragon. With a pained expression, the mini dragon writhed uncontrollably, roaring in anguish. The tornado, which had been sustained by the mini dragon's control, began to dissipate. In truth, Lin Zhe could have interrupted the tornado from the outset. Yet he chose to grant the mini dragon a chance in order to observe the effects of sunlight. With a swift motion, Vulpix transformed into a bolt of lightning, lunging at the mini dragon. The bewildered creature remained oblivious to Vulpix's approach, even ignoring the frantic cries of its adorably concerned companion. Bang! The mini dragon was sent flying by Vulpix's powerful strike, the intense pain jolting it back to awareness. Dodge! To evade further assault from Vulpix. The mini dragon hastily swam away, attempting to escape. Catch her! Vulpix accelerated, easily closing the distance to the mini dragon. How could a creature without claws outrun one with them? At that moment, the mini dragon realized the futility of its situation. After awakening its psychic power, such tactics were rendered ineffective against Vulpix. Iron Tail. The mini dragon was forcefully propelled away by a formidable impact. Once more, psychic power. Vulpix extended its forepaw and seized the mini dragon midair. Having previously employed this technique with notable success, it appeared that there was little distinction between psychic power and telekinesis. Nevertheless, Lin Zhe harbored an instinctive suspicion that this so-called miraculous power was far from simple. The mini dragon endured a fate akin to that of the lobster minions. Crashing down from the sky and losing consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, it wept pitifully, feeling wronged. No one was lenient outside the Dragon Island. It had faced bites, mud to the face, and now, in the final match, it had encountered a counter. It was truly disheartening. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe emerged victorious as the champion of the Newcomer Cup, with the audience erupting into cheers. Standing on the podium, he gazed excitedly at his egg. A Pokémon egg. A Pokémon egg. A splendid trophy gleamed in golden glory, accompanied by a cash prize of 100,000. However, for Lin Zhe at this moment, it held little significance. Vulpix curiously observed the Pokémon egg. Its senses and intuition heightened significantly after awakening its psychic abilities. It feels like this egg is watching me. Vulpix pondered with a tilted head, while Lin Zhe delivered his champion's speech, oblivious to the happenings beside him. Marill and Pidgey danced joyously at the edge of the arena, unable to enter as they were not registered Pokémon of Lin Zhe. Gently placing the Pokémon egg down, a hungry tiger leaped onto the bed. There was nothing quite like one's own bed. Vulpix followed suit, mimicking the action. Though the championship may not have been a grand event to high school students, it was indeed a remarkable achievement. The principal personally delivered the news, allowing for a few extra days of rest at home. Lin Zhe's parents prepared an elaborate feast to celebrate the occasion. As Mary Lou's eyes widened at the sight of the beer on the table, she eagerly consumed a cup upon Lin Zhe's permission. BB Bird, too, joyfully sipped through a straw. This delightful scene brought immense joy to Lin's father, who usually drank alone but now had company. No, a sprite to share the moment with. Watching Mary Lou drink heartily, Lin Zhe couldn't help but wonder if her water cannon might transform into a beer cannon. If someone were to inquire about what flowed within Mary Lou, today's merriment overshadowed such curiosities. He reminded Mary Lou to keep an eye on his father before retreating indoors, where he stroked the sprite egg, feeling a thrill of anticipation. The arrival of a second sprite was imminent. The organizers had purposely refrained from revealing which sprite it would be, only hinting mysteriously that it would not disappoint. It was likely a psychic-type sprite, as Lin Zhe sensed a wave emanating from the egg during his mental probing. However, the intermittent signals left him guessing the specifics. Could it be Ralts? That seemed too grand. Perhaps a Magnemite? That was plausible, given the egg's occasional floating. The likelihood was quite high. Nonetheless, he decided to dismiss such chaotic thoughts. Judging by the activity, it would probably hatch in a few days. Preparations were in order, moo milk and a new little bed. Their home felt a bit small, especially with plans to capture more sprites in the future. It was time to consider a new house. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, fatigue washed over him. No matter the location, nothing compared to the comfort of one's own bed. A gold nest or a silver nest cannot surpass one's own doghouse. Chapter 65. The successfully hatched sprite egg. What kind of house do you desire? Lin Zhe walked ahead, accompanied by My Vulpix. As long as I can sleep, it's fine, My exclaimed. As long as I'm with you, it's perfect, Vulpix chimed in. All right then, I shall choose. Lin Zhe decided not to rely on others. Earlier that morning, he had inquired with his parents about moving to a larger house. The profits from the sprite cube could easily fund the purchase of a small villa outright. However, his parents had declined, expressing their attachment to their long-term residence and the good relations with their neighbors. With their son now thriving, they felt reassured about the future, which brought them great comfort. Engaging in casual conversation with My and Vulpix along the way, Lin Zhe found it curious that despite My having consumed so much alcohol the previous day, she showed no signs of intoxication and had volunteered to join him in house hunting today. Could it be that water-type sprites were deities of wine? He mused about trying other sprites in the future. Hello, welcome. Upon entering the sales office, a smiling saleswoman approached. Show me the villa, Lin Zhe declared, cutting straight to the point, his confidence bolstered by the wealth in his pocket. This directness left the saleswoman momentarily taken aback before she quickly regained her composure and led the way. Out of exemplary professional integrity, the saleswoman did not underestimate Lin Zhe simply because he was a student. Instead, she diligently provided her introduction, though she internally doubted his capacity to make a purchase. This villa spanned 200 square meters. The saleswoman guided Lin Zhe to a model of the villa complex, offering a detailed description. How much is that one? Lin Zhe inquired, pointing at a nearby 3-story villa. Following his gesture, the saleswoman replied, this one totals 9 million after discounts. All right, let us first take a look at the surroundings. The saleswoman stared at Lin Zhe, astonished. Are you serious? Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, several ethereal beings joyfully dashed inside. It was undeniably spacious. Being situated on the edge of the development, the yard was also quite expansive. As Lin Zhe entered the house, he found it fully furnished and equipped. He extended his mental energy, scanning the entire building, far more effective than any so-called home inspector. After a thorough inspection, he discovered no issues and proceeded to the yard. The soil was soft, the lawn pristine and fresh, with 2 natural ponds nestled among flowing streams. Judging by the design, it seemed that one pond was intended for the ethereal beings and the other for humans. Lin Zhe nodded in satisfaction. The ethereal beings expressed no dissent, and the house appeared to be in perfect condition. I'll buy it. Following a series of swift actions, the saleswoman stood in stunned silence as Lin Zhe signed the contract, made the payment, collected the keys, and departed. It wasn't until Lin Zhe had been gone for half the day that the saleswoman awakened from her daze. The other salespeople looked at her with envy, having initially refrained from approaching Lin Zhe due to his unassuming appearance. Only this particular saleswoman had taken the initiative to offer her assistance. Look at what you all need to purchase. Make a list to save yourself from multiple trips. After the commotion, Lin Zhe collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion, while 3 ethereal beings sprawled out nearby. Fortunately, mental energy facilitated the transportation of their belongings. Otherwise, they might have been at it until midnight. Nevertheless, gazing at his rejuvenated new home filled him with joy. That night, the entire family gathered in the living room for dinner. Lin Zhe's parents felt a pang of reluctance at his decision to move out, but the proximity and convenient transportation alleviated any overt sorrowful scenes. My habitually cracked open a beer, ready to chug it down, while also filling Lin Zhe's father-esque glass. He glanced at Lin Zhe's mother, noting her indifference, which allowed him to drink freely. Lin Zhe made no effort to stop My. After all, alcohol would not be purchased for the new home. He was curious to see what she would drink later. The following day, Lin Zhe brought his parents to view the new house, designating a large room for them. Once they departed, he surveyed the empty space, feeling a mix of emotions. One day, he vowed, he would fill this villa with ethereal beings. Watching the ethereal eggs float around, he chuckled. Were they marking their territory? However, a large house also had its downsides. It seemed he would need to tame an ethereal being capable of managing household chores. His mother's suction cup puppet would be ideal, but alas, it was not feasible to acquire. A being with superpowers would be most suitable, preferably humanoid, for practicality's sake. Lin Zhe pondered with his chin in his hand. Over the past few days, he had been comfortably residing in the villa, diligently compiling various materials related to Pokémon in order to elevate his status as a researcher. After all, the higher the authority, the greater the rewards one could obtain. Currently, the items available for exchange at the Research Institute could also be purchased in the market, albeit at a slightly elevated price. Although these materials could not elucidate their origins or principles, such details had become inconsequential. As long as there were results, one could easily deduce some data. Whether it made sense or not was of no concern. If ever his personal safety were threatened, he could simply call upon Lugia for assistance. He always carried the silver feather close to him, even while bathing, as it would remain unaffected by water. This was still under the condition that the silver feather was assisting in suppression. In the future, he would see if he could tame a suitable Pokémon and then entrust it to wear the feather. He opened the drawer to find a keystone he had acquired from the black market, resting within. Under the illumination of the lamp, its smooth surface shimmered intermittently with glimmers of light. He wondered which Pokémon would undergo its first mega evolution. Lin Zhe gently caressed the keystone, when suddenly, a mysterious wave of energy emanated from nearby. At that moment, Vulpix burst into the room, followed closely by Marill and Pidgey. Lin Zhe, the Pokémon egg is about to hatch. Vulpix's voice resonated in Lin Zhe's mind. Yes. Lin Zhe bit his lip, excitement flashing in his eyes. Quick, prepare everything. The four of them, Lin Zhe and his 3 Pokémon, busily scurried about. Moo's Moo milk, the perfect nourishment for newborn Pokémon. A clean and cozy little bed. And the gifts prepared by Lin Zhe and the 3 Pokémon. The egg radiated a brilliant white light, gently levitating as cracks began to appear on its shell. Lin Zhe watched the unfolding scene with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. This would be his second Pokémon. Marill and Pidgey did not count, as they were merely the first to arrive and had yet to be captured. They had agreed to wait until he was strong enough to defeat them before being contained in a Pokeball. The hatching light suddenly intensified, and soon, the Pokémon emerged successfully. Lin Zhe gazed in disbelief at the creature before him. It was her. Chapter 66, The Beloved Ice Vulpix. With pointed ears and a coat of pristine white fur, her tail was slightly fluffy, yet not fully unfurled. Her ice blue eyes sparkled with liveliness. It's Vulpix! Lin Zhe exclaimed in astonishment. Mew. No wonder Lin Zhe was taken aback. The surprise was overwhelming. It was clear why the organizers had worn such mysterious expressions during the award ceremony. Speaking of which, why had Ice Vulpix floated within the egg? But at that moment, there was no time to ponder further. The freshly hatched Ice Vulpix appeared to be seeking a cuddle, melting Lin Zhe's heart. He gently cradled her in his arms, feeling the softness of her fur, reminiscent of Vulpix's, yet distinctly different in sensation. Vulpix, being a fire type, radiated warmth, while Ice Vulpix, as an ice type, emanated a refreshing chill. As he softly stroked Ice Vulpix, the familiar interface reappeared after a long absence. Pokémon, Ice Vulpix. Type, Ice. Gender, female. Nature, gentle. Ability, Snow Cloak. Skills, Psychic, Snowflake. Freeze Dry, Tail Wagging. Lin Zhe stared blankly at the panel, pondering if this was perhaps a progeny of some legendary Ice-type Pokémon. Such a plethora of moves, both in quality and quantity, at birth. Moreover, it possessed a hidden ability. Observing the psychic move on the panel, Lin Zhe understood why it floated about even before its birth. Could it possibly be a concealed psychic-type Vulpix? What are you dawdling for? Hurry and feed it. Ah, yes. Yes. Prompted by Vulpix, Lin Zhe snapped back to reality and placed the Moo Moo milk before the ice-type Vulpix. The latter, catching a whiff of the milk's aroma, eagerly embraced the bottle and began to drink heartily. Newly hatched Pokémon cannot consume overly energetic food. The energy contained in Moo Moo milk is abundant yet gentle, making it the perfect nourishment for the ice-type Vulpix at this moment. Soon, the entire bottle was emptied, and the Ice Vulpix let out a satisfied burp before drifting into slumber. Lin Zhe gently placed the Ice Vulpix into the prepared little bed. Vulpix, Marill, and Pidgey tiptoed to the bedside, gazing at the sleeping Ice Vulpix with an inexplicable sense of pride. I shall become an elder sibling. The following day, Lin Zhe was awakened from his slumber by a series of gentle licks. Opening his eyes, he found the Ice Vulpix standing beside him, its rosy tongue delicately licking his face. Up so early, little one. Ice Vulpix smiled joyfully and leaped into Lin Zhe's embrace. The other 3 Pokémon soon arrived, drawn by the commotion. Vulpix had hardly slept a wink, her mind filled with thoughts of the newly born Ice Vulpix. Upon seeing Vulpix approach, the Ice Vulpix hopped off the bed to greet the other Pokémon. Having awakened its psychic ability while still in the egg, it felt entirely at ease with them. Observing the 2 Vulpixes gazing at each other, one could hardly believe they were not crafted from the same mold, merely adorned in different hues. Come, Ice Vulpix. Allow me to introduce you. Lin Zhe descended from the bed and sat cross-legged before the other Pokémon. This is Vulpix, your elder sister. Lin Zhe pointed at Vulpix. This is Marill, your Marill. Brother. Before Lin Zhe could finish, Marill eagerly interjected. Very well, Marill is your brother. Having known Marill for quite some time, calling him brother seemed fitting. Marill twirled joyfully on the spot, but before he could finish, Lin Zhe's next words left him utterly astonished. Your Marill brother is quite the exceptional Pokémon, not only a leader among his peers, but also academically outstanding. And he particularly detests drinking. Do remember that. Lin Zhe emphasized the last part, casting a meaningful glance at Marill. Upon hearing this, Marill was left dumbfounded. The crucial detail was that the Ice Vulpix looked at Marill with eyes full of admiration. What a tactic. The art of undermining. I shall see how you drink in the future, Lin Zhe chuckled triumphantly. Lastly, this is Pidgey, who must also be called brother. Pidgey flapped its wings in a flurry of excitement. From now on, we shall all be family, so let us coexist harmoniously. The Ice Vulpix greeted each passerby with a gentle and adorable demeanor, captivating both Marill and Pidgey. Let us proceed. I shall take you to register, Lin Zhe proclaimed. producing a Pokeball and successfully capturing the Ice Vulpix before releasing it once more. As they made their way to the Pokémon Center, Lin Zhe was met with countless envious glances. The two Vulpix trailed closely behind him, while the Vulpix and Marill enthusiastically introduced the Ice Vulpix to their surroundings. Pidgey circled gracefully above. Although Vulpix are aesthetically pleasing and possess significant potential for growth, they are not particularly rare. In stark contrast, Ice Vulpix, residing solely in snowy mountains, are a rare sight in the city. Furthermore, their allure is undeniably comparable to that of the ordinary Vulpix. It is akin to having a stunningly beautiful girlfriend. While passers-by may admire and envy, possessing a pair of contrasting twin girlfriends would evoke entirely different reactions, bearing the weight of many gazes. They arrived at the Pokémon Center. The young lady in charge of registration was equally enchanted by the Ice Vulpix's beauty. After confirming the origins of the Ice Vulpix, she officially registered it as Lin Zhe's Pokémon. Are those two your Pokémon as well? She inquired, pointing at Marill and Pidgey. They will be from now on, he replied, stowing away his third Pokeball before turning to leave. Goodness. Lin Zhe had barely stepped onto campus with his two Vulpix when he was met with a chorus of astonished exclamations. Several students strolling on the playground were drawn to the two Vulpix. This was no ordinary sight. However, despite the awe surrounding them, no one dared to reach out and touch them. Without the Pokemon's consent, such an act could lead to unforeseen consequences. It seemed Lin Zhe had underestimated the Ice Vulpix's charm as he wiped the sweat from his brow. His classmates also noticed the Ice Vulpix, though their reactions were less fervent. Nonetheless, the glances of envy were unmistakable. Lin Zhe brought his Pokémon to the principal's office. Upon learning that Lin Zhe had secured the championship title, the principal sent a message inviting him to discuss the promised reward. Ah, you've arrived. The principal exclaimed upon seeing Lin Zhe tending to the flowers. It has already hatched, he remarked, astonished as the Ice Vulpix appeared from behind Lin Zhe's legs. Ah, principal. Did you know it was an Ice Vulpix egg? Lin Zhe blinked, curious. Of course. Did you not know? This was no secret. It was hinted at the start of the competition. The principal shrugged, grinning like a child. Now what brings you here? Ha ha, you rascal. Let us go. I've prepared something for you. The principal laughed heartily and led the way. Lin Zhe tilted his head. You know what I desire? Chapter 67, Conditions and Ninetales. Following the principal into a small adjacent room, Lin Zhe found the collection room modest, yet filled with exquisite treasures. Various Pokémon items and ancient Pokémon fossils adorned the space. Lin Zhe smirked. It was no wonder such a school could thrive, as the quality of this collection room rivaled that of a small museum. Feel free to look around. I'll fetch something, the principal declared before stepping further inside. Lin Zhe took his time to admire the rare opportunity to behold such wonders. Uncertain of how many items the principal might part with, suddenly, Vulpix turned its gaze towards a particular direction. Ah, truly a fire-type spirit. Its perception is remarkable. The principal emerged, holding a box in his hands. Let us take a look, he said, handing the box to Lin Zhe. Vulpix seemed to sense the contents within, beginning to whirl around in excitement. Upon opening the box, a rich wave of fire energy emanated forth. This is the exquisite Firestone. Lin Zhe nearly gasped in astonishment. He had originally intended to seek out Yanghan later to see if he could procure one. Little did he expect to find it here. It is well known that evolution stones hold significant value for Pokémon. A quality evolution stone can dramatically enhance the strength of the evolved creature. Such a rare gem is indeed a sight to behold. Is this for me? Lin Zhe inquired, astonished. It is. However, there are conditions. The principal replied with a smile. What kind of conditions? Lin Zhe instinctively placed a hand over his chest, his demeanor cautious. What are you thinking, you little rascal? The principal, nearly kicking him in jest at Lin Zhe's reaction, elicited a sheepish chuckle from Lin Zhe. The conditions are quite simple. After you graduate from university, you merely need to hang a vice principal's name at the school. The principal stated serenely. Is it truly that simple? Lin Zhe was taken aback, not because it was difficult, but rather due to its simplicity. He was somewhat surprised, questioning whether the principal was not concerned about his potential decline in talent. Investment is inherently a gamble. With gambling comes risk, and even if one were to lose, what of it? It would merely be the loss of a precious evolution stone. But the potential gains from success far outweigh such a loss. The principal did not shy away from expressing his thoughts candidly. Lin Zhe appreciated this straightforwardness, preferring direct discourse over veiled insinuations, as there was nothing shameful at stake. However, he felt somewhat overwhelmed by the principal's regard for him, despite his confidence. The principal was unaware of it. What an audacious gesture. All right, I accept. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on the principal's face. Let us proceed. The venue has been arranged for you. As Lin Zhe followed the principal, he was impressed by the foresight displayed in anticipating his agreement. Holding the box, he trotted to keep pace. The principal led him to a room within the fire-type breeding facility and then closed the door, waiting outside. Vulpix, are you ready? Lin Zhe inquired, looking down at Vulpix. Mew. A spark of excitement and determination glimmered in Vulpix's eyes. Lin Zhe placed the firestone atop Vulpix's head. enveloping it in a blue-white glow of evolutionary light, causing its body to expand. The evolution process was brief, and as the radiance faded, a magnificent golden Pokémon appeared before Lin Zhe, with fiery red eyes, golden fur, a well-proportioned physique, and Ninetales swaying gracefully behind it. It exuded an indescribable aura of nobility and elegance. Overwhelmed by the sight of the newly evolved Ninetales, which nearly reached his chest, Lin Zhe embraced it wholeheartedly. Mew. The nine-tailed fox gently brushed against Lin Zhe, its tail stealthily curling around him, lifting him onto its back. In an instant, like a whirlwind, it dashed out. At the entrance, the principal, having just lit a cigarette, was about to enjoy a satisfying puff when the rushing nine-tailed fox extinguished it. Observing the successfully evolved nine-tailed fox, the principal smiled with satisfaction before lighting another cigarette. Woohoo! Lin Zhe exclaimed, seated atop the nine-tailed fox, embracing the wind. It was during class hours, and the entire school was drawn to the commotion outside, witnessing the galloping nine-tailed fox. As it ran freely, an indescribable exhilaration filled its heart. A long-held dream had finally come to fruition. The sensation of the weight on his back felt as if he were supporting the entire world. Have you had enough running? The principal inquired from his office, where Lin Zhe reclined on the sofa while the nine-tailed fox frolicked with the ice Vulpix. Embarrassed, Lin Zhe scratched his head upon hearing the principal's words. Indeed, he had been overly excited. What a pity, there isn't a suitable ice stone, the principal remarked, glancing at the ice Vulpix with regret. No worries, there will always be a way to acquire an ice stone later. Although evolving directly via the ice stone was possible, one must wait for their strength to stabilize first. After all, the greater the foundation prior to evolution, the better. You're only a freshman. What are your plans moving forward? The principal asked. That is fine, I'll grant you leave. Just let old Zhong know when you leave. The principal readily approved the request. For prodigies who progress rapidly, privileges are afforded anywhere. It would be a tragedy to confine such individuals within the school walls. The path to becoming a professional trainer remains long and arduous. Due to the evolution of the Vulpix, it could no longer attend class, as it would likely disrupt the lessons. Nonetheless, the impact of the ice Vulpix was considerable in its own right. Observing the clumsy demeanor of the small Chimchar, Lin Zhe queried, why hasn't he evolved yet? Given the time we spent together, it should have evolved by now. Hearing this, Wu Jie responded with a hint of exasperation. It's not that I'm preventing its evolution. Rather, the Chimchar doesn't wish to evolve. It claims that once it evolves, it can no longer perch on my shoulder. I plan to buy an Everstone in a few days. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to control it. Lin Zhe was taken aback. That rationale was indeed refreshingly unconventional. At that moment, Zhong Inkai swiftly approached the podium, followed by a girl. Silence, I have an announcement to make. This is our new transfer student. Let us all welcome her. Hello everyone, my name is Yang Qingqing, and this is my partner, Raltz. I hope to have a wonderful time with you all. Woohoo! Upon seeing the adorable girl at the podium, the male students in the class erupted with excitement. In their school uniforms, none could compare to Yang Qingqing, who wore such charming attire. However, the subsequent actions of Yang Qingqing left the entire class of boys in shock. Ah, Lin Zhe, I found you. Draw your swords, everyone. Chapter 68. The title was devoured by the fire dinosaur. Why did she come here? Yet, as there was no space beside Lin Zhe, her intention to sit next to him was thwarted. Class dismissed. Yang Qingqing approached directly. The ice Vulpix has hatched. What an exceptional Pokémon. Lala, the Raltz, leaped from her chest to greet the ice Vulpix amiably. Why did you transfer schools? I remember your previous institution was quite reputable. Lin Zhe inquired, puzzled. Of course. It was for you. Me? Lin Zhe was taken aback. Although he had a good rapport with Yang Qingqing, it was strictly a friendship. Fortunately, her subsequent words dispelled his fanciful notions. With a twinkle in her eye, Yang Qingqing conveyed an indescribable vivacity. Learning from me? Lin Zhe pointed to himself, somewhat bewildered. Being close to a genius, one is bound to learn something. Yang Qingqing understood the adage of one who stays near vermilion gets stained red. One who stays near ink gets stained black. Moreover, Lin Zhe was a decent person, prompting her to transfer. After all, she had few friends at her previous school. It was merely a place where sycophants thrived. Upon hearing Yang Qingqing's words, Lin Zhe found himself at a loss for words. Since she had expressed her intentions so clearly, he decided to embrace it. It would not hinder anything. If a friend could acquire valuable knowledge from this environment, it would indeed be a source of joy. However, your timing is impeccable. How so? Yang Qingqing gazed at the ice Vulpix, her eyes alight with desire to touch it. The great competition is this afternoon, and I presume you will participate. Oh, that truly is exhilarating. A flicker of excitement crossed Yang Qingqing's eyes. A battle enthusiast. Hey, Qingqing. In the distance, Li Yang and Li Xinyue spotted Yang Qingqing and Lin Zhe walking side by side, while Wu Jie lagged behind, playing with his Chimchar. Li Xinyue jogged over, her earlier abrupt departure causing her some concern. Learning of Yang Qingqing's transfer brought her delight. How intriguing. Li Yang strolled over, a leisurely grin adorning his face. Someone's long-standing second-place status may be at risk. The crowd responded, "Ah, indeed." Yang Qingqing was undeniably a psychic type, capable of besting Lin Zhe, and had a fair chance against Liang Yu. Furthermore, judging by Ralph's demeanor, evolution seemed imminent. They couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for Liang Yu. "Hey!" In the distance, Liang Yu called out, spotting familiar faces gathered together, and he sprinted towards them. "Oh, you're all here." Liang Yu greeted them with uncontainable excitement and joy, oblivious to the peculiar expressions on the others' faces. "Why are you so excited? Could it be that your Charmander has evolved?" Wu Jie, who was playfully teasing his Chimchar, interjected suddenly. Instantly, the air fell silent. Liang Yu's excitement froze in place. "How did you know?" "Charmander usually follows closely behind you, but today, it's conspicuously absent," Lin Zhe sighed. "Exactly, and given that today is the grade competition, your enthusiasm clearly pertains to the contest." Liang chimed in eagerly. "Thus, there is but one truth. Your Charmander has evolved." Liang Yu stared blankly at the group, pondering where he had encountered such peculiar reasoning before. Bang! The Pokeball opened, revealing not a Charmander, but rather a Charmeleon. The fire dinosaur emerged directly, a wry smile gracing its features, for it had long anticipated this revelation. Only the Navi Liang Yu would remain oblivious, believing he could astonish others during the competition. Liang Yu expressed his frustration. Lin Zhe approached to examine the fire dinosaur closely. Its dark red skin gleamed, muscles taut, and its claws had sharpened significantly. Notably, the flames upon its tail burned more fiercely than when it was a mere Charmander. However, it did not exhibit a wild demeanor. It seemed that Master Xi's rapid advancement in strength was the cause. "Ah, Qingqing, what brings you here?" Liang Yu finally noticed Yang Qingqing's presence. "Your gaze is fixed solely on Lin Zhe. Your desire for a fierce battle is practically overflowing," Yang Qingqing remarked with a dry chuckle. Lin Zhe, Liang Yu. Although he may not be able to win, his desire to battle had never waned. Yet, there was something increasingly unsettling about Qingqing's words. Bang! The Ninetales burst forth from its Pokeball, its crimson eyes fixated on the fire dinosaur. Yet, after a few glances, it lost interest. Even evolved. "You are not sufficient for me to battle." It perched beside Lin Zhe, instantly becoming the center of attention. "Ninetales is truly stunning," Liang exclaimed in admiration, though he still favored the endearing clumsiness of a Snorlax. All classes assemble. After a brief introduction to the competition rules, the event commenced. Lin Zhe observed from above as Mu Xiaoxiao approached him. "Impressive, Champion Lin Zhe," she said in her familiar tone. This was indeed no exaggeration. The fastest path to improvement lay in practical combat. The prowess of the Blaziken allowed for a carefree battle against the initially formidable Vulpix, thus revealing various issues for growth. "Very well done." Mu Xiaoxiao caressed the back of the Ninetales, her eyes filled with admiration. She had watched the Ninetales evolve, understanding that others only saw the glory of victory, while she recognized that this champion had earned it through hard work, albeit with a fair share of talent as well. The battles below grew increasingly intense. The overall strength of the school was commendable. Next up, Lin Zhe versus Liang. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled. He realized he had yet to face Liang. With a nimble leap from the observation platform, he gracefully descended amidst the gasps of the crowd, the Ninetales following closely behind. With the enhancement of his psychic abilities through practice, Lin Zhe could now rely on them for simple levitation. He had previously attempted brief periods of hovering in the villa, but had only managed to sustain it for a few seconds before descending. On the other side of the viewing platform, Lu Song and Hu Di were watching intently. Observing Lin Zhe's movements, they deduced he was utilizing his psychic power to descend. However, Lu Song was astonished. Despite his extensive practice, he could merely achieve a lightness akin to a swallow and could not match Lin Zhe's steadiness. He seriously suspected that Lin Zhe might be an undiscovered humanoid Pokémon. On the opposing side of the competition area, Liang was equally impressed, acknowledging the display of skill. Even an old lady crossing the street wouldn't be as impressive. Only you could manage this. Lin Zhe placed his hand upon Ninetales, its status panel materializing before him. Pokémon, Ninetales type, fire gender, female nature, calm ability, drought skills, glaring, wagging tail, vocalizations, shadow clone, flame jet, iron tail, electric flash. Smoke screen, psychic power, flame vortex, will-o'-the-wisp, flame wheel. A new skill has been acquired. Come forth and showcase the might you have attained through evolution. The competition begins. As per tradition, unleash a flame jet. Chapter 69. Study physics diligently. It may prove useful in your travels across dimensions. Upon evolving into a Ninetales, the power of fire attributes has significantly intensified. The recoil from the flame jet is now negligible, achieving a state where one can unleash flames freely at will. The pillars of fire have thickened considerably. Block it. The small Snorlax stood immobile, unfazed by the intense heat of the flames, its body shimmering with a translucent sheen. Boom. The flame jet struck the small Snorlax directly, eliciting gasps from the onlooking classmates. Yet, Lin Zhe's expression remained unchanged. His psychic energy enveloped the arena. revealing that the flame jet had inflicted no harm upon the Snorlax. As the dust settled, the Snorlax emerged unscathed. Impenetrable. If it was this resilient before evolution, how formidable must it be now as a Snorlax? With its round form, it charged forward. Liang chuckled, pleased with the Snorlax's defense. Its ability, thick fat, combined with its sturdy build, rendered it impervious to damage. Even after evolving into a Ninetales, it would be challenging for the flame jet to harm the Snorlax. The compact Snorlax rolled fiercely towards the Ninetales. Dodge. Though the Ninetales was considerably larger than its pre-evolution, it did not sacrifice speed, rather, aided by psychic power. Its reflexes were enhanced. As the Snorlax charged, the Ninetales gracefully leaped into the air, evading the assault. Pursue. What? The rolling Snorlax abruptly twisted, closing the distance to the Ninetales once more. Lin Zhe observed with keen clarity, aided by psychic energy, as the Snorlax pivoted sharply, altering its momentum with a powerful swing of its fist. Indeed, the principles of physics can be applied universally. However, it was time to halt this chase. Ninetales, smokescreen. As the Ninetales evaded the Snorlax, it exhaled a cloud of black smoke. Soon, the entire arena was enveloped in darkness, causing the disoriented Snorlax to come to a halt. If it flailed about like a headless chicken, it might exhaust itself before even making contact with the Ninetales. Snorlax, prepare yourself and attune to the sounds around you. Liang wore a grave expression. At this moment, the advantages of a psychic type became even more pronounced. You may be blind, but I am not. Let us try a new technique. Will-o'-the-wisp. Although fire-type attacks were ineffective against the Snorlax, it would serve as an ideal target for demonstration. Strange flames began to swirl around the Ninetales, which then surged into the black mist towards the Snorlax. Oblivious to the encroaching darkness, the Snorlax instinctively assumed a defensive posture. However, the will-o'-the-wisp approached silently, aided by psychic power, and seamlessly attached itself to the Snorlax. Even with a thick layer of fat for protection, one cannot completely disregard the searing pain inflicted by flames. The little Snorlax began to bat at its body, attempting to extinguish the fire. Damn it! Liang growled in frustration. The little Snorlax possessed numerous techniques, yet it could not land a hit on the agile Ninetales. Continuing the battle would inevitably lead to the same outcome. Without dispersing the black mist, one could not pinpoint Ninetales' location. Otherwise, merely using flame bursts to kite would exhaust the little Snorlax to its demise. Most peculiarly, Lin Zhe's Ninetales emanated an extraordinarily high temperature. Liang silently steeled his resolve and hurried away. The little Snorlax needed treatment. So, Teacher Mu, how was that? Not bad. Maximizing your own advantages. That's commendable. Come challenge me for a duel later. After speaking, Mu Xiaoxiao left with a cheerful smile. Lin Zhe thought to himself, indeed, one must not become complacent after victory. He then turned to continue observing the matches below. Although the Pokémon of the other students did not possess the strength of Ninetales, there were still some unexpected techniques that could be learned. Just moments ago, one trainer had used Ice Beam to freeze a water gun, which certainly caught the attention of those present. Soon, it was Liang Yu's turn, entering the arena with the imposing presence of his Charmeleon at his side. Come on, let's see how you plan to snatch away my second place. After watching the match featuring Ninetales, he calculated his odds of winning and found them lacking. He would wait until evolving into a Charizard to contest for the top spot. For now, maintaining his second-place position was sufficient. Hearing Liang Yu's boastful words, Yang Qingqing approached with her ralts. Upon seeing this, Liang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Why are you here? I don't know. Just lucky, I suppose. Liang Yu felt a sense of unease creeping in. However, a glance at the evolved Charmeleon bolstered his confidence. They had parted hastily last time, and now they finally had the opportunity for a proper duel. I'm excited, Yang Qingqing exclaimed. Back at her previous school, she had been the top student, and transferring had taken considerable effort. Now that she was here, if she could not secure first place, she would at least aim for second. The match begins. Ralts. Use Growl. Charmeleon, let us respond with Growl as well. Rhea. The two distinctly different cries reverberated across the battlefield. Due to Charmeleon's louder voice, Ralts was somewhat affected. Charge. Charmeleon. Break through their defenses. Liang Yu shouted enthusiastically. No matter what Pokémon you are, once you step onto the battlefield, I will overpower you. With a swift motion, Charmeleon unleashed 3 white blades of light from its claws and charged at Ralts. Upon witnessing this, Lin Zhe and the audience suddenly understood. No wonder Charmeleon's claws appeared slightly larger earlier. Dodge quickly, Ralts. Yang Qingqing commanded as Charmeleon bore down on Ralts. However, the evolved Charmeleon had also gained significant speed, closing the gap rapidly. Teleport. Yang Qingqing decisively ordered. In an instant, Laruras vanished from its original position, reappearing on the opposite side of the fire dinosaur. Flamethrower. The blazing flames surged towards Laruras. Psychic barrier. To counter such an attack, Laruras opted to deflect it with telekinesis. Outstretching its hands, Laruras conjured an invisible barrier before it, effectively obstructing the advancing flames. Observing this scene, Lin Zhe shook his head slightly. While resisting the flamethrower with telekinesis was feasible, this method of defense still required refinement. It seemed that his thinking had become somewhat rigid. Chapter 70. The Outburst of Kairu Luyan and the Pokémon Sanctuary. As anticipated, the fire dinosaur, concealed by the flamethrower, charged forward. When it was nearly a meter away, it swung its right hand, unleashing a brilliant white cleave aimed directly at Larura's. Dodge. Fortunately, Larura's reacted swiftly, evading with a sudden teleportation. Nevertheless, it still sustained some burns from the flames and the cleaving attack. Merely grazing the edges, Larura's already appeared somewhat weakened. Larura's, are you alright? Yang Qingqing gazed at Larura's with concern. The damage inflicted by the evolved fire dinosaur's moves had significantly escalated. Larura's stood up resolutely. Fire dinosaur, prepare to finish it. Just as Liang Yu was about to command the fire dinosaur to deliver the final blow, a dazzling light emanated from Larura's. The students and teachers in the audience rose in excitement. This is the light of evolution. A blue-white glow enveloped Larura's, and its form began to enlarge. Yang Qingqing watched this spectacle with exhilaration. Throughout the match, she had maintained a psychic link with Larura's, allowing her to deeply sense its determination. We absolutely cannot lose. Reflecting on their shared journey, filled with both victories and defeats, these experiences intertwined, forming their unbreakable bond. Now, it was time to witness the fruits of their labor. The earlier despondency dissipated entirely. The battle was just beginning. Lin Zhe was thoroughly engrossed in the audience, captivated by the emotional connection between trainers and their Pokémon. The essence of battle itself. Seemingly drawn in by the recent light of evolution, the Pokeball at his waist thumped energetically. My Vulpix sprang forth, leaping directly into Lin Zhe's embrace. The nearby Ninetales smiled indulgently. Now that it had evolved and grown larger, it could no longer leap into Lin Zhe's arms. It was Ice Vulpix's turn. Little one, are you awake? Lin Zhe gently stroked Ice Vulpix's fur, cool and silky, evoking an irresistible fondness. Mew Mew. It let out a soft sigh of enjoyment, peeking its little head towards the arena. Back at the battleground, Kairu Luyan, Illusion Beam. Kairu Luyan's eyes glowed with a crimson light as a dazzling, multicolored beam shot towards the fire dinosaur. Fire dinosaur, flamethrower, roar. The clash of energies created a powerful shockwave. Seize it, fire dinosaur. Liang Yu observed the battlefield with gravity. After evolving into Kairu Luyan, the scales of victory began to tip in their favor. Concentrated psychic force. Yang Qingqing exclaimed with excitement. Let us try our new technique. Ralala. Kairulian let out a powerful cry, unleashing a formidable psychic force that struck the approaching fire dinosaur. After its evolution, Kairulian's psychic abilities had significantly enhanced. The effect of its mental strength was evident, as it abruptly interrupted the fire dinosaur's attack and swiftly diminished its state. Once more, Illusion Beam. Ralala. The vibrant rays directly hit the still-dazed fire dinosaur, leaving it no time to evade, sending it hurtling away to collide with the nearby stands. Boom. As the smoke dissipated, Liang Yu hurried over to the fire dinosaur, relieved to find it merely unconscious. Kairulian was also panting heavily, having expended a considerable amount of psychic energy, feeling quite fatigued. The match concluded with Kairulian emerging victorious. A few individuals gathered in Li Qingxin's infirmary, as Li Xinyue's match was still ongoing, leaving her absent. What a disaster. I've dropped from second to third place, Liang Yu lamented. However, it was an unavoidable circumstance. Unless the psychic type encountered a countering attribute, it maintained a significant advantage in battles. Coupled with Yang Qingqing's support, the fire dinosaur had performed admirably under the circumstances. To achieve a more balanced contest, one could only wait for it to evolve into a Charizard, wherein its mobility would enhance its chances of success. Although the original school also boasted commendable faculty, the social environment among classmates was markedly less pleasant. This atmosphere was indeed much more comfortable. Ding! The door to the treatment room swung open, and several Pokémon emerged, having completed their healing. As the others cast glances of envy, Lin Zhe made a swift exit with his Ninetales, gently patting its back before mounting. Liru, how boring, he sighed. BB Bird dozed lazily on a nearby tree. With Lin Zhe at school, they could not follow him, leaving just the two of them at home. Where can we go to have fun? Liru mused. I don't know, came the contemplative reply, lost in thought about life. Liru, let us go for a stroll. With that, Mary Lou sprang into action, leaping from the lawn, calling for BB Bird. They ventured outside. The villa district was expansive, with each household possessing a large yard. Besides Mary Lou and BB Bird, other families also had Pokémon to guard their homes. At present, Mary Lou was amicably greeting a Sunflora from a neighboring yard. These two Sunflora were notorious gossip mongers, engaging anyone who passed by in conversation. However, thanks to their penchant for chatter, Mary Lou quickly became informed about the happenings around them, such as which two Pokémon had clashed, which had laid eggs, and which had stolen another's affection. There was no piece of gossip the Sunflora did not know. It would not be surprising if they were to meet an untimely end one day. Liru, any news lately? Liru asked, feeling lonely. The Sunflora, with a sigh, replied, None. It spread its leaves in resignation, lamenting the dullness of world peace. After that, its leaves drooped as well. At that moment, two small rattatas scampered over, chattering excitedly. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The family commenced their tirade against her once more. Loneliness enveloped the scene. The sunflora became agitated, its leaves flailing wildly. Observing their fervent exchange, Meryl and Pidgey were left in a state of bewilderment, hastily inquiring about the unfolding events. Rattata and Sunflora fervently explained, while several oddish emerged from the ground to join the discourse. Upon hearing their account, Meryl's brow furrowed in distress. This residential area boasted expansive grounds, and at the far end, a woman frequently berated her devoted servant. Regardless of the circumstances, any minor inconvenience would provoke her ire, leading to insults hurled at the servant. In even graver situations, she would resort to physical punishment, at times depriving her of meals. Yet, the submissive servant never protested, dutifully attending to her mistress. In a particularly cruel instance, during a torrential downpour, the mistress expelled the servant into the storm. The relentless abuse had already weakened the servant's constitution, resulting in several days of illness. The other spirits in the vicinity were filled with compassion. Even the wild spirits residing there did not endure such mistreatment, as the property management ensured their well-being. Had it not been for the kindness of other spirits who discreetly provided food and medicine during the mistress's absence, the servant might not have survived. However, the servant felt bound to her mistress and was unwilling to depart, holding on to the hope that her mistress would eventually change for the better. The other spirits found themselves powerless, only able to offer clandestine support from time to time. Yet, just days prior, the wild spirits aiding the servant were discovered, which only intensified the mistress's fury, resulting in yet another prolonged period of hunger for the servant. Terrified, the wild spirits dared not approach again, rendering the area a veritable no-go zone for spirits. Chapter 71. The Enraged Ninetales. Fire types are perpetually tempestuous. Meryl clenched her tiny fists and struck the ground. Such individuals are more despicable than those who abandon spirits. I shall go and investigate. With that, Meryl dashed off with Pidgey in tow. The other spirits exchanged glances, and one by one, they followed suit. On the other side of the residential area, in the garden, the devoted servant was engaged in pruning the plants. Meryl peeked in, followed closely by Pidgey, then Rattata, and Oddish. Finally, Sunflora extended its head as well. The spirits gazed intently at the servant. In truth, the servant had noticed their presence the moment Meryl arrived nearby. However, she displayed little reaction, continuing her task with a disheveled coat and dull eyes. Was this truly the once cheerful and radiant spirit, the devoted servant? Meryl was perplexed, unable to comprehend why she remained despite her plight, pondering what could possibly be worth enduring such hardship. She felt compelled to inquire. Meryl, upon further explanation and gestures from the spirits, finally discerned the surveillance cameras installed in the garden. These were meant to monitor the servant and prevent other spirits from entering. Meryl nearly lost consciousness from sheer indignation. Although Mary Lou was previously a wild sprite, he possessed a profound understanding of human customs, and any impulsive attempts at negotiation would only bring misfortune to the beloved servant. Yet, the beloved servant was reluctant to depart, which caused considerable distress to the sprite. Frustration bubbled within him. Why was he not endowed with telepathy? The next time they crossed paths, he would certainly inquire about learning such a skill. The sprites lingered for a while before gradually dispersing. The beloved servant's gaze remained fixed on the flowers and grasses ahead, vacant and lifeless. After a brief survey, he searched for Mary Lou in the pool behind him, where the sprite floated serenely on the water's surface, swaying gently with the breeze. What could this mean? Even the usually chattering Pidgey was eerily silent, leaving Lin Zhe perplexed. Mary Lou. Mary Lou leaped from the water, approaching Lin Zhe, while Pidgey descended. And both Ninetales and the Ice Ninetales settled down. They formed a small circle, attentively listening to Mary Lou's discourse. Mary Lou. Soon, the tale was told, delivered with swift urgency and a hint of excitement. Mary Lou struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. If one did not cherish him, separation should suffice. Why resort to such harsh treatment? The beloved servant offered no resistance. Lin Zhe furrowed his brow, as this was the first instance of such a situation since his arrival in this world. Upon hearing the account, his initial instinct was to liberate the beloved servant. He too found it baffling why one would mistreat a sprite. In Lin Zhe's previous world, sprites were mere figments of imagination, yet many yearned for their companionship. He believed that even if someone other than himself were to traverse into this realm, they too would genuinely adore and cherish sprites. Such cruelty towards sprites was wholly unacceptable to Lin Zhe. Indeed, it was an intolerable affront. Cursing silently, he resolved to take immediate action, with Mary Lou leading the way. With a stormy demeanor, Lin Zhe followed closely behind, his mental energy restless. Ninetales wore a similarly grim expression, from birth. Whether under the care of the staff during her hatching or now under trainer Lin Zhe, along with the warmth provided by Lin's parents and friends, she had always felt a sense of comfort. Though she could not fathom the beloved servant's plight, her anger was palpable. A formidable procession made its way to the other side. As sprites they passed recoiled in trepidation. They recognized Lin Zhe. Occasionally, they would visit his villa for recreation, but the intensity of his current presence rendered them hesitant to approach. From a distance, Lin Zhe spotted the villa where the beloved servant resided. However, he did not draw near, but instead extended his mental energy to make contact. To charge in directly might not bode well for the beloved servant. As his mental energy radiated outward, he established a connection with the beloved servant. To Lin Zhe's astonishment, despite the beloved servant's somewhat listless state, his mental energy remained substantial and robust. By all accounts, this was an exceptional sprite. What had caused such a decline? With a blend of confusion and indignation, he forged the mental link. Greetings, beloved servant. I am the friend of Mary Lou from earlier today. Hearing the voice echoing in her mind, the caretaker remained unfazed, seemingly unperturbed by the sudden intrusion. Hello, her gentle tone emerged, laced with a hint of weariness and tranquility. Upon hearing her soothing voice, Lin Zhe found himself momentarily at a loss for words. May I inquire if there is something troubling you? The gentle voice continued. Do you not feel any sorrow regarding your current predicament? Lin Zhe suppressed his rising anger. Your trainer treats you this way, and yet you remain here. After a brief silence, the caretaker responded, where else could I possibly go? Indeed, this was her personal affair, as long as the Pokémon refrained from reporting. No one could intervene. This was also a dilemma that other wild Pokémon faced. Otherwise, measures would have been taken long ago. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them. Lin Zhe found himself at a loss for words, as this was his first encounter with such a situation. The caretaker remained silent as well. Just as Lin Zhe was preparing to articulate his thoughts once more, another voice intruded upon their mental connection. Damn it, what good is that trainer? Aside from hitting and berating you, has she ever given you anything? Just think of all you have endured: starvation, daily insults, standing outside in the rain as punishment. You regard her as family, but does she see you as one? The sudden voice belonged to Ninetales, who, noticing the lack of response, couldn't help but chime in. Lin Zhe was startled by Ninetales' furious outburst. Did fire-type Pokémon become irritable after evolving? The caretaker was equally taken aback. Ninetales' words pierced her heart like a blade. Until now, she had never encountered such sentiments. The impact on her psyche was profound. You ask where else you could go? If you have nowhere to turn, come find Lin Zhe. He is mine, and I wouldn't mind sharing a little with you. He would never engage in the mistreatment of Pokémon. You can inquire with the other Pokémon around. Ninetales was nearly beside herself with rage. If her trainer were present, she would have unleashed a torrent of flames. Hey, Ninetales, have you lost your mind? You could be accused of enticing Pokémon. Lin Zhe was genuinely taken aback by Ninetales' words. Share? Am I merely an object? Chapter 72, The Temptation of Black Stockings. Chen Man, if you cannot devise a plan, then perhaps you should leave. A roar resonated from a high-level office within a skyscraper. A woman in work attire stood grimly at the door, tasked with overseeing a region that had suffered significant losses. The emergence of a new Pokémon food had caused a slight market fluctuation, but with the government's assistance in promoting it, stability was swiftly restored. Chen Man was responsible for the market sales in this area. Damn it, shout, shout, shout. Curse you and your shouting. It was the newly launched product, which promised instant satisfaction, that had caused her performance to plummet. Observing her colleagues laughing and chatting as they passed by, their faces alight with smiles as they discussed the profits from the new product only deepened her frustration. Indeed, among all the regional directors, she stands alone in her substantial losses, both in terms of revenue and reputation. Yet, she has never contemplated the root of the problem. Her team members come and go with alarming frequency, rarely staying even a month. With a resounding thud, Chen Man slammed the villa door shut. It had already been stated that without a viable solution, she would be replaced. Upon receiving this news, Chen Man glared at her phone with a look of deep resentment. She had not ascended to her current position through merit, but rather through her silver tongue and adept maneuvering to align herself with a senior executive. Although that executive had since been reassigned abroad and communication ceased, she managed to maintain operations, albeit precariously, with her original strategies and team. However, the emergence of new competitive entities disrupted the market, and Chen Man, lacking understanding of these business dynamics and too proud to seek assistance, dismissed her team's suggestions, resulting in her plummeting performance and ultimately, her position at the bottom. Come here, AI Guanshi. Get over here. Chen Man screamed frantically within the villa. The sound of hurried footsteps approached, and AI Guanshi emerged with a broom in hand. Where have you been loitering? Chen Man hurled her bag at AI Guanshi's face, cursing as she flopped onto the sofa. The urgent task at hand was to find someone with influence to assist her. Otherwise, losing this job would shatter her current lifestyle into a mere illusion. Although her present situation was less prestigious than before, the prospects remained bright. The following day, Chen Man adorned herself with a flawless makeup look, donned new stockings and a fitted skirt, and stepped into high heels as she arrived at the CAF to await her appointment. Her smile a stark contrast to the previous day's demeanor. Yet, The flicker of anxiety in her eyes betrayed her ulterior motives. Accompanied by the impeccably tidy AI Guanshi, Chen Man had thoroughly researched the individuals she sought to engage with, familiarizing herself with their preferences and habits, all in the name of professional advancement. The individual she was to meet was Wang Yang, a capable young man with a penchant for discussing competitive topics. Thus, she had meticulously dressed AI Guanshi to accompany her. Casting a glance at the blissful AI Guanshi beside her, Chen Man felt a twinge of disdain. Were it not for her necessity to maintain the villa and uphold her fade, and were it not for AI Guanshi's current state of elation at finally receiving the affection and care of her trainer, Chen Man would not have tolerated her presence. As her spirits lifted, her antennae quivered with anticipation. Soon, the person she awaited entered the CAF. Wang Yang was not particularly familiar with Chen Man. He had merely heard of her existence within the company and had no further insight. Additionally, he preferred not to form judgments based on hearsay. So his impression of Chen Man was not entirely negative, merely that of someone with limited professional capabilities. However, given her request for guidance on work matters, Wang Yang, adhering to a principle of not offending others, decided to attend, recognizing that Chen Man still held her position as the regional director. "Hello, Manager Chen," Wang Yang greeted, giving her hand a brief, gentle shake before releasing it. This was not the most favorable news for Chen Man, who had been hoping for a more significant interaction. "Please, do not stand on ceremony. You may call me Sister Man." Chen Man's face was adorned with a warm smile, her demeanor reminiscent of a charming natural sparrow. "This is my little spirit, AI Guanshi. Thank you for the compliment. AI Guanshi is indeed quite adorable," Wang Yang replied, a natural sparrow perched upon his shoulder. Its gaze fixed upon AI Guanshi. Wang Yang's initial impression of Chen Man was rather favorable, judging by the condition of AI Guanshi's feathers. It was evident that it received meticulous care, albeit its eyes hinted at a slight fatigue, perhaps a result of its demanding schedule accompanying a high-ranking executive like Sister Man, who surely had various matters to attend to. As their conversation progressed, Chen Man, under the guise of a heavy atmosphere, unbuttoned 2 buttons of her blouse, revealing her fair skin and alluring collarbone. Occasionally bending forward, she exposed generous swathes of white skin adorned with delicate black lace. The black stockings enveloping her long legs occasionally brushed against Wang Yang's body, overwhelming him with an intoxicating stimulus. Flushed with embarrassment, Wang Yang, an ambitious young man, found himself unaccustomed to such encounters. Across from him, Chen Man noted his discomfort illuminated by the soft light, her heart harboring a hint of disdain. Just a naive child. He is hardly a challenge, she mused. Although AI Guanshi noticed the unfolding scene, it remained powerless to intervene. Chen Man had warned it beforehand. Should her plans be thwarted, it would do well to retreat. As their conversation deepened, Wang Yang felt no discomfort. The soft sensations from Chen Man were at times intoxicating. Perhaps the confined space left her little room to stretch her legs, he reassured himself. It must be said, while Chen Man lacked prowess in her professional endeavors, she was quite adept in matters of seduction. She had previously achieved her desires in similar fashion, maintaining cordial relations with numerous men due to her appealing figure. Sensing the moment was ripe, a subtle smile graced Chen Man's lips as one of her high-heeled shoes mysteriously slipped off, her long black-stockinged leg extending into the shadows across from her. Unbeknownst to her, every development within the private room was under the vigilant watch of the natural sparrow. Just as her leg was about to breach the mysterious territory, the natural sparrow let out a sudden, piercing cry, its wings delivering a sharp slap to the back of Wang Yang's head. The unexpected disruption halted Chen Man's advances, prompting her to swiftly don her shoe once more, her expression shifting to one of confusion, seemingly curious about the sparrow's sudden outburst. Wang Yang, roused from his reverie, felt the flush on his face dissipate as a realization struck him. He promptly gathered his clothes and exited the room. This scene left Chen Man momentarily stunned. "Hey, Wang Yang, where are you going? Let's grab a meal together." The opportunity that had seemed so close was now slipping away, and Chen Man was unwilling to relent, hastily inviting him to a new venue for their encounter. However, Wang Yang merely tossed out a hurried remark, indicating he had other matters to attend to before making his exit. The natural sparrow accompanying Wang Yang possessed keen observational prowess, having been by his side since his school days, assisting him in navigating numerous predicaments. Many challenging situations had been averted thanks to the sparrow's timely warnings. This time, as Wang Yang felt the weight of the sparrow's intervention, he recognized the gravity of the moment. Understanding the situation, it was clear that lingering any longer would be unwise. Thus, without a word, one departed, a silent agreement forged over many years with the natural sparrow. Wang Yang's current accomplishments owe much to the invaluable support of the natural sparrow. In Chapter 73, the psychic-type Ice Ninetales, AI Guanshi sat in the car, observing the furious Chen Man, perplexed by the unfolding drama. "You wretched creature, what use are you to me?" Chen Man suddenly unleashed a torrent of scorn upon AI Guanshi. Upon returning to the villa, upon seeing the block symbol on her phone, Chen Man's temper flared even further. Grabbing a nearby clothes rack, she struck out in fury, cursing all the while. AI Guanshi, lost in confusion, remained oblivious to the reasons behind Chen Man's ire. The previous tenderness seemed but a fleeting illusion. In a daze, AI Guanshi wandered into the courtyard, settling on the steps. At that moment, a distant explosion echoed, prompting AI Guanshi to turn her head. It originated from the direction where Lin Zhe had been. Contemplating the Ninetales and Lin Zhe, a flicker of envy crossed AI Guanshi's eyes before she rose and made her way toward Lin Zhe's villa. The notion of Chen Man being able to restrain AI Guanshi was nothing short of a jest. In the yard behind the villa, Ninetales was engaged in battle with Mary Lu, while a group of wild Pokémon watched intently. Lin Zhe sat in the center, cradling the ice Ninetales, and inquired, "So, would you like to give it a try?" Observing the longing in ice Ninetales' eyes, Lin Zhe cautiously probed. He was a person who greatly respected the desires of Pokémon. If Ice Ninetales were disinterested in battling, he would never impose upon her. Fortunately, Ice Ninetales had shown immense fascination upon witnessing a battle for the first time, a sentiment that had remained unchanged. Excitedly, the Ice Ninetales leapt from Lin Zhe's embrace, eager to join the fray. Who will be the opponent for Ice Ninetales? Lin Zhe stood up, positioning himself behind her. BB. The BB bird swooped down from the trees, bouncing eagerly before them. Let me showcase my prowess to my little sister. She will surely admire me. Lin Zhe cautioned, you must go easy on Ice Ninetales. BB bird puffed out its chest, declaring, leave it to me. With that, it soared into the sky, as the other Pokémon made way, clearing a substantial area. BB bird, be careful. Ice Ninetales. Hail. This marked Ice Ninetales' inaugural battle, and Lin Zhe intended to meticulously observe her capabilities and physical tendencies to devise the most effective training regimen. Mimi. Ice Ninetales called out robustly, exhaling a flurry of chilling snowflakes toward BB bird. Indeed, the range of hail is considerable, and the temperature sufficiently low. Her innate talent is commendable, Lin Zhe noted mentally. Stroking his chin. Now psychic power. A blue light flickered in Ice Ninetales' eyes, causing the airborne BB bird to shudder as if under the gaze of an imposing Pokémon, its flight speed inadvertently diminishing. Witnessing this, Lin Zhe nodded in approval. Even while still in the egg, Ice Ninetales had exhibited remarkable psychic aptitude, leading Lin Zhe to mistakenly believe she was a psychic-type Pokémon. Ninetales and Mary Lu paused their contest to approach and observe the unfolding battle. As the smallest among them, My Vulpix undoubtedly garnered more attention, and the trio showed it considerable affection. BB. The excited call of BB bird pierced the air as it flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing several gusts of wind blades. However, their power was minimal. Even if Ice Vulpix could not evade them, the damage would be negligible. Quick dodge. Lin Zhe's voice echoed from behind. This technique, a skill taught by the Ninetales to Ice Vulpix, served two purposes. First, to enhance speed before mastering the speed-based moves, and second, to train its psychic abilities. This mysterious technique, once mastered, was comparable to the prowess of psychic-type abilities. Some powerful Ninetales could even weave illusions using their psychic force, manipulating the minds of others. This was also the aspiration of the Ninetales. Once more, Snowflake. After evading, Ice Vulpix sought a suitable position and unleashed a chilling breeze toward BB bird. Simultaneously, its eyes glimmered with blue light as its psychic power activated. The initially radiating snowflakes, under the control of its psychic force, seemed to possess a will of their own. Trailing behind BB bird, although BB bird could effortlessly dismantle this maneuver, it refrained from doing so and accelerated through the air. This first battle could not conclude so hastily, and it also served as a means to gauge Ice Vulpix's endurance. After a while, Ice Vulpix began to wane, yet its psychic power remained steadfast, prompting admiration from the Ninetales regarding Ice Vulpix's innate talent. Alright, the battle ends here. Lin Zhe concluded the match with a wave of his psychic energy. Well done, Ice Vulpix. He tenderly lifted Ice Vulpix, showering it with praise, while the Ninetales approached, gently tapping its forehead against Ice Vulpix. The little creature's face radiated excitement. It seemed that this initial confrontation had ignited its fighting spirit. Come on, it's time to eat. Several lunchboxes soared through the air under Lin Zhe's psychic control. The surrounding Pokémon chirped and scampered over, forming a neat queue in anticipation of their meal. When Lin Zhe first dined in the backyard, he had attracted numerous Pokémon. However, seeing him for the first time, combined with the presence of such powerful companions, the wild Pokémon could only gaze longingly. Later, when crafting Pokémon cubes, Lin Zhe decided to make a few extra. After all, the time spent remained the same, and with the assistance of Ninetales, the process became exceedingly simple. Gradually, the wild Pokémon formed a habit of coming here for their meals. The presence of many Pokémon certainly enlivened the atmosphere. Of course, the Pokémon at home received their exclusive cubes, particularly for Ice Vulpix, whose growth was rapid. The dosage of its cubes needed frequent adjustments to accommodate its developing physique. Just as Lin Zhe smiled contentedly, observing the throng of Pokémon feasting, he suddenly noticed the presence of a curious observer at the villa's entrance. The observer had been there for quite some time, cleverly concealing themselves with psychic energy. It was only upon witnessing the smile on Lin Zhe's face that they momentarily lost their focus. A ripple of psychic energy revealed their presence. Creak. The gate to the courtyard swung open. Come in and join us for a bite. Lin Zhe's voice echoed in AI Guanshi's mind. AI Guanshi gazed blankly at the door that had swung open before her, her body frozen in place. Suddenly, it felt as though an unseen force grasped her hand, gently pulling her through the threshold. Although she was being drawn in, there was no sensation of forcefulness or violence. This was an experience unlike any she had ever known. Her body, seemingly devoid of her own control, was ushered inside, causing her to forget any inclination to resist. Chapter 74, AI Guanshi's Redemption. Give it a try? Lin Zhe offered her some enchanted treats, and she instinctively accepted. As she lowered her gaze to the delicacies in her hand, she glanced at the joyful scene unfolding before her. The sprites were contentedly savoring their food. One little ratata, having finished its meal, looked around and, seizing an opportunity while the others were distracted, stealthily snatched a piece. It then shifted its focus to another target until a few sprites caught on and chased after it. The other sprites, unfazed, simply shrugged, accustomed to such antics. The elegant Ninetales sat regally, akin to a noble princess, while Mariel took a piece from the food before Ninetales and tossed it into her mouth. Immediately, a fiery sensation surged to her head, prompting her to seek water. Ninetales watched with a disdainful smirk. Meanwhile, the curious ice Ninetales delicately licked a piece, only to stick out its tongue in a charming display of surprise. Ninetales hurriedly blew on ice Ninetales, helping to alleviate the spiciness. AI Guanshi remained entranced by these scenes. What's wrong? Is it not to your taste? Lin Zhe inquired, puzzled, as he tossed a piece into his mouth. Chewing, he found nothing amiss. Sensing Lin Zhe's intent, AI Guanshi mimicked the other sprites and seated herself on the grass, taking a piece to taste. A soft, chewy sensation filled her mouth, and a sweet flavor enveloped her palate. Delicious. AI Guanshi's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never encountered such a flavor before. Beyond the inherent sweetness of the food, there was an indescribable feeling that brought joy and comfort. She observed Lin Zhe, who was playfully engaging with the sprites. A glimmer of light flickered through her previously vacant gaze. Love, thank you, she murmured. Hearing AI Guanshi speak, Lin Zhe felt a wave of relief wash over him, noting that her voice was unexpectedly melodious. So do you enjoy this life? He asked, settling beside her, his hands propped behind him. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a gentle halo over them, a reminder that every being possesses the right to choose their own way of life. Thus, even if one chooses to depart, there is no need for guilt. Of course, if you find joy in this existence, I shall not interfere. However, know this, here, there is no deception. Lin Zhe gestured toward his heart, and then to AI Guanshi's. The heart can reflect the joys and sorrows of life. During their previous mental connection, Lin Zhe had sensed the weight of AI Guanshi's repression and her yearning for a beautiful life. To be candid, the Lin Zhe of the past would have never considered engaging in such matters. Yet, times have changed. He now possesses the confidence to assist those he wishes to help, be they individuals or sprites. Therefore, what harm could there be in meddling a little? AI Guanshi quietly listened to Lin Zhe's words. Though she maintained an outward demeanor of calmness, her heart had already been stirred. Wait a moment. Lin Zhe called out to AI Guanshi, who was about to leave. Waving his hand, a box of magical cubes floated out from within the room. Here, enjoy it for dinner tonight. If you need assistance, feel free to reach out to me or them at any time. Lin Zhe placed the box of cubes into AI Guanshi's hands and gestured towards the spirits behind him. Feeling the goodwill of the spirits, AI Guanshi nodded and turned to depart. However, without exception, she was met with rejection. Furious, Chen Man began to throw objects in the room in a fit of rage. Various glassware and porcelain shattered into pieces. Where has that wretched spirit gone? It was only when she thought of cleaning up that she remembered AI Guanshi's presence. As she opened the door, she was immediately met with a torrent of insults from Chen Man. Get to cleaning, Chen Man said impatiently. Having never paid attention to AI Guanshi, she failed to notice the box of magical cubes hidden behind her. AI Guanshi entered the room with cleaning tools, accustomed to the chaos before her. Silently, she placed the box gifted by Lin Zhe on the table and began her task. Gradually, Chen Man calmed down on the sofa. Fine, a solution will eventually present itself. Upon entering the bedroom, AI Guanshi was nearly finished cleaning. At that moment, Chen Man noticed the box on the table and approached it. What is this? She shook the box, and the sound of clattering items emerged from within. In disbelief, Chen Man grabbed a nearby clothes rack and swung it at AI Guanshi. You worthless wretch, hand it over. As she struck, she hurled insults, but AI Guanshi clung tightly to the box, refusing to let go, leaving Chen Man at a loss. After a while, realizing her efforts were futile, Chen Man pushed AI Guanshi out the door. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. AI Guanshi sat quietly on the steps, retrieving the box from her embrace, her body marked with the bruises from the earlier blows. She opened the box to find the food inside haphazardly arranged, yet thankfully intact. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed from the distant sky, followed by a torrential downpour. "Get in here and cook." Chunman flung open the door, impatiently addressing AI Guanshi. Seeing AI Guanshi staring blankly outside, Chunman swiftly grabbed an object from the shoe rack and swung it at her. The unexpected attack caught AI Guanshi off guard, causing her to stumble and drop the box, its contents scattering across the ground. In a panic at the sight, AI Guanshi disregarded the rain and rushed to collect the fallen items. "Once you're done picking that up, come in and cook, don't dawdle," Chunman remarked, unconcerned about what AI Guanshi was gathering, as it was of no importance to her. AI Guanshi picked up each piece, still glistening enticingly from the rain. Placing one in her mouth, it remained as sweet and delectable as ever. Tears mingled with raindrops, cascading down her body. After returning indoors, she prepared a meal for Chunman, then opened the door to step outside once more. Witnessing this, Chunman scoffed. "So you do know how to leave." AI Guanshi walked through the torrential rain, her fur thoroughly soaked. As she gazed at the illuminated villa in the distance, an unprecedented determination flickered within her. She began to quicken her pace, eventually breaking into a run, heading towards that beam of light. Chapter 75. A Beautiful Life is Approaching. At that moment, Lin Zhe was inside the villa, playing a board game with Bing Luwei, while wild spirits seeking refuge from the rain gathered together, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, amidst the laughter, Lin Zhe paused, his gaze drifting towards the entrance through the wall. Grabbing a large umbrella, he rushed to the door. AI Guanshi stood there with her head bowed, rainwater dripping from her fur, her wounds starkly visible. "Come in quickly," Lin Zhe exclaimed, disregarding any questions, as he opened the door and pulled AI Guanshi inside. "What are you doing outside in such heavy rain?" he muttered as they walked. Back in the living room, the spirits gathered around AI Guanshi, their curiosity piqued. In such downpours, it was rare for anyone other than water-type spirits or a few ice-type spirits to be outside. "Qcon, go fetch a cup of hot water. Mary Lou, bring the bath towel." The villa buzzed with activity once more. Lin Zhe carefully dried AI Guanshi, inquiring, "What happened?" AI Guanshi lifted her head, a flicker of resolve shining in her eyes. "Help me, please," she implored. Lin Zhe was taken aback, but quickly broke into a reassuring smile. "All right." He guided AI Guanshi through a warm bath, cleansing her thoroughly, drying her off, and applying medicine to her wounds. "Get some rest. Everything will be better when you wake up." AI Guanshi nodded obediently and stepped into the guest room. Though they had only met twice, she felt an unparalleled warmth and sense of security emanating from him. As these thoughts enveloped her, she drifted into a deep sleep, a serene smile gracing her face. Watching her retreat, Lin Zhe's smile gradually faded. He took out his phone and called Yang Han, having mentioned before leaving that he could reach out if anything arose. "Oh, you actually took the initiative to call me. How unusual." Yang Han's teasing voice greeted him as soon as the line connected. After listening intently to Lin Zhe recount the events, Yang Han's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Rest assured, leave it to me. I'll call you back shortly," he assured before hanging up. Lin Zhe was not at all surprised by Yang Han's efficiency. Investigating an unprotected woman was a simple task. Soon, a dossier arrived on Lin Zhe's phone, followed by a call from Yang Han. "What is the plan?" Lin Zhe inquired, scanning the details on his phone, which revealed a history of illicit activities, including corporate fraud and abuse of spirits. "With all this, she'll be spending the rest of her life behind bars. Let her stay there. I don't want AI Guanshi to see her again." Understood. Though he could have chosen to make the problem vanish entirely, Lin Zhe ultimately decided against it for AI Guanshi's sake. A lifetime in prison would yield the same outcome. The next day unfolded. As Chunman was still in a slumber, she was abruptly awakened by a forceful knocking at the door. "AI Guanshi, go answer the door," she called out, but received no response. Reluctantly, she slipped on her shoes and descended to open the door. "Who is it?" Chunman asked, rubbing her eyes as she swung the door wide. To her astonishment, several individuals clad in police uniforms strode in without hesitation. "Madam Chunman, you are under arrest for charges including the abuse of magical creatures, infringement of trade secrets, and trafficking," one of the officers declared. "You have the right to remain silent. Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you." With that, they promptly cuffed Chunman, who was still in a daze, awakening fully from her groggy state. Yet, no matter her protests, her words fell on deaf ears. "How's that for handling the situation?" In the distance, Yang Han remarked to the youth beside him. These individuals were not police officers, but rather agents from the Security Bureau, yet their enforcement methods were indistinguishable. "Thank you," Lin Zhe replied with a smile. As AI Guanshi observed the scene quietly, a myriad of emotions swirled within: relief, joy, regret, perhaps all of them. "Boss, this is AI Guanshi's Pokeball." Yang Han manipulated his laptop for a moment. "All right, AI Guanshi has been unbound from this Pokeball," he informed Lin Zhe. "Great, thanks. Now, as you have heard, you are free. You no longer have to live that previous life. Have you decided where to go? If you haven't made up your mind, you could stay in the forest where Ma Li Lu resided. No one will bully you there. Or, Lin Zhe rambled on, but before he could finish, AI Guanxi playfully tapped him on the lower back. The third spare Pokeball expanded, and AI Guanxi transformed into a beam of red light, diving into it. After a few gentle shakes, the Pokeball settled into tranquility once more. Yang Han seemed entirely unfazed by the spectacle. After a brief moment, AI Guanxi emerged once again. Lin Zhe stared at the scene, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Honestly, there was no need for this. I didn't help you just to capture you. This was my choice. A voice resonated in Lin Zhe's mind. This time, I will not make the wrong choice. I have taken care of the registration. This is your spare Pokeball. Yang Han handed it over, having anticipated such a scenario and prepared accordingly. Although the situation had unfolded differently than Lin Zhe had expected, it ultimately represented the best possible outcome. Thanks. This is wonderful. Upon returning home, it was just noon. AI Guanxi, come here and try this. Lin Zhe joyfully beckoned AI Guanxi over. I'll teach you how to make Pokémon cubes. Just like the ones you tasted last time. From now on, you can make whatever you desire. Lin Zhe was elated, reveling in his newfound freedom and the beginning of a life filled with enjoyment. This tastes delightful, truly fantastic. Lin Zhe exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by AI Guanxi's natural talent. Pleased by the praise, AI Guanxi beamed with happiness. Come on, everyone, gather around. Lin Zhe clapped his hands, summoning his companions. This is AI Guanxi, our new partner. From now on, we are all family. With joyful exclamations, Li Lu, Bai, and Mi Miao greeted AI Guanxi with enthusiasm. AI Guanxi gazed at the scene before her eyes glistening with emotion as she offered a slight bow. All right, let us dine. The fairies exclaimed joyfully, dashing towards their respective seats. Hey, what are you standing there for? Come and join us. Lin Zhe, slightly perplexed, approached and gently pulled AI Guanxi over, seating her beside him. One must sit together to enjoy a meal, he declared. However, I will need your assistance with tidying up after we eat, haha. The other fairies cast disdainful glances at Lin Zhe. Keep pretending, just keep pretending. AI Guanxi, experiencing her first meal at the table, felt a peculiar warmth blossom within her. Surely, life ahead would be filled with immense joy. Chapter 76. The King of Fish unleashed a series of slaps. I have acquired a Pokémon. Ding 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 ding. A large commercial vehicle traversed the road, lively melodies and the playful chatter of fairies resonating from within. Lin Zhe sat inside, observing AI Guanxi at the wheel, while leaning against the nearby Ninetales, who cradled an My Vulpix, humming cheerfully. Marl occupied the passenger seat, eagerly gazing out the window, thrilled at the prospect of her first car journey. As for BB Bird, it naturally soared through the sky. The group was en route to the outskirts. Ever since AI Guanxi arrived, she had taken charge of all matters, big and small, within the villa. This was not a request from Lin Zhe. Rather, AI Guanxi insisted on assuming these responsibilities. The villa, grand as it was, became impeccably organized under her care, and her spirits soared higher with each passing day. Whenever a need arose, a simple call sufficed. AI Guanxi, lend a hand. AI Guanxi, I am hungry. Lin Zhe, truth be told, had not intended for things to unfold this way. Although he initially resolutely rejected such a lifestyle, the allure was undeniable. Each morning, AI Guanxi would be by his side, presenting warm water and opening the windows to let in fresh air. She varied the meals, even experimenting with new flavors for the fairy dishes. Every fairy in the villa thrived under her attentive care, becoming plump and healthy. In the past, many had suggested, AI Guanxi, you need not do this. You can pursue your own interests. Yet, over time, they grew accustomed to her nurturing presence. AI Guanxi was simply too considerate. However, previously, gazing upon the vast courtyard, Lin Zhe felt a tinge of solitude. Though wild fairies would occasionally visit, there were times they would not come at all. Given Lin Zhe's current resources, caring for a few fairies was hardly a challenge. Thus, his first objective was to populate the natural pond in his yard with fairies. And so they set off. Soon, they arrived at their destination, a scenic riverside, where the picturesque surroundings delighted the senses. A few Kentors roamed lazily on the grass, while numerous water-type fairies frolicked in the river. One by one, the fairies disembarked. The My Vulpix, experiencing the great outdoors for the first time, was utterly exhilarated. Marl dashed to the riverbank, showcasing a dazzling array of dives before splashing into the water with a resounding plop. AI Guanxi began to set up the tent and prepared the fishing gear. Handing it to Lin Zhe, come now, this is the secret formula I purchased, reputed to attract all manner of fish spirits. Lin Zhe opened a small jar and attached a small clump of bait, promptly entering fishing mode. A true angler never returns empty-handed. He settled calmly by the riverbank, waiting patiently for a bite. AI Guanxi, taking a cue from him, prepared some drinks and snacks, then sat down with her own small stool. Casting her line into the water, Lin Zhe felt no concern. With Marilou's prowess, his worries lay more with others. An hour passed, yet the fishing rod remained still. Patience. 2 hours went by, and still, there was no sign of a catch. Tranquility. 3 hours elapsed, and frustration began to brew. This unscrupulous owner must be deceiving me. Lin Zhe grumbled internally as he observed the unyielding fishing hook. Just then, a splashing sound emerged from nearby. Turning his head, he was met with the gaze of Jiu Wei, who was innocently practicing fishing beside him. On the ground flopped 2 king carp. Lin Zhe exclaimed, "Where am I? Who am I?" Jiu Wei appeared utterly innocent. He was merely imitating Lin Zhe's fishing technique, albeit without a hook, instead using his own tail. Moments later, 2 king carp swam into view, and with a swift flick, he ensnared them effortlessly. Simultaneously, a commotion arose from AI Guanshi's line, signaling a bite. With a vigorous tug, she reeled in an unappealing fish, which flailed on the grass. Lin Zhe declared, "This is infuriating. I shall switch to the spirit cube, surely. It will yield better results." He retrieved the spirit cube he always carried, a delicacy designed to attract wild spirits, suitable for all kinds of creatures. Finally, it was time to put it to good use. He cast it back into the river and awaited the results. The aroma of the food spread quickly, drawing the spirits in the water closer. Before long, Lin Zhe felt a tug on his line. Elated, he pulled with all his might, launching a sizable king carp into the air, shimmering under the sunlight. What a catch! He disregarded everything else, dropping his fishing rod and bracing himself to catch the falling fish. Feeling the weight in his arms, Lin Zhe's face lit up with joy. However, before he could bask in his triumph, the king carp began to thrash about. It unleashed a series of slaps with its tail, splashing water all over Lin Zhe. He stood there, bewildered. Meanwhile, Jiu Wei grew irritated. Gathering energy in his mouth, he aimed at the king carp, ready to unleash a fiery blast. Realizing the impending chaos, Lin Zhe hurriedly embraced Jiu Wei's neck, stifling the fiery assault. A single blast would have ensured their lunch for the day. After all, it was merely a matter of getting wet. Consequently, the king carp splashed back into the water, resurfacing moments later, its wise eyes fixated on Lin Zhe. It observed the irate Jiu Wei, who was still proudly spitting water. This infuriated the Ninetales, whose crimson eyes glimmered with a fierce light. Channeling its powers, it swiftly seized the audacious kingler from the water and tossed it onto the grass. The kingler flailed about, attempting to use splash, but to no avail. The ever-conscientious Icon handed Lin Zhe a clean shirt and sweater, signaling him to change. Subsequently, they encircled the kingler, gazing intently. The kingler ceased its struggles, its wise eyes scanning its surroundings before settling on the Ninetales. "Brother, you've misunderstood," it seemed to say. The Ninetales scoffed. "I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor." Disregarding the defeated creature, it used its powers to capture the kingler once more, transferring it to another tank, isolated from its peers. It then laid down beside Lin Zhe. Closing its eyes to rest, Lin Zhe continued fishing. The family pond was vast, and a few fish were insufficient. He sought to catch more. Meanwhile, the ice Vulpix frolicked joyfully on the lawn, inadvertently wandering into the adjacent forest, where the cheerful BB bird kept a watchful eye on the little one. Suddenly, a voice of astonishment rang out nearby. "There's an ice Vulpix here." Chapter 77. The ice Vulpix used its charm. "What a hot day, Jojo. What made you decide to come out today?" A girl dressed in a sundress wiped the sweat from her forehead, complaining. "Xiaoyan, you wouldn't know, would you? Good weather brings out the Pokémon to bask in the sun." Another girl chuckled. "Oh please." Su Xiaoyan rolled her eyes, but aside from the heat, it's quite nice to get some fresh air. "Hey, Xiaoyan, look over there." Jojo scanned the area for any appealing Pokémon and suddenly spotted a white figure bouncing into the nearby bushes. "Is that a Pokémon?" Su Xiaoyan said uncertainly. "Well said, but don't say it again next time. Quick, let us follow it." The two hurried after the elusive figure. "Wow, it's an ice Vulpix," Jojo exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. Ice-type Pokémon rarely appear in forests. They typically reside in snowfields or atop glaciers. It was evident that this one was domesticated. So adorable. Jojo's eyes sparkled with delight. Humph, no one can resist the allure of an ice Vulpix. Just as they contemplated approaching for a closer look, a call from the BB bird echoed from above, signaling that it was time for the ice Vulpix to eat. The ice Vulpix glanced curiously at the two behind it before trotting away. At home, the Ninetales had advised the ice Vulpix to remain vigilant when outside, always aware of its surroundings. Thus, even while playing, the ice Vulpix maintained a cautious demeanor. Jojo and Su Xiaoyan, having no ill intentions, remained close, intrigued to discover what sort of trainer owned this charming creature. With a stroke of luck, they might even get to pet the ice Vulpix. Who could resist such an adorable little fox? Mew. The BB bird descended from the sky, perching on a nearby chair. This is such a delightful chaos. Lin Zhe meticulously removed the small leaves from the ice Vulpix's fur, grooming it gently. As the duo peeked out, they were greeted with this heartwarming scene. Jojo's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, she was truly taken aback. The lazy Ninetales lay gracefully on the ground, its golden fur fluttering in the breeze, while its swaying tails behind it attested to its mere state of repose. The elegant caretaker was preparing lunch, a soft smile perpetually gracing her face. The ice Vulpix nestled in the boy's embrace, its eyes brimming with affection. The two stood there, captivated by the moment. No one was surprised by their arrival. Despite the presence of the BB bird, the aura of the caretaker enveloped the surroundings. The instant Zhou and her companion appeared before the ice Vulpix, they had already been noticed. "Hello, may I assist you?" Lin Zhe inquired softly, breaking their reverie. Oh, Zhou stammered, momentarily flustered. "I was captivated by your ice Vulpix's beauty," Su Xiaoyan interjected unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Zhou quickly elbowed her, exclaiming, "What are you saying?" Lin Zhe paused, a light chuckle escaping him, though his thoughts were elsewhere. "Ha! Truly, my little one. Its charm is undeniable, entrancing all with its beauty. May I permit you to touch it?" Zhou tentatively asked, while Su Xiaoyan looked at Lin Zhe with eager anticipation. At this, the drowsy Ninetales opened its eyes. Its crimson gaze fixed upon the two. "Humph, if it's a girl, that's fine. But if it's a boy, humph. If the ice Vulpix consented, then so be it." Lin Zhe harbored no reservations about allowing contact with his beloved Pokémon. After all, it was a joy to witness its popularity. Upon hearing this, Zhou was elated, and Su Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Little Vulpix, I have treats for you." Zhou squatted down, pulling out the snacks she had purchased to tempt the ice Vulpix. The ice Vulpix tilted its head, regarding the two with curiosity, noticing the lack of response. Zhou was perplexed. This was high-quality Pokémon food that typically would be declined. Had she inadvertently purchased something inferior? Unbeknownst to them, the ice Vulpix was currently consuming fare of exceptional nutritional value and flavor, far surpassing anything available in stores, rendering such offerings unappealing. Nevertheless, sensing the girl's kindness, the ice Vulpix approached, allowing them to stroke its fur. "So cool, so silky, so smooth." Zhou beamed, a look of infatuation spreading across her face. Su Xiaoyan, although slightly disdainful, could not resist, and reached out as well. "So cool, so silky, so smooth," echoed the caretaker, signaling that it was time for everyone to eat. The languid Ninetales stretched and sauntered to its designated spot. Observing its elongated form and lustrous fur, it moved with the grace of a regal princess, causing the two girls to feel a pang of envy. They yearned to touch it. However, the chilling gaze of the Ninetales held them back from approaching. Lin Zhe scanned the vicinity and noted that only Mariel was absent. Just as the BB bird was about to take flight in search of it, Mariel leaped out of the water. As Lin Zhe was about to speak, he noticed a Psyduck leaping out of the river behind Mariel. Lin Zhe exclaimed, "You truly are something, Mariel." The cheerful Mariel hopped over to Lin Zhe, eager to share her tale. It turned out that while swimming in the river, Mariel had spotted the sunbathing Psyduck on a rock. With a decisive focus, she identified her target, a water type, indeed. A duck, no less. And so, Mariel leaped forth to commence her lengthy persuasion. After an hour of her impassioned discourse, the dazed Psyduck could no longer tolerate the relentless chatter and grumbled, I'm leaving, isn't that enough?" However, Mariel's tenacity was unmatched. She followed closely behind, extolling the virtues of a splendid life. Upon hearing the entire account from Mariel, Lin Zhe gained a newfound appreciation for her incessant prattle. The first time he encountered Mariel, she had ensnared him to listen to a lecture on fire safety. Observing the Psyduck, he speculated it must have reached its breaking point and decided to check in, reasoning that sleeping anywhere would suffice. "Hello, Psyduck." Lin Zhe approached, squatting down to meet the Psyduck's gaze. "Quack. Who could possibly refuse an adorably daft Psyduck?" He mused. "You must not have eaten yet. Why not have a bite to eat?" Lin Zhe suggested with a smile. The Psyduck nodded in agreement, following Lin Zhe. "Hey, why don't you two join us for a meal?" Lin Zhe called out to Zhou and Su Xiaoyan in the distance. Hearing his invitation, the two young women readily accepted. Today's outing was indeed worthwhile. Soon, the cook arranged several tables, having prepared ample fast food earlier that morning to stave off hunger. Paired with the soup simmered at noon, the meal was a delightful culinary experience. The Pokémon settled comfortably into their spots. Even the Pidgey found a suitable perch to rest upon. Let us feast. Chapter 78, Mariel's Moment of Glory. Psyduck placed a Pokémon food cube into its beak, only to be momentarily astonished, exclaiming, "Quack! This is delicious." It then began to devour its meal with astonishing speed, startling the other Pokémon. The life of wild Pokémon is indeed harsh, Lin Zhe's companions lamented. Yet, a moment later, they realized something was amiss. The food was vanishing at an alarming rate. "Psyduck, do you have a Snorlax residing in your belly?" Ignoring their decorum, the Pokémon eagerly joined in the feast. The cook watched the scene with delight. There is no greater affirmation of one's culinary skills than such a display. After the meal, the Pokémon rubbed their bellies, having been inspired by Psyduck's voracity. Time for a nap. After eating, one should certainly indulge in a midday slumber. The cook laid out a mat on the ground and set up a large umbrella, creating a perfect napping spot. "Ice Vulpix, Snowflake," he called, glancing up at the blazing sun. "Now is the hottest part of the day. Let us cool things down with some ice." Ice Vulpix exhaled a chilling breeze towards the river. Subsequently, Ninetales utilized its iron tail to break the ice into various sizes. The cook retrieved a fan from the car, adjusting it to an optimal speed. Feeling the refreshing breeze, Zhou and Su Xiaoyan expressed their gratitude for the midday hospitality before taking their leave. It seemed prudent to depart now that the hosts had settled down for a rest. Lingering any longer would have been impolite. Yet, a tinge of melancholy accompanied their departure. After all, they were the ones who had ventured out for leisure, while they felt somewhat like refugees in comparison. As the gentle wind rustled through the grassy expanse, Lin Zhe lay soundly asleep. Apom sat nearby, engrossed in a magazine, while the nine-tailed fox dozed peacefully beside them. Meryl and BB Bird nestled together. An ice Vulpix curled up beside Lin Zhe. Psyduck was outside, comfortably resting on a stone. After a refreshing nap, spirits were high. They had only caught 4 fish that morning, and the pond still held ample space for more. With determination, Lin Zhe attached a Pokémon block and cast his fishing line into the water, patiently awaiting a catch. An hour passed, and boredom set in. Where were the fish? Had the block malfunctioned? Just as Lin Zhe contemplated reeling in the line for inspection, an immense force jolted through the fishing rod. The line tightened abruptly. It was a hefty catch. Spitting out the grass in his mouth, Lin Zhe began to pull with all his might, unaware of the formidable creature struggling beneath the surface. The more it thrashed, the more exhilarated Lin Zhe became. Channeling his mental energy, he exerted tremendous force. Suddenly, a fierce-looking creature, blue and white in hue, broke the surface. As Lin Zhe discerned its form, he gasped in disbelief. It was Gyarados. Its menacing gaze locked onto Lin Zhe below, and it opened its massive jaws, gathering a black and white beam of destructive energy. Quick, Apom, light screen. A barrier materialized in midair, intercepting the incoming attack. The commotion roused the other Pokémon, who rushed over to assist. No wonder they hadn't caught any fish. Gyarados had likely frightened them all away. Seeing Lin Zhe unharmed, the nine-tailed fox emerged, flames building in its mouth as it unleashed a fiery torrent towards Gyarados. The creature, sensing the impending attack, hesitated, its fearsome heat distorting the very air around it. Realizing the threat, Gyarados ceased its assault and deftly twisted its body to evade the flames. The two adversaries locked eyes, a Gyarados manifesting in the wild. Lin Zhe scrutinized the formidable being before him. As the evolved form of Magikarp, its transformation was nothing short of astronomical. Gyarados in the wild possessed an overwhelming strength. Yet Lin Zhe remained unperturbed. The destructive beam had revealed its formidable prowess, but their side was equally prepared. Despite the elemental disadvantage, the nine-tailed fox's psychic abilities would prove invaluable, not to mention the enigmatic strength of Meryl. An opportunity for battle had presented itself. Apom, protect Ice Vulpix and the others. Meryl, be ready to support at any moment. Nine-tailed, let us practice our skills. Lin Zhe orchestrated the strategy with precision. Flame Vortex. The nine-tailed fox directed a swirling inferno towards Gyarados. In response, Gyarados opened its mouth, attempting to extinguish the flames with a water cannon. Crimson eyes fixated on the ferocious Gyarados, which, known for its malevolence, exhibited a moment of hesitation. The hydro pump remained untested. As the fiery vortex surged forth, Gyarados instinctively evaded the attack, a testament to its survival instincts in the wild. Immediately, its aura intensified as it charged towards Ninetales, its tail shimmering with a verdant glow. If it wields the dragon tail, then let us counter with Iron Tail. Ninetales transformed its tail into steel, intertwining with Gyarados. The clash of steel-type and dragon-type moves resonated with a thunderous boom, after which the two Pokémon separated. Ninetales regarded Gyarados with a grave expression. Such strength. Yet, it is only through challenges that one can progress. The two Pokémon engaged in another fierce battle. However, the inherent disadvantages from their respective types remained significant. Although Ninetales could maintain an undefeated stance through its mystical prowess, the insights gained from this battle were already substantial. It was time to conclude. Marill, the stage is yours. With a small yet determined body, Marill stepped forward. In an instant, its demeanor transformed dramatically. Despite the blazing afternoon sun, an eerie flurry of snowflakes began to fall. A blizzard. Gyarados, eyeing the diminutive Marill, felt an ominous premonition. Wild Pokémon possess a simple instinct to foresee danger, especially one like Gyarados, which had endured countless trials to evolve. Realizing something was amiss, it attempted to dive into the river to escape. Yet, Marill would not grant it that opportunity. A sweeping ice beam combined with the blizzard swiftly froze the river's expanse. Gyarados, unable to halt its momentum, collided with the icy surface. Its head throbbed from the impact. Seizing the moment, Marill accelerated towards the frozen Gyarados. Though its legs were short, its speed was undeterred. Harnessing a surge of blue energy, it unleashed a punch upon the unsuspecting Gyarados. Boom. The massive body was sent hurtling back, crashing against the mountainside. My goodness. Is this the might of a million-ton ice punch? It is astounding to fathom such power emanating from Marill's petite frame. The combination of a million-ton punch and an ice punch yielded evident results. How brutally effective. The last encounter with Li Hui's Charizard was similarly straightforward, where a physical collision sufficed. Truly, a combat style that is both simple and effective. Onlookers, a gathering of Pokémon, observed the spectacle, each with their own thoughts. Ninetales. Indeed, a significant gap exists. I must strive harder, for the leader aspires to be the strongest. Pidgey, the boss is incredible, truly formidable. My Vulpix, wow. Maril is so impressive. It seems he wasn't boasting after all. Psyduck, cling to the strong. Chapter 79. The Mysteries of Pokémon and Life Energy. Maril turned to wave at its companions, akin to a victorious general. However, Lin Zhe, upon hearing this news, remained unfazed. Gyarados was unlike any other Pokémon. Its unique evolution endowed wild Gyarados with a formidable temperament, and even a victory in battle did not guarantee its capture. Moreover, even after meticulously nurturing a Magikarp into a Gyarados, there exists a probability that it may not heed the trainer's commands. Thus, Lin Zhe harbored no overwhelming desire to capture a Gyarados. Naturally, the Magikarp he had just caught would also be well taken care of. Evolution would be splendid. Yet its absence would not be a matter of concern. The aftermath of the recent battle had left the surroundings in disarray. With the items on the dining table scattered about, Lin Zhe, accompanied by his Pokémon, tidied up the area, collecting all the debris. Subsequently, he ventured downstream, harnessing his psychic abilities to reach into the river, where he caught two rather unsightly fish, matching the number of Magikarp he had previously acquired. Just as he was about to depart, his psychic senses detected something peculiar. Frowning, Lin Zhe quickly summoned his Pokémon. He explained the situation beneath the water and, accompanied by Mimikyu and Psyduck, dove down while instructing the others to wait above. Establishing a psychic connection, Lin Zhe guided their descent. With the aid of the water-type Pokémon, they swiftly reached the riverbed, where they stumbled upon a startling revelation, a fossil. Judging by its weight and size, it seemed there was more than one piece. The thought exhilarated Lin Zhe, for this was no mere profit. It was a fossil. With wealth comes the opportunity to pursue something extraordinary. However, in his excitement, he unexpectedly inhaled a mouthful of water and hastily swam upward. The riverbed was quite deep, and it took a moment to ascend, but fortunately, Mimikyu noticed and carried Lin Zhe to the surface. On the shore, Apom anxiously patted Lin Zhe's back. Cough, cough, cough. Am I cursed to clash with water? First the ocean, now a river. Yet, this did little to dampen Lin Zhe's excitement. He hurriedly instructed Mimikyu and Psyduck to retrieve the fossil. Soon, a massive stone surfaced, and with the assistance of Ninetales and Apom, they placed it atop the vehicle, securing it with ropes. Thankfully, the vehicle's sturdiness prevented any mishaps. After enjoying dinner, Lin Zhe retired for the night. The following morning, he awoke refreshed from his slumber. Following a brief wash-up, he ventured into the backyard where he had left the fossil. He approached it, testing its feel, finding it less appealing than the one he had previously slept beside. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he would soon polish it to perfection. Armed with a hose and a small brush, he began meticulously cleaning the fossil. Mimikyu and Psyduck offered to assist with hydropump, but were swiftly dismissed by Lin Zhe. Are you here to help? One blast from you, and the fossil would be reduced to rubble. With Apom's help, the surface grime was soon cleared away, revealing the fossil's original form. Observing the skeletal patterns, Lin Zhe compared them with his memories. The fossil Pokémon he was aware of included the Helix fossil Omanite, the Dome fossil Kabuto, the Amber fossil Aerodactyl, the Root fossil Lilip, the Claw fossil Anorith, the Skull fossil Cranidos, the Shield fossil Bastiodon, the Cover fossil Tortuga, the Feather fossil Archeops, the Jaw fossil Tyrant, and the Fin fossil Dracovish. However, after much contemplation, he found himself at a standstill, unable to discern its identity. How did this fossil come to be? The time that the spirits appeared was insufficient for fossilization, unless there had previously been a hidden realm that resulted in certain fossils remaining here for some unknown reason. Unfortunately, the technology for reviving fossils has yet to be developed. If Lin Zhe recalls correctly, in the original anime, reviving a fossil requires extracting intact Pokémon genes from it, followed by recombination to closely resemble their former selves. Subsequently, through the energy of dreams, the ethereal is transformed into the tangible, and then infused with life energy to become true life. However, it remains uncertain where Dream Eater resides. The energy of dreams is also inaccessible. As for life energy, Lin Zhe harbors some suspicions. Currently, it is known that there are 17 types of attributes. And with the great horned deer still unawakened, the fairy attribute remains undiscovered, totaling 18. Lin Zhe has always been perplexed about the attribute of the moves used by Pokémon. Ninetales is a fire type, yet it can employ steel type Iron Tail. Maril is a water type, and even considering the fairy type, why can it utilize ice and normal moves? Could it be possible that within each Pokémon lies the essence of all 18 attributes? Among these, the ability to successfully wield different attribute moves would be the result of controlling the internal attributes. The absence of the fairy attribute may be due to the great horned deer remaining in a unique slumber, or perhaps in an unlocked state. Once the great horned deer awakens, the fairy attributes worldwide will be liberated. Those with a strong affinity to the fairy attribute will become fairy-type Pokémon, while those able to communicate with the fairy attribute will be able to execute fairy moves. The life energy within them serves to navigate or guide these 18 attributes. Lin Zhe began to boldly hypothesize. Pokémon are truly wondrous beings. Progress cannot be achieved with conventional thinking. Such examples are quite common. Dragon-type Dragonite can learn Electric-type Thunder Punch, Ice-type Ice Punch, and Fire-type Flamethrower. However, Water-type Pokémon rarely learn Fire-type moves. Ground-type Pokémon also seldom acquire Electric-type moves. If the inability to learn can be explained through attribute advantages, then a new question arises. Ice types are inherently strong against Dragon types. So why can both sides learn from each other and perform each other's moves? Moreover, the mythical Pokémon Mew, reputed to possess the genes of all Pokémon, can transform into any Pokémon and wield their moves. Is this not an alternative application of life energy? Consider also the difference between a Magikarp in a pond and its evolved form, Gyarados. The distinction lies merely in the stages of evolution. Yet the disparity is as vast as heaven and earth. Is it possible that the life energy during evolution stimulates the genes within, thus altering attributes and even transforming the entire life form? Lin Zhe sat cross-legged on the lawn, resting his arms on his knees, propping his chin in thought. His mind was in a whirl. Perhaps he should simply give it a try. After all, he had nothing better to do. Chapter 80, Ninetales, Unleash Hydro Pump. Upon arriving at the nearby battleground, Lin Zhe gestured for the battling Ninetales and Pidgey to pause. The other Pokémon also gathered around. Lin Zhe gently stroked Ninetales' fur, which nuzzled comfortably against his palm. Ninetales, let's see if you can utilize a water-type move, Lin Zhe suddenly declared. Ninetales paused in surprise, questioning whether Lin Zhe truly meant what he said. The other Pokémon appeared equally bewildered. Realizing his remark came rather abruptly, Lin Zhe took a moment to clarify his thoughts. The Pokémon present possessed a high degree of intelligence, and their capacity for contemplation was on par with that of humans. Even the young Vulpix was beginning to display remarkable cleverness, save for the rather dim-witted Pidgey, who merely tilted its head in confusion. Having spent so long with Marill, Pidgey had grown accustomed to a lack of mental engagement, and with Lin Zhe's arrival, it felt utterly redundant. The Pokémon began to fall into deep thought, while Marill cast a surprised glance. Lin Zhe knew about Dream Mist. Could it be that she had drunkenly let it slip? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Marill could never be inebriated. However, it would certainly make introductions easier in the future. As everyone continued to ponder, no one noticed Marill's startled expressions. After a while, Ninetales lifted her head, signaling that she was ready to begin. The Pokémon dispersed, with Marill and Audino standing guard attentively, while Lin Zhe extended his mental prowess to envelop Ninetales. Should anything amiss occur, he would intervene without hesitation. After all, they were treading into the realm of life itself. Ninetales took a deep breath, indicating to Lin Zhe that she was prepared. With that, her consciousness delved deeper. Dismissing the fire-type energy within her body, she endeavored to minimize it in order to sense other energies. Soon, the vibrant red fire-type energy was isolated, revealing another form of energy, insubstantial, tasteless, and colorless. This must be psychic type. Next came shades of light gray and gray, representing normal and steel types. These were all the attributes Ninetales had mastered thus far. Her consciousness plunged deeper into the abyss, enveloped in an infinite darkness. Just as she was on the verge of surrendering, a faint blue light emerged. This slender beam of blue ignited an exhilarating joy within Ninetales. She felt moisture, gentleness, yet intertwined with an unyielding strength. It was indeed water type. Lin Zhe's hypothesis was correct. Ninetales' consciousness began to reach out towards the blue light. It was so refreshing. That was her initial sensation. Before long, more blue light points materialized around her, converging at her side. In the outside world, the previously motionless Ninetales began to exhibit an extraordinary transformation upon sensing her original fire-type energy. Colorless, light gray, and gray streaks of light danced along her tails, followed by a soft blue hue. All the Pokémon and Lin Zhe could distinctly feel the energy emanating from her. Even the formless, colorless streaks of light could be confidently identified as psychic type. However, one by one, the streaks of light began to fade away, and Ninetales awakened. How is it? Lin Zhe inquired eagerly. Surprisingly, it has indeed been accomplished, Lin Zhe murmured to himself, his face transforming into a mask of euphoric delight. Although the spray was sparse, brief, and slender, I shall soon master it and enhance its power, the Ninetales exclaimed, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. To think that I can now produce water. Lin Zhe gestured for the other Pokémon to give it a try, but after a while, disappointing news arrived. While they sensed the luminous points that Ninetales had mentioned, they were unable to unleash moves of differing attributes as she had. This phenomenon struck Lin Zhe like a bolt from the blue. If one were to discern what set Ninetales apart from the other Pokémon, could it be her numerous tails? Lin Zhe felt a pang of frustration. For having traversed through time for so long, this was the first moment he had to engage his intellect so intensely. Perhaps I shall ponder this later. My mind feels as though it might explode. Alakazam, hungry. Alakazam smiled faintly and began to prepare lunch. Ninetales, meanwhile, was absorbed in the depths of her consciousness. training her water-type energy. Meanwhile, the boisterous Magikarp in the pond missed its first opportunity to evolve. Time passed swiftly. Not every day was filled with new experiences. Fortunately, with the companionship of Pokémon, Lin Zhe did not find himself too bored. At school, in the classroom, the teacher at the podium spoke animatedly while the students below struggled to stay awake. In the back, Lin Zhe and Wu Jia whispered to one another. Philosopher, what are your plans for the summer vacation? Wu Jia leaned back in his seat, his lips moving slightly to produce sound. Lin Zhe, however, was more composed, resting his arms on the desk while his Ice Vulpix slept beside him. I still don't know, he replied. The rare ice stone for Ice Vulpix was hard to come by. Even now that Lin Zhe was no longer short on funds, he lacked a channel for purchase. Anything less than the finest ice stone would not suffice. Lin Zhe could not bear to let Ice Vulpix suffer. What had once belonged to Vulpix must also belong to her. Yet, if he truly could not find it, he would have to personally venture into the snowy mountains to seek it out. And you? What are your plans for the summer? Lin Zhe retorted. He was quite curious about how others would spend their vacations after acquiring Pokémon. As it turned out, Wu Jia was averse to heat, while his fire monkey was simply lethargic. Oh, by the way, there's a concert in Jingguang City during the summer. Are you going? My father gave me several tickets and asked if I wanted to attend, allowing me to bring friends along. Not interested. Lin Zhe shifted his posture. He had little enthusiasm for concerts and did not follow celebrities. He would rather spend that time exploring with his Pokémon. By the way, whose concert is it? Lin Zhe inquired. Though his interest was minimal, a flicker of curiosity still lingered. I can't quite remember. I think it's someone named Guchun with a Shinado. They've been quite popular lately. I don't recall what songs they perform. Wu Jia scratched his head, sharing his lack of interest in the subject. He could only remember the name because his father's company collaborated with Guchun. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe experienced a moment of recognition, recalling that someone had mentioned it. Is it the overbearing Shinado falls in love with me? Are they coming to Jingguang City? The voice of Ninetales echoed in the minds of Lin Zhe and Wu Jia, filled with surprise and excitement. Subsequently, the elegant figure of Ninetales materialized in the classroom. Teacher at the podium. Chapter 81. When the great cannot be done, let us engage in the small outside the classroom. Lin Zhe, Wu Jia, and the nine-tailed spirit stood upright, awaiting the teacher's entrance before leaning against the wall. Wu Jia was somewhat astonished. Not by the fact that the nine-tailed spirit could speak. This was already known and was no secret, but rather by the revelation that such a diligent creature could also be an admirer of stars. Indeed, the dates and locations had been confirmed and arranged. Wu Jia spoke candidly, as he was aware of the collaboration with his company, so it was not surprising. What date? Where? How much? The nine-tailed spirit's inquiries followed swiftly. You can search it on the official website. The tickets will be delivered to you tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed spirit patted Wu Jia's shoulder, exclaiming, Young man, you have a promising future. You know how to handle matters. Lin Zhe observed this scene beside them, finding it rather peculiar. Subsequently, the nine-tailed spirit turned and headed towards the staircase. What are you doing? Lin Zhe exclaimed in surprise at the nine-tailed spirit. This whole exchange left Lin Zhe both amused and bewildered. Moreover, while it could be said that one could leave at will, it was still advisable to show some respect towards the teacher. Inside the classroom, the sleeping Ice Sixtails and the small fire monkey awoke to find their trainer absent. Soon enough, summer vacation arrived. Wu Jia brought the small fire monkey to Lin Zhe's villa, accompanied by Liang Yu and Yang Qingqing. Liang was unable to come due to family matters, and Li Xinyue had to travel far, rendering her attendance impossible. When they first learned that Lin Zhe had purchased a villa, the group was taken aback. However, considering the astonishing sales of their food products, acquiring a villa seemed trivial, especially as they had begun to expand internationally. Lin Zhe felt reassured, knowing that his friends were discreet and would not speak recklessly about such matters. After disembarking from the first large official vehicle, the group entered the villa, followed by several empty cars. Prior to their arrival, Lin Zhe had urged them repeatedly to bring multiple vehicles. Although Wu Jia found it puzzling, he complied without question, as they were certainly not short on funds. Upon entering the villa, the group was greeted with a sense of wonder. Lin Zhe also brought along the curious Aidenshire. At that moment, Yang Qingqing's Kairu Lian suddenly appeared, eyes wide as it gazed at Aidenshire. Lu. It was snatched away. Kairu Lian looked at Aidenshire, somewhat flustered. It had intended to find an opportunity to introduce its sister to Lin Zhe. A person fond of spirits, endowed with supernatural powers, would undoubtedly make the ideal trainer for psychic-type spirits. There was no question about it. However, Kairu Lian's sister, Shinado, was not present at that time, rendering contact impossible. Could it be that it was destined to remain in the shadows? Kairu Lian pondered bitterly. The others remained oblivious to Kairu Lian's distress, laughing and chatting as they proceeded. While Lin Zhe led them to the backyard, only Aidenshire looked on curiously at Kairu Lian. During their initial meeting, Kairu Lian had emitted a strange psychic wave, as if its beloved possession had been taken away. Yet, this Kairu Lian clearly had a trainer. Aidenshire thought to itself, this is rather peculiar. However, there was no profound contemplation. For Aiguan Sure, Lin Zhe was paramount. As long as she remained by Lin Zhe's side, everything else was of no concern to her. Upon arriving at the backyard, Liang Yu was taken aback and exclaimed in astonishment. If the front yard boasted a pleasant environment, the backyard could be deemed a simulated habitat. The elves were either resting or frolicking there. Various shrubs and manicured lawns were neatly arranged, with a few transplanted trees delineating different areas. By the two ponds, there were simple wooden tables and benches. All of this had been accomplished after Aiguanshir's arrival. Lin Zhe had never asked her to do anything, so she sought the opinions of the elves and Lin Zhe before gradually transforming the backyard. After hearing Lin Zhe's explanation, the others cast envious glances. Gazing at the elves before him, Wu Jie suddenly had a thought. Zhigu, you're not planning to take all the elves here to the concert, are you? Correct. But unfortunately, there's no prize. They too? Liang Yu approached the pond and pointed at the King of Koi. The King of Koi gazed at Liang Yu with wise eyes and blew a series of bubbles. Ah, they don't wish to go. It's the ones next door who want to. Lin Zhe gestured for them to look at the adjacent pond. Although the ugly fish required beautiful scales to evolve, intimacy was equally significant. Since they wished to go, they would go together. If they fancied playing, they would play together. Perhaps upon evolving into a Milotic, they would become even more enchanting. After a short while, Aiguanshir had prepared lunch. Upon seeing this, the envious glances from the others nearly overwhelmed Lin Zhe. However, considering Lin Zhe's attitude and status towards the elves, it was hardly surprising. He was a legend at the academy. Hey, Zhigu, have you ever considered debuting? I can package you. I guarantee you'll become an overnight sensation. Wu Jie jested. Lin Zhe rolled his eyes, wondering where such fame would come from. After the meal, they gathered the elves who wished to go and promptly set off. In truth, there were not many elves. Lin Zhe had yet to allow them into the pokeballs and preferred not to overcrowd, thus calling for a few extra vehicles. As for the three ugly fish, they were placed in a fish tank and would have to endure a little discomfort for now. Soon, they arrived at the concert venue. The promotional efforts from both companies were commendable, and with Gu Qin's immense popularity, a considerable crowd had gathered for the concert. Fortunately, Wu Jie had connections and was able to bypass the crowd and enter the venue. After a phone call, a sharply dressed individual descended to greet them. Xiao Jie, you're here. Here is your staff pass. Aside from a few restricted areas, you'll have no trouble accessing the rest. Jiu Wei, you wanted a photo, right? That's absolutely no problem, Wu Jie assured, patting his chest. Subsequently, Uncle Wang led the group along with the elves to a private suite upstairs. The view was expansive. The outside was concealed from view, yet the inside provided a clear sight of the external happenings. The suite was equipped with a small bedroom, restroom, and shower. All amenities included. One couldn't help but marvel at the extravagance of the wealthy. Moreover, the space was more than sufficient to accommodate Lin Zhe and the elves. After expressing their gratitude to Uncle Wang, the group settled in to await the commencement of the concert. Chapter 82. The sensitive tale as the audience settled into their seats. Gu Chun and Shinado gradually ascended from the performance stage. The enthusiastic QB gazed eagerly at its idol, while Mary Lou was absolutely thrilled, knowing she had made the right choice in following Lin Zhe to this concert, an event she had never attended before. Of course, there were those who appeared drowsy. Like the BB bird, the trainer sang on stage while the Pokémon danced along. Lin Zhe listened intently, recognizing the undeniable talent of the performance and the elegance of the Pokémon's movements. It was no wonder QB was enamored. However, the Ice Ninetales merely exhibited curiosity, showing no significant interest. The concert was a resounding success, with the fans below radiating excitement. After the performance concluded, in the backstage area, Gu Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and took a sip of water to soothe his throat. Thank you for the wonderful concert. It was truly successful, Lin Zhe praised, adding candidly that it was indeed impressive. Thank you. Both Gu Chun and Shinado expressed their gratitude simultaneously. There is perhaps no greater joy than having one's efforts acknowledged. Wu Jie wants to take a photo with you. Gu Chun, Shinado, and QB, Wu Jie boldly declared, stepping in where his friend hesitated to voice his desires. Upon hearing the young master's request, Gu Chun readily agreed, calling Shinado to join him. Absolutely. Where shall we take the photo? QB excitedly stepped forward first, and Gu Chun instinctively reached out to place a hand on the Pokémon. To his surprise, QB dodged his touch, its eyes curiously fixed on him. QB, what are you trying to do? This unexpected action left the onlookers momentarily stunned, only to witness QB promptly approach Shinado, where the two Pokémon began to engage in a friendly exchange. The crowd collectively realized, so QB's idol is Shinado, not Gu Chun? Lin Zhe, unfazed, took out his camera to capture the moment. What a joke. How could QB possibly be interested in another man? The master photographer Lin was now at work, immortalizing this delightful scene. He then called over the other Pokémon for a group photo. Gu Chun, standing aside, found himself questioning his existence. Why was everyone seeking photos with Shinado? What about him? After exchanging a few words, Gu Chun apologized and, accompanied by Shinado, made his way outside, where it was time for fan photos and autographs. Feeling the fervent enthusiasm of the fans outside and the incessant signing of autographs in his hand, Guchen finally exhaled in relief, having feared he had fallen out of favor. With the arrival of summer vacation, his already mundane life had become even more tedious. Marilu, along with Ice Ninetales, constructed a small ice house in the backyard to provide shade for nearby wild Pokémon. This was a task Marilu was well versed in, having done it numerous times in the forest before. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe took advantage of his leisure to share some insights on rare Pokémon traits, causing quite a stir. Of course, he used a pseudonym for his published findings. Although lacking a rigorous research process, the results were accurate. Other researchers, upon verification, confirmed his claims. This ignited curiosity among others, eager to discover what peculiarities existed. The process of problem-solving may be flawed, but the answer is correct. How peculiar? However, this is of little consequence. Were it not for the various resources, Lin Zhe would hardly bother with such trifles. Regrettably, despite advancing to the rank of intermediate researcher, he still lacked quality ice stones. The origins of ice stones are rather troublesome, as they predominantly exist in frigid regions, surrounded by numerous ice-type spirits, which, combined with the harsh environment, significantly escalates the difficulty of acquisition. Nonetheless, he resolved to take a trip there. One must not suffer alone, especially when it concerns the little ones. He settled on a bench by the pool in the backyard, observing the battle between the fiery Ninetales and the diminutive Marill. Ninetales, enveloped in flames, launched a relentless barrage of attacks against Marill's small form. Thanks to previously sensing the water-type energy, the water's advantage over Ninetales was not as pronounced as before. Although Marill possessed formidable strength, it still felt a twinge of apprehension towards Ninetales' psychic abilities. Unlike the psychic powers encountered previously, Ninetales were markedly more penetrating. Particularly, those crimson eyes bore an enchanting allure, captivating to the point of disorientation. Lingering gaze could induce dizziness. And on several occasions, Marill narrowly avoided being ensnared. On the other side, the Ice Vulpix was engaged in combat with Psyduck. Merely consuming, without fighting, was not an option. The prowess of Ice Vulpix had seen remarkable growth. In addition to the daily training led by Lin Zhe, during leisure, Marill would instruct Ice Vulpix in the utilization of Ice-type moves. Meanwhile, Ninetales would engage in psychic training alongside Ice Vulpix. How delightful, to clarify one, and leave the rest to her. Suddenly, as he gazed at the fiery Ninetales, a lightning bolt of inspiration surged through Lin Zhe's mind, fleeting yet profound. It felt as though he had grasped something elusive, just shy of a breakthrough. Flames ignited upon Ninetales, who unleashed a flash of electricity and charged toward Marill. With a light tap of its paws on the ground, it left behind dark scorch marks. In a flurry of movement, it approached Marill with fierce intent. Undaunted by Ninetales' ferocity, Marill exuded a chilling aura. An icy blue light coalesced in its hands, which it hurled at Ninetales with a powerful punch. The outcome was evident. Ninetales, slightly breathless, contrasted sharply with Marill's calm demeanor, as if it had not just unleashed the ice punch. Yes, that's it, Lin Zhe exclaimed suddenly. This unexpected shout interrupted the battle, and the crimson glow in Ninetales' eyes gradually faded. At last, Lin Zhe had seized that fleeting spark of inspiration. When ice-type energy accumulates in the hands, it manifests as Ice Punch. When fire-type energy gathers, it becomes Fire Punch. The flames enveloping Ninetales were the result of its entire being radiating fire-type energy. But what of other elemental energies? Techniques are merely the application of energy. Lin Zhe hurried to Ninetales' side. Ninetales, perform Iron Tail. He then positioned himself behind Ninetales, observing closely. A faint blush of determination crossed Ninetales' countenance. Subsequently, Steel-type energy coalesced, and Iron Tail emerged, reflecting metallic brilliance under the sunlight. Lin Zhe gently caressed the Iron Tail. More earnest than ever before, his mental energy attuned to the sensation. Indeed, it was saturated with Steel-type energy. Ah, why are you all staring at me? Lin Zhe, having finished his gentle caress, rose to his feet. Mary Lou and BB Bird regarded him with curious eyes, while Ninetales shyly lowered her head. Ahem. Lin Zhe cleared his throat with determination and began to explain, I just had a brilliant idea, for research purposes. Ninetales, channel your Steel-type energy into your paw. He paid no mind to the two mischievous Pokémon giggling at his side. Following his instructions, Ninetales swiftly concentrated the steel energy into her right claw. Wow. Is this Metal Claw? Lin Zhe grasped the Iron Claw. Doesn't this make learning anything so much easier? Lilo, have you tried it too? But it didn't work? Lin Zhe's eyes widened in surprise. Mary Lou nodded. He could also perform Iron Tail. Turning around, he showed Lin Zhe his once blue, now gray-black, ball-shaped tail, swaying gently. However, despite Mary Lou's efforts, he could not achieve the same mastery over Metal Claw as Ninetales did with such ease. What a conundrum. Chapter 83, The Power of Secrets. Once again, Lin Zhe found himself perplexed. Was there a distinction between the two Pokémon? Moreover, considering Mary Lou's strength surpassed that of Ninetales, why could Ninetales effortlessly accomplish what Mary Lou could not? Reflecting on the earlier transformation of Ninetales' tail and combining it with the memories of his past life, Lin Zhe pondered the notion that each of Ninetales' 9 long tails harbored unique secret powers. Secret powers, secret powers. Could it be that Ninetales could command 9 different attributes? Lin Zhe was taken aback by his own revelation. Mastery and utilization were not the same. Observing Ninetales, who was now playing, alternating between channeling steel energy into her left hand, transforming it to gray-black, and then changing her head and finally her entire body to the same hue, Lin Zhe inquired. Ninetales, how proficient are you with water-type energy? At his words, the steel energy dissipated from Ninetales, revealing a flash of azure blue water energy along one of her tails. Almost instantly, a water sphere appeared in her grasp. Lin Zhe witnessed this spectacle with keen eyes. Indeed, he was correct. Secret powers, 9 tails, 9 attributes. Adding Ice Vulpix into the mix, leading to the evolution into Ice Ninetales, amounted to a staggering 18. Was it mere coincidence? Currently, Ninetales could wield fire, psychic, steel, normal, and water attributes. However, her mastery over normal and water types was somewhat lacking, the former due to infrequent use, and the latter due to insufficient practice. Sigh. The questions only multiplied. The secrets of the Pokémon likely resided solely in the understanding of that one alpaca. Life energy, 18 attributes, the secret powers of Ninetales. This world indeed felt tiresome. Lin Zhe lamented, rubbing his head, a few strands of hair falling away in the process. Perhaps he should refrain from such thoughts, otherwise, he would soon find himself bald. Nevertheless, if that were the case, it might be worthwhile to seek out stones of other attributes to better assist Ninetales in comprehending the diverse elements. As for Ice Vulpix, it was best to avoid such endeavors for now. Mastering her own attributes and achieving perfect evolution should take precedence before delving into further training. Plop. The sound of a heavy object splashing into the water resonated. It was the Ninetales, eager to master the aquatic energies, who leapt directly into the pool. By a stroke of fate, it landed right before the pompous Kingler. The Kingler exclaimed, "How dare you?" The Ninetales swiftly swatted the Kingler away. "I am engrossed in my training and have no time for you. Once I have perfected my skills, I shall attend to you." Meryl, too, abandoned her nonchalant demeanor. If this continued, the Ninetales would soon surpass her in strength, and she could not bear to lose face. Thus, Meryl commenced her training, and the same went for the Pidgey. Consequently, the entire villa was engulfed in an unusual fervor for training. Half a month later, the training frenzy persisted. Lin Zhe had taken Ice Ninetales out for battles, and as he observed Ice Ninetales mastering one technique after another, its power surged impressively. Lin Zhe resolved to seek out the Ice Stone. Although evolution was not an immediate concern, finding the necessary item would bring him peace of mind. After requesting a long leave from school, the principal initially objected until Lin Zhe presented the silver feather, assuring him that he could summon Lugia whenever needed. Only then did the principal relent. Given that their destination was the snow-capped mountains, where various unexpected circumstances could arise, Lin Zhe communicated with Meryl and decided to store her in a Pokeball. Of course, this would only be for emergencies. Otherwise, he would respect Meryl's autonomy. After preparing ample provisions and first aid supplies, they set forth on their journey to the snow-capped peaks, adding a touch of spice to warm themselves. To avoid worrying his parents, Lin Zhe merely claimed he was going on a trip. Considering the frigid weather of the snow mountains, only Ninetales, Ice Ninetales, and Meryl accompanied him. With everything in order, they were ready to embark, their target, Silver City. Since the arrival of Pokémon and mystical realms, landscapes across the globe had undergone significant transformations, particularly in the wild. Forest ecosystems thrived, water sources proliferated, and the snow-capped mountains remained perpetually frozen, with temperatures plummeting. Had Lin Zhe been able to gaze down from space, he would have noticed that the planet beneath his feet appeared larger than before, with a subtle trend of expansion. After an afternoon's journey, Lin Zhe found himself weary and sore, especially with a snoring girl seated beside him. Yes, you heard it right, a snoring maiden. Upon taking his seat, Lin Zhe felt a flicker of joy at the sight of a beautiful girl beside him. After all, having an attractive companion was certainly preferable to solitude. However, his initial delight soon morphed into a nightmare. At first, all was well, but after an hour, a faint sound of snoring began to emanate. Lin Zhe initially dismissed it, assuming she was merely tired. Yet, as time passed, the snores grew louder and more insistent, and no amount of coaxing could rouse her from slumber. In desperation, Lin Zhe resorted to using his psychic abilities to block the sound, but he could not maintain this barrier indefinitely. Each time he allowed his ears a moment of respite, the cacophony would return. Lin Zhe remarked that fairies not only relieve themselves, but also snore. Yet, once aboard, they all succumbed to slumber. He earnestly wished for the invention of a Pokeball that could encapsulate individuals, alleviating his current plight. At last, they arrived at their destination. The girls beside him awakened promptly, their snores vanishing in an instant. Lin Zhe, with a countenance of sheer apathy, emerged from the station in Silver City, accompanied by 3 exuberant Pokémon. He inhaled deeply, finally regaining his composure. Although it was summer, the climate in Silver City was pleasantly warm. Owing to the presence of the nation's foremost snow-capped peak, ranking third in the world. The breeze descending from the mountain tempered the heat in the air. However, this also meant that winter temperatures plummeted several degrees. Thus, it was not an exaggeration to deem this place a paradise for ice-type Pokémon. Evidence of this was apparent as the Ice Vulpix had been brimming with excitement since their disembarkation. Let us retrieve the package first, then proceed to the hotel. Lin Zhe waved to signal Ninetales and Maril to follow, while he cradled Ice Vulpix in his arms, leading the way. Prior to their journey to the snow-capped mountain, he had procured numerous garments. While less critical items could be acquired upon arrival, life-saving essentials were paramount and must be of superior quality. For instance, high-grade thermal underwear, composed of an unknown material that could burn for an extended duration, had been ordered in abundance and shipped in advance. Lin Zhe discerned the importance of prioritizing money over life. Chapter 84, Silver City Gym. After depositing their belongings at the hotel, Lin Zhe ventured into the bustling streets with his Pokémon. He remained at a loss regarding how to locate the ice stone. Logically, the colder the environment, the greater the likelihood of finding an ice stone. However, some individuals fortuitously discovered them while skiing and falling. As a summer retreat, Silver City was lively with a constant flow of visitors. "Come on, we must hurry, or we shall miss it," urged two pedestrians rushing past Lin Zhe. He glanced curiously in the direction they had departed, noting that many others were similarly hastening, seemingly en route to some destination. Intrigued, Lin Zhe decided to follow. Soon, he found himself before a building, its facade adorned with bold characters, Silver City Gym. This hardly resembled a gym, as throngs of people congregated, awaiting something unknown. As the crowd swelled, an announcement resonated through the air, followed by a massive QR code appearing on the building's LCD screen. Contestants wishing to participate, please scan the QR code above and adhere strictly to the competition rules. The voice from the loudspeaker quieted the bustling crowd. Lin Zhe retrieved his phone and scanned the QR code, subsequently entering a screen with an icy blue backdrop. Silver City Snow Mountain Adventure Competition, Lin Zhe read aloud, unable to suppress his enthusiasm. After a thorough examination of the details, his interest was piqued. The rules stated, note, only ice-type Pokémon may participate. How intriguing. Lin Zhe swiftly registered his name alongside Ice Lurantis, pondering the lack of direction in his endeavors. Why not partake in the competition? Perhaps fortune would favor him with the ice stone during the event. This competition is an annual affair, though its timing remains uncertain. Lin Zhe was fortunate to stumble upon it. The influx of visitors to Insu City was primarily driven by this contest, resulting in a continuous stream of tourists. Such an event invigorates the local economy, a rather astute strategy. Before long, the queue indicator on his mobile device vanished, signaling the arrival of an email. Quite meticulous. With 3 days to spare, he decided to explore the city. Accompanied by Ice Lurantis and Ninetales, Lin Zhe meandered away. As for Mary Lou, she had already departed the hotel, claiming she was in search of something. With her prior travel experience, there was little cause for concern. Turning to Mary Lou, after parting ways with Lin Zhe, she began her quest through the streets and alleys. Clutching a mobile phone, one provided by Lin Zhe, as every Pokémon possessed one, she navigated with the help of Gauda maps, her eyes scanning the surroundings as though in pursuit of something elusive. Mary Lou was no stranger to Insu City. She had visited during previous travels, but at that time, it was merely for sightseeing, without delving into the urban exploration. During their conversations, Liang had shared tales of delightful beverages found within the country, one of which was hidden in Insu City. This spurred Mary Lou's hurried search, for the sooner she located it, the sooner she could indulge. Before long, following the directions on the map, Mary Lou arrived at her destination. However, upon her arrival, her eyes widened in astonishment. The queue at the entrance resembled a serpentine line stretching endlessly. Surely, not everyone is here for the wine, she mused, unbeknownst to her. Although this establishment's brews were not sold online, they had garnered a considerable following, with a daily limited supply. Previous attempts to forcefully purchase directly from the store had resulted in swift ejections. Lurantis, is this the line? Mary Lou inquired of a Pokémon standing in the queue. The response she received left her utterly astonished. Indeed, these were patrons waiting, but this line had been forming for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Mary Lou's spirit plummeted. Observing her despondence, a nearby Pokémon, feeling sympathetic, divulged another piece of information. There existed an alternative method to acquire the Ice Jade wine. It pointed to a nearby door, inscribed with the rules. 1. Visit the Insu Gym to obtain a special badge, which can be exchanged for a bottle of Ice Jade wine. 2. Trade in high-quality wine. 3. Present a top-tier ice stone for a daily exchange of 1 bottle. Mary Lou scrutinized the conditions and realized that the first requirement was the most achievable. Determined, she snapped a quick photo and set off towards the Insu Gym. Behind her, the Pokémon she had questioned wore a look of regret. The conditions were laid bare, yet the queue remained dauntingly long. Wasn't that indication enough of the situation? She was clearly a visitor. Mary Lou jogged towards the Insu Gym, arriving at the battle reservation area. I apologize, but the dojo is closed today. Please visit again another day. The staff habitually spoke before raising their gaze, only to find no one in sight. Peering down, they spotted Mariel waving a greeting. The staff, momentarily bewildered, watched as Mariel presented the rules for the ice crystal wine on her phone. Although it was somewhat peculiar for a Pokémon to challenge for a bottle of wine, there were no rules prohibiting it, and it was certainly acceptable. Nevertheless, it was indeed rare for a Pokémon to come forth for such a reason. The staff pointed Mariel in the right direction and explained how to enter. Without delay, Mariel eagerly rushed inside. After a swift ride in the elevator, Mariel arrived at the battle arena of the dojo. As soon as she opened the door, she was greeted by a delightful fragrance that led her instinctively forward. In a room adorned with an office-style decor, a woman clad in a trench coat rested her boot-clad legs on the table, cradling a glass containing a slightly opaque liquid. Occasionally, she would take a sip, her face transforming into one of bliss, soft moans escaping her alluring red lips. Splendid. Chapter 85. I'm in a hurry. Let us do this together. After a whirlwind of activity, Xia Xiaoxua finally found a moment to rest, promptly hanging up the sign that declared the dojo temporarily closed. She had been lured into becoming the dojo master, and had not even a single day off. She felt rather foolish. In her youth, she envied her grandfather for standing on the competition stage, which inspired her to become a professional trainer. Once she achieved that, she envied her grandfather for managing the entire dojo, leading him to pass it on to her. Reflecting on it now, it all felt like a trap. Yet, at least she had an abundance of wine to enjoy, so it wasn't entirely in vain. Xia Xiaoxua swirled her glass of wine, delighting in her thoughts, and took another sip. Glug! At that moment, a sound of swallowing echoed nearby. Xia Xiaoxua glanced down to find a Mariel gazing longingly at the wine in her hand. Where did this Mariel come from? Aren't we closed today? Several questions raced through her mind. Mariel gulped and tugged at Xia Xiaoxua's trench coat. You want a drink? Xia Xiaoxua asked in surprise. Upon hearing this, Mariel eagerly nodded. All right then. Xia Xiaoxua acquiesced, thinking, it's just a Pokémon drinking wine. It's not like I haven't seen it before. My own Pokémon occasionally indulge as well. She retrieved a cup from the table and poured a small amount. Give it a try, but don't get drunk. The pale, jade-like liquid slid down Mariel's throat, a fusion of fresh fruitiness, spicy wine aroma, and a refreshing chill reminiscent of ice and snow, all swirling together within her. Just this little bit made Mariel utterly enamored with the wine. Xia Xiaoxua watched in astonishment as she leaned forward, her legs having unknowingly dropped from the table, observing Mariel intently. So she can drink. Xia Xiaoxua concluded. Delicious, Mariel exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Witnessing Mariel's excitement ignited Xia Xiaoxua's own enthusiasm. Mariel, if you love wine, would you like to stay with me? There is plenty to go around. Upon hearing this, Mary Lou's eyes widened in surprise, yet she shook her head, declining Xia Xiaoxua's invitation. Alas, if only you had arrived sooner. Now I am bound. Understanding that Mary Lou was a Pokémon belonging to a trainer, Xia Xiaoxua felt a twinge of regret. Not to mention, just the sight of her drinking elevated Xia Xiaoxua's fondness for her significantly. What about your trainer? Mary Lou shook her head and pulled out her phone, showing Xia Xiaoxua the photos taken before leaving. Your trainer is not around. Are you a lone Pokémon? Xia Xiaoxua flung out 3 questions in rapid succession, incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. Seeing that Mary Lou's demeanor was sincere, Xia Xiaoxua adopted a serious expression. Mary Lou nodded solemnly. Very well, follow me. Xia Xiaoxua led the way, with Mary Lou closely trailing behind. However, it wouldn't be so simple to part ways. As for persuading Mary Lou to join her as a Pokémon, that hadn't crossed her mind. With a thunderous sound, the grand doors swung open, revealing an expansive arena of ice before Mary Lou. I possess nothing but the ability to battle. With that, she flickered a few times and appeared at the opposite end of the arena. Witnessing such terrifying speed made Xia Xiaoxua's pupils constrict. The situation seemed to be growing increasingly intriguing. Come forth, Miss Magius. A flash of light revealed a Pokémon, entirely gray, adorned with a crown, neck, and tail of wide crimson feathers. The oval-shaped golden gemstone embedded in its forehead lent it an air of ferocity. Mary Lou nodded, indicating her readiness. The electronic broadcast began its countdown. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Miss Magius, use high-speed movement followed by Night Slash. Xia Xiaoxua seized the initiative. Recognizing from Mary Lou's speed that she possessed remarkable strength, she was determined to avoid any missteps. Miss Magius growled softly, suddenly accelerating, transforming into a gray blur as it charged toward Mary Lou, its claws glowing with a white light. Mary Lou, unfazed by the counterattack, Mary Lou swung her icy fists at Miss Magius. Their claws clashed, sending Miss Magius reeling from the tremendous impact, executing several backflips to create distance. Indeed, not simple at all. Dark Pulse. Xia Xiaoxua's curiosity regarding Mary Lou's strength deepened, prompting her to unleash a powerful move without hesitation. It was evident that Mary Lou relished a direct confrontation. However, Xia Xiaoxua miscalculated. For Mary Lou maintained a clear understanding of the balance of power, If she could overpower you, why evade and waste time? A dark aura transformed into a beam, shooting toward Mary Lou. She neither flinched nor dodged, standing firm as she conjured a light screen to absorb the dark pulse entirely. Though the light screen had its limits, it was clear that Miss Magius lacked the strength to breach it. As the smoke cleared, Mary Lou stood unscathed, prompting Miss Magius to question her very existence. Time was of the essence, and Mary Lou was not inclined to test the waters any longer. She leaped into the air, directing a water cannon toward Miss Magius, while simultaneously launching a beam of icy blue light from her right hand. Outside the arena, Xia Xiaoxue stood in stunned silence. If her eyes did not deceive her, it was indeed the ice beam, inexplicably emanating from her hand. This remarkable feat was entirely due to the assistance of Lin Zhe and the Ninetales. During her training at home, although she had not mastered other forms of energy, her control over water and ice had significantly improved. With precise mastery, she could not only unleash ice beams from her hands, but also fire them from her tail. In the midst of Xia Xiaoxue's astonishment, Marcia Dao began to evade, relying on its speed. It must be said that such evasive maneuvers of a wild hunter were quite commendable. However, the terrain was becoming increasingly challenging due to the water gun and ice beam altering the battlefield. Marcia Dao, dig a tunnel, Xia Xiaoxue commanded decisively, for otherwise they would be trapped. Unfortunately, Marcia Dao remained undeterred, descending from the sky to deliver a powerful punch to the ground. The intense impact shattered the icy surface, forcing Marcia Dao to emerge. As Marcia Dao reappeared, it was met with a swiftly thrown black sphere, and in an instant, it was struck as if by a cannonball, sent flying and rendered unconscious. Victory belonged to Maril. Slow, still too slow. Maril's eyes flashed as it beckoned Xia Xiaoxue with a gesture. Maril, I'm in a hurry. Let us bring them all at once. Chapter 86, Super Maril. How intriguing. Maril's prowess greatly astonished Xia Xiaoxue. Let us do this together, then, she declared, tossing a Pokeball, which summoned two Pokémon. Avalugg, Ice, and Geometric Snowflake took form. While Marcia Dao was recently captured and yet to receive proper training, these two Pokémon were different. Though not Xia Xiaoxue's main fighters, they possessed commendable strength. Avalugg, with its ice-blue body glistening under the light, showcased its formidable presence with its snow-white claws shimmering coldly. It was evident that it was not to be trifled with. Hail. Although Maril could utilize ice-type moves, it ultimately belonged to the water type, and a widespread hailstorm would undoubtedly affect it significantly. Moreover, with both Pokémon unleashing hail simultaneously, the area of effect and power would multiply. In unison, Avalugg and Geometric Snowflake conjured frigid air into the atmosphere, summoning small dark clouds above the arena as hail began to fall. Feeling the gentle impact of the hail upon its body, Maril simultaneously invoked streams of water and frost, swiftly encasing itself in a suit of icy armor. With a slight movement, identical illusions of Maril appeared around, charging towards Avalugg. Geometric Snowflake, being more agile, swiftly eliminated one of the duplicates. Xia Xiaoxue gazed in awe at the icy armor enveloping Maril, utterly bewildered. What is this? She wondered. An armor formed from ice? This too was a result of the training she received with Lin Zhe and Ninetales. It significantly enhanced physical protection against external harm, albeit at the cost of speed and agility. However, this drawback seemed negligible for Maril. After all, if it could not run, it could still roll. Avalugg, Swords Dance. Geometric Snowflake, Cannon Beam. Regardless of the tricks played by Mary Lou, Xia Xiaoxue remained unperturbed, even somewhat exhilarated. The Ice Mountain King roared at the heavens, his entire presence surging with formidable energy, icy spikes emanating a chilling aura. With a swift motion of his white claws, he propelled himself forward, launching an assault on Mary Lou. In this hailstorm environment, the Ice Mountain King's speed was not hindered. Rather, it flourished, surpassing his usual swiftness. Yet, there was something even swifter. The Geometric Snowflake's cannon effortlessly overtook the Ice Mountain King, sweeping through and obliterating Mary Lou's shadow clones, revealing her true form. Mary Lou unleashed a freezing beam, intercepting the cannon. At that moment, the Mountain King charged directly towards her. Cross scissors, commanded Xia Xiaoxue decisively. Under the enhancement of the sword dance, the power of the cross scissors reached its zenith. The Ice Mountain King's claws interlocked, descending upon Mary Lou's icy armor. With a crack, the armor shattered like glass. In a frenzy, the Geometric Snowflake provided support from the rear, overwhelming Mary Lou with a relentless barrage of attacks. Finally, under the Ice Mountain King's relentless onslaught, Mary Lou's icy armor fractured, cascading down as shards of ice, her form violently repelled by the force. Lilu, she sighed, shaking her head. If it weren't for Lin Zhe needing to assess the armor's strength, she would have dismissed its use entirely, preferring her own resilience instead. The prowess of this Ice Mountain King was commendable, yet still insufficient. Drill charge. The Geometric Snowflake spun rapidly. A smile crept across Xia Xiaoxue's face. It was time to conclude the battle. The Ice Mountain King brought his claws together overhead, his body resembling a cannonball as he charged at Mary Lou. The geometric snowflake mirrored this motion, spinning at high velocity, akin to a sharp dart, racing alongside the Ice Mountain King. Faced with the dual assault of the two spirits, Mary Lou chose not to evade. Such an action would merely squander time. Water surged around her, and with the aid of the waterfall ability, she ascended into the air. Enveloped in flowing water, her presence equally formidable. Within the torrent, Mary Lou clenched her fists, preparing a million-ton freezing punch, advancing like a superhero. If Xia Xiaoxue could witness this scene, she would be taken aback. The layering of techniques demanded immense energy from the spirits, and the mastery of differing attributes required exceptional control. A slight misalignment could render the spirits unable to execute their abilities, or worse, result in self-harm. However, Mary Lou harbored no such fears. With the assistance of the Ninetales, she had mastered the energies of both ice and water remarkably well. Prior to her encounter with Lin Zhe, she had been tutored by esteemed mentors. Achieving such prowess was no mere triviality. Moreover, the seamless integration of the water and ice elements rendered the process even more attainable. Two streams of light zipped through the air. The ice blue drill head, enhanced by the sword dance, spiraled alongside the geometric snowflake. The water flow, bolstered by the waterfall ability, surged with the force of a million-ton freezing punch. At last, the two forces collided. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated from the point of collision. Subsequently, two figures were propelled from the icy mist. How is this possible? Xia Xiaoxue exclaimed in disbelief as she beheld the flying Pokémon. Geometric snowflakes fainted on the spot, while the Iceborne King struggled to maintain its balance, its claws digging into the ground for support. The sheer force of the collision dealt a tremendous blow to the Iceborne King, making it exceedingly difficult to remain standing. Mary Lou descended from the air, shaking her hands. That high-speed drill had quite a punch. I almost couldn't block it. Raising her gaze to the Iceborne King, she mused that in its current state, even a water gun could easily bring it down. Just as Mary Lou was about to make her next move, Xia Xiaoxue spoke up. I concede. The outcome of this battle was undeniably clear, a true display of overwhelming power. Her curiosity about Mary Lou's trainer grew. To nurture such a formidable and unique Pokémon must signify an exceptionally skilled trainer. Do visit often, and remember to invite your trainer for a drink. Mary Lou tilted her head, pondering for a moment before agreeing. Mary Lou, Lin Zhe doesn't like beer. He should enjoy this drink instead. Xia Xiaoxue watched as Mary Lou hopped away. Turning back, she observed the dilapidated battlefield, ice shards scattered everywhere. Alas, had she known, she wouldn't have allowed the maintenance staff to take a holiday. Why must the gym leader personally clean the arena? Xia Xiaoxue lamented, patting her waist where her pokeballs rested. A flash of light erupted, revealing three figures. Two lay fast asleep on the ground, while the other floated above. Sleep. All they do is sleep. Xia Xiaoxue forcefully shook the two slumbering Pokémon awake. With a deep sigh, she stepped back and bellowed, if you don't get up, it's a week of sobriety. The snowy fairy floated on Xia Xiaoxue's shoulder, both observing the two massive creatures. Indeed, they were the Arctic bear and the ivory pig. Their robust muscles and thick fur gleamed, with the ivory reflecting a sharp light. These were Xia Xiaoxue's main Pokémon. Upon hearing sobriety, the two Pokémon immediately jolted awake. Let us clean up quickly. With that, Xia Xiaoxue produced a shovel from seemingly nowhere and led the charge. The Arctic bear and the ivory pig hurriedly followed suit. Several icy beams shot forth as they began to repair the battlefield. Chapter 87. Lin Zhe hypnotized by the Ninetales. The Pokémon that had previously guided them happened to witness Mary Lou entering the tavern, and it was utterly flabbergasted. They really did fight. It seemed perplexed as to why Mary Lou could pass through unimpeded. Finally, someone could no longer restrain themselves. Go queue up. Can't you see everyone is in line? Mary Lou? Indifferent to the commotion, Mary Lou continued her advance. Hey, I'm talking to you, Mary Lou. Seeing that Mary Lou ignored him, the person grew increasingly brazen, loudly questioning why she didn't have to queue. Uffed. In response, Mary Lou unleashed a water gun, drenching him in an instant. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, an Aeluroid emerged from inside, instantly bringing him joy. He didn't have to queue. After all, Aeluredo cast a fleeting glance at him before redirecting his gaze towards Mary Lou, his arm emanating a faint azure glow. If a satisfactory explanation was not forthcoming, it seemed he would be unceremoniously ejected. Ale. After confirming the situation, Aeluredo stepped aside, indicating that Mary Lou could enter. You lot. Growing weary of the man's incessant calls, Aeluredo unhesitatingly hurled him outside, then coldly surveyed the crowd, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority. Upon returning to the inner chamber, an imposing elder was seen slumbering in a rocking chair, while Mary Lou patiently awaited her turn. Even though the exchange had been completed, it appeared that any future attempts would yield no results. Pondering this, Mary Lou observed that she would need to embark on another quest to acquire more. She gazed at the delicate bottle in her hand, its surface reminiscent of sheep fat jade, and gently shook it, the sound of liquid colliding within bringing her joy. Aeluredo intercepted Mary Lou as she attempted to depart, who instinctively clutched the bottle to her chest. A subtle twitch crossed Aluredo's otherwise impassive face. I drink this daily. Who would dare to snatch it from you? After relaying the proper methods for storing and consuming the liquor, he handed her an instruction manual, finally signaling that she could leave. Grateful, Marilu dashed out, the bottle raised above her head, sprinting towards the hotel. To prevent it from slipping, she secured it with ice. Along the way, only a fleeting blue silhouette was seen, swiftly vanishing from view. She intended to familiarize herself with the snowy mountain environment, to grasp the various habitats of the spirits, thus ensuring a prudent approach to her endeavors while avoiding encroachment upon the territories of formidable spirits. Lin Zhe, one hand caressing the body of his Ninetales while cradling the ice Ninetales in his arms, was engrossed in the video alongside his two Pokémon. So, you've gone to procure some liquor? Lin Zhe remarked, somewhat exasperated, having expected something more significant. Marilu set the bottle down and retrieved several cups, activating Ice Punch. She chilled the cups, signaling Lin Zhe to pour the drinks. Both Ninetales and Ice Ninetales watched with keen interest. Lin Zhe was not opposed to drinking, provided they did not reek of alcohol. At first glance, the packaging of this so-called Ice Jade wine appeared quite sophisticated. After carefully pouring 4 cups, only a small amount remained in the bottle. Marilu showed no signs of regret. After all, wine was meant to be enjoyed, and the experience was all the richer when shared with the right company. Impatient, Marilu seized a cup, taking a small sip. The expression of rapture on her face left Lin Zhe skeptical. Is it truly that delightful? Upon raising his cup, the aroma of the wine wafted towards him even before tasting. A gentle sip revealed a sweet, slightly spicy, and refreshing flavor, a delightful amalgamation stimulating his entire being. Delicious. Lin Zhe's eyes sparkled. Beside him, Ninetales activated its abilities, taking a tentative sip. Just that single taste caused its eyes to gleam. Having anticipated a flavor akin to the previous beer, it was unexpectedly exquisite. Ice Ninetales blinked, glancing around. Didn't Marilu brother despise alcohol the most? Have I misremembered? The aroma of wine wafted through the air, and witnessing the delightful expressions of those around, the Ice Sixtails began to partake as well. Soon enough, it became a delightful exchange of sips, punctuated by the occasional clinking of glasses. After consuming half a cup, the Ninetales' cheeks flushed a rosy hue, exhaling warm breaths, her crimson eyes shimmering with a beguiling allure. In stark contrast, the Ice Sixtails, with her ice blue eyes, appeared increasingly alert with each sip. Lin Zhe, however, found himself succumbing to the effects of the alcohol, feeling drowsy. At that moment, the Ninetales' enchanting red eyes caught his gaze, sparkling with an otherworldly glow. With a soft thud, Lin Zhe tipped back and succumbed to sleep. The Ninetales, seemingly entranced herself, nestled onto Lin Zhe's lap and drifted into a deep slumber. Marlulu exchanged a knowing glance with the Ice Sixtails, and together they decided to finish the remaining 2 small cups. They clinked their glasses and downed the contents. The following morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating Lin Zhe's eyes. Influenced by the brightness, his eyelids fluttered, revealing his dazed gaze. He felt the weight of something pressing against his lower body. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up. Who am I? Where am I? The Ninetales lay on his lap, while he himself was sprawled on the bed. Had he really drunk and then fallen asleep? How puzzling. Upon entering, the Ice Sixtails leapt into Lin Zhe's embrace. Breakfast, controlled by telekinesis, was placed on the table. Marlulu also entered the room. You're awake. With the enhancement of her psychic abilities and the guidance of the Ninetales, the Ice Sixtail speech had become increasingly fluid. The Ninetales, now awake, lifted her head and surveyed the surroundings with an adorably dazed expression, radiating cuteness. Lin Zhe sat at the edge of the bed, surrounded by the sprites. Was the potency of the wine truly so profound? Yet, it was rather delightful. The Ninetales nodded in agreement. He could only recall seeing a pair of red eyes before his memories faded into oblivion. Curiously, his mind felt remarkably clear now. Musing aloud, Lin Zhe suddenly raised his head, feeling as though his mind had been decluttered. Channeling his mental energy, he dispersed it in all directions, experiencing a remarkable increase in both range and fluidity. Exercising in broad daylight indeed invigorated him. Lin Zhe enveloped his body with his mental energy, effortlessly levitating and gliding around the room. Although he had floated before, it had never felt this effortless. It was akin to upgrading a computer with a 4090 graphics card, functioning with remarkable speed. After playing for a while, Lin Zhe gently settled down. Have you experienced any changes? He inquired, looking at the 3 sprites. The Ice Sixtails and Marlulu shook their heads in unison, only expressing that the wine was delightful. The Ninetales, however, seemed contemplative, tugging at Lin Zhe's clothing. She voiced her thoughts. Are you suggesting that I wasn't actually drunk, but rather hypnotized by you? Chapter 88. The unusual Lin Zhe tempts wild sprites. Soon after, Lin Zhe began experimenting with the Ninetales, yet no matter how he tried, he could not replicate the previous night's effects. Instead, the Ninetales appeared somewhat bashful under his gaze. Never mind, let us cease the attempts. Lin Zhe reclined back, lying on the bed. His awakened mind brought forth a refreshing spirit. In the following 2 days, Lin Zhe traversed the streets and alleys, gathering information about the ice stones while indulging in leisurely exploration. It is well known that such locales are rife with rumors. However, the authenticity of these tidings remains uncertain. After meticulous investigation and careful selection, Lin Zhe marked several key locations for further inquiry. Are all the supplies prepared? Lin Zhe reiterated as he checked his backpack and pockets once more. It was a habitual concern. Whenever he needed to carry more than 5 items, he felt compelled to double-check, fearful of forgetting something essential. Spirit cubes, grease blocks, rescue ropes. After confirming everything was in order, he set forth. Before long, Lin Zhe arrived at the entrance of the snow mountain, accompanied by 3 spirits. On the first day of the competition, the throngs of people were nearly comparable to those at major tourist attractions. Fortunately, the vast expanse of the snow mountain could easily accommodate the crowd. Upon receiving a set of safety guidelines at the entrance, which was mandatory for all participants, he departed. Crafted from special materials, these guidelines were edible and could be ignited. Each year, some individuals relied on these for survival, deeming them a veritable treasure. Let the journey through the snow mountain commence. Once inside, Lin Zhe felt a twinge of concern regarding whether the nine-tailed fox would adapt well to the frigid environment. Yet, perhaps due to the fox's fiery essence, it appeared unperturbed by the cold. This realization eased Lin Zhe's worries. For those venturing into the snow mountain, ice-type and fire-type spirits were virtually indispensable, particularly the latter, which effectively eliminated the risk of freezing to death. As they ventured deeper, the throngs began to dwindle, with each person heading in varied directions. Prior to the competition, the Silver Leaf Gym had collaborated with the guardian spirits of Silver Leaf City to scout for any unforeseen dangers within the mountain. Hence, as long as one refrained from straying beyond the mapped territories, concerns regarding safety were largely mitigated. Of course, should someone encounter a sudden secret realm or unwittingly face a formidable spirit, they would be left to their own devices. Years of research had shown that the emergence of secret realms was entirely capricious, reliant solely on fortune. With good luck, one could traverse uninhabited zones without peril. Conversely, misfortune could strike even in the comfort of one's home, leading to unexpected spirit assaults. Mimi, the little ice six-tailed fox, displayed palpable excitement as it entered the snow mountain, exuberantly calling out ahead, with Mary Lou closely following. Lin Zhe hurriedly pursued them, noting that the well-trodden snow paths were relatively easy to navigate, thanks to the annual influx of visitors. The breathtaking scenery of the snow mountain was indeed captivating. When the skies were clear, sunlight danced upon the snow, casting a shimmering silvery glow. Isn't that a snow hat spirit? Before the ice six-tailed fox, a small, curious spirit met its gaze. With a coat of white and brown fur, it sported a pristine white hat atop its head and at the ends of its arms. Twig-like buds sprouted. Lin Zhe maintained a mental shield around him, ensuring he could react swiftly to any unforeseen circumstances. However, to his surprise, the snow hat spirit declined interaction. Coolly. What? No benefits, no engagement? Lin Zhe stared incredulously at the snow hat spirit, astonished at the cunning nature of wild spirits these days. Observing Lin Zhe's astonished expression, the Snowpoint Pokémon wore a smug smile. Over the years, the spirits of the snowy mountains had become adept at the intricacies of competition. There was no benefit in engaging unless there was something to gain. Winning yielded nothing, and losing brought no reward either. What a loss that would be. All right then, Lin Zhe exclaimed as he retrieved a Pokémon cube from his pocket. An unexpected turn of events had just unfolded. Snowpoint Pokémon, how about we use this as a wager for our battle? He waved the cube enticingly before the creature, reminiscent of a peculiar uncle tempting a child. The Snowpoint Pokémon twitched its nose, its eyes sparkling with delight. How enticing! It readily agreed, leading Lin Zhe in a zigzag manner. The Snowpoint Pokémon soon arrived at a clearing. It appeared that this was a common arena for Pokémon battles. Lin Zhe surveyed the area, noting the remnants of past confrontations scattered about, shattered stones, intertwined scratches on trees, and an uneven ground marred by previous skirmishes. Begin. The Snowpoint Pokémon gestured for Lin Zhe to commence. Such decisiveness. In that case, we shall not hold back. Ice Vulpix, it's your turn. Lin Zhe placed his backpack atop the Vulpix, preparing for the contest. Meow. The Ice Vulpix dashed forward, locking eyes with the Snowpoint Pokémon, its gaze brimming with determination. Maril hopped to the side, assuming the role of referee, and with a signal, the match commenced. Ice Vulpix, use Psychic and Glare. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's command, the Ice Vulpix's eyes widened, radiating a blue light as it fixed its fierce gaze upon the Snowpoint Pokémon. Empowered by Psychic, the glare became exceptionally potent. The Snowpoint Pokémon stumbled back a couple of steps, seemingly startled. However, it quickly regained its composure, glaring back at the Ice Vulpix with indignation. With a swift motion, it waved its hands towards the Ice Vulpix, unleashing a flurry of leaves. Leaf Tornado, dodge quickly. Lin Zhe commanded the Ice Vulpix earnestly. The Snowpoint Pokémon exhibited impressive skill, the speed of its Leaf Tornado rivaling that of a gust of wind. Faced with the onslaught of leaves, the Ice Vulpix adeptly evaded, utilizing its psychic abilities to maneuver nimbly across the snow. Thanks to the presence of Ninetales and Maril, the Ice Vulpix thrived in an excellent learning environment. At home, Ninetales had imparted every technique it could teach, urging the Ice Vulpix to master moves like Quick Attack and Iron Tail, which any Pokémon could learn. The Ice Vulpix, blessed with remarkable talent and nourished with the finest sustenance since birth, grasped these techniques swiftly, a true testament to its privileged upbringing. It approached rapidly, waiting for the leaf tornado to subside, and Lin Zhe seized the opportunity to signal the Ice Vulpix to close in. As the Snowpoint Pokémon was also of the Ice type, ice-based moves might not prove particularly effective against it. The Ice Vulpix began to dash across the snow, using the terrain to its advantage, leaving behind only a fleeting shadow. With a powerful strike, the Snowpoint Pokémon slammed its hands against the ground, causing several blades of grass to emerge from the snow, entwining towards the Ice Vulpix's feet. Grass knot. Regrettably, the speed of the Ice Vulpix was far too swift. Before the grass rope could ensnare it, the Ice Vulpix had already darted to another location. Witnessing this, the Snover became somewhat flustered, as the Ice Vulpix's speed exceeded his expectations. Iron Tail. With a resounding crash, a tail transformed into a dark, ashen appendage, laced with frost, struck fiercely against the Snover, sending it crashing into a nearby tree trunk. Chapter 89. I, Pidgey, shall become the strongest Pokémon. The tremendous impact dislodged the accumulated snow from the branches, burying the Snover beneath it. Yet, Lin Zhe remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Snover. Through the probing of his mental energy, he sensed a pulse of life emanating from that spot. Could it be? With a thud, the Snover leaped from the snowdrift, bearing the marks left by the Iron Tail, yet brimming with determination. Landing not far from the Ice Vulpix, it began to take root, embedding its feet into the earth. Indeed, it was taking root. The Snover relied on the tree roots to restore its stamina. In no time, the Snover had rejuvenated, flashing a toothy grin at the Ice Vulpix and beckoning with a curled finger. You, come here. However, the Ice Vulpix remained unmoved, ignoring the Snover's taunts. How amusing. Mocking me. Back at home, my brother Pidgey had already trained me well. With your meager skills, you pale in comparison to my dear Pidgey. Instead of being perturbed, the Ice Vulpix shot back a derisive glance. Seeing that his opponent was unfazed, the Snover plunged both hands into the snow and, with a swift motion, sent a flurry of snowflakes into the air, obscuring the Ice Vulpix's line of sight. Were it any other Pokémon, they might have indeed lost their vision. But the Ice Vulpix possessed the ability of teleportation, complemented by Lin Zhe's mental guidance. It swiftly pinpointed the location of the Snover. Freeze dry. A slender beam of blue light shot forth from the Ice Vulpix's mouth. This technique was taught by Maril, yet it had not been mastered to its full potential, resulting in slightly diminished power. Nevertheless, it was remarkably accurate, striking the hidden Snover buried in the snow. The Snover tumbled from midair, shaking its head. Not painful at all. In a flash, Lin Zhe had devised a strategy to counter the Snover's rooting. The Ice Vulpix transformed into a streak of lightning, charging toward the Snover. In an instant, it reached its target, colliding with the Snover with precision. The impacted Snover was sent tumbling, yet it prepared to take root once more. Observing this, Lin Zhe chose not to intervene, silently watching as the Snover embedded its roots into the ground. Only when the Snover had established its roots did Lin Zhe signal the Ice Vulpix to act. Target its roots and unleash freeze dry. Lin Zhe instructed calmly. The Ice Vulpix once again harnessed its icy energy, the azure beam striking the Snover's roots directly. Yet, he did not stop there. He gestured for the Ice Vulpix to freeze the surrounding snow as well, preventing the roots from emerging from the sides. The Snover began to realize that something was amiss. Struggling vigorously, yet its lower half remained utterly immobile. Though it possessed an ice-type affinity, that did not equate to being able to thaw out. Watching the Ice Vulpix advance gracefully, its claws glinting with frost, the tension in the air heightened. The snow cone monster began to panic, struggling with increasing fervor. Yet the ground remained immovable. Its roots had not grown long enough to burrow through from the other side. Thus, the snow cone monster could only watch helplessly as the Ice Ninetales placed its claws upon its neck. Lilu, Ice Ninetales wins. The voice of Mary Lou echoed from the side. Have you surrendered yet, little one? Lin Zhe approached with Ninetales. Surrounded by 3 Pokémon and rendered immobile, the snow cone monster's fear intensified, and it could no longer restrain itself, its little mouth quivering as it burst into tears. Wah wah. Lin Zhe's team looked on. Ninetales hastily unleashed a burst of flame, freeing the snow cone monster, though the fire was controlled enough to avoid harm. Nevertheless, the snow cone monster was even more frightened. Just as it regained its freedom, it hurriedly attempted to flee. Yet, before it could take more than a few steps, Mary Lou swiftly darted in front, arms crossed, head held high, charging directly at the snow cone monster. The snow cone monster was momentarily taken aback, crying even louder. Am I really that frightening? Mary Lou exclaimed. Thanks, Mary Lou. Lin Zhe had hoped to gift the Pokémon cube to the creature after the competition to foster a bond and inquire about the whereabouts of the Ice Stone. Alas, none of that had come to fruition. Let us proceed, Lin Zhe declared, picking up the backpack from Ninetales and moving in the direction the snow cone monster had fled, hoping to encounter it once more. Meanwhile, in the misty forest, a bee drill hovered nearby, its diminutive companion, a Pidgey, appearing exceedingly small beside it. Bee drill flapped its wings, pointing toward the tree trunk below. Pidgey called resolutely, then soared into the sky, energy surging through its body as it darted toward the trunk below. Boom! A tremendous crash and the splintering of the trunk echoed through the air. In the sunlight, a closer inspection revealed a scene of devastation, littered with broken branches and rubble. Furthermore, Pidgey's feathers showcased a stark contrast. Some appeared fresh and vibrant, while others were tattered and worn. Beedrill nodded slowly, then shook its head. Suddenly, it flapped its wings vigorously, ascending to the heights, mirroring Pidgey's earlier motion, gathering energy before charging forth. However, the magnitude of energy emanating from Beedrill far exceeded that of Pidgey, and its speed was on an entirely different level. If Pidgey were likened to a commercial airplane, Beedrill would be a jet fighter, its explosive power and presence eclipsing that of Pidgey. Beedrill dashed forward, targeting a massive boulder below. Boom! A resounding blast erupted, shattering the stone into countless fragments, while Beedrill stood unscathed beneath, its gaze placidly fixed on Pidgey, tilting its head in acknowledgement. Pidgey gazed back with admiration. No wonder you're my big brother. You're truly formidable. Beedrill cried triumphantly, soaring once more, with Pidgey closely trailing behind. The two Pokémon arrived at another tree. Beedrill gestured toward a thick trunk below. Up! During the time spent with Lin Zhe, Pidgey had enjoyed itself immensely, filled with joy and merriment each day. Yet he harbored a sense of inferiority, which he never exhibited outwardly. In terms of strength, he could not rival Mary Lou. In terms of talent, he fell short of both Ninetales and the Ice Ninetales. When it came to diligence, every Pokémon at home exerted tremendous effort. Even Magikarp strove to evade the onslaught of Ninetales. Psyduck diligently followed Mary Lou in her training, while Lin Zhe, initially entranced by the tender allure of Icon, soon began to cultivate his mental prowess. Each Pokémon possessed their own direction of endeavor. But what of me? Even when the nocturnal hours found Pidgey restless, he would reflect upon his singular virtue, his ability to soar through the skies. Yet, this did not imply that Lin Zhe was limited to having only one flying Pokémon. Moreover, with the enhancement and stabilization of his mental power, Lin Zhe himself could achieve brief moments of levitation. So aside from these, what else remained? Although no Pokémon mocked him, and Ice Ninetales enjoyed frolicking with him, could he truly resign himself to being an ordinary bird? Pidgey felt a pang of dissatisfaction. At last, an opportunity arose as Lin Zhe prepared to venture to the snow-capped mountains. He had declined under the pretense of being ill-suited for the weather, but in truth, after spending time with Mary Lou and Ice Ninetales, he had developed a slight resistance to the ice elements and could still enter a Pokeball. Thus, it was merely an excuse. He yearned to grow stronger, at least to keep pace with those around him and not lag behind. Upon hearing this, Pidgeotto readily agreed and commenced specialized training for Pidgey. Pidgeotto's prowess and techniques were forged in the wild, which might prove daunting for Pidgey. Nevertheless, Pidgey persevered through the challenges. His resolute determination touched Pidgeotto. In such an environment, Pidgey's strength surged rapidly, with his feathers undergoing numerous transformations. Pidgey, shall not fall behind any Pokémon. With that, he summoned his energy and charged downward. Chapter 90. Unleash Your Courage. In the snow-capped mountains, Lin Zhe and his three Pokémon found a clearing to rest and replenish their strength. Engaging in continuous battles with wild Pokémon, Ice Ninetales' practical experience grew exponentially. Regrettably, the wild Pokémon he faced did not possess knowledge of the location of the ice stone. Gazing at the endless expanse of snowy peaks and the rising mist, it seemed they would need to delve deeper. After a brief respite, they gathered their litter and pressed onward. 7, 8, 9. The surrounding environment began to deteriorate. At that moment, Lin Zhe suddenly heard a peculiar sound, grunts mixed with the sounds of physical collisions. Driven by curiosity, he followed the noise. Hurry! Faster! Accelerate! Summon your courage. As he approached, the sounds grew increasingly distinct. Rounding a grove, he beheld a well-built, blue-skinned Pokémon, swathed in white fabric and adorned with a black belt around its waist. It was a Hitmonlee. To Lin Zhe's astonishment, engaged in battle with Hitmonlee was a human boy. The shouts he had just heard were indeed his own. The striking spirit abruptly turned its head, its piercing gaze sweeping over. The battling youth, panting heavily, halted and approached Lin Zhe, casting a glance at the three spirits. Greetings, I am Li Qing. The young man was robust, with a dark complexion. Ribbons wrapped around his arms down to his palms, and his eyes shone brightly. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that this individual, Li Qing, donned a mere windbreaker. It is worth noting that they stood on a snow-capped mountain, where, despite it being summer, the temperature hovered around -20 degrees Celsius. Venturing further in, the chill could be even more severe. This person stood there as if impervious to the cold. Sensing Lin Zhe's confusion, Li Qing explained. My body has maintained a high temperature since childhood, allowing me to withstand the harsh cold, and with continuous training, this temperature is no challenge. Lin Zhe mused. That makes sense. I can fly using my mental strength, so encountering someone unbothered by the cold is hardly surprising. If you told me someone could breathe fire, I might believe that too. Lin Zhe circled around Li Qing. The name evoked memories of a character from a previous game. Hello, I am Lin Zhe, currently participating in a snow mountain competition. Lin Zhe introduced himself with grace. A snow mountain competition? Li Qing echoed, perplexed. You are not aware? Li Qing shook his head. I came out here to train with the striking spirit, so I am unfamiliar with such matters. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe recounted the events. Is this what you mean? Li Qing furrowed his brow, retrieving a handful from his pocket, counting at least 50 or 60. I don't need these, they are all yours. Li Qing initially thought they were keys, only to realize they could merely be exchanged for gifts. Before Lin Zhe could respond, Mary Lou swiftly snatched the items, bowing in gratitude. Lin Zhe remarked, you certainly are not one to stand on ceremony. Li Qing squinted, observing, then exclaimed, Lin Zhe, let us battle. Lin Zhe was taken aback. Why does that sound so familiar? However, is it appropriate to fight right after meeting? Before Lin Zhe could decline, the striking spirit beside Li Qing raised its hand in a challenging gesture. Very well, it seems a fight is inevitable. Let us do this. Judging by the marks and aura emanating from the striking spirit, it was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. He had yet to engage in battle with such a skilled duelist. Let us go. Lin Zhe set down his backpack, and the Ice Ninetales stepped forward. You are the one chosen, Ice Ninetales. Seeing the small fox prepared for battle, Li Qing frowned. He desired to face Mary Lou, as its speed indicated it was no ordinary opponent. Yet, it mattered not. He would fight until he could use Mary Lou. Excitement flickered in Li Qing's eyes. Striking spirit, let us unleash our courage, gather strength. Li Qing shouted fervently to the heavens. At the sound of his fierce roar, a spark of fervor ignited in the eyes of the striking spirit. Let us go. Meanwhile, a surge of energy began to rise around the striking spirit, its momentum escalating. The thunderous shout startled Ice Ninetales, and not just the little creature. Even Lin Zhe was taken aback. However, it did not take long for him to regain his composure, focusing intently on the battle ahead. Each combatant possessed a distinct fighting style. One must not be swayed by their opponent. Ice Ninetales, Ice Beam. Influenced by Li Qing, Lin Zhe's voice involuntarily rose in pitch. A cerulean energy gathered in the maw of the Ninetales, aimed squarely at the Hitmonchan. Too slow. Close in at high speed. Hitmonchan, charge. With a bellow, Hitmonchan darted forward, deftly evading by leveraging its feet against the ground. So swift, Lin Zhe's pupils contracted. Psychic power. A glimmer of blue light flashed in Ice Ninetales' eyes as an invisible wave descended upon Hitmonchan. The effect was palpable. Hitmonchan was compelled to decelerate, its mind assailed by a sudden throbbing pain and dizziness. Hitmonchan, summon your courage. Once more, it concentrated its energy. From the distant snow-capped mountains, a faint cracking sound echoed through the air. In that moment, neither combatant recognized the repercussions of their loud shouts amidst the battle. Go forth, Hitmonchan. Vanquish her with your bravery. Execute a close-range strike. Ice Ninetales, Blizzard. Ice Ninetales let out a piercing howl, and what began as a gentle snowfall abruptly transformed into a barrage of icy pellets, soon escalating into large hailstones. What a troublesome Ice Ninetales. Li Qing harbored unwavering confidence in Hitmonchan's prowess, yet the elusive nature of its opponent proved to be quite vexing. Although Hitmonchan was remarkably fast, there was an inexplicable phenomenon where it would dodge just as the proximity narrowed. Now, visibility was further obstructed. Your courage is rendered ineffectual, Lin Zhe remarked, his tone laced with subtle mockery. Is that so? Li Qing retorted with a cold smirk. Earthquake. With a decisive stomp of Hitmonchan's right foot, the ground began to tremble. Energy radiating outward. Utilize your psychic power to ascend. Though it could not achieve complete flight, a brief suspension in midair was indeed possible. I've got you now, Hitmonchan. Close quarters strike. Surely, the ability to evade earlier attacks was also attributed to its psychic power. Yet, in midair, relying solely on that would not suffice against Hitmonchan's speed. As anticipated, Ice Ninetales became exposed in the air. It's over. Hitmonchan, Mega Punch. Show her your courage. Hitmonchan propelled itself skyward, its focus sharpened after gathering energy. Right fist clenched, aimed at the airborne Ice Ninetales. Upon witnessing this, Lin Zhe's expression changed dramatically. Shield yourself with ice armor. Ice Ninetales reacted swiftly, encased in ice at Lin Zhe's command, forming a sturdy barrier. Simultaneously, Hitmonchan's strike landed with relentless force. Ice Ninetales was sent hurtling backward, colliding with a tree before coming to a halt. Unbeknownst to them, both Li Qing and Hitmonchan were oblivious to the lurking danger. Nearby, the watching Ninetales glimmered with a menacing light, its flickering crimson aura betraying an inner turmoil. Chapter 91. The best way to eliminate fear is to confront it. Go for it, Ice Ninetales. Though the mental connection remained steadfast, Lin Zhe could not suppress his concerns. As the mist cleared, a chunk of ice appeared beneath the tree, marred by numerous cracks. With a resounding crack, although he had managed to summon the ice armor in time, the might of the punch, weighing millions of tons, could not be underestimated. The Ice Six-Tails gasped for breath, clearly suffering from the blow. Come on, Hitmon, gather your energy. Li Qing continued to roar. Yet before Hitmon could focus, a brilliant blue light suddenly flared in Ice Six-Tails' eyes, even more dazzling than before. Another attempt would be futile. Hitmon, concentrate. Strike. Powerful steam erupted from Hitmon's body, sending even the hailstones flying. However, before Hitmon could make any further moves, his body stiffened, frozen in place, confusion clouding his eyes. This was Lin Zhe reinforcing Ice Six-Tails with his mental power, significantly amplifying its abilities, far surpassing the previous encounter. Freeze dry. Lin Zhe softly uttered the Ice-type ultimate move. Ice Six-Tails exhaled a chilling gust, accompanied by snowflakes and hail, hurtling toward Hitmon. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a magnificent ice sculpture. Unbeknownst to Li Qing, Ice Six-Tails had mastered the ability to infiltrate the body with ice energy, and with its pure energy further enhanced by Lin Zhe's reinforcement. It rendered Hitmon utterly defenseless. If not released promptly, frostbite could ensue. I concede. Li Qing recognized the predicament and immediately surrendered. Upon hearing the admission of defeat, the Ninetales leisurely approached, exhaling flames to initiate the thawing process. Initially intending to teach Li Qing a lesson, the unexpected defeat spared much effort. Under the scorching flames, the ice began to melt, and Hitmon gradually regained consciousness. Here, give this to him. It will expedite his recovery. Lin Zhe retrieved a specially formulated healing potion from his backpack, harboring a favorable impression of both Li Qing and Hitmon. Deeming it unnecessary to become adversaries over a mere battle, Li Qing hastily accepted the potion to administer to Hitmon. Moments later, Hitmon awoke, his voice faint. Hitmon, you did exceptionally well. I witnessed your courage. Li Qing gently clasped Hitmon's hand, his words tender yet invigorating, a stark contrast to his earlier boisterousness. Hitmon gazed at Li Qing, moved. This was his trainer, the one he would follow for life. Observing the peculiar atmosphere, Lin Zhe hastily interjected, do not be too disheartened. The formidable power you witnessed was greatly enhanced by my assistance. He then demonstrated his mental prowess. However, Li Qing and Hitmon shook their heads, asserting that a trainer's strength is inherently intertwined with that of their Pokémon. Every battle is a collaborative endeavor between trainer and Pokémon. You must be curious why I was so loud, proclaiming courage. Li Qing laughed heartily, seemingly unperturbed by the topic. The Hitmon you see now was once a rather shy Pokémon. Li Qing patted Hitmon's shoulder. When we first met, his body was still quite frail. It wasn't until one occasion during an outdoor game that my enthusiastic cheers significantly boosted the morale of the fighting ghost. That day, we emerged victorious. It marked our inaugural triumph. From that moment on, whenever a battle ensued, as long as I could speak, I would rally the fighting ghost with unwavering courage. Courage is indeed the pathway to our empowerment. The subsequent words the fighting ghost spoke to Li Qing were met with no dissent. Li Qing had once stated that the most effective way to dispel fear was to confront it head-on. He was no longer that timid sprite, and thus, even if this history were to be ridiculed, the fighting ghost remained unfazed. If you dare to challenge me, I shall teach you how to speak with my fists. Lin Zhe listened quietly to Li Qing's chatter. From their earlier exchange, he could distinctly sense Li Qing's confidence in the fighting ghost. As he listened, Lin Zhe couldn't help but smile gently. This was the bond between a sprite and its trainer. He turned to stroke the fur of his Vulpix, gazing at the three sprites. Although their time together varied, Lin Zhe regarded them as family, as companions, and the sprites, in turn, relied deeply on him. At that moment, the keystone he carried in the inner pocket of his clothing flickered briefly with light before succumbing once again to darkness. You see, this method of striking is both simple and allows for rapid power delivery. In an open area, Li Qing and the fighting ghost were demonstrating the punching technique to Lin Zhe and the three sprites. Li Qing and the fighting ghost exhibited remarkable combat skills, greatly aiding Lin Zhe. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe's sprites possessed an energy utilization that the fighting ghost lacked. Thus, both parties began to complement each other, advancing at a remarkable pace. Chapter 92. After the young ones, the elders arrive. Are you referring to a top-tier ice stone? Li Qing mused as he cast a contemplative glance at the ice Ninetales, which was mimicking the punching motions with great enthusiasm. Indeed, Lin Zhe's ice Ninetales was an exceptional sprite, and utilizing a top-tier ice stone would not be amiss. However, Lin Zhe would soon be disappointed. Li Qing was only training at the edge of the snowy mountains, not to mention a top-tier ice stone. Even ordinary quality ones were scarcely found. It seemed that only the depths of the snowy mountains held such treasures. Let us be off. Today's training has concluded. Li Qing and the fighting ghosts slung their backpacks over their shoulders, calling out as they went. Are you not sleeping in the snowy mountains? Lin Zhe blinked and inquired. Realizing the absurdity of his question, Lin Zhe chastised himself for his foolishness. The comforts of a hotel far surpassed those of the snowy mountains. Balance between work and rest was of utmost importance. Li Qing waved his hand and began descending the mountain from the other side. They were headed in opposite directions. And with this parting, Lin Zhe pondered whether they would meet again. Perhaps they would cross paths at the national tournament in the future. Both of them silently shouted in their hearts, "Let us set out." The journey to seek evolution stones remained long, and Lin Zhe prepared himself for a protracted battle. Meanwhile, Vulpix clicked her tongue, watching the departing fighting ghost with a hint of regret. She had originally intended to find an opportunity to give him a good thrashing, or rather, a friendly competition. Descending the mountain at an accelerated pace, Lin Zhe ran ahead with the three sprites trailing beside him. His mental fortitude provided Lin Zhe with immense convenience. Dining requires no bowls, drinking requires no cups. One can enjoy meals without chopsticks, and when weariness strikes, one might levitate effortlessly. Even sleep can be indulged without the need to rise and extinguish the lights. Yet, exercise remains essential. Otherwise, one may languish in pleasure, inevitably transforming into a portly figure. In this regard, Lin Zhe has truly embodied the essence of leaving no trace upon the snow. After a refreshing bath, he collapsed into bed. At that moment, Marilu entered with her head bowed. "What troubles you?" Lin Zhe inquired, puzzled by her unusual demeanor, for she was typically effervescent. "Li Lu, the Silver Leaf Dojo is closed," Marilu exclaimed, her eyes flashing with indignation. "How can they rest like this?" Lin Zhe mused, realizing he had been overly concerned. Perhaps it was merely the absence of alcohol that soured her mood. After savoring the exquisite iced jade wine, he had lost all interest in lesser spirits, inciting Marilu's ire. Lin Zhe reclined on his bed, uncertain of what transpired at home. Would AI Guanshi grow bored? With a tinge of nostalgia, he gradually drifted into slumber. Ice Six-Tails, Frostbeam. The cerulean light struck the wild spirit before him with precision. After a brief exchange, the wild creature shook its head and departed. Alas, still nothing. Lin Zhe rose on his legs, realizing it was already the fourth day since his arrival. He still possessed 2 blue ice stones, obtained yesterday from a battle with wild spirits. Regrettably, their quality was mediocre, rendering them unsuitable for the evolution of Ice Six-Tails. However, discarding them seemed wasteful. So he decided to keep them, hopeful they might prove useful in the future. Let us proceed. After a brief respite, they ventured deeper into the snowy mountains. With Marilu and Ninetales by his side, Lin Zhe felt a reassuring sense of safety. As they quickened their pace, the snow beneath thickened, transforming from light flurries to heavier snowfall. Lin Zhe had anticipated this development, so retreat was not an option. However, with the increased snowfall, his mental focus began to wane, and his range contracted slightly. As Lin Zhe pressed onward, a shadow flitted through the forest behind him, gone in an instant. What eerie weather! Why have all the spirits vanished? He wondered, brushing off the snowflakes clinging to him. The journey remained remarkably quiet, contrary to the tales of formidable spirits lurking nearby. Just as he sought a clearing to rest, a warning surged through his mental awareness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind. A flurry of snow cascaded as a snow-white figure leaped forth. Avalanche King, quickly dodge. Lin Zhe executed a roll to evade the oncoming beast, and his 3 spirits scattered in different directions. Once steadied, he looked up to behold the imposing Avalanche King standing resolutely before him, a small head peeking out from behind. It was none other than the snow-capped monster he had encountered on the first day. Is this the little one calling for its elder? Lin Zhe swallowed hard, suppressing a chuckle. Curry, curry. The snow-capped monster leaped from the Avalanche King, its playful movements surprisingly endearing. Are you suggesting I battle him? If the Avalanche King prevails, shall I offer you the spirit block? Lin Zhe was somewhat perplexed. If he wanted food, he could simply ask. Just as he contemplated a refusal, the Blizzard King across from him let out a thunderous roar, initiating a dialogue. After a series of exchanges, Lin Zhe's expression grew grave. This Blizzard King possessed knowledge of the whereabouts of a top-tier ice stone, but only if he was defeated first. It appeared that a confrontation was inevitable. So be it. Let the battle commence. QB, it is your turn. After spending days in the snowy mountains, it had been only Ice Six-Tails engaging in combat. And QB was eager for action. Having not yet vented the frustration from the last encounter with the ghost, this was the perfect opportunity to unleash everything. Go forth. Unleash the flames. After extensive training, the intensity and range of the flames had significantly increased. Although the Blizzard King was formidable, QB held a distinct advantage in attributes, making victory a possibility. As the flames surged forth, the Blizzard King bellowed in fury, slamming his hands forward. Instantly, a fierce whirlwind accompanied by snowflakes swept through, effectively dispersing the flames. Witnessing the effectiveness of his counter, the Blizzard King's face lit up with pleasure as he charged forward, each step sending tremors through the ground. Simultaneously, countless vines erupted from beneath QB, ensnaring its 4 limbs, waist, and tail. Yet QB remained unfazed, a glimmer of mockery in its eyes. As the Blizzard King drew near, QB's crimson gaze ignited with fiery brilliance, flames enveloping its form, swiftly breaking free from the bindings. Fire wheel. Lin Zhe commanded quietly from behind, everything under his control. QB. Ablaze, resembled an ancient deity, radiating an aura of authority, the intense heat distorting the very air around it. The surrounding snow had long since melted, revealing dark, rich soil beneath. Seeing this, the Blizzard King hastily planted his hands into the ground, halting his advance. He was not foolish. The terrifying heat would spell the end of the match if he collided directly with it. Ice began to coalesce around him, launching towards QB. Alas, such efforts were futile. Before QB, who had fully mastered the fire element, the icy projectiles were mere jest, although not directly tested. Lin Zhe had an instinctive feeling that QB's flames rivaled those of certain lesser divine beasts in terms of temperature. What remained was merely a matter of energy quantity and potency. The Blizzard King soon realized that ice-based attacks might prove ineffective against QB. Consequently, he rooted himself in place to regain energy, raising his hands above his head. Chapter 93. So many ice six tails. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, coalescing in the Blizzard King's hands into a miniature sun. The blinding brilliance made it difficult for QB to keep its eyes open. Lin Zhe, however, watched in astonishment. If he was not mistaken, this was likely a grass-type ultimate move, Solar Flare. Absorbing the sun's energy, it would accumulate and unleash a powerful force. Lin Zhe gestured for QB to pause, allowing the Blizzard King to continue. It was an opportunity to witness various techniques and gain experience. Under Lin Zhe's command, the Ninetales harbored unwavering trust, ceasing to gather fire energy in its mouth while maintaining a poised state of readiness. Soon, the energy of the blazing sunlight coalesced, launching itself towards the Ninetales. In tandem, the flames from the Ninetales' mouth were unleashed, intercepting the airborne rays of sunlight. A violent explosion resonated through the air, enveloping the scene in a dense cloud of smoke that obscured the view for both parties. However, within the keen perception of the Ninetales and Lin Zhe, nothing remained hidden. Their divine prowess allowed them to sense the Blizzard King charging toward them. Observing this, Lin Zhe flashed an enigmatic smile and commanded, "Water cannon." A brilliant blue light shimmered from the Ninetales' tail as a robust column of water erupted from its mouth. Yet, the aim was not at the Blizzard King, but rather at his path of advance. The chilling temperature combined with the torrent of water instantly transformed the ground into a slick sheet of ice, enshrouded in smoke. The Blizzard King was oblivious to the treacherous surface beneath, and as his foot slipped, he fell backward, propelled by inertia, crashing into a tree. The force of the impact left the Blizzard King dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. Defiant, he prepared to rise and unleash a roar, but alas. As soon as he opened his mouth, he found himself ensnared by a ring of flames. The searing heat rendered him immobile. Faced with the realization that even his progenitor could not withstand this power, he pondered whether to seek the aid of his forebears. Ultimately, the encircled Blizzard King begrudgingly conceded, for a mere brush against the flames would surely incinerate his very branches. Upon hearing the Blizzard King surrender, the Ninetales revealed a hint of a smile. Excellent. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Meanwhile, the Snom, witnessing the conclusion of the battle, hurried over to check on the Blizzard King's injuries. After a thorough inspection, relief washed over him. The Blizzard King let out a roar, declaring that since he had lost, he would honor his word and lead them to the ultimate ice stone. With that, he prepared to rise, presenting a Pokémon cube as an invitation for the Blizzard King to consume. The Snom received a share as well, though this action left it puzzled. Is there a reward, even after losing? Why wasn't he offered anything previously? Lin Zhe shrugged nonchalantly. Last time, you cried and fled so swiftly that we couldn't even catch up. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, the Blizzard King tilted his head toward the Snom, raising an eyebrow. Did the little one really cry? Before long, the Pokémon regained their strength. The Blizzard King led the way, sprinting ahead with the Snom perched upon him. Lin Zhe and his 3 Pokémon closely followed, rapidly penetrating the depths of the snowy mountains. It must be noted that the Blizzard King charged forward with remarkable ferocity, trampling even the slightest of trees underfoot. Truly, he embodied the wild spirit of the snow-capped wilderness. After an indeterminate duration of running, just as Lin Zhe felt his mental energy waning, the Blizzard King leaped down from a tree, halting before a cavern. The impact of his descent scattered the surrounding snow. The Snom hopped off the Blizzard King's back, entering the cave first as if it were well acquainted with the place, with the Blizzard King promptly trailing behind. Not wanting to be left behind, Lin Zhe followed suit. Inside, darkness enveloped the cave, prompting Lin Zhe to gather some branches to fashion a rudimentary torch. As I ventured deeper, the temperature continued to plummet. Even with ample warmth providing gear, Lin Zhe began to feel a chill. Noticing this, the Ninetales signaled for Lin Zhe to mount its back. A surge of fire energy coursed through its body, gradually raising the temperature, which brought comfort to Lin Zhe. The Ice Six Tails, however, seemed to revel in the surroundings, and Mary Lou exhibited no signs of distress, much to Lin Zhe's astonishment. At last, the Snowstorm King and the Snowy Monster came to a halt, clearing a path. Ahead lay a wall, and Lin Zhe felt a pang of confusion. The Snowstorm King gestured for him to follow closely and then approached the wall. Suddenly, a ripple shimmered across its surface, and the figures of the large and small creatures vanished within. This was a hidden realm, an untouched sanctuary. Given the Snowstorm King's familiarity with the area, it was evident that it had frequented this place often. Lin Zhe dismounted and, accompanied by the sprites, approached the wall. He extended a hand inside, but it met only emptiness. Gritting his teeth, he stepped through. Following him were the Ninetales and the Ice Six Tails, while Mary Lou exhibited a peculiar expression. There seemed to be a familiar resonance within, as if it had encountered this essence before. Subsequently, it too leaped inside. Upon entry, Lin Zhe was nearly swept away by a fierce blizzard. Fortunately, the Snowstorm King caught him just in time. As he opened his mouth to express gratitude, a mouthful of snow overwhelmed him. His mental faculties were severely restricted in this place, and a strange force pressed down upon him. Ninetales, are you alright? Lin Zhe initiated a mental link, realizing that speaking was unwise in such an environment. He retrieved windproof goggles from his backpack, shielding his face and leaving only 2 breathing holes. It was nearly impossible to remain unencumbered. The Ninetales attempted to unleash a flame, but like Lin Zhe, it was met with a mouthful of snow the moment it opened its mouth. The Snowstorm King continued to lead the way, seemingly unaffected by the blizzard's hindrance, his stride unperturbed. During their journey, they encountered a swarm of ice dodos drifting about. As they delved deeper, more ice-type sprites appeared. In fact, an Ice Ninetales materialized before Lin Zhe. Curiously, the Ice Ninetales observed Lin Zhe and his accompanying sprites, its eyes lighting up upon seeing the Ice Six Tails. It approached the Ice Six Tails, nuzzling its nose, and then returned to lead the way, as if aware of Lin Zhe's purpose. Following the Ice Ninetales, Lin Zhe's astonishment grew. There were so many Ice Six Tails. This was a clan. The little ones, upon seeing their kin, grew excited and dove into playful antics. Several Ice Ninetales turned their attention toward Lin Zhe and the Ninetales, with a few approaching and circling around the Ninetales, their eyes glimmering with curiosity. The Ninetales remained calm, standing quietly beside Lin Zhe, providing him with warmth. Eventually, the guiding Ice Ninetales came to a stop, and the blizzard, too, seemed to have ceased. Before Lin Zhe unfolded the breathtaking marvels of nature. Chapter 94, Light of Evolution. The eternal snow and glaciers formed a myriad of shapes, with sunlight streaming down, casting a crystalline glow. However, as one's gaze descended, the glacier beneath the cliff was shrouded in swirling snow mist, ethereal and boundless, stretching into infinity. Gazing into the distance, countless ice-type spirits inhabit this realm. Some huddle together for warmth amidst the frost, while others stand majestically upon the glacial cliffs. This is a forbidden territory for humanity, yet a paradise for the sprites. Greetings, young human. A voice imbued with charisma resonated from ahead as Lin Zhe found himself lost in thought. The frolicking Ice Vulpix parted to create a path, allowing a majestic Ice Ninetales to emerge gracefully. What a magnificent creature, towering above the ordinary Ice Ninetales. Its fur gently swayed in the breeze, reflecting a crystalline luminescence under the sun's rays. Its gaze, tranquil yet profound, surveyed Lin Zhe with the benevolence of a sage and the depth of an unfathomable abyss. This was their sovereign. Greetings, esteemed Spirit King. Lin Zhe bowed slightly, maintaining a dignified composure. If he was not mistaken, this Ice Ninetales was not merely the ruler of its kin, but perhaps the sovereign of this secret realm as well. Suddenly, Lin Zhe was taken aback. The Ice Ninetales spoke not through telepathy, but with a voice. Do not be astonished. I have lived for nearly a millennium, and the language of humans is not difficult to master. The Ice Ninetales' calm gaze seemed to possess a piercing insight, scrutinizing Lin Zhe thoroughly. You are its trainer, are you not? The Ice Ninetales focused on the powerful aura and warmth emanating from Lin Zhe. Such formidable strength was something he had not even sensed from his brother Marilu. After examining the little creature, the Ice Ninetales' gaze shifted to the Vulpix. Amidst the vast expanse of white snow, the golden hue of the Vulpix stood out conspicuously, yet it remained proud and unyielding. The Ice Ninetales emitted a note of surprise, as it observed something intriguing about the Vulpix. A fire-type Vulpix, capable of wielding water energy with such ease. The Ice Ninetales spoke slowly, articulating the transformation of the Vulpix with remarkable clarity. Follow me. Although the voice of the Ice Ninetales trembled slightly, it soon regained its composure. Turning, the Ice Ninetales entered the crevasse of the glacier, leaving Lin Zhe uncertain whether to follow. Casting a glance behind, he saw that the path they had traversed was already concealed by the raging blizzard, and the Blizzard King had vanished without a trace. Marilu tugged at Lin Zhe's trousers, shaking her head to indicate there was no need for concern. Although the strength of the Ice Ninetales surpassed his own, Marilu held her own secrets. Furthermore, a familiar aura emanated from within, coupled with the Ice Ninetales' demeanor, suggested it was safe to enter. Lin Zhe adjusted his backpack and retrieved some sustenance from his pocket, offering it to the 3 spirits to replenish their strength. He too consumed some provisions to stave off the cold before resolutely following the ice Ninetales. Upon entering the icy mountain, the cold seemed somewhat less oppressive. The Vulpix led the way, while Marilou brought up the rear, cradling the ice Vulpix. Should any trouble arise, they would at least put up a token resistance. Time flowed unmarked as they walked, observing the elegant form of the ice Ninetales ahead, seemingly tireless in its grace. Lin Zhe mentally calculated that although the path ahead was somewhat winding, he was indeed at the heart of the iceberg. A gentle descent suggested he might be underground. At last, the ice nine-tailed king halted before a mural. Lin Zhe stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with the ice nine-tailed king. The wall depicted two nine-tailed beings, one resplendent in icy blue elegance, and the other a majestic golden hue. Despite the clashing colors, they intertwined in a peculiar harmony, devoid of any awkwardness. On closer inspection, the tips of their tails radiated vibrant, multicolored luminescence, further enhancing their grace. Above the two nine-tails, there was a sprite, draped in shades of gray and white, resembling a horse yet bearing a hint of goat-like features, encircled by cruciform, wheel-like objects. Its elongated form exuded a unique beauty. This was the ancient ancestor of the nine-tailed clan, alongside Arceus, the creator of sprites. The ice nine-tailed king spoke slowly, his tone now tinged with reverence. Lin Zhe stepped forward, marveling at the creator of the sprites. Even as a mural, it emanated a profound sense of overwhelming power. The ancient ancestors wielded the ability to command various elemental energies at will. Yet now, we could scarcely harness even half of them. The ice nine-tailed king's voice carried a touch of melancholy. You must need this, he said, moving into a nearby ice chamber, with Lin Zhe trailing behind. As they entered, a sudden drop in temperature engulfed them. A dense wave of icy energy washed over Lin Zhe, prompting him to retreat just in time. Nevertheless, he had caught sight of the treasures within. Ice stones. They littered the ground, albeit of mediocre quality. However, within the source of the frigid air, there surely lay some top-tier ice stones. What do you want me to do? Lin Zhe asked solemnly, aware that there were no free lunches in the world. He was skeptical of the ice nine-tailed king's goodwill. The ice nine-tailed king shot him a knowing glance, clearly discerning Lin Zhe's thoughts. It's not for you. It's for the ice six-tailed beside you. I see the future and the shadows of ancestors in her. For me, the ice stones have lost their significance. There was a hint of resignation in the ice nine-tailed king's tone. And what about those ice sprites outside? High-quality ice stones would benefit them as well, wouldn't they? Lin Zhe inquired, puzzled. I'll give you 2 pieces, not the whole lot. The ice nine-tailed king winked with a sly glimmer. Lin Zhe couldn't help but wonder. But why 2 pieces? One is for the fire nine-tails. The name fire nine-tail struck Lin Zhe as peculiar, prompting a silent chuckle. This distinction is to differentiate the 2 types of sprites. The ice nine-tailed king saw right through him. Lin Zhe was taken aback. How could the ice nine-tailed king, who had likely lived for ages, read his mind so effortlessly? She must have evolved, he thought. Let her enter and evolve. The ice energy here is ample for her perfect transformation. Come back to me once she has evolved. With that, the ice nine-tailed king turned and departed. Lin Zhe knelt down to stroke the ice six-tail's head. Go in, strive to feel your conviction. Believe in yourself. Listening to Lin Zhe's encouragement, Ice Ninetales nodded resolutely and stepped into the cave. As soon as she entered, she was enveloped by pure icy energy. Cautiously avoiding the icy stones scattered on the ground, she moved toward the direction where the energy was most concentrated. Suddenly, a radiant blue-white light of evolution illuminated the cave, and it seemed as though the icy energy had found its outlet, pouring into the evolving ice Ninetales. Yet it was not enough. The scattered icy stones on the ground dimmed as their energy was siphoned away. As the energy continued to surge in, the light of evolution grew increasingly brilliant, and Ice Ninetales began to enlarge, her form becoming more elongated. Chapter 95, Complete Mastery of Attribute Energy. Outside, Lin Zhe waited anxiously. Unlike the evolution of QB, he was not present this time. After all, Ice Ninetales was still a child, and he was not by her side. What if something went awry? In mere seconds, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Finally, as the light of evolution at the cave entrance diminished and then disappeared, a slender and graceful figure emerged. Her snow-white fur fluttered as if stirred by an unseen breeze, and her once oval eyes elongated, adding an enchanting allure. Lin Zhe, I have successfully evolved. The voice of Ice Ninetales, no, now Ice QB, resounded in Lin Zhe's mind. Ice QB excitedly dashed over, knocking Lin Zhe to the ground and affectionately nuzzling him. QB approached from the side, their necks intertwining in a striking contrast. Maril, who had been admiring the murals, now bounced over. Human boy, come here. After a moment of tenderness, the voice of Ice QB King resonated from outside. The 2 QB flanked Lin Zhe, creating a magnificent sight. Excellent, Ice QB King exclaimed, taking a turn to admire the perfectly evolved Ice QB. When Lin Zhe placed his hand on Ice QB, he was taken aback. In the section for Pokémon moves, all Ice-type and Psychic-type moves had vanished, replaced by a singular phrase. Ice-type energy fully mastered. Psychic energy fully mastered. The other types of skills remained unchanged in their original places. Lin Zhe then placed his hand on QB, and the situation was identical, except the attributes read. Fire-type energy fully mastered. Steel-type energy fully mastered. Psychic energy fully mastered. The other moves remained unchanged. No one could have anticipated that on an otherwise ordinary day. They stood at a crossroads, fate guiding them toward an unknown path. Whether this path was fortunate or disastrous remained a mystery to all. Subsequently, Ice QB King began teaching Ice QB various ice-type techniques, while QB diligently absorbed the energy from the icy stones nearby. There was no better place to comprehend ice-type energy than here. It was a veritable paradise of ice. If a dragon-type were to come and fight, it would be exhilarating to have them here. Lin Zhe mused oddly. However, he quickly composed himself, for Ice QB King had just revealed a shocking secret. In an ancient world inhabited by humanity, there existed chosen ones capable of acquiring supernatural abilities through the mastery of psychic powers, enabling them to learn the techniques of elemental spirits. The spirits in the realms of mystery had been severed from their origins, merging into this world. However, the Ice Nine-Tailed King lacked further knowledge on the matter. After providing him with a manual on the cultivation methods of ancient humans, he continued to train alongside the Ice Ninetales, the Ninetales, and Mary Lou. Whether it was one companion or three, the essence of companionship remained the same. And these three spirits exhibited remarkable talents, particularly the Ice Ninetales, who grasped concepts almost instantaneously. After observing for a while, Lin Zhe felt a sense of relief and began contemplating the information imparted by the Ice Nine-Tailed King. Telekinesis represented the fundamental control over psychic energy, and with proper training, the strength of one's mental prowess could be attained. Could it be that humanity was, in fact, a form of spirit? Lin Zhe found this notion somewhat absurd. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he resolved to focus on practice, eagerly anticipating the day he could wield powerful telekinetic abilities. And he was particularly enamored with the concepts of teleportation and transformation. Thus, Lin Zhe and his three spirits settled temporarily in this realm. The supplies they had brought had long been consumed, but fortunately, the abundance of fruit from the trees alleviated their hunger, though consuming it directly felt somewhat wasteful, nonetheless. Training took precedence. Days passed swiftly, and Lin Zhe, alongside his three spirits, experienced rapid growth. Thankfully, the vastness of the secret realm allowed for exploration during their training breaks, preventing boredom and offering Lin Zhe a plethora of new experiences with various spirits. Lin Zhe would regale the spirits with tales of the outside world and stories from his previous life, captivating them completely. Eventually, the time to part ways arrived. Lin Zhe appeared slightly paler than when he had arrived, his physique more robust and resilient. The appearances of the two Ninetales and Mary Lou had also improved, radiating an inner confidence in their abilities. While directing the two Ninetales and the Ice Nine-Tailed King in battle, their bond deepened once more. As the Ice Nine-Tailed King truly engaged in the fray, attributes, energy, and even psychic strength proved ineffective against him, rendering the once invincible techniques powerless. And Lin Zhe found himself nearly ensnared by the Ice Nine-Tailed King's charm. Standing at the threshold of the secret realm, Lin Zhe and his three spirits gazed longingly at the Ice Nine-Tailed King. As Lin Zhe contemplated his next words, he was met with a sharp retort from the Ice Nine-Tailed King, leaving him exasperated. "Do not worry about not being able to see me, even in death. I shall endure." Lin Zhe replied, "Farewell," and promptly departed the secret realm with his spirits, the Ice Nine-Tailed King maintaining his usual acerbic wit, basking in the bright sunlight. Lin Zhe inhaled deeply, feeling a sense of liberation as if he were greeting the day anew. His phone had long since run out of battery, and he had lost track of time. Initially, he could remember, but eventually ceased to keep count. Turning around, he suddenly faced an awkward dilemma. He had forgotten the way. The Blizzard King had guided him here, but after such a prolonged absence, the Blizzard King had undoubtedly departed. With no other option, Lin Zhe chose a random direction to traverse, convinced that if he kept walking, he would eventually find his way out. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe mounted the Ice Ninetales. Ignoring the wistful glance from the adjacent Ninetales, he signaled to set off. Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar. "Barrage, unleash your courage, and activate Earthquake." Lin Zhe was momentarily taken aback, but his face lit up with joy. Wasn't that Li Qing's voice? He hastily urged the Ice Ninetales to accelerate. But before it could take a step, the ground began to tremble. Could the earthquake move travel this far? Lin Zhe was bewildered. But at the prompting of the nearby Ninetales, he looked towards the mountain peak, and his expression changed drastically. An avalanche. How foolish of him to forget that one should not shout on the snow. The last time he was far away, but now he was so close. Compounded by the earthquake, he had truly been lucky last time. Watching the snow on the mountain roar like 1,000 galloping horses, he quickly signaled the Ice Ninetales to hasten toward Li Qing's direction. Their speed surged, and two fleeting trails of ice blue and golden yellow vanished from sight. At that moment, Li Qing was equally stunned, not expecting his voice to resonate so powerfully. Did this count as manifesting courage? Chapter 96, Rescuing. The might of nature is formidable, as the raging avalanche devours everything in its path. Seeing this, Barrage quickly hoisted the dazed Li Qing and began sprinting down the mountain. The wild Pokémon they had just battled had long since disappeared. Barrage was inherently swift, and simultaneously, various Pokémon darted from the forest. Some flying Pokémon even seized the slower ones, all seeking refuge from this natural disaster. In the face of such destructive power, perhaps only legendary Pokémon could stand against it. Barrage, carrying Li Qing, found their combined weight slowing them down, lagging behind the other Pokémon until they fell to the rear. Barrage, put me down, you must flee, Li Qing shouted, pounding on Barrage's shoulder. At this rate, they would both be engulfed by the avalanche. Barrage ignored him, tightening his grip, unwavering in his resolve to keep Li Qing secure, regardless of Li Qing's protests. He refused to let go. The calamity pursued relentlessly, and Li Qing could even sense the chilling breath of death looming behind him. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Li Qing noticed his Pokeball enlarging. He was prepared to recall Barrage. Although this might confine Barrage within the Pokeball for an indeterminate time, at least he would survive, and eventually, someone would come to rescue him. Just as Li Qing was about to touch Barrage with the Pokeball, a furious shout came from the side. Simultaneously, 2 bolts of lightning streaked past. Damn it, you really can shout. Don't do that again. Suddenly, Barrage and Li Qing felt their bodies lighten, and they began to float, their speed multiplying exponentially. Li Qing turned to see Lin Zhe and 2 Ninetales. You, what about me? You're incredible. Your shout practically shook the mountain, empowered by Lin Zhe's mental prowess. The 2 Ninetales used their psychic abilities to grasp Li Qing and Barrage, then shot down the mountain like a bolt of lightning. The speed was astonishingly swifter than when they had arrived. Gradually, they began to distance themselves from the avalanche trailing behind. Lin Zhe exhaled in relief, realizing the peril they had narrowly escaped. Thankfully, the Ice Ninetales had evolved. Otherwise, relying solely on the singular Ninetales would have made their rescue uncertain. Li Qing was also fortunate. Had he been even a tad further away, he would not have heeded the call for help. One must possess absolute certainty before attempting a rescue. During their frantic escape, Lin Zhe gathered some weary Pokémon along the way, as they bore little weight. Every additional rescue counted. If they failed, it would simply be unfortunate fate. As they widened the gap between themselves and the avalanche, Lin Zhe began to relax. Teasing Li Qing, your shouts were commendable, but let us refrain from calling out next time. No more training in the snowy mountains. Let us choose a different locale. Li Qing could only smile wryly, realizing this experience would likely remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. Lin Zhe observed the avalanche behind them, its momentum waning and gradually subsiding. He could only speculate on the extent of the damage it may have caused. Casting a glance at Li Qing, Lin Zhe remained silent. Saving him was within his capacity, but what transpired afterward was no longer his concern. Let Li Qing grapple with the repercussions of either financial restitution or apologies. Various Pokémon showcased their skills, commencing the search and rescue operations. Just as Lin Zhe set down Li Qing and the Pokémon he had rescued along the way, a team of rescuers approached, inquiring if assistance was needed. After providing a detailed account, Lin Zhe departed, indifferent to the accolades of others. He cast a lingering gaze at the chaotic snow-covered mountains. Despite the avalanche, the snow atop the peaks still stood majestically. The secrets of the ancient realm, the Ice Ninetales King, the avalanche. It was exhilarating. This journey was far from futile, especially with the flawless evolution of the Ice Ninetales, which constituted the greatest reward of the expedition. He affectionately patted the Ice Ninetales beside him. When they had paused earlier, a position change was necessary, lest the Ninetales grow envious. Upon returning to the hotel, he charged his phone, and as soon as it powered on, a flurry of messages inundated the screen. The incessant ringing was unrelenting. He recorded a video with his 3 Pokémon to reassure his parents of his safety. Surely, the evolution to Ice Ninetales would delight them. Subsequently, he retreated to the bathroom for a comforting hot shower. In the ancient realm, he had not enjoyed the luxury of a proper bath. Although the Ninetales had helped heat the water, it always felt as though he were being boiled. The setting was also rather uncomfortable. The 2 Ninetales and Marilol made their way to another bathroom to cleanse themselves thoroughly. This expedition to the ancient realm had greatly enriched Lin Zhe's experience. While his strength had increased, so too had the fatigue of both body and spirit. The Pokémon found their respective spots and drifted into slumber. They rested for a full 2 days. Upon awakening, Lin Zhe's stomach rumbled in protest. He quickly washed up, dressed, and ventured out. Accompanied by his 3 Pokémon, he descended to the hotel lobby to indulge in a lavish feast. He ordered a variety of foods, beverages, and desserts. The 3 Pokémon wasted no time in devouring the offerings. After their meals in the ancient realm, all that remained of the Pokémon blocks were mere tree fruits, leaving them yearning for more. Lin Zhe held a chicken leg in his left hand and a duck leg in his right, occasionally washing them down with a sip of soda, while indulging in desserts and spicy snacks. Passers-by looked on in astonishment at this spectacle. It was truly inconceivable how he managed to consume such an abundance of food without his belly protruding. Burp. Perhaps it was the excessive carbonated drink. As Lin Zhe let out a prolonged belch, having returned to his hotel room after a hearty meal and restful sleep, he pondered what to do next. After spending nearly a month and a half in the secret realm, summer vacation had long since concluded. Now rejuvenated, with his two Ninetales having significantly enhanced their strength, it was only natural to engage in a worthy battle. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Zhe, accompanied by his Pokémon, made his way to the Silver Mist Gym. Chapter 97. I am the king of ice types. Xia Xiaoxue was in her office. Her long legs clad in black stockings resting atop the desk, her body reclined in the chair, lost in slumber. The table was adorned with bottles and glasses of unfinished liquor. The staff felt a bit awkward as they brought Lin Zhe in. They gently nudged Xia Xiaoxue awake before retreating. Ah, so you're the challenger. Xia Xiaoxue stretched, yawning, her gaze catching sight of a rotund blue figure. Oh, isn't that the Maril from last time? The lingering drowsiness evaporated the moment she spotted the Maril, prompting her to crouch down and stroke its head. Maril, oh, is this your trainer? Such a tiny one. Lin Zhe, thank you, but he's not small at all. Standing upright, Xia Xiaoxue approached Lin Zhe, who was indeed slightly shorter than her. Among girls, Xia Xiaoxue was exceptionally tall, especially in her black stockings and high-heeled boots, which accentuated her slender figure. Lin Zhe was considered tall among his peers, yet he appeared somewhat shorter beside Xia Xiaoxue. Lin Zhe, it's fine, I will still grow taller. Xia Xiaoxue, not in the mood to bicker, she made her way to the battlefield. How shall we compete? Xia Xiaoxue inquired. Oh, upon hearing this, Xia Xiaoxue's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Lin Zhe, her slender fingers lifting his chin, her breath fragrant. You know, minors are prohibited from drinking alcohol. Just ensure you satisfy your sister. Lin Zhe, please show some restraint, you eccentric. Noticing Lin Zhe's impassive expression, Xia Xiaoxue returned to her usual cool demeanor. Perhaps emboldened by moreover, the Ice Ninetales is an ice-type Pokémon, its exquisite fur, elegant stature, and piercing eyes hinting at its extraordinary prowess. Xia Xue's curiosity deepens. Are the new trainers of today truly so formidable? Yet, she refrains from idle chatter. The truth will reveal itself in due course. Glacial Bear, Ice Pillar Crash. Roar. The Glacial Bear bellowed, its icy energy swirling as, in an instant, massive ice pillars formed above the Ice Ninetales, plummeting down with ferocity. Lin Zhe remained silent, his mental connection growing increasingly seamless. The Ice Ninetales began to evade, its graceful form dancing across the icy ground, effortlessly dodging the Glacial Bear's attempts to strike. Seizing the opportunity, several ice swords materialized around the Ice Ninetales, launching towards the Glacial Bear. As the ice swords hurtled forth, the Glacial Bear swung its arm, charging its frozen fist to shatter the incoming blades. As the distance closed, the Glacial Bear struck with all its might. However, the ice swords, under the dual control of ice and psychic energies, evaded with uncanny agility, dodging the punch at an unusual angle. With no solid footing, the Glacial Bear lost its balance, and the ice sword struck its lower back. Thankfully, the blades were not razor-sharp, otherwise, blood would have been drawn. Nonetheless, the impact was considerable. The Glacial Bear roared in fury. Xia Xue, too, regarded Lin Zhe with gravity. This young man, besides nurturing his Pokémon well, commanded moves that were utterly unfamiliar, reminiscent of something an experienced trainer would employ. Moreover, he refrained from issuing commands, as if the Ice Ninetales operated on its own. Could he be a psychic? Rock Slide. Xia Xue calmly issued her command, knowing the terrain would require some repair. The Glacial Bear, enraged, clasped its hands into fists and slammed them down upon the ground. A visible shockwave erupted from the Glacial Bear, unleashing countless ice and rock spikes that spread indiscriminately around the arena, affecting everything except the area behind the Glacial Bear. Lin Zhe, taken aback, noted the bear's considerable strength. To achieve a similar effect, the Ice Ninetales would have to rely solely on its ice-type energy to conjure ice spikes. Unlike the Glacial Bear, which combined its elemental strength with its own physical power, amplifying the impact. However, these efforts were largely futile against the Ice Ninetales. In a remarkable display, the Ice Ninetales leaped forcefully, seemingly suspending itself in midair. This was a newly developed technique Lin Zhe had mastered in the secret realm, blending mental and psychic energy to achieve a brief moment of levitation, creating the illusion of flight. Observing Xia Xue, it was clear she was left speechless, her jaw agape in astonishment. The Glacial Bear, equally bewildered, pondered how the battle had taken to the skies. Yet, the Ice Ninetales offered no time for contemplation. With a surge of icy energy and a flash of lightning, it charged downwards toward the Glacial Bear, an unstoppable force of grandeur. Dig to evade. Xia Xue understood that this strike could not be withstood and promptly ordered a ground evasion. The Frosty Bear swiftly excavated a burrow and burrowed into it, only to find itself under the assault of the Ice Ninetales moments later. The tremendous force created a massive crater in the ground. Xia Xiaoxua exhaled in relief. Had she been struck, it would have been the end. Noticing the gaping hole, the ice Ninetales' eyes gleamed with a blue light. The power of divination activated. Scanning for the Frosty Bear's location. Coincidentally, the Frosty Bear emerged just beneath the ice Ninetales, preparing to deliver a blow. However, everything unfolded under Lin Zhe's control. At the instant the Frosty Bear made its appearance, the ice Ninetales stomped down fiercely, creating another deep pit and capturing the Frosty Bear midair. Without solid ground to anchor itself, the creature had nowhere to evade. The divine force grasped the Frosty Bear as the ice Ninetales raised a paw, conjuring a gigantic ice sphere above. With a swift motion, it descended violently, crashing the Frosty Bear deep into the pit. When the ice Ninetales began to excavate it, its eyes transformed into rings. The Frosty Bear had long since succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 98. The arrival of Shinado outside the Silver Feather Dojo. With matters here concluded, it was time to depart. After gathering her belongings at the hotel, she cast a glance towards the snowy mountains, feeling no particular sorrow. Apom, as always, sat on the steps, gazing at the villa's entrance, basking in the warmth of the sun. Psyduck dozed peacefully on a stone by the pool. The once jagged boulder gradually smoothed to a rounded form. Meanwhile, the adjacent pond had expanded, where the clumsy fish swam energetically, occasionally leaping out to splash water. Wild Pokémon occasionally visited the grassy area to rest. Everything was imbued with a gentle warmth. At that moment, Apom, who had been resting her chin on her hands, suddenly became alert, her gaze sharpening. She was no longer the weak Apom of yore. This place was her home, a sanctuary worth fighting fiercely to protect. The psychic energy enveloping the villa detected an unexpected visitor outside. Shinado had arrived at the villa's entrance, feeling the immense and profound psychic force within, her expression turning serious. Apom opened the grand door, regarding Shinado with curiosity. Sensing the inquiry and goodwill emanating from Apom, Shinado paused momentarily before handing a note to her. Apom. Apom accepted the note, which bore a line of elegant handwriting. Hello, Apom. I am Yang Qingqing. We met previously. I am the trainer of Kairu Lian. This Shinado is Kairu Lian's sister, who greatly admires powerful psychics. Could you please assist in introducing her to Lin Zhe? Apom, stare. Shinado, stare. The awakened Psyduck approached. What is happening? Why does it feel like a storm is brewing? Psyduck is shocked. Apom stepped aside, indicating for Shinado to enter. As they walked into the villa, Shinado discreetly surveyed the surroundings. The atmosphere was remarkably tranquil. Was this her doing? Shinado curiously observed Apom leading the way. A few days ago, while I was in the wilderness, my younger sister hurriedly approached me, claiming she had discovered a suitable trainer and urged me to come quickly. Trainers seek compatible Pokémon, and conversely, Pokémon also search for trainers who resonate with them. For Shinado, the criteria for its future trainer was a strong mental prowess. However, the specifics of this strength were not elaborated upon. Consequently, the initial Laruras found itself at a loss, despite Yang Qingqing being a rare genius in psychic abilities. Yet, Shinado remained unimpressed. Naturally, such high standards are indicative of substantial capability. Otherwise, one risks becoming a mere jester. Thus, Yang Qingqing diligently honed her psychic powers. Yet she continually fell short of Shinado's expectations, ultimately resigning herself to defeat. After all, Shinado's strength was also on a constant upward trajectory, widening the gap rather than narrowing it. It was not until Laruras encountered Lin Zhe that it felt a flicker of hope and considered introducing its sister. However, at that moment, Shinado was elsewhere and out of reach. When she eventually returned, the ever-busy AI Guanxi had already summoned Shinado in a flurry, anxious to share the news. Consequently, apart from knowing that Lin Zhe was a remarkably powerful psychic, Shinado was unaware of the circumstances surrounding him. A Pokémon can grow weary in the wild, even if a battle enthusiast visits daily for challenges. Yet, if this human named Lin Zhe truly possessed such extraordinary qualities, being his Pokémon would be quite agreeable. She too yearned for a home. AI Guanxi, who was leading the way, seemed to sense something, casting a discreet glance at Shinado with a faint smile. Love. Shinado nodded in acknowledgement. The room was simple and pristine, with items meticulously arranged. Exiting the door, she glanced down the corridor, which housed several similar rooms. Presumably, the other rooms were equally tidy, Shinado mused, admiring AI Guanxi's industriousness. Upon returning downstairs, AI Guanxi made a phone call to confirm with Yang Qingqing. Once assured there were no issues, she began preparing lunch. Each day, AI Guanxi cooked in abundance. In addition to the Pokémon residing in the villa, wild Pokémon often came to share a meal. However, AI Guanxi relished the bustling atmosphere, thriving on the liveliness of the villa. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the clattering sounds of cooking. Meanwhile, Shinado sat peacefully on the bed upstairs, contemplating the future. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted from below. Through the scan of her psychic abilities, Shinado discerned that AI Guanxi was preparing food. The scent was enticing. Following the fragrance, Shinado descended the stairs and entered the kitchen. Shauna. Do you need help? She confidently offered, recalling her own experiences in the wild, where one must possess some culinary skills to survive. AI Guanxi was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled and nodded. Filled with confidence, Shinado stepped into the kitchen, where AI Guanxi explained the dishes that needed to be prepared. However, soon after, an awkward situation unfolded. Shinai Duo found herself at a loss, unable to operate the various devices and recognizing only a couple of seasonings. Standing there in a daze. At that moment, the calm voice of AI Guanxi reached her ears, devoid of doubt or mockery, merely guiding her on when to add what and how to use the equipment. Following AI Guanxi's instructions, Shinai Duo quickly acclimated herself. Her multitasking and rapid learning abilities, hallmarks of her psychic lineage, coming into play. The two Pokémon harmoniously collaborated in the kitchen, reminiscent of an elder sister teaching her younger sibling the ropes. Before long, a steaming dish was prepared, and Shinai Duo, filled with a sense of accomplishment, was about to take it away. However, AI Guanxi stopped her, asserting that one portion was simply insufficient and that several more were necessary. Shinai Duo felt a twinge of confusion. Despite the singular dish, the number of Pokémon in the villa was limited, and it should suffice. Yet, she did not question it and resumed her efforts, producing 3 additional servings before finally halting. Meanwhile, AI Guanxi had completed her own psychic-type dishes, having prepared a standard version due to uncertainty regarding Shinai Duo's tastes. In addition, there were some dishes tailored for other Pokémon, albeit lacking the efficacy of specialized ones. Using her psychic abilities, AI Guanxi levitated the food outdoors to the lawn, with Shinai Duo mimicking her actions closely. Upon reaching the edge of the lawn, Shinai Duo paused, captivated by the sight of numerous wild Pokémon frolicking together. Having been too engrossed in cooking, she had failed to notice the outside world. No wonder so many dishes were required. As if summoned by the scene, Psyduck approached to lend a hand, leading them to a gazebo at the lawn's edge, a favored dining spot on pleasant days. Inside, a foldable table was set to accommodate many guests, both human and Pokémon alike. AI Guanxi gazed at the expansive table, momentarily lost in thought, before promptly arranging the meals. The food for the wild Pokémon was set aside in a separate area, while Psyduck transported the dishes featuring Magikarp and Phoebe to the water's edge. Unfortunately, they would have to wait for evolution to join the table, as otherwise, they were confined to the fish tank. With everything in place, it was time to eat. However, perhaps due to the unfamiliar surroundings, Shinai Duo spoke little, occasionally glancing at the wild Pokémon, her gaze contemplative. Having lived in the wilderness for many years, she effortlessly distinguished between wild Pokémon and those with trainers. Thus, she felt assured that all present were indeed wild Pokémon, and their strength was not formidable. Typically, such creatures maintained a distance from humans. But was it because the owner of this place was absent that they seemed so unguarded? Her curiosity deepened. At that moment, the phone rang inside the house. AI Guanxi waved her hand, and the ringing phone floated out, landing gently in her grasp. Upon seeing the caller ID, a spark of surprise flickered in her eyes. Shinai Duo, being an emotionally perceptive Pokémon, easily discerned the real-time states of individuals and Pokémon alike. From the moment the phone call commenced, AI Guanxi's emotions surged with fervor, a delightful exuberance emanating from a place of genuine surprise. Shinado mused internally, slightly taken aback. Even before their meeting, she had marveled at the psychic barriers AI Guanxi had established around the villa. The calm demeanor upon their encounter, the meticulous arrangement of accommodations, and the gentle guidance in culinary arts all painted a picture of an extraordinary spirit. It was perplexing to Shinado that such a being could be so stirred by a mere telephone call, her emotions seemingly beyond her control. Shinado found herself bewildered. She had never engaged deeply with humans. The initial Larulas had actively chosen Yang Qingqing as its trainer, yet Shinado felt no such need for companionship. She did not require sympathy from others. If a trainer sought her out for her formidable strength, they merely needed to meet her standards. There was no necessity to surpass the prowess of a spirit, for Shinado understood the impossibility of that notion. If the bond between a trainer and a spirit is one of partnership, then such connections could also exist among spirits themselves, without the need for a trainer. Yang Qingqing had been commendable, but still fell short. Shinado's strength had stagnated for quite some time, and the news relayed by Karurian prompted her visit. Observing AI Guanxi's heartfelt smile left Shinado in a state of confusion. After a brief conversation, AI Guanxi set down her phone, animatedly engaging with a Psyduck. Gotta, love, gotta, gotta. The wild spirits, upon hearing the news, erupted in cheerful exclamations, and to Shinado's surprise, they did not scatter in fear, suggesting a lack of trepidation towards AI Guanxi. The Magikarp in the pond, upon receiving the news, began to swim frantically, particularly the audacious one, whose wise eyes now reflected a hint of fear. Following their meal, AI Guanxi merrily tidied up the dishes, her steps noticeably lighter, a melody escaping her lips. Shinado assisted calmly, anticipating the moment she would finally behold the true visage of AI Guanxi the next day. In Insu City, Lin Zhe insisted on traveling back by plane. He had mentioned wanting to enjoy the scenery on the way, yet it turned out that each of them had retreated into their pokeballs for a prolonged slumber. The three spirits, aware of their misdeeds, averted their gazes in various directions, feigning ignorance. Lin Zhe chuckled with satisfaction. An awkward incident transpired while preparing to board. Upon learning that the ice jade wine could not be taken on the flight, Marilulu panicked, bursting from her pokeball and clinging desperately to it. Lin Zhe, both amused and exasperated, acquiesced to her demands. Following that, the check-in and boarding proceeded smoothly. Fortunately, there were no snorers nearby, allowing him to enjoy the scenery for a while and take a light nap. Upon disembarking, Marilulu was the first to rush out, eager to inspect her wine for any issues, while the two Ninetales silently used their psychic powers to conduct their own checks. After all, the wine was truly exquisite. If anything happened to it, the heartache would be unbearable. After a thorough inspection revealed no problems, they again utilized ice to maintain its flavor. Iguansher prepared a lavish spread at home, comfortably seated on the steps, though her occasional glances towards the door betrayed an inner restlessness. At last, a flicker of excitement danced in the eyes of the attendant. Suddenly, there was a resounding crash. Mary Lou burst through the door. She then spotted the attendant standing across from her. "Well, this is somewhat awkward," she exclaimed, before hurriedly entering the villa, determined to secure her precious cargo. As she passed by Shinado, she cast a curious glance, but it was merely a fleeting moment before she rushed inside. Lin Zhe and the two Ninetales followed suit. Upon seeing the attendant waiting inside, Lin Zhe smiled and approached her for a gentle embrace. The two Ninetales also stepped forward, offering their own tender hugs. The attendant was aware of the Ice Ninetales evolution, yet witnessing it firsthand sparked a desire for conversation. After the embraces, the Ninetales dashed off to the pool in the back. Without a doubt, the gathered Pokémon knew they were off to find the Magikarp. While inquiring about their travels, the attendant removed the backpack from Lin Zhe's shoulder, and the Ice Ninetales occasionally chimed in with comments. Perhaps it was due to the long absence or the depth of their conversation. But it wasn't until they reached the doorway that they noticed Shinado perched on the steps. Lin Zhe glanced at the attendant, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Shinado recounted the events that had transpired, presenting a note written by Yang Qingqing, all the while regarding Lin Zhe with curiosity. Is this the trainer imbued with magic? Upon grasping the situation, Lin Zhe uttered a rather perplexing statement that left the assembled Pokémon speechless. "You have feelings for me?" Chapter 100. Am I really the underdog? The attendant cast a worried glance at Lin Zhe, bemused at how a simple outing had seemingly muddled his thoughts. She instinctively reached out to touch his forehead, checking for signs of illness or fever. Lin Zhe gently brushed her hand away, chuckling, just a jest. Returning to the interior, Lin Zhe's eyes lit up at the sight of a grand feast laid out before him. While the food outside was palatable, it lacked a certain something. Now, seeing that the attendant had prepared a plethora of his favorite dishes, his appetite surged. "Quick, Ninetales, go fetch Magikarp and the others. It's time to dine." Lin Zhe communicated telepathically with the Ninetales by the pool. At that moment, the Ninetales was playfully toying with the boastful Magikarp, conjuring ice walls in front and blocking its escape route behind. Terrified, Magikarp flailed in panic, its wise eyes now tinged with anger. "I warn you not to go too far. I frighten even myself when I get riled up." Through the trials in the secret realm, the Ninetales had learned to manipulate ice energy, albeit at a sluggish pace, far from mastery. Upon receiving Lin Zhe's message, the Ninetales used its psychic powers to catch 6 fish, along with 2 orbs of water. "Sister, big sister, dear sister. Wait, let me down. I caution you to release me this instant." Magikarp protested, using Aqua Jet to attempt an escape. "What about BB Bird?" Lin Zhe inquired from the table, occasionally glancing at the sumptuous spread before him. Meanwhile, a resounding eagle's cry echoed from the skies outside. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in through the open window, stirring the room. Fortunately, the enchanted space set up by Mary Lou ensured that the meal remained unaffected. Otherwise, it would have been an inevitable brawl for BB Bird today. Nonetheless, Mary Lou playfully gave BB Bird a gentle tap. BB Bird grinned widely. Upon closer inspection, Lin Zhe noticed that BB Bird had grown considerably larger than before. Judging by the fierce gusts it had just summoned, its wings had gained strength, and its feathers appeared more lustrous and sleek. "Impressive, BB Bird. Your progress is remarkable," Lin Zhe exclaimed with delight. He later learned that BB Bird had been training in the Misty Forest. Lin Zhe wholeheartedly supported and acknowledged its efforts. BB Bird flapped its wings modestly, yet its face beamed with joy. "At least I'm no longer at the bottom." BB Bird trained diligently each day. Thus it was unaware of the news regarding Ice Ninetales' evolution. It was eager to showcase its own achievements. Just then, Ice Ninetales entered the room, and upon seeing BB Bird, a smile spread across its face as it hurried over. After all, BB Bird had always been there to play with her. Moreover, she had yet to reveal her evolution to him, intending to surprise him instead. Gently, Ice Ninetales tapped BB Bird on the shoulder, turning around excitedly. BB Bird had not noticed the little one before, and it guessed she was planning a surprise. However, when it looked back, the small and adorable Ice Vulpix had vanished, replaced by a sleek and graceful Ice Ninetales. BB Bird was taken aback. Yet, upon witnessing Ice Ninetales' affectionate expression and signature smile, BB Bird was certain that this was indeed Ice Vulpix. It had evolved. BB Bird's eyes widened in astonishment. It joyfully circled around Ice Ninetales, its wings gently draping over her form. How time had flown. Just a while ago, she was a tiny creature, and now she had grown so much. However, the smile on BB Bird's face soon faded. With this evolution, did that mean it had once again fallen to the bottom? Without a doubt, Mary Lou would be unbeatable, and with Ice Ninetales' innate talent and hard work, she might even rival Mary Lou's strength now. The mental prowess of Lin Zhe's Pokémon was also unpredictable. BB Bird could not guarantee a victory, yet Ice Vulpix had evolved. Observing her aura and the subtle pressure she exuded, coupled with its understanding of Lin Zhe, BB Bird realized that as long as they were its Pokémon, they deserved the very best. BB Bird deeply resonated with this sentiment. Initially, it had thought it would be unable to find a top-tier ice stone, and that it would evolve first before helping Ice Vulpix in her search. Yet, the unexpected discovery filled it with joy and ignited a competitive spirit within. It resolved to train harder. Meanwhile, Ninetales and Psyduck had placed Magikarp and Phoeba into the prepared aquarium. At that moment, Lin Zhe's phone rang. He picked it up, and a familiar voice of a suction cup Pokémon came through. Arrived? I'm on my way, I'm coming. Unable to resist any longer, Lin Zhe grabbed a piece of meat and dashed out of the villa. Upon returning, I called my parents, inviting them to share a meal together. Just arrived. Cheers. Lin Zhe, along with his parents and a multitude of Pokémon, all raised their glasses in celebration. Even the rather unattractive fish in the aquarium and the Kingler joined in, presenting a modest selection of food and beverages. Hiss. After finishing a glass, Lin's father drew in a sharp breath. This wine, it is exceptionally delightful. Beside him, Maril nodded enthusiastically, having been eyeing the drink since its arrival. Now at last, she could indulge. With that, Maril and Lin's father began to take turns sipping, the small glasses allowing for a prolonged enjoyment. Meanwhile, Lin's mother affectionately stroked the two Ninetales, her own son relegated to the side. Apom lingered nearby, occasionally engaging in conversation with the elderly couple. Yet, for the most part, it was Lin's mother who spoke. While the Pokémon listened attentively, even the Sucker Punch Pokémon was there, eavesdropping. Bidoof was boasting to Psyduck, their animated expressions hinting at tales of valor. Piku gazed at Bidoof with admiration. Lin Zhe watched the scene before him with a warm smile. Truly delightful. At that moment, Lin Zhe keenly observed Shinado beside him, who, despite being in this lively gathering, seemed to feel somewhat out of place. The surrounding Pokémon were engaged in conversations with one another. Lin Zhe moved his chair closer to Shinado, wondering if she felt uncomfortable. Shinado shook her head, aware that Lin Zhe was concerned about the noise. However, she was adaptable to any environment. Yet, this realization stifled their conversation. Lin Zhe racked his brain for a topic, but before he could speak, Apom approached. Gesturing for Shinado to join, Lin Zhe pointed to himself, questioning if he should accompany them. To his surprise, Lin's mother shot him a look, then warmly pulled Shinado closer, initiating a conversation. Lin Zhe. During their discourse, they occasionally glanced at Lin Zhe, leaving him quite perplexed. Nevertheless, since they were all preoccupied, he decided to indulge himself without hesitation. Lin Zhe began to feast, enjoying the food without concern for appearances. With a resounding pop, he opened a bottle of exquisite wine, relishing the delightful combination of food and drink. It was truly delectable. Watching Lin Zhe from her spot, Apom's eyes sparkled with joy at the sight. Chapter 101. You are mine. Burp. A satisfying belch concluded Lin Zhe's meal, and he comfortably washed his hands while enjoying a sweet treat and scrolling through his phone. Washing hands. Naturally, it was Apom who had brought the water, a lifeline. Back to daily life, it was time to organize his schedule. First, he intended to take some exquisite wine to visit friends and elders. Lin Zhe calculated that he had 10 bottles in total. Hiss. With that realization, only 2 bottles remained. They certainly did not last long, but it was of no concern. Once finished, he could send Bidoof and Maril to fetch more. Lin Zhe felt no sorrow over this, as these individuals had genuinely assisted him. In comparison to their past kindness, the wine was but a trivial matter. As Lin Zhe was quietly calculating, he was suddenly called over by his mother. Beside him, the elegant Shinado lowered her head, a faint blush and an air of awkwardness gracing her features. Lin Zhe's mother was exceedingly warm. My son, from now on, Shinado will be your Pokémon. She has been living in the wilderness without a place to call home. Let her stay with you. You must not bully her. The agreement from AI Guanshi, QB, and Ice QB followed, suggesting they could keep an eye on him as well. This barrage of words left Lin Zhe's mind buzzing. Did I just have a meal, drink a bottle of wine, and suddenly acquire a Pokémon? Moreover, Shinado had not declined, nor had QB and the others. About my mother helping me capture Pokémon. The title had already formed in his mind. After dinner, as he watched the car swiftly depart from the villa, Lin Zhe remained in a daze. Shinado stood beside him, Her previous shyness now replaced by a calm demeanor, though ripples of unrest occasionally flickered in her eyes, revealing her inner turmoil. "Shinado, my mother enjoys making jokes. Please don't take it to heart." Lin Zhe chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to address the situation. Shinado nodded. Although Lin Zhe's mother's words had touched her, she understood that her own desires must be met first. Otherwise, what would be the meaning of holding onto her convictions all these years? If she fell short, she could always visit Lin Zhe's mother more often in the future. Observing Shinado's genuine demeanor, Lin Zhe felt a slight headache as he rubbed his temples. He grasped Shinado's intention. As Ai Guanshi had previously mentioned, she favored following powerful psychics. This was akin to Lucario's affinity for those who possessed the aura. With that thought, Lin Zhe welcomed the prospect, as he too held an affection for Shinado's kind. Together, they ventured to the backyard, where the other Pokémon gathered to watch. There were no flashy moves or displays of brute strength, only a silent contest of psychic prowess. Initially, Shinado hesitated to exert herself, merely releasing a hint of psychic pressure toward Lin Zhe. The intensity was akin to the force she had once used to pressure Yang Qingqing. Feeling the psychic force emanating from Shinado, Lin Zhe reciprocated with an appropriate counter. Observing his unyielding demeanor, Shinado gradually intensified her efforts, sending wave after wave of pressure his way. Yet Lin Zhe stood firm like a rock amidst the sea, unwavering, yet acutely aware of Shinado's strength. Powerful and potent. This sensation was truly extraordinary. As both sides reached a stalemate, it did not imply that Lin Zhe's psychic strength surpassed Shinado's. Rather, she had not fully unleashed her power. Unbeknownst to Lin Zhe, Shinado was internally astonished. She was constantly amplifying her psychic intensity, yet Lin Zhe remained stable in his reception. His psychic strength was vastly superior to that of ordinary psychic Pokémon. "You are mine." Shinado's eyes sparkled with determination as she resolutely declared within herself. She has found her trainer, not due to Lin's mother, but because Lin Zhe's mental fortitude has met her expectations and captivated her. To combat a Pokémon with the strength of a human. How remarkable he is. At that moment, Lin Zhe suddenly felt an odd sensation, a sense of being watched. Meanwhile, the Shinado opposite him commenced her final assault, eager to showcase her prowess to Lin Zhe. Finally, the contest concluded. Shinado teleported before Lin Zhe. Gazing at him with admiration, her eyes infused with an indescribable charm. "What standard has my mental power reached?" Lin Zhe accepted the scarf offered by Ai Guanshi to wipe away his sweat. Although it wasn't a physically demanding activity, this contest had proven quite taxing on his mind. After all, unlike a Pokémon, his body would take longer to wear down and recover. Prior to the competition, Lin Zhe had requested Shinado to assist in gauging his capabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Shinado provided an answer. "Oh, is it that strong? It rivals your capabilities when you were still a Cerulean?" Lin Zhe was somewhat astonished, realizing that perhaps he could attempt the college entrance examination. However, Shinado did not speak the whole truth. To be precise, Lin Zhe's mental power had already reached the level she had when she first evolved into Shinado. She had always been a gifted Pokémon, and even as a Cerulean, her telekinetic abilities were not inferior to those of other Shinado. It was indeed astonishing that a human could attain such strength. Perhaps Lin Zhe is an undiscovered humanoid Pokémon, Shinado thought, as an unusual idea sprang to her mind, leading her to fantasize about strange possibilities. If Lin Zhe were a Pokémon, wouldn't that be delightful? Shinado giggled shyly. "Shinado? Shinado?" Lin Zhe called out from the side, rousing her from her reverie. "What's the matter? Are you tired?" Shinado quickly shook her head, determined not to reveal her whimsical thoughts. In a hurry, she tapped Lin Zhe's spare Pokeball and dove inside. Shinado, captured successfully, sitting on a bench in the backyard. Lin Zhe rested while a row of Pokémon stood before him. In order, they were Ninetales, Ice Ninetales, Marilulu, BB Bird, Ai Guanshi, Shinado, and a Magikarp floating in midair, held by Ninetales' psychic power, floundering desperately. Nearby, in a fishbowl, were 3 rather unattractive fish, with 2 more Magikarp and a sleeping Psyduck nearby. This was the entirety of Lin Zhe's Pokémon, although some of them were not captured by Lin Zhe. Having lived together for so long, they willingly considered themselves his Pokémon, especially the boisterous Magikarp. Now that it had a strong ally, it was unafraid of Ninetales and often sought to create mischief, much to Lin Zhe's chagrin. Looking at the Pokémon before him, Lin Zhe felt a wave of nostalgia, realizing how many companions he had gathered over time. It seemed like just yesterday when he had received the Vulpix, and he found himself momentarily lost in thought. However, this reverie was swiftly interrupted. Marilulu stepped forward and called out loudly, "Marilulu, let us battle, Marilulu."